In this complete Angular course for beginners, you will first learn the basics of TypeScript, and then you will learn how to use Angular. You will learn about important Angular concepts such as binding, dependency injection, forms, routing, and more. Suntosh is your instructor for this course. He is a Google Developer Expert for Angular, a GitHub star, and an active contributor to both Angular and NGRX. So he is the perfect person to teach you Angular.
Hi, welcome to this course on Angular Getting Started. In this video, we are going to introduce Angular. So we will talk about what is Angular. We'll talk about framework versus libraries, and at the end, we will see some of the features of Angular. So we'll see a tiny to-do app and we'll go through some features. So let's go through what is Angular, which is really important before you go ahead and choose Angular as your framework. So Angular is actually a UI framework built by Google, and it is actively maintained by a team within Google, which is the Angular team. And it has like around 30 members who are actively working on it. Angular had a previous version, so there are some confusion regarding that. So let me just clear it. There was a framework called AngularJS. I'm saying was because it will just reach its end of life. It was created back in 2009. And it was created using JavaScript. So it was a pure JavaScript framework. Around 2014, Angular team decided that they will be rewriting the framework and they'll be creating a new framework. They initially named it as Angular V 2.0, but later they decided to drop that V 2.0. They said it's Angular. So we have AngularJS, and now we had AngularJS, and now we have Angular. That's it. And after the initial release of Angular, they decided to set a release cycle for the framework. So every 6 months, there will be some new additions, new feature requests, new enhancements, some bug fixes, which will be released. So it happens every 6 months. At the time of recording this video, Angular version 13 just released. So if you are wondering, we will be using V13 for this particular course. No, because we want the stable version. So we'll be going with Angular V12. But at the end, we can actually provide a video which will walk you through how you can upgrade from Angular V12 to V13. So that will be covered. So that's about the framework. And one important thing, when the Angular team decided to rewrite the framework, they chose TypeScript as the language to rewrite the framework. We will go through TypeScript in upcoming videos, so we'll not talk more about it here. What else? So Angular is a component-based framework for building scalable apps. So it's almost first choice for all the enterprise applications because they want to release faster, which you will see in this course. Once we start implementing new features, you will see how fast we can actually do and deliver things. So that's why it has been the #1 choice. So if you're thinking about what's component, of course, we are going to talk about component. There will be an entire section which will talk about it. But just let me tell you a little bit about what component based is. So you use a lot of websites in your daily life. So you might have visited, let's say, if you are trying to learn Angular, you might have visited angular.io, or let's say you use Facebook, Twitter every day, right? So if I have to tell you what components are on those websites, so you might have seen there is a sidebar, there is a header, there is a footer, and there are some content areas, right? So for example, in Facebook, you will see cards. On Twitter, it's like totally different. So those are small components which we talk about, and all the frameworks which are out there, for example, React, Vue.js, Angular, they're all component based. So you can create components and then you can build small components and attach them together and build your application. Angular, being a framework, it provides you set of libraries, and it has a lot of features included as part of framework. So you have routing, you have forms, you have PWAs, and many more, right? So you have data binding. So we'll talk about those features. Let's talk about framework versus libraries. What is framework? So frameworks generally contain set of libraries. So what I mean by that, you might have used, for example, in case you have never used it, that's absolutely fine. But in case you have used some technologies like Java, .NET in past, you may have seen we use something called using, or we do something called import in Java. So what we do, we actually require, or in case you have written, let's say, Node.js code, you may have seen require, or now the latest version support ESM, so you might have used import. So what we do, right, we actually import some libraries. So if I talk about framework, those libraries are part of your framework itself. For example, in .NET. So all the namespaces which you import or you use are part of the framework itself. You don't go outside. Similarly, in Angular framework also you have a lot of features. For example, I spoke about routing, forms. Those are part of the framework. So you can just import it from the framework itself. You can extend the framework, of course. You can build something on top of your framework. Ionic DevTools is a good example. You have Ionic framework also, which uses some of the features provided by Angular. So as we said, there are some examples of frameworks. Are you have Angular.NET, you have Java, you have Ionic, Express, JS. So those are some examples. Now let's talk about libraries. So libraries, when we talk about libraries, we talk about some specific functionality. For example, let's say if I have to use Lodash, right, which is a really good library out there. So what Lodash contains? Lodash contains a lot of utilities function which you can use to avoid a lot of code in your existing code base, right? So if I have to, let's say, compare two objects, I can just import something or use something from Lodash rather than writing my own. So you can actually combine multiple libraries. For example, let me take an example of React in case you know about React, right? So in case you want to create an application using React, so what you will do, you will take React, you will take React router, you will take for some of the form library which is available, which suits your requirements. So you will combine all those libraries and build your application. That's what you do. So that's libraries. So some examples, of course, React Moment.js. In Moment.js has been deprecated, but yeah, it's a date time library. Now you can use datefns, which is a replacement for Moment.js, and you have Lodash. Let's talk about some of the features which is available. We are not actually going to go into detail because we are going to go into more detail in the upcoming videos. So there are a few features which is provided by Angular. For example, it has its own template engine. It provides you data binding, so you can bind the data on your front end. It has forms, routing. It provides you observables, which is actually another library, but heavily used inside Angular, and PWAs, right? So let's see an app. So it's a small to-do app. Don't worry about the command as of now. So I'll start this to-do app and we will see some of the features in action. So here is our to-do app. So you can see whenever I click on this URL, so I'm actually being redirected to another URL. So this is routing. So this is routing functionality. You can see this is a form where I can input some values. So let's add pay bills as a task, or buy groceries as another task. So these are two tasks which I've added. Now I can also mark this task as complete. So, and then I can go to completed task and see what are the tasks which has been completed. So what we have seen here is you have data binding functionality, you have forms, you have routing. Let me show you PWA as well, because it's being talked about a lot. And let's see what actually PWA is. So whenever you visit some website, you might have seen this symbol which says install app. This is PWA functionality. So what you can do is you can install your website as a native app. It will behave like a native app in case you install it on your mobile. In case I install it on desktop, it will behave like a desktop app. So that's about PWA. So that's it from this particular video, and we'll move to the next video now. Hi, in this video, we will talk about TypeScript. As we said in previous video while introducing Angular, that TypeScript is a language in which the entire framework is written, and we need to write our code in TypeScript as well. So we are going to go through, of course, we will introduce you to TypeScript. We'll talk about some basics, I mean, how the language came and who invented it, and then we'll talk about why should you learn TypeScript. Of course, the one reason being you have to write your Angular code using TypeScript, but yes, there is more. Then we'll talk about type safety, and at the end we will see we'll install TypeScript, and then we'll also write our first code and we'll execute that code. So let's go ahead and get started. So what is TypeScript, right? So let's talk about that first. So it's a strongly typed programming language. Now you might be wondering what is strongly typed programming language. So in case you are new to TypeScript, just hang on. We will be talking about it in more detail. But in case you are coming from languages like Java or .NET, or in case you learned Java or .NET in past, so you might have seen that whenever you declare a variable, you say, okay, it is integer, it is a string. It means you are already defining or you're telling the program that, okay, this is the data type of this particular variable, and it should only hold the value of that particular data type. That's what type safety is. And it is created and maintained by Microsoft. So initially, a lot of people, a lot of new developers thought that it is created by Google, which is wrong, of course, because as Angular was the first to adopt TypeScript, that's why people think about or thought about that it is created by Google, but it is not. So it is created by Microsoft back in 2011, and I think around 12, there was some public release which was available, but it didn't got so much recognition until unless Google team decided that they will be writing their new framework, which is known as Angular v2.0, as we learned about in previous video, that they will be rewriting the entire framework in TypeScript. And then people started talking about TypeScript, and now TypeScript also has many versions. So right now, I think the version 4 is there, the major version, but I think minor version is 4.4.4. So we'll see that. I mean, we'll of course learn TypeScript before we move into Angular. That's the whole idea about this particular section, that where you will learn about TypeScript, you will write your first program, and we'll learn more about it. It's a superset of JavaScript. So let's talk about this thing. I'm sure before coming to Angular, in case you have written your front end code, you might have used JavaScript, and you might be wondering, where is JavaScript? Why should we use TypeScript? So you don't have to worry about it. So most of the concepts which you have learned is actually same, because if you see this diagram, it says, okay, JavaScript is nothing but it's a subset of TypeScript. So every JavaScript program which you have written so far is a valid TypeScript program. And you can actually go ahead and convert them to TypeScript by just renaming the file. Most of the cases it will work without any issue, until unless some type safety issues, that's it, but it should work. So let's see what happens, why TypeScript, right? So why should be using TypeScript? So as we mentioned, it's a superset, right? It's a superset of JavaScript. So almost learning curve is very much smaller. It compiles down to JavaScript. Now this might be something which is confusing to you. So we are saying that, okay, TypeScript is superset of JavaScript, and then it compiles back to JavaScript. Yes, that's the whole idea. So TypeScript only provide you type safety. So once you write your program, most of the time what you see, whenever you write a program or you write a code in JavaScript, there is no type safety. I mean, we'll talk about type safety which will be coming up. But yeah, so the whole idea is to provide type safety to your program, which will be compiled down to JavaScript, by using which, once you actually run your program or you compile your program, you get all those errors related to type in your let's say in your development environment before going to production. That's the whole idea. It keeps your code evergreen. Now, what we mean by keeping your code evergreen? There are many versions of JavaScript. In case you are not aware, the ES5 was there for a long time. ES5 is supported by most of the browser, even including i11 and older browsers. Now, with latest browsers, we have ES6 or ES2015, but that's not it, right? So the thing is, it's going on. The development is going on. The features are being added. TC39 is the community which finalizes all the features which will be added into JavaScript, and all the browsers implement it. So ES 2015, ES 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then you will find 21, 20, and then next. Those are the versions. So it's named by year, and then next is, of course, all those experimental features. But in case I have written a code which now, as of now, works with ES 2015. And all the browsers support, most of the browsers support ES 2015 nowadays, all the modern browsers. Now, let's say all the browsers started supporting ES 2016. If I have written a code using using JavaScript, what I have to do is I have to actually go ahead and adopt to the new features, right? Or new syntax. But using TypeScript, you don't have to. You can just say, okay, compile down this JavaScript or compile this JavaScript to ES 2016, and then you are done. That's it. That's what I mean by keeping your code evergreen. It is supported by all the major frameworks and libraries. All the JavaScript code or all the JavaScript libraries which you will find on NPM, they do have something called types. If they are not written in TypeScript, or most of them are actually written in TypeScript. So of course, here you can see React loves TypeScript. React is one framework which is, oh sorry, one library which is not written in TypeScript. They use something called Flow, and but you can write your code. So now a lot of React developers are adopting TypeScript and writing their code in TypeScript. Angular, written in TypeScript. Vue, the new version, which is Vue 3, actually is rewritten in TypeScript. So yep, all the major frameworks supports. Even you can write your backend code using TypeScript. So Express.js, you have Nest.js, and all those frameworks can be written in TypeScript. Coming back to type safety. So what is type safety? In case you have written your JavaScript code in past, you might be familiar with one error, which we get a lot. Undefined, cannot find or cannot read something of undefined, or probably null errors. Why that happens? Because there is no types, right? I mean, you don't define that, okay, this particular variable will be integer and it will have a default value of something, let's say 0. Or it's a string and default value will be, let's say, blank. You don't do that. You don't do that in JavaScript. And when we don't do that, and we try to compile our code in our browser, and we try to access those properties, or let's say access those variables, and we try to access the properties of that variable, what will happen in case there is nothing, no value is defined, or no value is assigned, or there is no data type? Of course, you will get an error. What in case I can get those error, the undefined and null, the uh, most widely introduced error or most widely seen error in your JavaScript code while compiling your code. What I mean by compiling your code, nowadays you have a lot of compilers which is available. Type TypeScript also comes with its own compiler, so it's known as TSC. So what we can do is we can capture those errors during compilation time. That's what type safety does for you. Languages like C# and Java, they have been doing from a long time, but now TypeScript is trying to solve that problem while writing your front-end code. Or as I said, you can also use it for your backend, because of course, thanks to Node.js, you can run your JavaScript code anywhere. Browsers, you can run on your OS, Windows, local machines, right? It's but one thing. Now, as we said, TypeScript will be compiled down to JavaScript. You cannot run TypeScript code directly into the browser. That's not possible. TypeScript code is something which is just for your purpose, for development purpose, and it will give you the output of JavaScript code, right? So once you get JavaScript code, you can go ahead and execute it in browser. Your browsers cannot understand TypeScript. There is a new runtime environment called Deno, which supports TypeScript. You can write your TypeScript code and you don't have to actually compile it down to JavaScript. It will just run. We will see some code where we will talk about type safety. But before that, let's go ahead and create our first program and see how we can create and compile our first TypeScript code back to JavaScript code. what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, which I will name it as TypeScript demo, and we will keep the entire code which is related to TypeScript in this particular folder, and this code will be shared with you, so you can either just follow the video or follow the code, write the code by yourself, or you can download the code and play around it. That's up to you how you prefer. So let's create a new folder. So I'm using VS Code as my editor. You can use whatever you want to, but prefer VS Code. I think I mean, it is available for all the OS. Let me show you the link from where you can download it. So you can just go to Google and type VS Code and code.visualstudio.com. You can go ahead and download the latest version which is available. Right now I'm using Windows and it gets automatically updated, so I don't have to download it again. But in case you are using other browsers, just go to other platforms and install it. So now our folder or our workspace is available. So let's follow the steps to create our first program. So what we need is we first need to install Node. Node is required. In case you have already installed Node, just go ahead and verify the version. We are going to use Node above 14 because that's what is supported by the Angular latest version, Angular 12. And 13 also supports Node 16, but as I said, I'm not going to use Angular 13 as of now. So let's install or just first check the version. So I'll use Windows Terminal. To verify the version which you have installed, you can just say node-v. It will give you the latest version. My latest version is 14.15.5, which is okay because I want to use Angular 12 and it supports it. In case you don't have Node installed, doing it for first time, so you can go to ngOnChanges.org. And you can see latest stable version is 16.13 as I said, and you can download it as per your OS. By default, it is giving me Windows option because I'm using Windows. But in case you have Mac OS or Linux, it will probably prompt you with that particular setup. Okay, so once you have installed Node, let's see what we have to do. So you need to do npm init to create a package.json file. We will talk about little bit about package.json file later, and then we have to install TypeScript, and then we need we need to initialize TypeScript. So let's talk about these steps. So this is my terminal, and now first thing which we wanted to do is wanted to create a package.json file. So which is npm init. This is the command, and it will ask you a few questions. You can just press enter and move on. We just wanted few things, which is like name and version. That's it. And main index.js is fine. So this once we have this package.json file, now we need to install TypeScript. So this package.json file will keep track of all the packages which you use and which is installed in your workspace. So that's why we are going to use this package.json. This package.json is really important file because once you publish your code on npm, npm actually uses all the information from this particular file. What are the packages you depend upon? What is your name? What is the name of that package? What is the version of that package? So everything is actually taken from here. So now we have our file. We have our package.json file. Now install TypeScript. So I'm going to run this command npm install TypeScript, and it will probably give us let's see 4.4.4. Yes, as I said, that's the exact version which is available right now. And now it gives you node modules folder. This is where all the packages which you install will be kept, nothing which you should check in. So this is only for your development purpose. Now we have our TypeScript installed. We have our package.json file. We need TypeScript configuration file. So we need to run tsc. Let's see if it is double hyphen. Yet So we have to do tsc-init, and you will get a file called tsconfig.json. Really important file. This is the configuration file, which, remember, I spoke about. You need to change a version and then you can compile your JavaScript to ES 2016 and 2015. That's the file. So this is where all the magic happens, right? So right now we are going to just talk about the first two properties, which is target and module. So target by default is ES5. ES5 is, as I said, the JavaScript version, which is supported by all the browser. All the modern browsers, though, they support ES 2015. So I'm going to change it to ES 2015. Module is something which is for where you want to actually run your code, whether you want to run it on browser, whether you want to run it on your OS or your command prompt, or from your machine, local machine. So sorry, not local machine, but yeah, on your OS, not on browser. So CommonJS, we are not going to, we will let it be CommonJS right now. In Angular, you will see it will use ES Next, which is of course for browsers. So that's it. So I changed my target to ES 2015 and module just kept it CommonJS. There are a few more properties which we will discuss about later on. Now let's write our first file. So I'm going to create a file. I'll name it as datatypes.ts. Right. So all the TypeScript files will have extension .ts. But before we do that, let's create a JS file and see what's the problem. I mean, why there is no type safety. So in TypeScript, in JavaScript, whenever you declare a variable, what you do? So you do let's say I want to create a variable called fname, and probably you will be saying, okay, this is test, right? But JavaScript also allows this. So you can see actually I declared a variable called fname and then assigned a value, a number. It works. Doesn't give you any issues. But it causes a lot of issues once we have hundreds of lines of code and now we lost the track. Okay, what was the variable type? And then we tried to read or let's say use some function which is actually for string, but the value is number. What will happen? Of course, it will give you some error. That's what the problem is. Now let's go to TypeScript. So I'll create a variable. I'll call it as name, and let's say it is Sean. So it is not last name, but name. And now try to give it as a numeric value. So in TypeScript, it will give you an error. It will say, okay, this type number is not assignable to type string because, of course, I mean, this is you while initializing the variable, you said, okay, this is string. And how this is happening, we will talk about it. I mean, we are not, if you see, we are not giving any data type, but somehow it is saying, okay, it is type of string. So we'll talk about that as well. But yeah, this is just to introduce you that, okay, this is what type safety is. I'll comment this out and see how to compile this code. So here, what we will do is TypeScript comes with its own compiler called TSC. So run TSC. Now, once you do TSC, it will compile down this code to JavaScript code. So it will create another file with same name. So you can see its name datatypes.js, and almost it contains the same code, but I mean it's a JS file. So this is the output which is generated. But we will be doing a few more things with this datatype.ts file. This code was just to introduce you how you can compile your code and how you can write your TypeScript code and how you can get the ES25, ES2015 version as your output or JavaScript version as your output. So that's it from this video, and we'll move on to the next video now. In this video, we are going to talk about single page applications. I'm sure in case you are going through some job requirement or you are going through some development using new frameworks, they all support single page applications, right? So it's one of the widely used word nowadays in technology. So every framework, all the major framework which we have, they support SPA. So let's see what we are going to do in this video. So we will be talking about what is SPA, and we will also talk about how Angular actually helps you to build single page applications. So as I mentioned, SPA stands for single page application, and all the modern frameworks, Angular, Java, Angular, Java, and React, and Vue.js, Svelte, all those frameworks supports creating single page applications. So what's the difference? So in older days, whenever we used to create a web page, we used to create multiple pages for each and every view. The problem is, of course, we are actually rewriting most of the HTMLs we cannot reuse. And another thing was, whenever we used to switch between the URLs, for example, let's say you have page called about us, you have page about home or home page. So what used to happen is there used to be a page refresh. The reason was, whenever you click on a URL, the entire compilation of that code used to happen on server side. So it's like, I'll give an example of ASPX pages, which were like, uh, which were used long back, and it was created by .NET framework or using .NET framework. So we used to create ASPX pages where like for each URL, we will be creating each page. And whenever you click on a page, it request goes to server. Server will identify, okay, this is the page which is requested, and then it will compile down all the pages, and then it will give you the HTML. Then a lot of developers thought, okay, I think this is not the most efficient way. What we can do is we can just give the static pages as it is, rather than actually compiling everything on server. We can actually send all the resources to the client browser, and then it can render it. No compilation needed. So that's how SPA came into picture. So in SPA, what will happen is all the resources actually to render everything will be sent on browser's machine or on your client's browser machine, and that's it. That's the only request which will happen. And whenever there is some page data which will be requested, for example, if you have some APIs to get the data from, there will be a request, but it will not reload the entire page. That's the difference in SPA. Even though I have multiple URLs in frameworks like React or Angular or Vue, it will be like a bunch of JavaScript code which will be required to re-render something. So in case, let's say I have home, I have about us, and I click on about us, so some JavaScript code which will be rather either downloaded or which is already present will just go ahead and change that particular view. So it will render whatever information is required on that particular view. So that's how SPA works. How Angular helps? So Angular has its own routing engine. So whenever you click on some URLs, Angular knows which view to render, and that's how it happens. Angular has its own library called Angular/router, which we will learn about and see how you can actually do everything. You can request for a URL, you can create your multiple URLs, friendly URLs, I would say, or HTML5 URLs now, which is used. And then Angular also offers SSR, server-side rendering. Yes, it's available, but again, it's not like the older days where the request goes to server and then there is a full reload, which will never happen. So it's not the full reload which happens, but here Angular will actually go to server and then compile, and it will give you whatever data which is required with the entire page. So it's not like the difference between SSR and SPA is SSR is good for SEO, search engine optimization. In case your focus is more on SEO, go for SSR. Or there are other tools available to create your static pages. For example, there is something called Scully, which you can also use. So this is it from SPA, and now let's move on to the next topic. So before we go ahead and learn about, of course, TypeScript and Angular, we need some softwares to be installed. So what we are going to need is we are going to need Node.js, and we are going to need an editor. Editor is your choice. I am going to show you how you can install VS Code, and I use VS Code personally. So let's go ahead and so before we go ahead and start learning about TypeScript and Angular, we are going to need some softwares to be installed, and that's what we are going to do in this particular video. We are going to need VS Code, and we are going to need Node.js as well. So editor is your choice. VS Code is the editor which we are going to use, but Node.js is mandatory. And you can use any editor of your choice apart from Visual Studio. Don't use Visual Studio because it's like heavyweight, and it has a lot of things, right, which we don't need generally. So what we are going to do is let's go ahead and install Node.js, and then we'll see how we can how we can install VS Code, or and if you prefer any other editor, please feel free to install that particular editor. So let's go ahead and see Node.js first. To install Node.js, you have to visit this site called nodejs.org. And there are always two versions which are available. So you have LTS, which is long-term support, and you have current. Current is where you have some experimenting features which probably you never need. So don't install current, because in case you are using it for development, there may be some breaking changes. So we will go with the latest stable version, which is 16.13.0. So it says, okay, this is LTS, long-term support. And let's see first how you can. So let's open a command prompt, and we will see how we can actually verify which version of Node.js is installed on our machine, and then we will go ahead and install the latest version. So I actually updated Node.js 2 days ago for my laptop. So we will see the latest version which is available is 16.13.0. But let's go ahead and install it anyways. So I'll just download the setup. So let's start the wizard. And right now, as I already have 16.13.0 available, it is saying, do you want to change, or do you want to repair, or do you want to remove? So I'll click on change, and I will change nothing. So that's what we are going to do right now. So you have Node.js runtime, which is required. We need a Node npm package manager. We will talk about npm in few seconds. And of course, I need all the other features. So I'll just click on next. Automatically install necessary tools. This is something which, if you are probably installing it for first time, go ahead and do it. But I'm going to skip it right now. So let's go ahead and say, uh, click next, and it is asking me if okay. So it is asking me to allow to change on my application, which is okay. And this is it, finish, right? So in case you get some error, just let us know. We will try to help, or you may find some widely asked questions on Stack Overflow in case something goes wrong. Now, next thing which we need is npm. Why npm? npm is a node package manager which will be used to install any packages which will be required for you. So we are going to use it to install TypeScript. We will also see npm being used to install Angular CLI, and we will also see npm being used when we want to install any other packages. In case you are coming from .NET or Java background, in .NET you have already have something called NuGet, which is the package manager. In Java or mobile world, you have Maven to install packages. So it's similar. So the only thing is, no, npm comes by default with Node, so you don't have to install anything. You don't have to install it separately. Earlier, in older days, Node.js and npm were two different things, but people started using so much that Node just decided to make it as part of the Node build itself. So you don't need to install again. There are a few other package managers available, which you may use in your day-to-day work in future. So you have Yarn, and you also have PNPM. So those are two other package managers which you can use. npm, as I said, is already installed, so you can see npm-v, which is 8.1.0 right now. And how to use it, we will of course see while installing TypeScript. The next thing which we need is we need editor. As I mentioned, you can use anything, any editor you want, but we are going to see VS Code. So I'll search for VS Code, and this is the website. And you can see there are multiple version for Mac OS, Windows, Linux. You have stable and insiders, and you may ask, okay, what is insiders? So insiders is something where VS Code team may give you some access to some beta releases, some features which is not still available for everyone, and that's what insiders is. Recently, Windows 11 was launched for insiders program first, and then it was launched for general purpose. So stable is, that's what general purpose is. I mean, you can go ahead and install, and you don't have, you get access to any beta features, but it's okay, right? I mean, probably you will be using it in product day-to-day development. If you're comfortable, go ahead and use insiders. Otherwise, stable is fine. We will be using stable. And to update Visual Studio Code, you don't have to actually do it manually. It gets updated in background. So when once you install it, that's it. That's the only thing which you need to install, and then it will be updated in background regularly whenever there is a new release. So let's go ahead and download the stable version as of now. So it says the current version is 1.62.2. So let's see. And in case you want to use Visual Studio, I think Visual Studio 2022 will be available soon. But as I said, don't use it. It's really heavy. You can use WebStorm or any other editors which you like. So let's see. So I'll say accept agreement and create desktop icon. I'll just click on all. And let's go ahead and install. I already have the latest version available. I'm just doing it to show how to install it. And again, in case you get some issues while installing VS Code, generally the problem which you get during installation is related to the access. So make sure that you are running all the setups as an administrator just to avoid error. In case you still get some error, just let us know. We will try to help as much possible. And before you like wait for the response, just check it on Stack Overflow as well. Probably you will get your solution there. And that's it. So let's launch Visual Studio Code and we are done. So in upcoming videos, we will be using VS Code for all the code which we'll write. Previous video, we saw how you can create your first file, how you can use TSC, TypeScript compiler. Now let's talk about data types. So whenever you start learning any new programming language, you learn about data types. I mean, what are different data types it has and how to work with those. So that's what we are going to do now. So in data types, we will talk about inference type, which is really important. We'll also talk about union and intersection types. We'll talk about generics and literal types. So let's start with data types. So as we said, TypeScript is a typed programming language, and so it has a lot of data types which is available, and we will go through each one by one. And let's go ahead and do that. So we already have our program workspace ready, and the first data type which we are going to talk about is string. So if you remember this code from the previous video, we already declared something called lname, and then we set equals to John, which is a string value. But how actually TypeScript knows that, okay, this is string? We'll come to that, but let's so we'll talk about that. I mean, how your TypeScript knows that, okay, this is type of string, and this is where type inference come into picture. TypeScript has the ability to determine the type from the value which is being assigned. It's amazing, right? I mean, you probably don't need to define the data type because TypeScript can actually guess it for you. But don't try to do that. I would suggest always use the type because sometime it gets it wrong when you are writing complex code, and it may give you some data type which is not you want. So here, that's timed inference. So it can actually determine the data type from its the value which is assigned. So here it's a string, so it is saying, okay, it's type of string, which is okay. But in case you have to declare a new variable, this is what you will be doing most of the time. So you will say, okay, this is last name, which is type of string, and then you can assign a string value to this. So it's my name, Santosh, last name, and then the advantage is now I can actually, if you say lname dot, Generally, you don't get all the methods in case you are writing a JavaScript code and just declare a variable and press dot. You will get list of functions for sure, but it doesn't give you that, okay, this is only string function or numeric function. It doesn't give you that. Here, all the functions which you can see are actually can be applied on string. That's it. So you have to upper string to string. So let's say if I do to upper string, right? And I'll say let new name equals to lname dot uppercase. So I'm just updating, or I'm updating the lname to uppercase. And now let's do console.log and see the output of this particular value. Now here, type script compiler TSC can be used to convert, or TypeScript, the TSC compiler can be used to convert or compile your file to JavaScript code. But how you will run it? So we will be using Node, but there's something called TS Node which you can also use, but we are going to use TSC and Node. So let's see. So we'll run TSC first, which will compile this code to JavaScript, which is right datatype.js, and you can see your code available here. And now I can just say Node and datatype, and you can see, okay, the uppercase function was applied to this value, and then you have this output. So you are running this locally, because we are able to run this on my command prompt because we are using Node. As I said, Node can be used to run your code on your local machine. You don't have to actually run the JavaScript in browser. So this is string. I mean, let's see the next data type. So it also has something known as number. So let's talk about numbers. So whenever you have some numeric value to assign, go ahead and use number. For example, let's say let age equals to, let's say 20, right? But you can do this because of type inference thing. But in case you have to create a variable and you don't have a default value, you can say type colon number. Sorry, not the n capital, but yeah, lower. So you can see it says, okay, now you have let age. Okay, I'm writing code in JavaScript file. My bad. And you can see I can say let age, which is type of number, and now I can say age is equals to 25, which is a value, numeric value. But if I say age is equals to 25, it will give me an exception. It will say, okay, this is string, but I'm expecting number. So yeah, this is something which you can do. You can also do decimal numbers. So in case you have like uh, decimal numbers, you can say 25.5. That's also applicable. That's and you here, right? So you can see age dot. So you can see you will be only able to see the function which can be applied on number. So you have to fix to precision. But what in case, let's say you want to typecast, which happens, right, sometimes. So yes, that's possible as well. So I can say let result equals to. So let's say if you want to, you have a numeric string value and you want to pass it to int. This is a normal JavaScript function. This is not something which is not coming from TypeScript. Yep, this is something which is available in your JavaScript as well. So you can say pass in and string value, and it will work. So let's create let dob equals to 25, right? So it infers the value, so I don't have to do anything. So it says it's a string, and then you can pass this string here, and using parseInt you can convert it to number. And let's see the magic here. So it says result will be type of number, because as I said, due to type inference functionality, TypeScript knows what will be the return type. So parseInt returns a number, and that's what the output is. We will see some we will see functions as well, where we'll of course try to play with these data types. And let's see the next. So after string number, there is Boolean as well, which is available in almost in most of the programming languages. So let's talk about Boolean. So Boolean is something which can hold true and false values, right? This is what we know. This causes a lot of confusion when we come from a type safe language like .NET or Java. Uh, I got into a lot of issues initially when we started with TypeScript, because I was coming from a .NET background. Let's see why. So in Java or .NET, whenever you say Boolean, it has a default value. It's false, right? So let's see. So I'll say let is valid, which is type of Boolean. And in a type safe language like .NET and Java, we have habit of doing this is valid of type Boolean because we know, okay, it will return the default value as false. But let's see what happens here. I'm going to do console.log result, and not result is valid, sorry. And you can see here there is one error. So it says variable is valid is used before being assigned. It is telling you that, okay, this value is not assigned, and it is just giving you a quick warning here. But let's see what happens when we run the code. So I'll say tsc. It will of course print this warning here, error, this error, sorry. It will print this error here as well, and why, I'll just come back to that in a second. But let's run the node and data, and you will say you will get the value as undefined. So where is the default value gone? So actually, just let's go back to earlier video where we said that Java TypeScript will be compiled down to JavaScript. JavaScript doesn't know anything about types. So if I go to types.js, you will see is valid, that's it. And if you write this code in JavaScript, it will be undefined because you have not assigned any value. That was the error which is printed here. So it says it's not assigned. So of course it was expecting that it will fail. You're trying to access a variable, but you have not assigned the value, so it will be undefined. Why we are getting this error? Because of tsconfig, and there is a property called strict true. So if you keep this in, if you use the strict mode by default, which is by default, you cannot, or you can, but you will get an error if you try to access any variable which is not defined. So while working with TypeScript, keep this strict mode true. So it's like it enables all strict type checking options. So you can see it says enable all strict type checking option. We will discuss about few of this strict type modes, but right now let's go with the strict mode. I mean, where all the strict options are enabled. So yeah, that's why it was giving an error. So whenever you are working with Boolean, make sure you define the default value. So either true or false, whatever you prefer. I mean, whatever fits, of course, into your workflow or in your code. So use default value, false or true. And now you can see the error is gone itself. So you might have seen one more advantage, that you don't have to actually most of the time run the code. You can actually see this type related error inside your terminal itself. So it saves a lot of time during the development. Now, let's talk about the other data type, which is array. Again, I will go back and refer, for example, .NET or Java, where you have list types available, right? So you have list, which is available in types in Java as well as .NET. In JavaScript world, we use arrays, and generally we do something like this. So let's say if you have emp list, this equals to this. This is generally how your array looks like in JavaScript. So here, if you see the type, so let's say it says any of array. What is any? So if you see here in the data types list, there is any as well. So we are going to talk about any. Let's come back to that later. Let's talk about arrays. So in TypeScript, you can declare a variable as an array of some data type. So you can say string array. For example, if I just want all the values, sorry, or I want this array to only hold the values of type string, what I can do is I can say string and then box. There is another syntax which is available as well. So I can say department list, which is, you can also use this syntax which is known as array, and then you can use this rectangle boxes. This is known as generics. So that we will also talk about generics in we will also talk about generics, but as of now, let's just see the syntax. So yeah, these are two ways in which you can define an array. Feel free to use anyone. So it's same, because once it is compiled down to JavaScript, you will not have this particular types, right? It will be removed. And then let's see, I can say emp list is equals to, I can create some arrays and I can have string, right? So if I try to add a number, you will see we have an error. So it says number is not assignable to type string. So yep, this is string array. And let's change this to numbers list. And we can say number of array of number, right? So I can just hold numbers. Here, let's create a number list equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 5 numbers. There are few functions which you can apply. I will talk about few functions as of now, and then we'll talk about few functions when we talk about interfaces, because you can do a lot with interfaces. So here you can see num list. So let's try to use some function, right, which we generally use in JavaScript. So here let's try to filter all the values which is greater than 2. So I can say let result is equals to, I can say num list. I'm not going to use map, but I'm going to use some function called filter. Okay. So this filter function, by using this filter function, I can say, okay, each number, I'm accessing each number, and then I will say num is greater than 2. And this is closing. Yeah. So let's see here. I think result is already declared above. That's why it is giving me error. So I can say results, and I think and this is extra. So now here, let's see the output. So it says, okay, result will be number of array. So this filter function, which is of course coming from JavaScript, it's same. Here what we are doing is we are filtering all the values within this array where number is greater than 2. So if I print this output, I can say, okay, this is console dot log results. And let's compile using TypeScript compiler and then run node. You can see we have output 345. Also, we can use few more. So I can say results is equals to, let's use some other function, and find. Let's use find. So I want to find a number which is equals to, okay, so here is a catch. So if you see this results, it was expecting a number of array. Here, if you see this, it says number or undefined, because find method returns only one value. So it doesn't return an array. So just that's why we are getting that error, because array, it was array and then we cannot assign it to number. So that's not possible. So I can just print console.log number, and you will see that we will get the number. I mean, of course, number equals to 2, which exists. So let's see, we have TSC and then node. So of course, 2 is available in the array and we get that output. So this is find. You can also use find function in case you are trying to find a single value. For example, let's say this in employee, right? So I think that's the best use case where I can say if this employee exists or not, right? I want to find that particular employee. So I can say emp list dot find, then I can say emp and then equals to emp equals to this, and then and then we can run node, and then we found that particular value. So yep, this is how you can use find. You can also use, let me show you a simple example of, let me show you another example of reduce function, which you may have heard about a lot in JavaScript. How you can use it. So I'll use it to calculate the sum of num list. Let's see. So I'll say let sum is equals to, you can see, I mean, if you can see this magic which is happening here, this is something because of GitHub Copilot, which is a product by GitHub, and right now it is in beta, and you can apply for wetlist, so you can also use it. So it says num list dot reduce. So this is reduce function, and here is accumulator and the number. The way it works is it will calculate the sum till it reaches the end of the array. So let's see, and I'll just do console.log sum. So the output should be 1 plus 2, which is 3, then 3 plus 3, 6, 6 plus 4, 4, 6 plus 4, 10, and 10 plus 5, 15. So let's see if I'm right. I mean, if I'm good at math or not. So let's go to node and 15. Oh, yeah. So I am good at maths. Just kidding. It's a simple math. So yeah. So this is how you can use reduce function to actually go through entire number. This is reduce is really useful in case you have array of some object and then you want to calculate, let's say you have products, right? And then you want to calculate the sum of your cart. You can use reduce. So these are few functions, and as we said, we will come back to the arrays when we talk about interfaces. So let's move on and let's talk about the other data type which we have, which is enum. Enums are really handy, and it is available in most of the programming languages which we use. Let's see how you can actually use those. So here you can use enum, and I'll take a classic example of color. So let's say I have a enum color, and then what I need is red, green, blue. So red, green, blue. So let's say you have some probably design system where you want to restrict the colors which your team can use. What you can do, of course, you can give them the list of colors that, okay, these are the colors which can be used. What in case you can give them a typed list? Of course, this is enums, right? So you can give them enums and you can say, okay, these are the colors which can be used. So let's say if I want to create a new color, so I can say C, which is type of color, and then I can choose color dot, and I can say, okay, which color I want, green, blue, or red. So this is how you can use enums. Let me show you a magic. As we said, right? As I said in previous video, that whenever you compile down your TypeScript, this types are actually removed. They are not used. That's only until you write the code. And with enums, in most of the cases, you are not going to use enums on production. I mean, once your code is compiled, you won't need this enums. But let me show you what happens when you do TSC. So this, how many? 6 lines of code is actually generated for that enum. But on production, what I need is this line. I don't need to know about this because, of course, I cannot change this value once in production, right? Once my bundle, once my code is compiled. So how to take care of it? TypeScript allows you to declare enums as const, and this const will do the magic. So let's see what happens. That's it. C equals to 2. That's it. This is the code which will be available on your production. So what this const will do is it will just trim down everything. It will remove all the information because if you see enums actually have an index value. So you can see here 0, 1, 2. So it will just keep those index values, and that's it. It will trim down all the type information. So in case you are not going to use this enums values on your production, remove it by declaring them as const. So you can actually, let's say the example which I gave, you are creating your design system and then your developers need to only select the colors from this, but that doesn't need to be known once your code is deployed on production. Just declare it as a const. That's it. So that's a very good use case, and in case you want to trim down some bytes from your production bundle. Tuples. Tuples are, I mean, when I was using .NET, I used to use it a lot. I mean, I think that when I was writing that .NET code, it was really a new feature which was introduced in .NET, and it is there from long time in Python and very useful. So let's see. I mean, what we can do is let's use tuples to swap two numbers. Let's see how many lines of code we will write. So I'll create let swap numbers, which is type of integer. Sorry, not integer. So which is type of number, common number. So this is my tuple. And I'll write a function right now. So I'll say function swap numbers. And what this swap numbers does is it takes two parameters. So I'll say it takes num1 comma num2. So these are two values it takes, and it returns num2 comma num1. Now let's use it. So what I'm going to do is I can say swap nums is equals to swap numbers 10 comma 20. So let's see. It says inning cannot be assigned. Okay, so here number. So here I'm have to just assign the return type as well. Now let's see what it returns. So it says okay, it returns number comma number, and you must be wondering this looks similar to arrays. What is the difference? So let me show you that. So here if I try to access swap numbers of 0, here you can see, I mean, you must be wondering, okay, this looks similar to the arrays, but okay, what's the problem here? So you can see, okay, the variable name was incorrect. So here you can see, okay, I can access this swap numbers with 0. I mean, this is something which you can do with arrays as well. Here, let's try to do that, right? So for example, here num list. So I can say let new num is equals to num list of 0, and it works. So if you know, arrays index starts with 0. So 0 1 2 3 4. So 4 is the maximum index which we can access. Let's try to enter 5. You don't get any issue here. I mean, it's okay. The only problem will be once you compile your code, it will probably throw you an error, right? Because there is no element at 5th index. But let's try to do something similar here. So we have two numbers available inside this swap function, right? So you have first number and second number. So if I try to access swap numbers of 2, let's see. Again, I just entered wrong variable name. So here you can see it says this tuple has length of 2 has no element at index 2. Of length 2 has no element at index 2. So it is saying that this tuple only has two values. That's it. I cannot see any value at index 2. If I try to access the value at 1, it will just give me the value. That's it. It will not give me any exception. So what do you think this tuples can be helpful at? So let's say you have an API call which gives you, let's say, employee list and department list as well. In most of the cases, what you have to do is, of course, you have to go ahead and create two separate APIs, or probably you have to go ahead and find the objects and then you have to assign it to two different properties to return it from your function. But using tuples, you can actually easily do that, right? You can just return first value and second value. So you can probably say this is department and this is employee, and your variable can be of type employee and type of department, and it can just fetch the value by index using 0 or 1. So you can say of employee or 0. 0 will be, let's say, employee, and 1 will be your department. So that's what you can actually do using tuples. React has a lot of use cases for tuples. I have not seen that much use cases in Angular, but probably some advanced cases. So which I have never been across. But yeah, these tuples are really useful in case you have a function which returns multiple values. You can use tuples. Let's see other data types. So now next data type which we have is any. We actually saw any data type we actually saw any data type when we were going through arrays, remember? So any is kind of, let's say in JavaScript, if you remember, in JavaScript you don't have any data types. So any is kind of equivalent. So if I create a variable, I'll select department, which is type of any. So if I create a variable with type as any here, right? So I have department as a variable which is type of any. I can assign any value to this particular variable. So if I can say department is equals to IT, department equals to 10, and it will accept it. It will not throw any exception. The first thing which you should do is do not use any in your code base. So try to avoid any. In case you have an existing code base, try to move away from any and use the correct data types in case you can. Otherwise, there is something called no implicit any true flag available here as well, which stops you from using any by default. So if I just enable this, let's say, and I try to try to say let's take the similar previous example, right? So where we had Boolean, remember this one? It says is valid is used before being assigned. So here, and let's see what else we can. Let's see if this gives an error. Let's say some number array. Let's try to create a function. So it's a function add. Uh, and here, let's see implicit any. Okay. Because we are actually saying number, so it will not give us any error. But yeah, I mean, don't try to use any. Probably I'm not able to get the error because we are saying this is any. But even though if you don't give any, right? So if you just create a variable without mentioning any data type, you will also see that okay, this is also type of any. So let's try to compile this code tsc and let's see the output. Right, so it will work as it is. I mean, there is no data types assigned, so you don't have any type check, and your application or your code may fail in production, right? Because you are not using the type safety feature. So first thing which you should do is do not use uh, type anywhere. In case you have an existing code base, try to actually incrementally do it. I mean, you of course, if you have a large code base, you cannot do it at once. You can do it slowly in iterations. That's what you should target about. So this is any, and now the other data types which we have void and never. So let's go ahead and see. But before that, I mean, before discussing about these two types, we will go through functions. So in functions, functions are what, like some set of instructions which you write. For example, let's say if I want to add two numbers, what I can do is I can write a function which will have the instructions on getting the input, how to add those functions, and then return it. So it's kind of probably a reusable thing which you can actually go ahead and reuse wherever you want, or it can be your business logic as well, right? So probably getting the API data, that can be a function. So in this particular video, we are going to talk about different ways to write functions. So we'll talk about how you can write your function in TypeScript. Then we'll talk about generic function. We'll talk about optional parameter, required parameter, and rest parameter. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll create a new file for functions. I'll call it as functions.ts. So first, let's talk about the ways in which you can write a function in TypeScript. there are multiple ways. The first is, of course, name the function. For example, I can say function and then function keyword, and then I can say add. And this is functions.ts, right? Yeah. So you have add functions, and now you have two parameters, and it returns a plus b. This is generally what we write in JavaScript, right? But in TypeScript, as we said, we will be using TypeScript. So I can remove this and I'll say, okay, this is num1, which is type of number. So I'll be mentioning the type of parameters which it can accept. So I'll say, okay, this is number, which is type of number, and this is actually, as I said, this is GitHub Copilot, which is being used here, and then I can return num1 plus num2. So in TypeScript, you always have type safe functions. So if I have to actually add a function in Java, if I have to create a JavaScript function for add, and I don't define any types, right? Generally, I don't. Then I can accept strings as well, and it can break your code as well. But here we are saying, okay, this function, this add function can only add two numbers. So that's it. That's taken care of. And due to inference, this add function knows the return type as well. But I will suggest always have the return type. Let me tell you the reason why. Of course, one reason is for compiler. And what in case you try to add two numbers, but you miss the return keyword, which happens a lot of time. I mean, of course, it happens with me. Sometimes I just miss the return keyword and I just keep thinking why this function doesn't return anything. Let's see the return type. So it says it's void. Remember the return type void, which we spoke about or saw in the previous slide. So void, it means it will not return anything, right? So this function will not return anything. Just to make sure that, okay, you don't get into such issues, if I define the return type, now you will start getting an error. So it will say, okay, the function whose declared type is neither void or any must return a value, because we are saying that this should return number, then we have to go ahead and return number. That's this is your first way to write function, and then you can say, okay, let's do console.log add 2,3, right? So I can just run tsc to compile the files, and then you can use node functions, and you will get the output as 5. Let's see another way to write a function. So you can also write a function like, I'll just use subtract is equals to, or let's remove this and I'll say return, or you don't have to return such num1 minus num2. So this is also another way to write the function. You can see same, right? So you don't have function keyword, that's it. So here we are saying this is something which we know as arrow function, right? So you have arrow function used here, and then you are saying this sub function takes two parameters, number1 and number2, and returns a number. And within this, it will say num1 minus num2. So this is another way, and let's try this out and see. Subtract 2 minus 3, of course, which should return -1. So let's see, run tsc and then node functions, and we have -1 as output. There is one more variation to write a function. Let's use constant multiply. And rather than using arrow function, what you can do is you can actually use a function keyword here, and then you can say return number, and here you can say, okay, sorry, you don't have to use arrow function now. You can say return num1 into num2. So this is another variation, the way of writing a function. You can use, I mean, whatever type you want to. Let's see the output, right? So if you run tsc, let's go to functions.js. So you can see this is your subtraction, this is a multiplication. So all the types are stripped, and this is your normal name function. So this is name, this is a named function. This is function expression, and this is arrow function. So this is three types in which you can write a function. And there is more to it, but you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, this is the minimum information which we need to start working on our Angular code base. Now, after this, let's see some example of optional parameters, required parameters, and REST parameters. So let's say now you have this add function, but what you need is you need this functionality where you want to add three numbers, but third number should be optional. So how you can do that? So here in TypeScript, you can say number 3, and you can put a question mark and say type of number. So now you can see num3 is optional, and your add function still works. If I remove this, you will start getting an error because this add function requires 3 arguments. We have just passed 2. So this is known as required, optional parameters. So I can use it with 2 values and 3 values as well. But I mean, you must be wondering, how about here, right? So how to use it here? I'm just adding num1 plus num2. You can use the optional chaining here. So I can say num3. If num3 exists, so I will say num1 plus num2 plus num3. Else num1 plus num2. So this is if else statement in a single line. So here you can see, so it says if num3 exists, add 3 numbers. If otherwise, just add 2 numbers. This is not optional chaining. I'll talk about optional chaining in probably in next videos, in upcoming videos. This is not optional chaining. So sorry for that. Here you can also use. So as I said, this is optional parameter. There is something called require parameter as well. So here, let's say I need 3 numbers, but third number is required. So I mean, you can still go ahead and avoid that. So I can create third parameter num3, and I can assign it a default value. So if no one passes this value, 10 will be used. So I can say num1 minus 2 minus num3, right? So num3 has like default value of 10. If no one passes, 10 will be used. But in case I pass the third value, this value will be used. So this is required, and so this one is required parameter, and this is this one is optional parameter, and this one is your required parameter. So we also have something known as REST parameters. What is that? Let's go ahead and see that. So now this function has had a requirement that okay, third parameter can be optional, and this is where it is required. But let's write a function. So I'll say function add 2. Okay, I'll say add 2. And here the thing is, I can pass n number of arrays, n number of values after this. So I have 2 numbers, but after that I can just pass the n number of arrays. That's the requirement. How you can do that? So I can say num3 which is number array. So I'm saying this you can see, I mean, so thanks to GitHub Copilot, it is writing code for me now. So here you must be wondering what is happening here. So here the third parameter is array. So I'm using reduce to make sure that it actually sums everything and then adds in number 1 and number 2. Let's see how to use it. So I can say console.log. So I can say 2, 3, but I can also do 5, 6, 7. One minute. Argument of type number is not assignable to type. Okay, let numbers is equals to, and let's try to use this numbers variable here. Should be okay. Yeah. So we are using this rest operator, right? So I have to pass like this. So rest of numbers. So here it will be 2, 3, 2 plus 3, and whatever the sum of this number is. Let's see TSC, and then we can say node. Mhm. And yeah, so it comes to 20. So this is how you can use rest parameters. So in case you want to pass n number of numbers, after this you can do that. I mean, in previous thing, I mean previous without doing this, you can also do this, but you have to say dot 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 and 5, 6, 7, and I mean you can go as much as you want, right? So this is how you can actually pass this rest parameters or rest values. So these are three ways how you can actually play with the parameters. Make sure that you always define the return type and always define the parameters type as well. We will talk about generic function as well. If you remember, in previous video we saw an different variation of arrays. Remember array and then angle brackets, and then we can define what data type it will have, array of string or array of number. So generic functions are like, it can be like a function which can have return type based on what you pass. So it will be like, it will act like a placeholder. So whatever you pass will be removed and will be returned at the runtime. So let's go ahead and see that. But before going to that, let me show you one more way to pass the data here in the rest parameters. We saw you can actually pass 3 dots, but you can also do this. You can just say 5, comma 6, comma 7, comma 8. I mean, so the way it works is the rest parameters, it will take these two as first and second parameter, and rest of the values will be passed here, num3, which is really cool about rest parameters, right? So you don't have to go ahead and define 10 parameters or 10 different parameters to actually hold those values. Now let's go ahead and create our first generic function. So what we will create, so what we can do is, let's create a function which will take the array of string or array of number, and then it can concat all the values and give it to you as a new array. Let's see how we can build it. So here is the function. So it function name is get items. So we are saying this t is our placeholder. You can call it anything you want. So generally, this was very confusing when I started learning generics. I used to think t means something, because everywhere you go you will find t, or every programming language you go for generics you will find t. So it's not like that. You can also make it type, and then just change everywhere from t to type. Uh, the official website of TypeScript, which has a TypeScript handbook, they use this pattern. So they don't call it T to avoid this confusion. They use type. So we know, okay, what we mean is this is a placeholder. It doesn't mean anything. So let's try to pass some values and use this function. So I'll call it as concat result is equals to, we'll call get items. And right now, let's see what we are doing here. So we are passing the array of numbers, and it knows that, okay, we are saying, okay, as this is number, all the types are replaced and it is replaced with numbers. So you can see this is how generics work. So I can also do this is equals to get items, and now I can pass ABCD, and now you can see it will say, okay, the return type is string. You can also do this. You can pass the return type, I mean the type t here. So you can say, okay, it will be, I'm expecting to pass number, and everything which will be returned should be of type number array. And same here. So it can infer the values. I remember we spoke about inference. So it can infer the values and it can give you the proper return type. So this is really useful in case you want to create some reusable function which, apart from its type, right? It can take any type and it can work. So you can do this. You can actually go ahead and create that function as generic function. So you can replace this type with whatever you want, whatever you're working with. Now we are going to talk about classes. If you have any prior experience in programming, you might have heard about classes because object-oriented programming starts with classes. You have like inheritance or polymorphism, everything is around classes. In JavaScript, there was no concept of classes for a long time. Am I wrong? Yes, I'm wrong. So there was a way to create classes in JavaScript, but the syntax was a little bit different, and it was kind of you may know this something called IFI, immediately invoked function expression. So that was equivalent of class in JavaScript. And with ES6, thanks to ES6, we have class syntax available. So thanks to ES6, we have this class syntax available, and TypeScript had it actually before even that it was introduced in ES6. So earlier TypeScript actually used to, like, we used to write class syntax in TypeScript, then it used to transpile into ES5 and then used to give a CP function. But when ES6 introduced classes, it started actually giving you class syntax. So you will see when we write classes, the syntax are pretty much similar in JavaScript as well as TypeScript. So let's go ahead and see what we are going to see. So we will see, of course, we'll talk about classes. We will see how you can create classes. We will talk about properties and constructor. We will talk about the how you can create methods, how you can create instance of a class. We will also talk about member visibility and then static members. So let's go ahead and get started, and let's create a new file. So we'll call it as class.keys. So how you write class? So you will use, of course, class keyword, and let's name it as employee. So for naming convention, prefer this Pascal case, employee. So let's say employee. If I have employee information, so I will be capital. So right, this is your Pascal case. So right now we have a class called employee. So this is how you create class. And let me go to tsconfig.json right now, and remember, we changed this target ES 2015. We are saying we are going to support modern browsers, but what in case I want to support older browser? So let's see how it used to create classes, or we used to create classes in older days, right? In ES5. I can say TSC and it will transpile and give us this file. So you can see this is known as immediately invoked function expression, or IFI. But if I change this configuration to use the ES 2015 version, which is now supported by all the modern browsers, and you can run TSC again, and you can see, okay, same syntax, right? So class employee. Now let's go ahead and see let's add some properties to this particular class. How? So let's say if we want to have some properties and some constructors, which we generally do, let's see how we can do that. So to define properties, you can create, let's say, ID, which is type of, you have to give type to each property, you should. And right now, as we are in strict mode, you will get this error. It says ID has no initializer and is not definitely assigned in the constructor. So in case you have default values, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, just put this exclamation mark, which will avoid this error. And we can see name and we can say address. So this is how you can create properties. What in case I want to use constructor and I want to actually assign all these properties using constructor? TypeScript has a default constructor. So let's go ahead and see how you can create an instance of this class first. So I'll say, okay, this let emp is equals to new employee. I'll call this employee as John, right? So this employee name is John, and then we can define or we can assign some properties. So I can say, okay, ID is 1, name is John, and address is highway 71. Okay, so these are the property, these are the values which we have assigned to this particular property. And let's see how it looks like. So you can just say console.log John, and let's transpile this file tsc, and let's run it using node. And you can see it gives you a employee object, right? And it is giving you all the values: id, name, address. So this is how you can create a class and assign its values here. Now let's talk about constructors. So constructors are something which will be responsible for creating an instance of this class. So how you can use constructor? Of course, by default there is a default constructor which is available. You don't have to, in case you don't want to, or you can have parameterized constructor. So in other programming languages, you can actually have parameterized constructor as well as default constructor. In TypeScript, you cannot have both. You can have either default constructor or parameterized constructor. So here, let's try to actually do that. I'll create another constructor function. Constructor. So you will get an error. So here you can see it says multiple constructor implementations are not allowed. So you cannot do this. By using constructor, of course, we can avoid this. Like in case we have default values, right? We can do something like this. I can say, okay, this dot address is equals to address. You can see as soon as I do this, the error will be gone. And then I can set this dot id equals to id and this dot name equals to name. But once we do this, I mean, what we are expecting is we are supposed to pass this properties while creating the instance. So where we are getting the instance, you can see at line number 15, and we started getting the error as well because we are not passing those values. And it is expected that whenever you are creating an instance, you have to pass the value. So rather than actually passing this values here on line number 17, 18, and 19, we can do here. So we can say, okay, 1, comma, John, and address is highway 71. And we can remove this. Otherwise, it will just override the values which we don't want to. And let's run it again. So I can say tsc. And now I can just run node. And you can see you have the properties, right? So same values which was assigned here is available. So this is how you can actually add properties, and this is how you can create a constructor function. Now let's talk about methods, how you can add methods to your class. To create methods, you can just give a function name. You don't have to use function keyword. So I can say, okay, get name with address. And what I can do is I want to actually have a return type. As we said, we should have a return type here, string, and I will say, okay, this is return this dot name plus this dot address. Here, actually, I want to introduce one more syntax to you. So here we can see, okay, we are passing this dot name, and then we are concatenating two strings basically. So we have this dot name, and then there is name will be John, and then his address, which is highway 71. Let's try that out, right? So I'll say let address is equals to John dot get name with address, and then we'll just do console.log here on line number 27, and let's do tsc. And we have this John highway 71. But this way of concatenation is really buggy sometimes because you may miss this. So it happens with everyone. It happens with me. It happened with me in past as well. So what you can do is you can actually use use another syntax, which is string literal. You can actually do something like this. So you can say in single quotes. So you can use this key, which is tilde, which is known as tilde. You can press this without shift, right? So looks like single quotes, but it is not. And then you can put it inside the dollar and curly brackets. So variables you can replace with curly brackets. And here also I can do same. So I can say dollar curly brackets. And now you can see I have a space here. I don't have to manually put a concatenation sign, which we did earlier, and do that. So I can say John stays at hyper 71, and let's see the output. And this is something which you can do in Angular as well. So it's not like something specific to TypeScript. I mean, you can do where you can actually go ahead and utilize this code in your real-time application. So using this string literals. So you can see John stays at hyper 71. No need to actually go ahead and concatenate using plus sign or no, and you don't miss your spaces, right? That's a cool thing about it. Now let's talk about creating instance. So what we learned so far is we created a class, we created properties and constructors. We added properties. We also added constructor. We added a method. We created an instance of class. This is how you do it, right? So using new and class name. Let's talk about visibility, right? Member visibility. Here, you can see you have properties, ID, name, address. But before that, I think I missed to actually talk about why to create classes. That's really important, right? So in your application, what you are going to do is you are going to create a lot of code which will contain your business logic. How to actually write those business logic or where to write those business logic? That's where classes comes really handy. So a class will be responsible for like handling some business logic which you will be writing. For example, let's say in Angular, we are going to use classes for writing services which can have like getting data from your backend and displaying it on your front end. We will be using it for components, which will be kind of your view. So it needs some backend, right? I mean, it needs some class to actually give the data back to your HTML. That's where we will be using classes. So it will just wrap your entire business logic. You are going to write your business logic into classes, and you will have like tons of classes, right? Different classes where you can have different logic. For example, if I'm writing some logic related to getting the data from my backend for all the rooms I own. For example, if I take an example which we are going to go and implement in this course, we are going to create an hotel management application. So where let's say you have like a lot of rooms available, so you can write a class to get those room data and display it on your front end and assign, or you can have like logic to assign your rooms. Those are the different logics which we will have. So those logics will actually go into your classes. So classes makes like splitting your logic into smaller chunks, right? That is what your classes are going to make it possible. And you can do a lot of stuffs with classes, which we'll see. Here, let's say we have right now ID. You can actually create this is private keyword, which is introduced in new version of JavaScript and now supported by TypeScript as well. Or you can also use private keyword, but I think you should not anymore because it's the native one is supported. So you can say hash ID. Let's see what it says. So it says hash ID is declared, but its value is never read because it says, okay, it's a private value, private variable. You can see now we have actually started getting this error here as well. So I can say private, or I can just use hash ID in case you want to keep it private. So here you can see private ID, and then with uh, private variables, you can actually assign them into your constructor. So if I keep this one hash ID, so what I have to do is I have to go ahead and change it here as. So I can assign this inside my constructor. If I try to access the properties, you can see I'm not able to access ID because it's private to the class, and we won't be able to access whenever we create a new instance of that particular class. So that's the private property for you. And prefer now if as you will be using probably Angular 13 in future, I mean by the time this course gets released, you prefer hash ID, which is like the native syntax for creating private variables in JavaScript. So this is private. By default, all the properties and all the classes are public. You don't have to mention that. You can also make it protected. So you can see, okay, now I have made it protected. So why, what protected does? it is useful in case you want to extend this particular class. So let's create another class. I'll call it as class manager, which extends employee. So here it says constructor for derived class. Okay, this is something which is required in case we are extending. So we have to call super, and this is it. Now here we can actually access all the properties. So you can see I can get address and name properties, which will be accessible here. And John. But you can see whenever you create a new object, you won't be able to get, I mean, so protected is something which will be available within class, and the classes which extends this class. So right now I can go ahead and access this name inside my class as well as the class which extends it. But once you create the instance, you can see it's not available. It's something which is not visible to my instance, a public instance which is created. So this is how you can actually use protected classes between, like in case you are trying to extend. This is also known as inheritance in other or oops concept. So you also call it as inheritance. So you can also get access to all the members, I'm sorry, methods as well. So I can actually create this get name with address, but here I can say this manager, this whatever name is a manager at this particular branch, right? So this is really nice. So I can say, okay, this let's create a new Mike. So Mike is a manager who stays at Cherish Drive, and I can do console.log and get name with address. Now let's see. We created an instance, and then we have actually we have implemented this. My manager class actually implements its own method, which is called get name with address. But what in case I don't do this? Let's do that. You can see I can still call get name with address. What happens now? So in this case, what will happen is your manager class knows that, okay, this method exists in my parent class, so it will call the parent class. So this is something which is really nice about inheritance. You can achieve this. And let's roll it back. So we have its own function as well, and we have uh, one implemented by manager. So this is from member visibility, and you can have static members as well. Now it is allowed. So let's see static members. Probably let's talk about. I can say static, and should I create a method? Let's create a method, and I'll say return 50. Right, I'm just returning a number. So with static members are something which can be accessed with the class name. So here, let's see what I am referring to. So I can say John dot. You can see it has address and get name with address. Where is this particular function, which is get employee count? So you can do is employee dot get employee count. So you will be able to call this particular method on the name itself without creating a new instance. So this is what happens in static. I wanted to show you one more thing. Yeah, I wanted to show you getters and setters. So this is something which is widely used in programming languages like Java and .NET. You can use getters and setters. You can also use getters and setters in TypeScript. So here I can say get emp id. So as of now, if you remember, emp id is a private variable, so it cannot be used outside. It cannot be accessed outside. But what in case I want to access it? So I can do is I can say, okay, this is a getter method, and I can say return this dot hash id. Similarly, I can have a setter with same name, and here I can say this will be id, which is type of number, and I can say this dot id is equals to id. I'm just assigning it, so I don't want to return anything. I can say, okay, this. Right, so this is a setter which will assign the value, and this is a getter which will get the values. So now let's do this, and I'll say John dot emp id is equals to 100. So I'm just changing this employee id, which was assigned as 1, to 100 by using setters. And here you have John dot it will be available on the instance itself. So I think we already have console.log. No, we don't have. Let's add console.log john.empid. So what we are supposed to get it here. So as we are calling it, it will call the getter. So we'll get the employee ID, which is 100. So let's clear and call DC again. And I'll call node, which is sorry, node class, and you can see we are getting 100. So getters and setters, it is also possible in case you have like hang off using getters and setters. They are useful as well in case we'll be using it in Angular. We'll see some examples where we use getters and setters. So this is it from the classes. We will now talk about interfaces. So interfaces are really important. I mean, a lot of time you will be writing interfaces when you write a new code in Angular, or even you use it outside. Why interfaces are important? Let's see. So here we will be talking about, of course, how you can create interfaces, how you can create uh, uh, use interfaces as type, how you can implement interfaces. Yes, that's possible. How you can extend interfaces. We will talk about optional properties with interfaces. We will talk about object destructuring and array destructuring. That's something which is really useful. I mean, you can actually avoid a lot of unnecessary code using object and array destructuring. We'll see that. So let's create a new file. I'll call it as interface.ts. So to create an interface, you can use interface keyword, and then there is a naming pattern. So a lot of developers use I before interfaces. I don't like it. I mean, even Angular's documentation says don't use I. So what I can do is let's create a user interface. Right? So what a user can have. So it can have a name. Okay. It can have, let's say, age. It can have ID, and your user can have email. So these are the properties. So most of the time you will be using interfaces as to create your own user defined data type. So this is now a data type for you. So you have user. Interfaces can also have function definition. We'll talk about what function definition is soon. But here right now, let's talk about interfaces as your user defined data type. So let's say you want to use complex object, right? So you have like name, age, ID, email, and what we generally do in JavaScript is something like this. So we create where users, for example, equals to, and then you just give all the property names. I mean, in of course in JavaScript you don't give type, so you say it has name, which is like blank, age, which is let's say 1, ID as 1, the default values, right? So and then you can say email as something blank. This is generally, I mean, we have an habit of like creating an object in JavaScript. But in TypeScript, you can, rather than doing this, you can actually create an interface, and then you can use this interface as a type. So we have type safety. That's the whole idea, right? So we can have type safety while using these values. Let's see what we can do. So here, remember, so we have this user here, and let's try to create another interface. We'll talk about, let's go back to class. Here, address. Do you think we can actually have a complex object as an address? Yes, we can. For example, we have address line 1, address line 2, zip code or country or city, whatever. Those are the properties which your address can have. But right now, is it possible? Yes, I mean, I can just go ahead and do something like we discussed, we saw, right? So we can have your street, I mean, city, you have your state and pin. So I can say, okay, this is pin and string. So I can do something like this, and you can see we already have an error here because this type does not match. But I mean, writing this in your class breaks a purpose. I mean, what in case I want to use this address type somewhere else? What you will do? Of course, copy paste the code, right? Which is like which breaks the single responsibility principle when we are talking about writing a better code. What we can do? Well, we can create an interface rather than this. So what I can do is I can just create here. I'll just move on top. I can create an interface called address, and I can have all these properties as part of this interface. Now I can just say, okay, this address is type of this address. And while assigning the values, here also we'll say, okay, this address is type of this address. And now while assigning the value, you will see that we are getting intelligence to provide all the values. So you can see it says, okay, street, ABC, city, Bangalore, state, Karnataka, and you have your pin code. So all this are the properties which you can pass as an address. And this is typed, right? And so whenever your users try to actually use this particular class, they will get the intelligence. Okay, these are the types which needs to be provided. In case they provide something which does not match the type, they will get the error. So this is where you can actually go ahead and utilize interfaces. What in case I want to use the interface, but I don't want all the properties to be provided? Let's try to create a value here. So I can say let user, which is type of user, equals to, I mean, I'll provide all the values, email. So we have John, age, sorry, name, age, ID, and email. What in case I want to make age optional? Let's remove this. I don't want to pass it. What we have is an error. It says it's missing a property, which is age. So in TypeScript, you can actually make it optional by putting a question mark in front of the property. So it will, of course, you will get face this scenario a lot where you want to actually make some properties optional while creating your own type or while creating your interface. This is how you can do it. So just put a question mark and that's it. Now let's see one more thing. You can also extend interface. You can also implement interface. So let's say I have a new interface. I'll call it as employee. And it needs to have all the properties of user. So I can do is extend. So I think employee already exists. That's what employee name is protected, property name. Okay, so this was actually, we already have an employee class, right? So it was just name. You cannot have actually the same name for two different classes and interfaces. So here we can see employees extend user. So we have all the properties which is part of user, and you can also add your own. So let's say a name, age, ID, email, and I can add, let's say, salary as extra property. So if I create a new value or create a new variable, let's say I'll call it as, of course, let's call it as something else. Let employee. Okay. So I'll call it as employee, which is a type of employees. Now you can see you have name, ID, email, of course, age is optional, and then you have salary as well. So if I remove salary now, you will start getting an error that salary is missing. So this is how you can actually extend an interface. It is also possible that your interfaces can have method definition. What do you mean by that? So let's create an interface, and I'll call it as login, and it has a login method which returns Boolean, for example, or let's say which returns type of user. So this is method definition. You are not responsible for implementing this method. Who can? I mean, of course, a class. So let's go back to class.ts, and we want to use this interface. How we can do that? This class exists in a different file. This interface exists in a different file. This is where we will also talk about one concept which is known as modules, CS modules. In TypeScript, or now available with JavaScript as well, you can actually import, sorry, let's not jump to the terms right now. But what you can do is you can refer to some object which is defined in different file into another file. How? So whichever object needs to be used outside, you have to mark them with export keyword. Once you add export keyword, these whenever it is compiled, your code knows that okay, this particular interface can be used outside of the class. Now, where we want to use this particular class, what we have to do is we have to import. We have to use import statement, and then we use curly brackets from and give the relative path of that particular file. So that right now the relative path is interface. Don't have to give the extension. Remember, I'm not using extension yet. Thanks to VS Code, you get IntelliSense. So once you press Control Spacebar, you will see what are the things which can be used outside of this particular module out of interface. So interface is a module, and then you can use login from here. Now I can just go to employee and say I will implement because I want to implement this particular function. So I can say okay, implements login, and you can see there is of course option which says there is an alert which says you are not implementing this interface properly. So let's implement it. And you can see here, so I have login and which is type of user, and probably you can return a new user. And let's copy the user from here. We already had a user defined, right? So you can just return. And okay, so here this is interesting. So we have said we are saying that okay, this is the return type which is user. So what we have to do is we have to also mark user with export keyword. Yes, you're right. So we have to say okay, export, and now I can just go ahead and use in class. So I can, if you can please click here and you can say add user to existing import, which is available here. And this is it. So we have implemented our login method as well. You can you can import in multiple ways. So here we can see we are saying import each object, right? Login user. There are some other ways to write import statement, which I generally should not use, but just in case you get across this particular syntax, just remember that this is possible. So you can also say import star as I'll say this is user login from /interface. And once you use this syntax, you have to refer everything like this: user login and here as well user login.user. So that's the only syntax. So it's an alias. We are saying okay, whatever this particular module gives to me, use it as alias. Use user login as an alias, and then I can access every object by using dot. So don't use this. I mean, this is something which you should not. Just use whatever you need, and that's it. So this is how you can also import and export, which is known as ES modules. And this is also how you can use interfaces. Now we will talk about object destructuring and array destructuring. Let's see. So let's say we have a function which returns the user information, right? So let's, rather than function, let's have this object. So you have this user object, and what we need is I need to access name and email. That's it. I just need two properties. How you generally do that? So this is the way. So you will, of course, create this user object, and then you can say user dot name. That's it. I want to access it. So I can say user dot name and user dot email. Right. So this is how you would generally access all the objects. What in case we actually can write this in a single line of code? Yes, that's possible. So here, what we can do is we can do something like this. I can say user, comma, email. Sorry, name. So I can say this is known as object destructuring. So we can just access name and email out of these three properties. I don't want to read ID, that's absolutely fine. You can also rename it. For example, I just don't want to use it as name. I want to use it as username. I mean, I want to access this name property, but not as name property. I mean, I want to rename it as a username. So what you can do is name colon whatever new property name you want, and that's it. Right? And for example, email also, I don't want to name it as email. Probably I want is user login. Right? So now if you see here, next line, I can just go ahead and use user login as an property that's available. So this is object destructuring, which we can generally use. Let's talk about array destructuring now. So we have this object destructuring, and to create to learn about array destructuring, let's create an array first. So I'll create let users, which is type of user, an array. So as mentioned, you can use both syntax, array with like brackets, which is a generic syntax, or this syntax. And let's create few records. So we'll say name, email. Let's copy from here. I think we have this. And let's format this, and let's add few more records. So I'll say okay, this is so I can say one, this is two, and this is three. I'll change the ID and John 1, 2. Now to learn about array destructuring, let's say I want to access the user 1 and user 2. How we can do that? Any idea? So of course we need array syntax. So I will say box, and then I can say user 1, comma user 2, and this is it. So you will get the first record in this, second record in this. Let's try to write console.log and see if what we are talking is correct. So I'll say console log user 2. So I'll say tsc, and then we will run node. This is interface. So I'll say okay, there is some typing issue which we changed. It's okay. So anyways, it's the files will anyways compile. So not a problem here. So I'll say node interface. Mm. So you can see you have like first record here, second record here, and you can also have all the values, rest of the values like this. You can say you rest users. So let's say if I have few more records, right? So I'll say okay, this is user John 3 and ID is 4. And let's do console.log user 3. Sorry, console.log rest users. So let's use tsc again to compile the files, and then we will use node. And you can see rest of the values are available as part of this particular array. And you can see these are objects. You don't have to actually go ahead and get it as object array, and then you have to access the values. It's not, so you don't have to do index of 0, index of 1. That's something which we don't have to in case you are using this array destructuring syntax. And you can get rest of the values like this, all the rest users. So this is really handy in case you are working with arrays. And there are a few more functions. Let's talk about few. Let's say if I want to filter a value, like, so I can say let result is equals to this users. But yeah, let's use rest users, and here you can use filter, for example, and then you can say user ID is greater than 2. So what are the values which is rest? 3 and 4. Sorry, we only have 3 and 4 in rest users. So I can say okay, greater than 3. So I will get one record with like this ID 4. I think we already discussed about few array methods. So let's not go ahead and talk about them. So that's it. That's fine. And this is it about. Yeah, so this is it about interfaces. One more thing before we move ahead. So we need to talk about decorators. But before that, before we move into decorators, one more thing which we let's talk about. So interfaces actually does not exist in JavaScript. So let's see the output. So we have this user interface which is created, right? So let's go ahead and see interface.js. You will not find that particular interface anywhere. So remember, at runtime, all the interface, I mean, once you compile your code, all the interfaces will be removed. They won't be part of your production bundle. So you have to decide whether you want to use interfaces or classes. This is generally which people do ask, that when to use interfaces or when to use classes. In case you want to actually retain the type by once you create the prod build, go ahead and use classes, because uh, generally used in backend programming. So if you are creating your APIs, it is preferred that you should use classes for return types, not interfaces. For example, if you come across Nest.js or you use Express.js, where you have to actually give take some input, you cannot use interfaces there, because of course, once you create your build, the types are gone. So you can use classes, and then you can retain the type, and you can also verify if you're using, if you're getting the correct information or not. So just keep it in mind. So this is something which is really confusing for someone who is coming from Java or .NET background. But yeah, this interfaces does not exist really inside uh, TypeScript, sorry, JavaScript. So decorators are one experimental feature which is available in TypeScript, and it is not going to go anywhere, because a lot of users or a lot of frameworks, libraries already use decorators a lot. It was initially suggested as part of JavaScript, but it was later dropped. So that's how they still exist inside TypeScript. They can be applied on um, what is a decorator? So it's like you can actually go ahead and modify the behavior of your class or method or a property at runtime by using decorator. So are we going to write a decorator? The answer is most of the time no. That is some advanced code where you may need it. Why we are talking about decorator here? Because it is used internally by Angular, and you will come across multiple decorators when writing your Angular code. So let me go to code base. So some examples which we'll see is, for example, class, let's say component, and you will come across, let's say, a decorator called component. So what this particular component. So generally, whenever you see something on top of class or property or a method with starting with at the rate and having some curly brackets and some properties, those are decorators. So it can change the behavior of your class at runtime once they are executed. We will not be writing our own. As we said, we will be using the one provided by Angular. That's the reason we are talking about decorators here. You can actually write your own decorators in some to handle some advanced cases in case you want to do something at runtime. But that's really advanced use case. You probably will never come across that. As I said, these are experimental feature. So there are two flags which is used. This one, experimental decorators and experimental decorator metadata. This needs to be enabled. So here you can say, okay, enable this experimental support for ES7 decorators. This needs to be enabled here in case you are writing your own TypeScript code outside of Angular, but inside Angular, these are already enabled. So you don't have to do that. So this is it from. So this is it from decorators. we will not go. We are not going to go into much detail. Let's talk about ES module. We already saw the example while working with interfaces and classes. You remember import and export keyword. That's what this is what ES module is all about. And let's see, we also went through, actually, this is also covered. We also went through TypeScript to a different version. You remember we changed the target to ES5 and ES 2015. You can change it to whatever version you want. And let's see some properties of this tsconfig.json file, and then we will end with our TypeScript section, and we will start with the Angular section. So here, as I said, we already went through target and module. We saw strict, no implicit any, just enable it as well. But if you see, say strict true, you have enabled all the strict flags here. You don't have to actually enable one by one. Apart from that, you can use some of the properties. For example, here, output. Can we see output here? Yeah, out here. For example, let's say I want my all output which is generated right now. Let's see. So if you notice this, and this file is not saved somehow. Yep. If you notice right now, all the JS files are just created next to our TS file. What in case you have a lot of files? It will make your life really tedious to actually go ahead and figure out which file is your output. So using root dir, I can just say, okay, this is dist folder. And now I can just do tsc. And once you do tsc, all the outputs will be generated inside dist folder. You can see here, all the JS files, all the output is a part of dist folder. Source map, which is really interesting because remember I said we can only run JavaScript on browser. What in case you want to debug your code? What code we are going to write? Of course, TypeScript. What code we are going to get on browser? JavaScript. How to debug it? Not possible, right? So yes, this is possible by enabling the source map. This is also something which you don't have to, because in Angular, in development mode, you will find this property to be true. But let's see what happens when you do source map true. So let's run tsc file again. So once we say source map true, a new file, another file will be generated called a map file. This map file contains the information that from where this code is getting generated. So you can see there is a property called sources. So it's sources, it says it is coming from class.ts, right? So at runtime, this file will be actually used by your browser to redirect you to the correct TS file rather than JS file. So this is source map, and I don't think so you need to know more about. Yeah, this is really interesting. Uh, I'll just remove all the DST folder, all the JS files. So let's see, once you do no emit, you can see there is no output generated. Let's go back and fix this. I'll just say this is type of address to fix this issue. And then we will say this address, I think we can get. Let's comment this as of now. Let's run tsc again. Right? So if you say no emit, there won't be any output which will be generated. There is another flag. Let's see. It's like inline sources. So let's move it back to false. and let's say TSC. Now you have your output generated. One more thing which I wanted to show you is, let's go back to interface class.ts. Here we were getting errors, right? So if you remember, if you see this, we are getting an error, and once we run tsc, we are getting the error, but it still generates the output. Let's see. I mean, earlier it was already there, so we are not sure if it is generated or not. So let's see. I mean, you can see, even though we are getting the error, we are still getting the output. So remember one thing, TypeScript cannot stop you from compiling your file. It can only give you errors, warnings. Those are like really your warnings. It is saying that, okay, you have some type issue, but it will not stop your code from compiling. Keep this in mind. So in case you are like, you're relying on this error and considering that your code is actually not compiled, yes, it is not true. Your output will be always generated. It will give you some typing issue in case it has, but yeah, it will also give you the output. So this is it from TypeScript section. Now we can go ahead and learn about Angular. All the concept which you have learned, sorry, all the concept which you have learned so far related to TypeScript will be used inside the Angular, and they are really important. So don't skip anything. Hi. So far we have completed with TypeScript. We learned the basics of TypeScript. Now we are going to apply those concepts. So let's start with Angular. So here we will first go through the setup and installation. We will set up our workspace and we will install the necessary applications or necessary programs. We will install the necessary softwares required to run our to run and create our first application. So let's see what we are going to see here in this video. So we'll see how we can install Angular CLI. We will see how you can create a workspace using Angular CLI. We will create a workspace and then we will talk about the files which is available in that workspace. And finally, we will also talk about monorepo, which is really important. So let's go ahead and get started. In previous video, we mentioned that we won't be probably using Angular 12, but I think, in previous video, we mentioned that we probably won't be using Angular 13, but we will use Angular 13. I have seen there are not many breaking changes. So let's go ahead and use Angular 13, which is the latest version and which will be the version for next 6 months. So you will use the same version and it will be easy to even migrate in future. So first thing which we have to do is, of course, go ahead and the first thing which we have to do is go ahead and install Angular CLI, which will help us to create the application. So we'll open the command prompt. So this is the folder where actually I'm keeping all the files related to this course, but you don't have to worry about it. You can just open a command prompt and run this command npm install @angular/CLI-G. So -G is for global. So we will be installing the latest version of Angular CLI globally in our machine. So you can use the Angular CLI from anywhere. So you can use Angular CLI from anywhere on your machine. So you can also verify if which version is installed. Right now let's install it, and then we'll see how we can verify the version. It will take few seconds based on your internet speed. So yeah, so it's installed now. You can see this is the version. So it says Angular version 13.0.1 is installed as of now. To see which version is already available on your machine, you can run ng-version, which will give you this version, Angular CLI version, and it will also give you Node version. As said, 14 is absolutely fine. Angular 13 supports Node 16 as well. So in case you have installed Node 16, no issue. You can just go ahead and use it. Done. So once Angular CLI is installed, now we can go ahead and create our application. In case you don't want to install the global version, you can also use npx. I'll show you how you can do that. But let's go ahead and now talk about creating our workspace. Angular CLI allows you to create an empty workspace where you can add multiple projects and libraries. Sorry, Angular CLI allows you to create multiple projects within your workspace. So you can create an empty workspace and then add projects later, or you can create an workspace with a default application. That's choice is yours. What we are going to do is we will be creating an application with a default application which we need. So let's see how we can do that. I mean, how you can create an workspace how you can create an empty workspace and how you can create a workspace with default application. This is the so move to any folder where you want to create your project. Right now I have created a folder called Angular, and I create all the Angular related projects in this particular folder, Angular folder, but choose as per your convenience. So you can use ngnew command to create a new application. Sorry, you can create a new workspace. So ngnew, and then you can give your workspace name. I can say hotel inventory app. As we said, I can create an empty workspace. In case you want to create an empty workspace, you can pass a flag called create application is equals to false. I want to create an workspace with default project. So I won't be, let's do that. So I'll say ngnew hotel inventory app and hyphen create application equals to false. This will create an empty workspace for us. We will delete it and then we'll create again with default project. So right now it is installing the packages. I'll just cancel it here because I don't want the packages to be installed. I can because I want to delete this folder and then create a new. Yeah. So we want to create a new application with a default project. So here we'll just open this and open with code. So we'll see what we get when we create an empty workspace. So you can see we don't have much files available here. You have tsconfig.json, which we have seen. We have package.json, which we have also seen. Angular.json, which is like Angular's configuration file. And rest of them are just readme and gitignore and editor config files. So this is it. This is what you get once you create an workspace without a default application. Now you can add application as well. Let me show you how. And that will require us to install the packages. So let's go ahead and do that. I just don't want you to do it, but let's see. So to install the packages, you can run npm i, and it will read all the packages which is required from package.json, and it will install. And then we'll see how you can add a project into this empty workspace. And then we'll delete it, and then we will create a new workspace with a default project. Yeah. So now it is installed. So let's see how to create a new. So what we want to do right now is we want to create a new application. So you can use ngGenerate app, which is short for application, and your application name, which is, let's say, hotel inventory. So this is our application name. Hotel inventory app is our workspace name. And it will ask if you want to actually share this information with, I mean, this is just for like usage of the commands. So it's up to you. So this will ask some question whenever you create an app. Let's see those questions. So it says, would you like to add Angular routing, as we are going to use Angular routing later on? I'll say yes. Don't worry about it right now. Which style sheet you want to use? I'll go with the SAS. And this is it. So you can see a new project has been created here called Hotel Inventory, and it has some files. These are the files which we'll talk about later once we finalize our workspace. And now we can just skip this installing packages thing. Yeah. So this is how you can create an empty workspace and add project later on in case you want to. And now let's see the other way where we will create a workspace with a default project. So first I will go ahead and delete this folder. Done. So now once that folder is created, now let's create a new workspace with and default application. As I said, we can say ng new, and you have to just mention the project name. So I can say hotel inventory app, and that's it. You don't have to mention -f and create application flag. And this will create it will ask you the same question whether you want to add routing. We want to actually use routing in future. So we'll say yes. Which style sheet we want to use? I'll say CSS, and that's it. Now it will create your workspace with default application or default project. So now all the files are already generated. So you can see hotel inventory app, and now only the installation is going on. So meanwhile, let's go ahead and open this project in our VS Code. Okay, so now the first step is completed. We have learned how to install Angular CLI and how to create an application with default project, without default project. I mean, an empty workspace where you don't have any project, or a workspace where you have a default project. So now next, what we need to do is we will learn about what are the files which is available within the workspace we just created. So we'll start with the last one. We'll start at the bottom and then we'll go up. So let's see what are the files which is available. So the first file which is available is tsconfig.json. You might be wondering why I'm not saying tsconfig.spec.json, because that's the first file which is here, right? So these two files, tsconfig.spec and tsconfig.app, they both extend tsconfig.json. You can actually verify here. The first line extends, and even if I just open app, it will also say extends. So what is the purpose of these two files? So let's first talk about tsconfig.json. So this is your TS configuration file which we learned during TypeScript. You may see there are few things like strict, no implicit returns. So these are all flags which is available in TypeScript, and source map. Then we had target. You remember? So now we said we were using ES 2015. Now Angular is saying ES 2017 is safe to use. So that's it. Module, we said ES next, but yeah, here it is to ES 2020. So which is absolutely fine. And then there are some Angular related flags which will uh, be used internally by Angular. We don't have to worry about it right now. And then you have outDR, as we see, as we have seen, right, where all the outputs gets generated. And now, whenever you write code in Angular, you will be writing two types of code most of the time. So you will be writing application related code and you will be writing unit test. Angular says all the unit tests which will be automatically generated for you. We will be seeing some command which will generate all the files. You don't have to generate files manually. So everything will be generated, will be created using Angular CLI. Those files will be generated by Angular CLI for us. And this spec.json will be used by all the unit test files. So Angular generates all the unit test file as named as spec.ts. So you can see here, it says include spec.ts. So all the unit test file will be named as spec.ts. And this configuration file, tsconfig.spec.json, will be used to compile those spec.ts files. And you will be writing rest of the code, which is like .ts files, which is our application code, that will be compiled using tsconfig.app.json. So that's the only difference. So now, as we know about tsconfig files, let's move up. So readme.md is something which will be used only for like your repositories. For example, if you upload your project on GitHub, GitHub actually displays all the information from your readme at on your on your repository. Let me show you quickly. So this is ngrx code base. So you can see here, all this information is actually coming from readme.md. That's the purpose of readme.md.file, where you can give some information about what your project is, what are some commands. For example, building your command, building your application, testing your application. So you can mention all those to make contribution to your project easier. Then you have package.json. So here we will have all the packages which we are using. And there is two things, I mean, dependencies and dev dependencies, which is available here. And there are a few commands which will be used, for example, how to run your application locally, how to build it, how to run tests. And you can also run it in watch mode in case you want to. So it's up to you, but so a lot of developers get confused between dependencies and dev dependencies. So it's easy to actually identify any packages which will be used and needed for your production build goes into dependencies. Any packages which is just for your development purpose and it won't be part of your production build goes into dev dependencies. So for example, all the packages related to test, Karma, Chrome Launcher, all these packages are actually your dev dependencies. Even TypeScript, even though we will be writing our code in TypeScript, TypeScript is not your dependency because we are not going to deploy TypeScript on production. On production, we will be, of course, deploying JavaScript, right? Because your browsers only understand JavaScript. Log file is something which is used by CI in case uh, log files are generally used by your CI environment. It is optional. It's up to you whether you want to use log file or not. In big teams, it's always good practice to use log files, but in case you have a small team, I think prefer deleting this file. It's absolutely fine. The problem in large teams is like so many developers will be like adding new packages, removing new packages. So log file, make sure that you all are on the same version. In case someone changes the version, they have to commit log file. The only overhead is in case you add new packages or you update any packages, log file needs to be updated as well. Otherwise, your CI will fail. Then you have karma.conf.js file, which is anything with conf is configuration, not conference. So karma.conf.js it's a karma is actually a task runner to run your tests. And Angular comes with a default unit testing framework, which is available, which is Jasmine and Karma. So you'll be writing your all test cases in Jasmine, and then you will be using Karma to run those tests. You don't have to change anything here unless you need to. For example, you can change your threshold values, and you can add more this coverage or coverage reporters. It's up to you. I mean, you can read more about it from Karma website itself. You don't have to go anywhere else. Angular.json will have information related to your workspace. For example, right now in my workspace, there is one application, which is Hotel Inventory app. In case you add more projects, this this Angular.json file will have all this information about every project, each and every project. Git ignore is a file to ignore some files which should not be checked in. And you can see here we have node underscore modules because this node module should not be checked in. Never do that. I mean, it's like some node module should be installed every time whenever you are running it on CI, or if someone takes the latest project. So it should not be checked in. And then you have editor config. It's like you can the advantage of having editor config file is you can actually set up your environment, your local editor, based on some settings from any other editor. For example, you are a big fan of some other editor, right? Atom or WebStorm. You can bring some configurations here. So that's the purpose of having editor config. Browser list RC, this is really important file because based on this, your output will be generated. You can see, you can run this command npx browser list, and it will tell you which are the browsers you are supporting right now. So you can see it supports Chrome 95, Edge 9495, and some other versions, right? So this is the browser list which will be generated. If you're wondering where is i11, no, i11 is not supported anymore. Angular 13 has dropped the support for i11. In case you want to support, just go ahead and add or remove something from refer to this browser support section on angular.io, and you can also go to github.com to see all different browsers, right, which is available, and then what needs to be done to add those browsers here. So this is browser list RC. Now, apart from that, what we have here is SRC folder. This is SRC folder is where we are going to have fun. It means we are going to write our code here. Node modules, as said, all the packages which is installed will be available in node_modules folder, and it should not be checked in. So let's see. Now let's go back and talk about SRC folder. What we have. Again, we will start from the bottom. So first file which we have is test.ts, and again, this file is something where you don't have to do anything. So this is used by your karmaconf.js file. It actually just loads all the files recursively. That's it. To all the .spec files, right? So it loads all those files and give it to karmaconf.js. That's it. So it can execute. Then you have style.css file, which is your global style sheet file. So in case you want to add any global styles, you can actually add it here, styles.scss. Polyfills, very important file. So you can see something, some text is written here, and then you have only one import called zone.js. What is this polyfill.ts? To understand polyfills, we have to talk a little bit about JavaScript. So remember when we were talking about TypeScript, we said TypeScript can be compiled down to any version of JavaScript we need. Does all the browsers support all the version of JavaScript? Probably ES 2017, yes. ES 2015, yes. But what in case we have ES 2018 or 2019? Even not all the browsers supports every feature from ES 2015 or ES 2017. So how to take care of those features? So what you can do is you can add polyfills for those features. So what polyfills does is it will make sure that your code which you have written are backward compatible with some older browser. So for example, let's say animations. So if there is one package, and let me see if I can find it here. Okay, that's removed. Now we don't have that anymore. But in earlier version of Angular, there were few packages which we need to install in case we want to support animation on i11. So of course now i11 support has been dropped, so that is removed. But in case you want to support some features which is not supported on one of the browser, you can add polyfills. So polyfills will just add some extra code. Remember, it will always add some extra code. So it will always add some extra bundle or extra lines of code to your final bundle. So you may get some performance, not performance it, but yeah, you may get some larger bundle if you add polyfills. That's the only thing. Why import zone.js is here? Zone.js is needed to run all the code which is. So zone.js is something which actually patches a lot of features or a lot of code which is not supported by some browsers and used internally by Angular. That's it. That's the purpose. In future, Angular team is planning to remove zone.js, but that's something which is still in development. So right now we cannot remove it. So that's polyfill for us. Main.ts. What comes in your mind after hearing this file name, main.ts? Of course, in case you are coming from Java or any programming background, you may have heard about main static public static void main. So whenever we talk about main function, which says, okay, this is where our execution starts. So this is the same file for Angular. This main.ts is entry point where our application execution starts. So whenever you like create a new application, run it, this is where everything starts. So you have something called, if it is running in production mode, this is environment variables. So it says, okay, in case I'm running in production mode, go ahead and enable prod mode. In case we are not, we will run in development mode. First, all the development we are going to do, and we are going to run everything in development mode. And then finally, we will create prod bundle, which will be deployed on our production server. Here also we have something called Bootstrap app module. We will talk about this in in upcoming section. Right now, don't worry about it. The only thing which we wanted to understand here is this main.ts is our main entry point. Then you have index.html, which is our main index.html, which will be served. Remember we said, sorry. So this is main index.html, which will be served to your user. So Angular is SPA, single page application. And I'm sure you, so most of you are already aware of this concept called SPA, because all the frameworks which you use nowadays, we talk about SPA, single page applications. We will talk about SPAs in detail once we go to routing. This is favicon. This is something which you see on all the websites. This icon, which is, you can see GitHub icon here, that's favicon. Then you have environments folder where you can actually create your environment variables based on different environment you have. So right now there is two, environment.ts, which will be used for development, environment.prod.ts, which will be used for production. We will create some more environment variables in future just to give you some idea how you can create it. Right now you can see there is only one property called production. So make sure whenever you add more properties, you should add it in both files. Otherwise your prod build may fail, or any environment variable environment based file which you have created may fail. Assets, this is where we are going to keep our assets. So what is assets in programming, right? So whenever you work with front end, of course you will have images, some static files, everything goes into assets. So just don't keep it anywhere else. Make sure that you are adding it in assets folder. Then you have app. This is now finally, this is the folder where we are going to write our app. This is the folder where we are going to write our code. So you have an app module here, component.ts, spec.ts. Then you have a style sheet file, CSS file, HTML. This is where you are going to write your HTML files. And then you have app routing. Why this file is here? This is related to routing. So don't worry about right now. We will talk about this file. So once you say, do you need routing module? Remember the question which we had, do you need a routing module? When you say yes, this file will be created. And of course, in case you need routing functionality, you should say yes. So these are the files. So you have modules, component, and now let's move ahead. Before we go ahead and write our code, or we'll talk about this module which is available here, component.ts files which is available here, let's talk about important thing. So we said in Angular you can create multiple projects within your workspace. That's something called monorepo. So what is monorepo? So monorepos is something where you can actually have multiple applications. So in Angular, when I say multiple applications, you can have multiple application and libraries both. You can actually create Angular applications as well as libraries inside a single workspace. You can also deploy multiple applications from your monorepo. That's advantage. For example, let's say you have a client who has like their admin dashboard, and then they have a client facing application. What you can do is you can just have both the application in a single monorepo, and you can also create libraries which will like be shared code between both the applications, and then you can also deploy both applications from the monorepo itself. It also makes sharing the code between multiple projects easy. So you have like a separate team which is working on admin application, a separate team which is working on your client facing application or public facing application. What they can do is they can create, like, extract the common codes, keep it in library, share it across, and then use it. Saves a lot of effort, a lot of time, and it makes like collaboration between multiple teams much easier. So this is it from here, the workspace and monorepo. Now let's talk about few things, few files again, main.ts and other files. I'll show you the connection between these files and your angular.json file, how they are connected. So let's go to angular.json file, and this is our project right now, hotel inventory app. It has project type. So this is how you can identify if a project is library or application. Application is of course your application which can be deployed somewhere, and then which has like your visuals or front end application kind of thing. So that's application. Library is something which will have your reusable codes, and you can use those libraries, build those, use it, or publish it on npm. Those are libraries. So let's go ahead and see. So there are few properties. So first, this hotel inventory app, what is the source root for this application? So it says src. So this is the folder. In case we create a new application, we will see that later on. You will see the source root will be a different folder. Prefix will come back to this. Before that, let's see some more options here. So here, the first property which you have is output path. This is where all the final bundles or final code to be deployed will be created. We'll talk about this. Then you have index file. So remember we said, okay, this is the default index.html which will be served to the consumer. Does it need to be index.html? The answer is no. You can name it whatever you want, but mapping should be here. So you have index which will which have a path to index.html. So this file. Similarly, main.ts again. So this is referring to this file. So it can be any file name. I'm just saying, okay, this is the mapping. This is how they are mapped once you start building your application. Then polyfills, of course, it is defined here. So in case you want to add, like, you want to have a common polyfill for, let's say you have a monorepo with 10 applications. Now, do I need to actually have multiple polyfills.ts? The answer is no. You can actually go ahead and just create a polyfill.ts somewhere in a common folder and then use it. That's possible. tsconfig, as we mentioned, for app, tsconfig.app.json will be used. And there is a new property called inline style language. You can earlier writing inline Sass was not supported. Now it is. So this is the property which is used. And what will be actually available inside your assets folder? So you have favicon and the assets folder. So once you let's say keep some images in your, let's say, separate folder, right? Generally try to move them into assets folder, but in case you are keeping it somewhere, you can actually just pass a path here. Style.scss, this is your global styling, global style.css. And in case you want to include more styles, you can actually mention it here. For example, let's say you want to add Bootstrap, you want to use Angular material, you can apply or add all those paths here. The scripts, you can actually load some JS files as well. So you can actually give path here in case you have some requirement to load some external JavaScript. Otherwise, just don't. So these are the files which is related. Now let's go back to main.ts. So here you have your main.ts, and let's run this application and then we'll see the flow, how it actually goes to this, what is this module, and then how you get your first page. So to do that, I'll just open so we'll go inside hotel inventory app. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Now here you have to run a command called ngserv-o to run this application locally. So I'll say I don't want to actually share this information. It's up to you. You can just change it to yes if you are working on some side project. right? So meanwhile it is getting compiled. Let's go back here. So here, as we said, so this is your main entry point to the application, and it goes to yeah. So it goes to this Bootstrap module. So whenever you your main.ts executes, it goes to this Bootstrap module and it bootstraps an module, which is app module. And let's see what is available here. And it has something called app module class actually, and then on top of app module there is something called @ng module. So what is this? Let's talk about this and then we will move on to next topic. In Angular, everything is a class, right? So you can see this app module, it's a class. Component, it's a class. But to bootstrap your application, you need minimum one module. Remember this. So in Angular, we call this as a root module. In future, it may be possible that you don't need modules anymore. But right now we need modules. What we do using module, we will also talk about that. So right now, let's talk about this. So this class, this is your root module, which will actually have information about all the components which will be created. What is component? Yes, we'll talk about that as well. It will also contain the information of any third-party library or any Angular specific library which is being used. So if you see this import section, it has something called browser module and app routing module. So this browser module is actually an Angular module which is available as part of Angular/platform browser library, and app routing module is created by us when we started our created our application. So when any Angular module which needs to be used needs to be imported into imports array. Any components, directive and pipes. Remember these three words, we will talk about all these three. Any component, directives and pipes needs to be registered by declarations array. And this ng module will have all the information about different components, different Angular modules which is being used, or any module which you have created by your own. It means I can have n number of modules. I can create n number of modules in my application, but it needs at least one root module. And that's why Angular creates one by default. And this will be loaded once you start your application or once you build your application. So this is from where your execution starts. So now it goes to app module. App module knows everything about my application. It knows what are the different components, what are the different modules I'm using, and it gives that information to your compiler. Now, after this, let's go ahead and talk about this @ng module. Now, your compiler needs to know that whatever class I'm actually compiling, what type of class is that? What is this @ng module? Remember, just in TypeScript, we discussed something about decorators. So, and we mentioned that Angular uses a lot of decorators. So this @ng module is a decorator. So what a decorator does, it modifies the behavior of your class. So what this @ng module is doing here, it is giving all this metadata information that, okay, what are the different components I'm using, what are the different modules, Angular modules I'm using to the compiler. Then you have something called Bootstrap app component. So now once you compile all the files, your Angular application needs to know that, okay, which component will be loaded first. What is component? Now let's go ahead and talk about what is component. So it goes to this app component.ts, right? So you can see app component.ts. And whenever you create a component, you will get 4 files. So let's talk about those 4 files. So you will get a TS file. You will get a spec.ts file where you will write your unit test. You will get a CSS file or CSS file or whatever style sheet you have selected. Third, and you will get an HTML file where you can write your HTML code. So these 4 files will be created. Now coming to component. So components are actually your views, which will be actually rendered to the end user. So here, this is my first component. So similar to my root module, which is we said app module, we will have one root component. This is our root component. That's why also the selector is named as app root. We will talk about what the selector means and what that template URL style URL is, but that's why it is mentioned as root, because we need a root component as well. Now let's come back here. So Bootstrap, we have mentioned that, okay, this is my root component, and this root component will be loaded on your index.html. It means in case I want to load any other view or any other component in future, where I can load it within this app component.ts. So now let's talk about all other files. So now we are aware that, okay, this is the component of view which will be available for us now, and these are the 4 files. So HTML is where we will be writing our HTML code, and in case you create new components and it needs to be rendered, you will add that into app component.html. Let's talk about these properties first. So we have this first property which is named as selector. So when you create component, actually what you do is you create a view. How it will be rendered? It will be rendered using an HTML tag. If you go to index.html, this is your HTML tag, and that's what you will be creating. So you will be creating multiple reusable HTML tags, which I can go ahead and use anywhere I want to. Those are components. So you go to any library or any framework, UI framework, they will give you this custom HTML tags. This is what you will be creating. You will be creating those custom HTML tags, and then you can render it anywhere you want to. So here, the selector becomes your HTML tag. Then, of course, it needs to render some HTML. So you can do it in 2 ways in Angular. You can either have a separate HTML file, separate where you can write your HTML, or you can also use inline HTML as well. So this template URL now points to this HTML. It says, okay, whatever HTML is rendered right now, it's coming from this HTML. So if I go to this localhost 4200, all this information is actually available here. So let's remove it, and I'll create an H1. I'll say hello world, right? So, and you can see as soon as I press save, this will be automatically compiled. So this in Angular, the ngserve command runs in a watch mode. What I mean by watch mode, it keeps and watch on all the changes which you make in your file system, on your file system, or in your workspace. Not everything is watched. So let's say if I make some changes to angular.json or package.json, it won't be actually watched. You make any changes inside your src folder, most of them will be watched, and it will just restart the server which is running here. So you can see let's press Ctrl S, and you can see compile successfully, because of course there were not any changes, so it was so fast that we didn't even realize. But it says, okay, the build time was this. So we have hello world here, but let's see how you can actually make it inline as well. I'll remove this. I'll comment this template URL property. We will be using template URL. I always prefer having another HTML file to write our template. In case you want to do it inline, you can use template property. So I can just say hello world from inline template, right? Let's save, and you have hello world from inline template. And I can also, of course, add H1, and you can also see I have installed Angular inline Angular language services. I'll talk about that as well. I was getting an IntelliSense whenever I was writing the inline HTML tag. So let me tell you. You can go to extensions, and you can actually go ahead and install Angular language service. This is the Angular language service. It's created and maintained by Angular team itself. So it gives you all the IntelliSense inside your VS Code. Even it gives you all the errors inside VS Code. So you don't have to worry about like getting those errors while compiling or building your application. Most of the errors you will actually get inside your editor. For example, let's try this out. I think. Oh, okay, this works. Yeah, but here you can see it is giving me option that, okay, there is open H1 tag. So this is inline HTML template, but what in case you have multi-line HTMLs? Sometime you don't want to actually create separate file for your template, but it's multi-line, so you cannot do it in a single line. That's possible as well. So what you have to do is you have to, rather than single quotes, you have to use the stick operator. Remember, we use this in TypeScript as well. So I can mention the, let's use p tag, and I can say Angular is awesome. And now you have multi-line HTML, right? So just add this tick operator and then move your HTML here. So you can see the output is available here. So this is how you can do it in multi-line HTML as well. I'll just keep this here so you can refer it in future. You have style URLs, same. So either I can have another file to create all the style sheets, all the styles related to this component, and or I can just have inline styles as well. So it's up to you, whatever you prefer. I'm not that good into styles. I mean, I can probably, yeah, I can write some CSS, but I mean, not that advanced, right? So it's up to you which styles you want to use. Let it be a separate file, or you can also use styles property to give you or to write your inline styles. So I can say, okay, this H1 will have, let's see, I'll comment this one, and then we can use inline styles where we are saying this H1, if we have one, yeah, we do have, and it will have the color red. So this is how you can write it in inline. And as we said, now you can also use inline SAS code as well here. Earlier it was not supported. So just keep that in mind. With Angular 12, it is supported now. So I'll just comment this as well. Okay, so this is about component, and we also discuss about module. So now what we can do is we can create our new component, and then we'll start learning about the next topic or next concept, which is template syntax. Because of course this is important whenever you want to start working on a new UI framework. The first thing which you have to understand is, of course, the language which we have learned about, which is TypeScript. And the next thing is the template engine, how to write your templates. And let's go ahead and do that. So first thing first, first what we are going to do is we will be creating a new component, and we will be writing our code inside that particular component. Okay, before we move on, we go ahead and create a new component, I want to again talk about the selector property. Remember, there was in Angular.json, there was a prefix called app. So this prefix is actually used whenever you create a new component in your HTML tag name. So here app root is your HTML tag name, and app is a prefix. Angular says whenever you are creating a new component, have some prefix, just to avoid conflict with any other HTML element which may exist. So if I just keep it root, there is possibility that root may be another HTML tag defined somewhere. It can be native, it can be created by some other library, or it may be created in future inside, let's say, inside HTML as well. So have some prefix. Generally, it should be it should start with whatever your application is, or let's say some people also, some companies also keep it on based on the company name, right? So, or the application name, whatever you prefer. So right now we have app, but we can change it to whatever we want. So here, let's say I can change it to hotel inventory app, right? So hotel inventory app. So I can say I know it sounds really bad. HINV, for example, hotel inventory, right? So short for hotel inventory. Or let's say if you have some specific hotels, right, for whom you are creating this particular app, you can keep the select prefix based on that. Now, if you change it here, you have to actually go ahead and change it here as well. And Once you do this, you have to go ahead and change into index.html as well. So you have to say, okay, this won't be app root, but hotel inventory management root, hotel inventory root, right? So, or you can also do it while you are creating your app. So you can say create ng-new, your application name -- prefix equals to whatever you want to, but up to you. I mean, whatever way you want to do it. So let's see if it still works. Yeah, as I mentioned, we made changes right now to Angular.json, and any Angular.json related changes are not watched. So we have to stop our server and run it again. So let's do that. Clear, and we'll do ng serve again. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and start preparing or start talking about the next topic, which is template syntax, right? So we'll talk about template engine. And you have hello world again. But if you see hello world, I mean, just let me show you one more thing here. I can go to inspect, and here you will notice this is your HTML tag, HINV root, right? And then you have h1 tag available here. So this is the HTML tag you created right now. Yep, time to create our own component. So here, what we will be doing is we will be creating, we'll be creating an hotel inventory management app. So let's create some views around that, right? So first, what is important if a hotel wants to manage its inventory? What is the most important inventory? Rooms, right? So rooms is the most important inventory they have. So what we will do is we will create a component. So how you can create a component is you can say ng g, which is short for generate. So you can also write generate if you want to. We'll be using shortcut, and then you have component, which is also there is a shortcut to write. You can write c, and then your component name or your view name, whatever you want to give it. So let's say I want to now create a component called rooms, so which can have information about all the rooms the hotel has right now. And whenever you do that, as we mentioned, this will create 4 files. You have HTML, CSS, spec.ts, and then your TS file. TS file is where you will be writing your code. HTML file where you will be writing your views. To get the list of all commands, you don't have to remember those. Just keep that in your mind. You don't have to remember all the commands, all the options. You can just go to docs, and at the end of the docs, you have the CLI command reference, and you can read all the commands. In case there are some changes in future, there that will be updated. In case you get a new command in future, that will be added here as well. So you have all the information related to CLI commands. And this is our application. So let's close this. So now we have created our first component. Let's try to right now just see what is here. It says room works. Let's go back to our application let's go back to the browser and see what is available here. So we just have hello world. So in case I want to render this rooms component or any information related to rooms component right now, I have to add this HTML tag here because this is our entry component. And you will see, okay, it says rooms work. It means the new component which we have created is getting rendered perfectly fine. You don't have to do anything. Let's go ahead and add some information. So let's talk about templates. First question, why you create front-end application? Okay, if you're wondering, you get paid for it. Yes, that's the definite answer. But what else, right? So we create front ends because we want to display some information to the end user. That's the whole purpose. I mean, of course, I can create APIs and I can ask my users to just hit those API and get information, right? That's developers. That information is relevant to developers. But for end users, the information which is available on some front end application, that's what matters. So you get paid for that. And It means whatever code we have to write, we have to eventually go ahead and bind that data to our HTML, our view. That's where it will be available. So let's see how you can actually do that in Angular. Every language, every library has their different syntax to work with templates. So how you will do it in Angular. So here we have already discussed about component introduction. We have also already discussed about how you can create a first component. So we'll just skip here and then we'll come to just binding syntax. So let's see. So how you can bind that information to your front end. Let's close this. So there are three ways to bind your information which is available in your TS file to your HTML. So you have interpolation, you have property binding, you have event binding. So let's see first interpolation. You can use interpolation syntax with any basic data types. For example, if you have date, if you have string, you have number, those information can be binded using interpolation. Even you can work with objects using interpolation. So let's see. What we will do is we will create, uh, let's say, hotel name. So this is my first property, and I'll just print Hilton Hotel, right? So this is the hotel name for, like, let's say this hotel name we want to display on our view right now using interpolation syntax. So you can just go to HTML. I'll put an h1 tag here, right? And I'll say welcome to, and you can put double curly brackets and put your variable name. So hotel name is my variable name, right? And just save. Let's go back to the browser. And it says welcome to Hilton Hotel. So this is how your interpolation syntax works. So this is string, a variable of type string. You remember we said inference. So it is able to infer that, okay, this property should be string. And then we are displaying it using the interpolation syntax. Angular allows you to also use, so let's talk about the second way, which is property binding. So Angular allows you to actually use native HTML attribute properties for binding as well. So what I mean by that? So actually I can have a div and I can bind a value directly to this div to any valid property of this particular div. So remember, do you remember any valid property of div? So in case you don't, it's absolutely fine. You can just go to Mozilla Docs, right, MSDN, and read about all the HTML tags and basic JavaScript. So I'll use one property which is known as inner text. So there is a property called inner text equals to, I'll say here, I'll create another property. I'll say this is number of rooms. So let's say we have 10 rooms available in this hotel, and then I can just use number of rooms here. So what is the difference? So generally, you use this inner text property, something like this. This is JavaScript code. So generally, we do document dot get element by ID, and then you get an element by ID, and then you apply inner text. This is normal JavaScript. This is how you do it in JavaScript. But in Angular, you can actually just avoid all this code and just directly do it here. So you have inner text. Remember this box, that's the extra layer of syntactical sugar which we are adding, which Angular is adding. And then you are just saying, okay, this variable name should be bound to this inner text property. And I can say, okay, this is a number of rooms, right? And you will see number of rooms available 10. So this is property binding. Remember, you can only use it with any valid HTML property of any valid HTML tag. If I try to use inner text, I'm getting inline error. Remember, I said Angular language service can give you that. That's it. If I save this, you will also get this information everywhere. So you are getting this here, you will be getting it in your command line. And as soon as you fix this and say, okay, this is the property, it will be gone from here, it will be gone from your view. So it's back, and that's it. Now, Once you create front end, of course, you need to display information, but you need to do one more thing as well. You may need to actually collect information. So how to collect information? So of course, in you may want your user to interact with your application. It means you may want your user to raise the events. I mean, probably save some information, or probably in some cases retrieve some information based on some filters. So you need those, right? So you need a way to actually raise the events as well. So the third way is something which is known as event binding, right? So let's talk about event binding now. In plain JavaScript, we just do something like this. So let's create a button, and we use click equals to a function name. So here you probably will be using a function name in JavaScript. In Angular, you will do some just little bit extra. So here, in JavaScript, you say on click. So you'll be doing something like on click equals to your function name. In Angular, as I said, every programming languages or every framework has their own different template syntax or template engine. In Angular, you have to just put it in this banana syntax. So this is known as banana syntax, and this is known as box syntax. So you'll put any event, just remove on, put a banana syntax, and that's your Angular event. Now on click equals to, I can create a function. So I'll create a function called toggle, and I'll say this is toggle. So right now we are getting an error because this toggle function does not exist. Let's go ahead and implement it. Let's go to TS and write a toggle function. And what this toggle function will do is, let's say it will hide the rooms. So I'll create another property, hide rooms, which is equals to false. And whenever we click on toggle, I'll say this dot hide rooms is equals to not this dot hide rooms, right? So we want to toggle the value. And here I'll create a div here, and I'll move this information here. And then we will be using a property binding syntax. So hidden is a property which I think all available on almost all the HTML tags which exist. So hidden equals to hide rooms. It's a Boolean property, right? So true or false, false or true. Let's see. So let's go back. So right now we have number of rooms. Click on toggle and they are gone. So remember, but this div still exists here, right? Because hidden is a property, and I can just remove hidden and then display this information again. So toggle, what we are doing is we are raising an event which is going ahead and updating a property, and then our view is updated accordingly. I'll show you one more thing, how you can actually debug your application, because that will be beneficial for upcoming videos. And in case you get into some issues, you will be able to figure those as well. So here in sources panel, you will be able to see all the components, all the files which you have written. This is your code, right? So I can just go to, not here. So go to pages, and you will be able to see all the files in dot folder. So you will be able to see localhost 4000, and then you will be able to see webpack. And then dot folder is where your code exists. So app, and then you have your rooms, and you have your .ts file. Let's add a breakpoint here. Click on toggle, and you have your breakpoint available, right? So your debugger available here. So you can see, okay, right now the hide rooms property is true, and we are updating it true to false, and now it is available here. So this is how you can actually add breakpoints, find files. You can also use a shortcut. So you can press Control P and open any file. So you can just type app dot. So let's say I want to open app module. So you can here do that here, or let's say rooms, right? So I can just say rooms dot component.ts, and that's it. So you can also search in case you have a lot of files. Of course, you won't be wasting your time going through it. You can just open the sources panel, press Control P. This is on Windows. I'm sure probably this will be the same across all the different OS for Chrome. So Control P and then just type the file name. The same command control P works for your VS Code as well. So let's say if you have thousands of files, how you will search for a file? You can press control P, start typing the file name, and that's it. So you can move to any file by using the shortcuts. So this is it from the binding syntax. You learn about interpolation, you learn about property binding, you learn about event binding, and this is what we are going to use for all our upcoming tutorials. In this video, we are going to talk about directives. So we will see types of directives, and we will also see built-in directives in this particular video. And later on in this course, we will also see how you can build your own custom directives. Yeah. So let's go ahead and see what directives are. So directives are something which can change behavior or appearance of your DOM element. They are kind of like, and you can say that they are a reusable function which you can apply on any DOM element which you have in your application. And then if you want to change that behavior of your DOM, or let's say appearance of that DOM, you can achieve that via directive. Directives can implement all lifecycle hook. We have not learned about lifecycle hooks right now. It will be in upcoming videos, but just remember this: while implementing, you can also implement all the lifecycle hooks because we will be using that later on. The one difference between your components and directives are they cannot have templates. Remember, when we went through all the components, we said there will be 4 files every time, and there was one template, one style sheet. Then we have your your spec.ts and then your ts file. In directives, you will be having you won't be having a template file. So it will be just have your directives will just contain your logic. So let's talk about types of directives which we have. So there are 2 types, which is one is structural directives and one is attribute based directive. Structural directives are always costlier because they are going to implement structural directives are always costlier because they are going to change the behavior of your DOM, which may give you uh, performance issues as well. Attribute directives you will be using a lot of the time. Probably most of the time you will be creating your own attribute based directive rather than structured directive. So let's go ahead and use some built-in directives which we have available, and later on, and we will also talk about what are the structured directives and attribute-based directive which we have while going through each built-in directives here. So first we will go through ngif directive, and let's see what we can achieve using ngif directive. Let's go back to our code. This is our code here. So what we will do is we will also we'll create one interface where we will have some information about our rooms. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's create the interface. I'll call it as rooms.ts. So this is our interface name. Then we can say export interface. Remember the TypeScript session where we created our interfaces, and I'll call it as room. And let's see what this room property is going to have. It will have, as of now, we will keep adding more properties as we go. But right now, let's say we have available rooms. Which is number. Not none. Then we have booked rooms. And let's have these 2 properties as of now, and then we'll see later on. And here I'm going to create a rooms property, which will be type of room, which is imported from, you can see actually due to Angular language service, it can actually auto import out. This is something which is also enabled in VS Code. So we can just go to room, and sorry, it's not going to be array. It's an object. And here I'll say available rooms is 10 and booked rooms is 5. And let's have total rooms as well. So let's say you have total rooms as 20, but you're just booking for 15, right? So where you have 5 available and 5 booked and 5 probably something on hold or something like that, right? Or going through construction. So you have this now. You have this data available, and what we are going to do is let's first change the spelling. I think I'm not sure why I keep misspelling rooms somehow. So you have total rooms, available rooms, and booked rooms. So what we are going to achieve using this property is we will be using ngIf directive. We'll see an example of ngIf directive. And let's say if available rooms is greater than 0, we want to display a section where probably you can see which rooms are available, right? List of rooms which are available in future. Right now we don't have the rooms list. So here, let's see how we can achieve. Remember we said we can also use all the valid properties of HTML while doing property binding. And we saw an example of hidden. But there was one problem with hidden attribute. So the problem was if you inspect this element and see this number of rooms and just let's click toggle, even though that particular div element is hidden, it is still available on your DOM. And when you have a lot of DOM elements on your view, it will cause performance issues. So what we can do? What in case I don't display this DOM element until unless I need it, or I can just remove it whenever I don't have any rooms available. So in that case, my DOM element will be fewer than what we can expect in case we display all the elements. So let's go ahead and try to achieve that. So I'll create a new div here. And here I'll say, for example, I'm going to display rooms list here in future when we have list of rooms. Let's see if, okay, remove this breakpoint first. And we get this rooms list. Now, the case is, in case rooms are available, I want to display this entire thing. I mean, I can have anything here, right? I can have a list, I can have whatever I want to. In future, we are going to have list, basically. So here, what we will do is, I can just access this rooms property here. And using the ngIf directive, so star ngIf is equals to, I can say rooms dot total available rooms. If it is greater than 0, I want to display this. So rooms list. Right now, of course, our available rooms are greater than 0. So we will get this rooms list and it is available here. Now let's go ahead and change the available rooms to 0. And let's come back here. Okay, so that particular div is gone, but let's inspect the element. This is where it gets interesting, right? So you can see that entire div is gone. It's not available in your DOM. So something which, let's say, there are some secure information which you don't want to display to all user, but let's say you want to enable that particular area, or you want to display that particular section in some particular case. That's it. You have the perfect use case for ngIf. Try to use ngIf as much as possible. Don't rely on the hidden attribute. So that's one thing. Now let's go ahead and change this to 10. So we have learned about ngIf directive now. Let's go ahead and see what else is there. So we have ngFor. Okay, before we go to ngFor, I want to show you some more, I can say, syntax which you can use. So here, in TypeScript, this is something this is known as optional chaining, and there are there are two features which are actually enabled in TypeScript, which is optional chaining and nullish collision. You can actually use both inside template as well. Let me show you some example. So let's say if my rooms property, right? If my rooms property is not available, what I can also do is I can say no rooms. So let's see. So what I will do here is I'll say rooms is this, and I'll just I have to make it optional. Let's do that quickly. So question mark, question, and I will comment this. I'll keep it here so we can go ahead and use it later on. But let's see. So we don't have any data available for rooms. Let's see what we get here. So we are getting an error. So it says rooms dot available rooms is greater than 0, and it says object is possibly undefined. What in this case? Now what we can do? So of course this will be taken care by a nullish collision operator, but you can also use the optional chaining here. You can put a question mark, and let's see. Sorry, I can do some rooms, and if rooms and rooms dot available rooms is greater than 0, let's see if it works. Let's see. We have made some changes. So we are saying rooms dot available rooms. So in case rooms is available, we will display rooms list. Here, let's see what it displays. Okay, it is showing object, which of course makes sense because we have to change. We have to check for an individual object, right? And so here I can say I can just use the same. So I'm saying if rooms dot available rooms is available, then it's okay. Otherwise, just go ahead and display no rooms. And it should work. Yeah. So you have no rooms available in case there is the available rooms does not exist. So this is something which you can use, which is null collision operator, and this is optional chaining. So you can say, okay, before accessing this variable, go ahead and check if this exists or not. So this is really useful in case you want to bind some object. You don't have to worry about it. I mean, uh, whether this object exists or not. So we generally do, right? If and else. That, so you don't have to do if and else here. You can just put a question mark and try to access an object. If object exists, it will print it. If doesn't exist, it will just leave it, right? I mean, for example, this rooms list. Right now, available rooms does not exist, so it is not displaying room list. That's it. So these are two operators which is really useful while working in Angular template. They are available inside your TypeScript file as well. So feel free to use them there also. Now, once now we know about these operators and we know about ngIf, let's go ahead and do some extra stuff, right? So rooms list. We said we want to display rooms list in case we have available rooms. Now let's go ahead and put this code back. Let's see, it breaks the template. It doesn't. So we still have rooms list, and it displays the number of rooms which is available. So which is this line of code. So rather than this div, I could have just used this, which will take care of. Yeah, I mean, in case my rooms does not there are no available rooms, it will also show no rooms. So let's see this. Available rooms is greater than 0. Object is possibly undefined. I can just remove. Let's see. Rooms dot available rooms. Okay, do I need to check if it is undefined? Let's see. Not equals to doing this, but let's see. So available rooms not equals to undefined and rooms. Okay, I'm still getting this error somehow. Because of this question mark, which let's remove it, which makes the value as undefined as well. So we should not be getting it anymore. Numbers, HTML. Okay, that's strange. Rooms dot available rooms greater than 0. It works. So we have like our now we want to display here rooms list. Now we need rooms data. So we need rooms list data. So what we will do is we'll create an interface and we will call it as room list. Let's add some properties. So first thing which we will do is room type, right? So you can have like there are multiple room types, which is let's say right now string, and what else we can have? Room can have amenities, right? We will say this is amenities, which is as of now string. Then the price of this particular room, which is number, and what else? What else a room can have? It can, of course, amenities is there. Their room type is there. It can have an image, right? So photos, which can be string array of string, but let's say we right now we have only one photo. So this is and uh, available. I want one date time property as well. So we can have check-in time, right? So we will also have one date property and checkout time. So we have string, number, date. So yeah, I think this is enough. This is more than enough information. Now let's go ahead and create some data. So I'll say room list, which is type of room list, and this is going to be array. So we'll just and let's say room type, amenities, price, and then we have photos. Let's take something from Unsplash. Check-in time. Let's say we have let's put some date 11th 11 November 2021 and checkout time this, and we have to say new date, and then in your application just try to use some date date time library. For example, let's take datefns, whatever you have decided for your application. So amenities, price, let's say I'll just increase to 1000. So photos, let's take the same photo as of now, and then we have check-in time and you have checkout time. So and this won't be deluxe room, but let's say uh, private suite, and rest of the things are almost same. Let's increase the price to 15. Okay, so we have this list of records available here. Now let's try to bind it. Now we know how to bind uh, values like string, number, boolean. We also know how to bind objects now. But what about arrays? So let's try binding arrays here, right? So rooms list, I can say rooms list. So just let's place it here as it is. And we have something called object. So it says, okay, there is some object which has 3 records. So you can see it actually printed it thrice. So it means, okay, there are 3 records, but I'm not sure how to read it. So what's the way to read it? Yep, this is where our next directive will come handy, which is ngFor. We will be using ngFor, so it's like for loop, which will loop through each and every record and display this information in the way we want to. So generally, how you display array of information, right, on your web page? We if I have to talk about in HTML, probably we'll be using some data table, right? So right now, let's use table. And in future, what we will do is we will remove this table and we will use something from third-party UI library, because in your real-time project, you are not going to create table, probably never. You will be using some UI library, so you should learn about that. And that's what we will do in probably in an upcoming video, where we will remove this table and then we'll replace it with Angular material table. Why we are learning it right now? Because Angular material table will actually avoid, or you can say it will give you a wrapper where you don't have to write this code. So you should learn about ngFor in case you have to work with array of records. But as we said, Angular material table takes care of everything, so it will do internally all those things. You won't be actually writing this code. But this ngFor directive will be useful for a lot of other cases where you have actually array of data and you want to bind it. So let's use table, and we'll say, okay, first there is a tr and then th. We have room number, okay, not room number, but okay, room number can be on property, which we missed. And let's add it here. So we'll say room number 1, room number 2, and room number 3. So okay, so we have our room number property as well. So let's see the headers. So we have room number, room type, then what else? So this will be our table headers, room price. Then we have room status. We don't have, but let's say we will have amenities, right? We have amenities. So we have room number, room type, amenities, price is there. Photo we will use later on. Check-in time, check-out time, because we want to actually see some date time pipe as well. I'll just talk about it later. Let's see. So right now, let's display this check-out and check-in time, check-out time. Check-in time. So let's use only one check-in time here. This is it. So this is our header. And now we want to display the information. So let's come back here and have another tr. And now what we want to do is we want to create multiple rows. Remember, so tr means, of course, your table rows, which will be created for each and every record. So this is where you will be applying your ngFor. So I'll say, okay, this is ngFor is equals to, let's see how the syntax is. So you can say let room of rooms list. Okay, what happened here? Okay, it's not rooms list, it's room list. Okay, so now this for loop will run for each record inside room list. So we have 3 records right now. And now let's display the information. So we have room number, type, price, room dot Okay, room. What's wrong here? See this? What's wrong here? So td room dot. Okay, let's. Generally, we should get IntelliSense, but somehow the IntelliSense is not working. Okay, so we have price, then we need amenities. So let's copy the properties right now, amenities. And then we have check-in time, and that's another property, check-in time. Okay, so now we have our room list available. Let's go ahead and see. So let's go ahead and see that on the UI. Here you can see all the information is available in a tabular format. So I think check-in time. Okay, we have to change. It is what happened to this. State is not assignable to amenities. Did I change something here? Amenities, amenities. No, this is string. Okay, I think I just copy pasted something. So check-in time, which will be here. So let's go ahead and see the UI, and this is the information which we have available in tabular format. So we have a room number, we have room type, we have room price, then we have amenities, and then this is your date format. So by default, you can see Angular displays the long date format, which we can change. We will change this date format later on. Right now, let's go ahead and see what happened here. So we have ng for loop available, which like works for each record which is available in your array. There are a few more properties which ng for has. Let's talk about those. Rather than ng for can also give you access to a few more things, which is even and odd values. So in case I want to find out which row is even and which row is odd, ng for gives you that. So I can say let e equals to even and let o equals to odd, and let's print it here, right? So I'll say this is one more header, even slash odd, and let's say so we are saying if it's if it's even, display even or display odd. Simple logic, right? So you can see even, odd, even. So this is how your information is getting displayed. So using even or odd values. What else? We also have an index value available. So in case you want to get hold of an unique value for your row and you don't have any unique values, you just want to display a running number while actually displaying your records. That's possible. You can say let I equals to index. And here, let's say I will add one more th, and we can say td, and we'll say display I. Remember, this is an index value, so it starts from 0. So don't be shocked when you see, okay, it's why it is giving 0, because of course this is index. So starts from 0. You will say 0, 1, 2. So this is it. So you have this few values which is available. We will talk about one more very important property of ng4. Let's do it later, because that will require some extra code to be written. Like we need services and all to see an example. ng for every time. The thing is, whenever you have ng for directive used, in case something gets changed, it will re-render all the records within this data. You can actually improve the performance of this particular ng4, which we will see in a separate section how you can improve that. But right now, this is it. This is the basics which you need to know about while working with ng4. So we are done with ng if and we are done with ng4. But we didn't discuss about one thing. You remember this star? What with this star is? Okay, we have been discussed about it. So let's talk about that star. Remember, we said there are two types of directives: attribute-based directive and structural directives. So how you will differentiate between structural directives and attribute-based directive? So that's the star which actually lets you know. Or there is one more way. Generally, in all the built-in directives which has star are structural directives. Yes, that's true. And other like ng class and ng style, they are attribute-based directive. So your structural directives can modify your DOM. Remember this. Here, if you see your uh, list on your view right now, you can see actually we just in our code base we just have tr only once. Who is creating this 3 trs or 4 trs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, first one is header anyways. So 1, 2, 3, 3 records, right? Who is creating that? So that's the task of ng4, star ng4. And it is actually a structural directive, so it can add and modify, it can add or remove the DOM element from your view. Similarly, if you see, when we had used ngIf, it was actually adding the div or removing the div. You can actually do that on button click as well, of course, by changing the properties. So that also does the same thing. ngIf is also able to add or modify the DOM element. So any directive which can modify your DOM element is structural directive. Attribute based directives are something which will probably add some attribute to your uh, element or remove something or add some extra logic to your element based on some properties, but they cannot modify entire DOM. That's the difference. So, sorry, they can modify the DOM. They can modify the DOM, but they cannot add or remove the element from the DOM. That's what your attribute directives does most of the time. So let's see. Uh, let's talk about ngSwitch. We'll take an example of ngSwitch, and then we'll talk about the rest of two attribute-based directives which we have. ngSwitch is something which is I have used very rarely, but very useful. So let's see an example what we can do. I'm sure you might have learned about switch case statement. So ngSwitch is kind of similar, which is available here. So let's see what we can achieve. I'll take an example, simple example here, and let's see. So here what we want to do is, for example, if I am an user, I'm normal user, I don't want to display this room's information to the user, but in case I'm an admin, I want to display this rooms. So let's see how we can achieve that using ngSwitch. So first what we will do is we'll create a property here. I'll say this is login type. We don't have login page right now, so we'll just start with mock data. I'll say login type, and I'll say this is admin right now. And let's go to app component.html. Here I'll use a div, and I'll use star ng switch is equals to, I'll say this is login type. Just a second. Or let's name it role, right? Which makes more sense. And now, based on whether the role is admin or if it's simple user, we want to display different views. So here, what I will do is I will say a div, and we will use star ng switch case is equals to, I'll say this is user. This is user role. I want to display, you want to actually use it as string. So what I can do is I can put single quotes inside it. Remember, if I just remove single quotes, it will treat it as variable as we have seen so far while binding the data. So here I want to treat it as string. So I'll say, okay, this is user. And here I can say, this is, let's say, welcome user, right? So this is what we want to display to the user. If it's not, it's admin. I want to display this room's information. And switch case, like switch case statement, this also has ng switch case, will also have a default one, so you can use that. So default, I can say you're not authorized to be this page, right? So let's see, right now our role is admin, so we should be able to see everything. Let's change our role to user. So we'll see that welcome user thing. So you can now have welcome user, and let's type users, which will say you are not authorized to view this page. So this your ng switch case works. So you have like your ng switch where you are assigning the value, and then ng switch case based on which you can toggle your view. You can display whatever you want to here. So ng switch case and ng switch case default. These are the different attributes, or you can say different directives which you have available. You can use those. We'll keep this code here because we are not going to use it anymore. So let's see an example of ng class and ng style, and then we'll wrap up with built-in directives. So can you guess what ng class and ng style is related to? Yeah, if your answer is related to styles, yes, that's the correct answer. So what we need is there are two ways, right? So I can just apply some style, or I can apply some class directly. So let's see how we can do that. So here I'll create two classes, even where we have, let's say, background color and color. Let's change to looks white, so I'll say this is stale blue and color is white. And then there is an odd class which has background color of light stale blue, and let's use tomato and white. So let's see how you can use ng class to toggle the class between even and odd. We can do that here. So I can apply this ng, not here, let's not apply on td, we want to apply it on tr. So I can say ng class is equals to, so if my class is even, then I can say, okay, if it's even row, I mean my class will be even, else I'll say use odd class. There are multiple syntax, remember. You can also just use a variable name directly here. That's absolutely fine. Right now we are saying, okay, based on even value, switch have different class. Let's change this to even. Let's go to view. And you can see we have different rows, different background color for different even and odd rows, right? So this is how you can use ng class. Also, as discussed, you can also have a variable. For example, let's say you have a class name which is saved for some user preferences, right? They prefer some different class to be used. So you can save those class and then load it via variable. That's also possible. ng style is something where you have to give the style. So let's see where we can do that in a text. Here, let's try to do here. Uh, so I'll say if ng if is greater than 0, mm, ng style, I'll say rooms. Well, let's remove it, right? I mean, we can directly do this as well. So we can say here rooms greater than 0 style room style available greater than 0. Then we can say color then color is green. So we'll just say this one. Let's see if this works because I generally don't use ng style. Okay, it is expecting something at line. Rooms color green. Missing expected curly brackets on line number 7. This is closed. This is okay. Okay, this is an extra, right? You can actually, we can do something like this. So we can say color, which is a property, and then we are saying if rooms, there are available rooms, make it green, otherwise make it red. Let's see how it looks like. You can see this is green color, which is coming here. So let's make it some other color, which looks visible. So I'll say steel blue. Okay, so this is steel blue. Now you can see, of course, that it is different from the black, or you can just keep it green. So this is how you can also use ng style. Ng style also accepts variable, so you can also pass a variable here. That's absolutely fine. So this is from the directives part. Now we will move on to pipes. So we know how to do data binding. We also learn about few useful directives. Next thing which we are going to talk about is pipes. What is pipe? So in so we are going to see what is pipe, and then we'll talk about some built-in pipes. So let's first talk about what is pipe. So in your day-to-day work, of course, what you will be doing is you will be binding some data on your front-end screen or your view. And there will be times that a requirement may come that, okay, this particular date object should not be displayed in the long date format, which we have seen. Probably it needs to be shown in some other date format. Or there might be requirement to display amount in, let's say, dollars, INR, or any other currency, right? So by default, the currency is dollar, of course, but we may need to actually show it in a different format. For the same goes to numbers. What to do? I mean, of course, we cannot ask the API to change the date format. They will be like, okay, this same API is getting used at multiple places. Why should I do that for you? So the pipes are the answer. So pipes are used for data transformation. So when I mean transformation, it has a meaning. So transformation means my original object remain as it is. I'm not going to change that object. But while presenting that object, I am displaying it in a different format. So it means pipes actually don't change the original object. They keep it as it is, but while presenting it on your view, you may actually change the format in different format. So there are few built-in pipes which we have, and there are few you can actually write your own pipe as well, which we are going to do in future. Here we will go through all the built-in pipes which we have. So we have date pipe, uppercase, lowercase, we have currency, we have decimal, we have percent pipe as well, we have JSON pipe, slice, and then we have async pipe. So let's go through them. So let's go through them one by one, and we will see. We will apply and then see how your view looks like. So let's switch back to the VS Code, and this is the same view which we wrote last time. So remember rooms, and then we created a list. So let's start with the first pipe which we have, which is date pipe. So we already have a property called check-in time, right? So here, let's see how we can apply pipe. So you can use this particular symbol, which is available just below backspace and above enter. So you can just shift and press this, which is pipe operator, and then you can write, okay, I want to use date pipe. And let's go ahead and see this, and let's see it on our view. So you can see your date time format is actually changed to something else. Earlier it was a long date format. Now once you apply date, it is short date format by default. You can also change it with specific format as well. All the formats are available on angular.io docs. So you can just go to angular.io, and in docs section you will see references. Let's search date. Yeah. Okay, so it's under API. So you can see all the formats which you can use here. So you can also use text, short, medium, long, or you can also specify the format you want as well. So it's up to you. So let's say if I just say date, and then in case you want to change, you have to put colon, and then you can write, okay, short. So this is the format which I need, short, which is equivalent to, let's see, MDD by HMMA. So it's like something like this. This is the example, right? So uh, the one which is by default is this one, short date. You can specify the format as well. So I can say DD MMM and Y. So it will be date, month in the first three characters. So you can say 11th November 2021. So this is how you can actually change the formats. And in case you need time, so you can also pass the HMMSS. And this 1, 2, 3, 4 Zs is actually for time zone in case you want to display the time zone. So this is an example of date format. Let's see what else we have. So let's go back to the slides. We have uppercase, lowercase. Let's see both, and then we also have title case. Okay, which I missed here. Okay. So let's say amenities, right? So I want to display this in lowercase. You can say lowercase. So everything will be displayed in lowercase characters. Right? So you can see air conditioner, free Wi-Fi, TV, bathroom, kitchen, all everything is in lowercase right now. And up and I can just change this to uppercase, and everything will be in caps. And if I'm not wrong, okay, so I missed it in slide, but we do have title case as well, where the first character will be in capital. So you can see air conditioner, free F. Then we have TV, bathroom, kitchen. So the first character is in capital. That's title case for you. Now we also have currency, so we can use currency, and by default, the default currency is based on, I think, EN/US, which is dollars. So you can see dollars available here, $500, $1,000, and $15,000. You can change currency by passing the value. For example, for uh, Indian currency, the code is INR. So you can see it will now give us Riku symbol. Remember the currency code to its equivalent display is not available for all the currency types. It is available for all the major currencies, but you may actually find some currency which is missing. So in that case, it will just display whatever you pass here. So here you have INR. For example, if I want to display euro, I can say EUR, and it will display you the arrow symbol, and of course grid written bound GB GBP GBP, and it will display the pound symbol. Okay, saved, and you will get this pound symbol here. So by default it's euro, but let's keep it as an INR right now, Indian rupees. So we are done. We saw how date pipe works, how we can use lowercase, uppercase, title case, then currency pipe. We have decimal and percentage pipe. So let's see percentage pipe first. Percentage is something which will display your value in percent. So 1 is 100%. Remember this. So in case you want to actually convert some some numbers in percentage, make sure that it is in decimal, right? So let's go ahead and see. So you can see it is 0% is 100%, and this is 200%. So in case you have 0.5, it means 50%, which is of course true, right? So this is percent pipe. We'll come back to decimal, and then we have JSON and slice. And we have async pipe. So here we are going to say JSON pipe, of course. We will see slice pipe as well. Async pipe we will not discuss right now. We will discuss it during HTTP and API calls. So we have to wait for that. Let's see how to use JSON pipes. So here, room of room list. So JSON pipe is useful mostly for debugging purpose. For example, let's say this room list, right? And it has a lot of objects. Okay, lot of other properties as well. And what you want to do is we want to just check what is the value available here. So if I just apply or just apply these just apply this binding, you will see this is object. But what in case I want to actually see the value, so I can just go ahead and write my code based on that. It happens because, of course, in case you have large JSON object, you need to find, okay, which property exists and which property doesn't. So useful for debugging, don't keep JSON pipes on production. So let's see how JSON pipe helps here. So I can just use pipe symbol and can say JSON. Remember, it's all small. And now you can see, okay, these are the values which are available. So it says, okay, there is a room number, there's a room type, these are the values. Then you have photos object available as well. Then you have check-in time, checkout time. These are all the properties which is available within this particular JSON property. It can be applied. It can be applied on object. It can be applied on an array. So you can apply it for everywhere. Remember again, I'm saying this is something which should be used for debugging purpose only. It should not use on production. So this is JSON pipe. I'll just keep it here. I'll comment this. Then we had slice pipe. So slice is similar to slice property, or you can say slice function, which exists in JavaScript. So here, let's try to apply slice here. And you can pass how many records you want to display. So I can say 0 to 1. Let's go ahead and see our view. And you can see it says, okay, it displays first record because the pipe which we are using, the slice, or let's talk about slice function which exists, right? So slice function accepts two parameter, first index and the last index. It will display the value between those two. So here we are saying start from the 0th index and display one value. You can also change, of course, the first, and then you can say, okay, go to 2, right? So start from first and take the next two values, but doesn't exist. There are no other two values which exist. Only there are 0, 1, 2. So it is only displaying me the ID 2, right? So room number 2, which is third record. So 0, 1, 2. So between 1 and 2, there is only one record. If I say 0 to 2, let's see. So it will always skip, if I'm not wrong, yeah, it will always skip 0 and it will give you 1. Sorry, sorry, I'm wrong. Here, let's see the values. So you have room number 1 and 2, right? So it will start from 0 until 2, 0, 1, 2. So here, so room number 1 and room number 2. It will skip the last one if I'm okay. So let's reiterate again. So when you pass slice and some numbers, so here what we are saying is start from 0 and go till 2. So you have 0 and 1. it will not consider the last number. Similarly, when we say 0 and 1, it will again skip the last number, so 0 and 1. And if I say 0 to 3, let's see what happens. It will display all the records, right? So 0, because third index 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. So third index is fourth value. So of course there is nothing which exists there, and it will always not consider the last value. So we get 0, 1, 2. Similarly, when we passed 2, what it did is, so 0, 1, and skip the last value, so 0 and 1. So this is how it works. So generally, you won't be using slice a lot of time, because in case you are working with large data set, it is not suggested that you should use slice pipe to uh, filter out the records. So the use case to use slice pipe can be filtering out the records, but don't use it. Or you not filtering, sorry, the general use case to use slices pipe, sorry, general use case to use slices pagination. So don't use this slice pipe for pagination until unless you have some like fixed records. So let's say you have some master table where your records are not going to go above 550 or let's say 100. It will always be like that, which generally doesn't happen, right? I mean, most of the cases you will get a more, I mean, you don't know how many records we are supposed to get. So don't use slice for pagination in a real-time application. Always rely for server-side pagination or server-side filtering in case you are working with large data set. So this is a slice, and then we have number as well. So let's see if we get any type. I mean, I don't have decimal numbers here. So for decimal pipe example, right? So we are what we will do is we will add one more property. So let's add a rating property because that's something which can be decimal. So here I'll say rating, and we will say this is type of number. You don't have like float. Here, this begin does exist in TypeScript, but begin is like for big numbers. So for rating, I don't think so. We need begin. And now let's add this property. So I'll say this rating is 4.5, and here let's say it's 3.4. This is out of 5, for example, and it is 2.6. So what we can achieve using decimal points. So let's say you don't want to actually round off these values, or you don't want to round off these values to some specific numbers. So this is something which you can achieve using decimal pipe. So here I'll just add a last property, and I'll say this is rating. Sorry, Chrome dot rating. So let's apply decimal. Sorry, not decimal. The name is decimal, but the pipe name is number. So let's apply this and see how it looks like. So you have this 4.5, 3.5, 2.6, for example. So this is the values, right? And now we want to actually display this in different format. So what we want is there are three properties. There are three properties which you can pass. First is how many number we want to display before decimal. So I'm saying, okay, we want to display one number before decimal. Then how many decimals after, sorry, how many numbers you want to display after decimals. For example, if it says 0 and 0, so it will, let's see what it does. So it says, okay, this 4.5 is closer to 5, so it goes to 5. 3 point, I think, what were the other values? Let's see. So we had 3.4 and 2.6. So 3.4 is closer to 3, so it goes to 3. 2.6 is closer to 3, so it goes to 3. So this is how this particular value works. Let's see how we can change the values. So this two values, right? So this is minimum. You can actually see the definition here. So it says this is the value and this is digits info. And you can also pass local, but this is not we are looking at right now. Decimal type and here. So you can see, let me show you the shortcut. So you can actually go ahead and say control plus click. It will take you to this particular pipe in case it happens, right? So I generally don't use number pipe. So if I forget about the definition, of course, the docs is one place where I can see, look for it. But you can also open this inside VS Code. Control plus click here, or you can also do F12. So press F12 and it will also take you to the definition file where you can see some example. For example, let's see here. So it says 3.6 number, and then we are saying first it will we want to display one number before the decimal point, and after that we want to display minimum 0. So you can see minimum number of digits after decimal point, so it says 0, and maximum number of digits after decimal point, so it says 0. So this is what we are saying. So let's say if I do it like this, so I want to display 1 and 1, right? So we said, okay, we want to display at least one minimum digit and one maximum digit, which is 4 point. But in case we had a running number, right? So let's say if I change this to 3.4, where we have few more numbers available. Now let's see what happens. So you have 3.5 because it actually said, okay, 3.4 and we want to display only one number. So it actually 4 is closer to 5. So it says, okay, let's go to 5. And let's go to, I want to display two maximum numbers. Let's see what happens here. So you have 3.46. So this is up to two decimal numbers, and we can of course increase to whatever maximum numbers you want to. So now you have 3.4.457. So this is how you can actually use this number pipe, and you can also pass local, which is like, you remember the numbers are actually different in different countries. So for example, here in India we use decimal points, but if you go to Europe, sometimes they use comma, or probably some other countries might be using some other different separation value, right? So different separator, which we call. You can also do that using this. Let me show text. See if we have some examples. So let's try to display this number in France. The FR is local for France. Let's see. Okay, there is some error. Okay, this is not something which is valid. Local invalid pipe argument, missing local data for okay. Missing local data, so we have to add local first, and then it's okay. Let's see, in US is available. Yes, this is available, and this is the default one. So right now, of course, the thing is with local is you need to add the support for those locals. So that is something which is not added. Probably we'll see an example later on. But yeah, I mean, you can pass the locals here, and then it will display the number based on that particular local. So for example, this number may be different or in a different format in France, which is possible, and it is possible. Let's Google it. Plus 2. So you can see 1,000 and decimal separators, right? So in Canada, we use space. In Danish, we are using space. So in different currencies, there are different separators which are used. So this is what I was referring to. So Thai, you have comma, then dot. Here also you have comma. Spanish, there is no comma, there is just spaces. Sorry, space. You have dots, and rather than dot here, you have comma. So these are different numbers format in different locals. And Angular supports different locals as well. I mean, that's another topic which is not part of this course, but in case you want to refer, Angular does support converting your like text to a different format, which is known as internationalization and localization. It is a feature which is supported by Angular. So that's it from the pipes. As we mentioned, async pipe will be used while talking about HTTP in later section. Hi, in this video, we are going to talk about lifecycle hooks. But before we do that, let's do one more thing. Right now, if you see this particular view, it's missing something. It is missing the styling, if you think about it, right? So there are multiple options which you can choose from. You can either go with Bootstrap, you can go with Angular material, or you can also use something, or you can also use Tailwind CSS, which is also supported by Angular. So what we will do is let's add Bootstrap right now, and then we will add Angular material later on. And probably at the end, we will see how you can configure Tailwind CSS probably later in the video. So to add Bootstrap, there are multiple options which you have. There are multiple libraries which actually supports Bootstrap. So we have ngx Bootstrap and ng Bootstrap. Both are same, even contains a lot of similar components. I mean, you can choose anyone. They both support Bootstrap 4 as of now. They don't have support for Bootstrap 5. So let's see. Okay, so ngx Bootstrap actually came up with the support for Bootstrap 5 also. So let's add. You can add this command. You can see how you can install. So there are instructions given on this page. We will use the Angular CLI way. So let's go ahead and do that. And before you do that, make sure you stop the server which is running. So I have stopped the server because it is going to impact the Angular.json, and we need to restart the server. So I already stopped it. In case you are running, just stop and run this command ng add ngx bootstrap, which will install Bootstrap 5, and it will give access to some components which comes with it. So if let's go back to the page. So you can see it has accordion, alerts, button, carousel, collapse. So these are all components which you can use inside your Angular page or Angular application. So we'll come back to this later on. Right now, we just want to install ngx bootstrap. So let's see. It says the package ngx bootstrap 6.2.0 will be installed and executed somehow. Okay, let's see what's wrong. So this ngx bootstrap, the current version is 7.1.2, but it is saying for us the compatible version is 6.2.0, and we have Angular 13 which is being used. So there is some problem with the release. So let's use the latest version, whatever it is offering right now, 6.2.0, and meanwhile I'll check what's wrong with this. So it is released on September 24th. Cannot find schematic Angular utility config. Okay, looks like this particular package is not compatible with Angular 13 as of now. So that's the problem here. And what we can do, even they are not compatible with Angular 12. So strange. Okay, let's try with the this version, which is 7.1.2. Okay, let's see. 7.1.2, and then this one has package.json, which supports Angular 11. This is really strange because it should be either Angular 12 or 13. So let's look for the tags. 7.1.1, and this also uses Angular 12. Let's check if there is another package, ng Bootstrap. Let's see if that supports it. ng boot. Beta support for Bootstrap 5 is available with Angular 11 with 11.0 beta 2, and this is the command. So let's see. Getting started, and this is for Angular 12, Bootstrap CSS 5. Let's try this one. ng Bootstrap is added. Okay, let's see if this works. Add ng Bootstrap. So it also supports in case you have multiple projects, so you can pass which project you want to add this Bootstrap library to. But let's see. Okay, so it is saying Bootstrap 10 will be installed. Okay, this is also just not working. So let's try with this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do enter it next. So remember, as of today, not all the libraries are compatible with Angular 13, and that's what that's what the issue which we are facing right now. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, this is sad. Angular 13 from root project found common 13.0.1. Angular common 12. Okay, so even they are not compatible with Angular 13 because they are saying, okay, this is for Angular 12. Okay, let's see if we have any other way. Start by Bootstrap 5.0. Okay, so it is available. Let's try to install Bootstrap directly and then we'll see. npm install Bootstrap. So if you are not aware, Bootstrap 5 has actually dropped the support for i11. So that's one thing which they have done. So Bootstrap is installed now. Let's see. So you can verify it from node modules folder, which we have available here. And let's go to AB Bootstrap. So distributable JS and CSS, and okay, this is all Bootstrap CSS files which is available. We want to use bootstrap.min.css. This is what we are going to use, and there are multiple ways. There are multiple ways you can do it. Let's see. Let's try to configure it. So okay, I wanted to copy the path actually. So here bootstrap min.css. I'll copy relative path and I'll show you both ways. First way is you can actually add this CSS into your global styling. How you can do that? So you can use import, add the rate import, and then you can do this. You don't have to actually give path like this. You can just say uh, tilde this one, and of course change tst css bootstrap min.css, and let's try to see if this one works. So, and then we'll show you another way, which is not adding to your global style CSS, but in another way. We'll be able to see the changes because, of course, styling of your page will change because of the font which is used by Bootstrap. Okay, let's. There's some error. No such file directory open bootstrap tst. Okay, what is wrong here? Probably let's remove this and let's see our build. Okay, now it is compiled successfully. So let's see. Okay, so you can see, I think you might have seen this page. You can see this page and this page. So this one has Bootstrap 5, which is installed and now applicable to your application. This doesn't has any CSS. So this is how you can verify if Bootstrap is added to your application or not. So let me show you another way to add Bootstrap or any other CSS. So it's something which you can do with any CSS, any CSS which you have installed using NPM. So it's not only for Bootstrap. So this was the first way where you can actually go ahead and add it into style.css or SCSS, whatever type which you are using. So let's stop the server because in another way, we are going to add this into our angular.json. So I'll comment this out. So we don't have this CSS available here. And I can go to angular.json. Angular.json has many properties. There is one property called styles. And I can go here and I can apply it's an array, remember. And I can just go ahead and add this path. And while adding this path here, you have to add with node modules. Remember this. Um, okay, bootstrap paste CSS and bootstrap main.css. And if I'm not wrong, Bootstrap also gives you SAS file. You can also use that. Let's see, tst css. And I think you will here it is. So in case you want to add or use SAS files, this is SAS files are available as well. So rather than actually taking the path from list, you will be taking it from SCSS folder. That's the difference. And now let's run it again. And done. And you can see, of course, let's see the difference, right? So you have, this is with Bootstrap 5 and this is without any style being added to our application. So right now, of course, as of today, NGX Bootstrap, NG Bootstrap both are not supported with Angular 13, but in future they will. The only difference would be you have to run that ng add command and you don't have to set this changes which we did right now, right? So we added this to styles array. You don't have to do this manually. That will be taken care by ng-add command, which we used previously. So now we know how to use this CSS. So let's try to actually apply some CSS here. Class table. So let me close this now. You can see this table is actually having this new class. And we can also see one more thing. Let's try to minimize. Right. So we have, you can see, as we added Bootstrap, now our application is responsive. So it is changing the width of your table based on your screen size. So you don't have to do that manually anymore. I mean, you don't have to add extra styles to make your application responsive. Bootstrap will take care of it for you. In this video, we are going to talk about lifecycle hooks. So we'll talk about what lifecycle hooks is, and then what are the different lifecycle hooks which exist for your components. So let's see what is component or lifecycle hook is. So in Angular, what we are going to create is we are going to, of course, go ahead and create a lot of components. Now, all component needs to go through some lifecycle hooks, or you can say some events which it needs to go through. This will happen, this entire events, or you can say hooks, will happen for each and every component. So in other technologies also, in other frameworks also, you have the concept of hooks, and same applies to Angular. In .NET, in case you are coming from .NET, earlier in older days, it had something called page lifecycle events, which is kind of similar thing which we have here. So if you talk about each the component of if you talk about event or lifecycle hook for a component, so somewhere it starts creating a new instance for component, and at the end it will be destroyed. So from start from creating an instance to destroying an instance, this is how your entire lifecycle looks like. And there are few lifecycle hooks. Sorry, these are the lifecycle hooks which are mentioned here. So you have onChanges, onInit, doCheck, AfterContentInit, checked, ViewInit, checked, and then destroy. So let's go through each of them one by one. And yeah, and you might have already noticed that ngOnInit lifecycle hooks already exist on your rooms component. So if you see this, there is ngOnInit. So in Angular, for every lifecycle hooks, there is an interface. So for example, ngOnInit has an interface called onInit. So if I have ngOnDestroy, so there is an event called or an interface called onDestroy. You can just go to this event and same F12 or control click, and you will go inside this to see which event is that. So ngOnInit. In earlier days, it was optional, but make sure that you implement the interface whenever you are trying to access some of the lifecycle hooks of your component. So let's see what you can achieve using ngOnInit lifecycle hook. But before we go ahead and do that, before we actually move, so before we go ahead and move, do that, before we talk about ngOnInit, here you will notice that there is also a constructor which is available. So it means before even your ngOnInit event gets called, your component needs to be initialized. So this is where this happens. And when it happens actually on your page, whenever it gets rendered on your view, at that time constructor will be called, and just after the constructor is finished, your ngOnInit lifecycle hook will be called. So people do get confused. Okay, if both are kind of same, that okay, once my component is initialized, I can just hook into ngOnInit lifecycle hook. What is the difference between constructor? I mean, we are saying that whenever an instance is created, a constructor is called. Remember, ngOnInit is where you should write your logic. Constructor should be used only in case you want to inject some services. This will be coming later on when we talk about services. But let's just keep that in your mind. Constructors should not have any blocking code. So in case you are writing some blocking code in your constructor, it is wrong. That code should be part of ngOnInit. So let's see what we can achieve using ngOnInit lifecycle hook. And to see this, what we will do is we will just move some property declaration from here to ngOnInit. So here I'm saying, okay, this room list is equals to empty array, and then in ngOnInt, I'll say this dot room list is equals to this records, right? So we are just moving the entire array here inside ngOnInt. So in case you have any, let's say you want to load some data from your API and you want to display that data on your view, you should write that code as part of ngOnInt lifecycle. This should not go into constructor or any other lifecycle. So ngOnInt is something where we are saying that, okay, now my component is initialized, and just after my component is initialized, you want to do anything, just add that code into ngOnInt lifecycle. So let's go ahead and verify our view. And here we are. I mean, there is no changes. And our code is compiled as well. So this is all about ngOnInt. We will be utilizing ngOnInt lifecycle in future whenever we start implementing our services and start getting the data from the API. So we'll see some use cases where we'll be using it. Now let's go back and talk about other lifecycle hooks. So you might be wondering, I mean, I said ngOnInt is the first lifecycle event. Then why I have mentioned it second here? Of course, that should be the question in your mind right now. So we have ngOnChanges, which is before ngOnInt. Remember, in this lifecycle hooks, constructor is the first one which will be called for every component once they are initialized. So we have ngOnChanges before ngOnInt, then we have ngDoCheck. Let's go ahead and talk about. So there are two topics which will go parallelly here. So lifecycle hooks, and there will be something known as component communication. These two topics I generally take it parallelly because they need each other. I mean, they needs to be understand while talking about lifecycle hooks, and then you needs to know about component lifecycle, component interaction as well. So this ngOnChanges actually is related to one of the ways you can do component communication. Let me just go back and talk a little bit about component communication, because we will be using component communication in our code right now. So what we will be talking about here is just theory. I mean, we are going to see the examples. So let's introduce, and then there are ways for component communication. We will be doing this parallel, right? So ways for component communication, we will relate to the component lifecycle look. So in case you write your real-time code, you know what needs to be done rather than just doing something blindly. So why we need component communication? In case you are going to create an entire enterprise application, there will be scenarios that you need to interact between two different components. Right now we have seen that we have two components, app component and your rooms component. What in case they want to actually interact with each other? How we can do that? That's what component communication is all about. We also said that in future what we'll be we also said in future what we will be doing is we will be creating a lot of reusable HTML tags. That's what component is. What in case I want to create those reusable tags and then I can use it anywhere? Who will be passing the data? Of course, someone has to interact with that particular component, right? That's a reusable component. So it cannot contain its own information. It has to rely on some information which is coming from somewhere else. That's your another component. This is component communication. So multiple components interacting with each other, but there are multiple ways now. So there are three ways which we generally use. So first is using input and output. Second is using ViewChildren or ViewChild or content child. And third one is using service. Now, as we talk about ngOnChanges, we are going to use the component communication using input and output. So let's try to create a scenario first. So in this application right now, if you see, now you are also going to learn how you can actually split your big components into smaller components. So if you see this HTML, which has like 43 lines of code right now, 43 lines of HTML. If you see, if you think about this table, I think this table can be another component. The reason being, I can just remove this logic and keep my component smaller. That's what we often do, right? Whenever we talk about single responsibility. And this has nothing to do with rooms, right? I can actually go ahead and display a lot of information and then I can just keep this logic separate. Also, Let's say we want to display this rooms list at multiple locations or multiple pages. What you will be doing is copy pasting a good idea? The answer is no. What we can do, we can actually create a reusable HTML tag, put this somewhere else, and just pass the data. That's it. That's what we are going to do now. So let's go ahead and create a component. And as this component is related to rooms, I'll put this inside rooms. I'll call it as rooms list. So here, in case you want to create this component inside this particular folder, I can just go ahead and say open in integrate terminal. And to create a new component, we already learned the command. So I can say ng gc, which is ng generate component. And then I can say rooms hyphen list. I'm not sure why I keep making the mistake of rooms. Done. So now we have this rooms list folder and all 4 files as we discussed earlier. Now let's do one thing. So we will remove this logic from here and put it here. So my entire table logic, I mean to render the table or render the rooms list is not part of it. I mean, it's not part of rooms component. It's part of my rooms list component. Makes sense, right? I mean, it even tells you what it is supposed to do. It is supposed to list the rooms. Now let's talk about the data. So we have, okay, rooms list and we don't have the data right now. So we want to pass the data. So let's see how we can do that. As we said, we'll be using input and output. So now let's try to understand both. Here, we want to get the data, which means I want to get the input. So what we will be doing is we will be creating an input using @input, which is a decorator. Which is a decorator, and I can call it as rooms, which is type of rooms list array is equals to, I mean, I have an empty array by default. So we are saying make this rooms property as an valid HTML property on this HTML element. This is what we are doing here. Remember, whenever you add input tag, it means this property rooms becomes an property on top of this HTML tag. So we can pass the data. Now, few things needs to be changed. So rather than rooms list, I will be saying rooms, and that's it. So now all the errors are gone. Now let's try to use this component in my parent component. This is where we want to display that component. So we know the HTML tag. Yes, we do. So I'll copy this HTML tag here. And as I said, the rooms is the valid property which is added here. So I'll say rooms. You can see due to Angular language service, we are getting an IntelliSense is equals to. Now we know that the property which is available here is called rooms room list. And we can close this HTML tag. So this is it. Now let's save this and see if it is already compiled because our application is really small, and see here. So you can see, okay, now you have your entire data available, but let's verify if it's true, right? I mean, if it's actually coming from the rooms list, and you can see here. So this is your hotel inventory management and hyphen rooms list. This is the new HTML tag which we created, but where is the CSS gone? Let's go ahead and try to see that. And we have rooms class table. Okay, sorry. If you remember, we had added add odd or even style. So you can see odd and even is actually added here. So it is part of room component. How is this happening? We will talk about it. There is something called encapsulation, which we need to talk about. Currently, what we can do is we can actually add it inside rooms list, or we can add in our global style sheet. So let's do that. And once it is added in global, it is available. So That's it. This is how you can pass input to your component. Now what we made possible right now. So if you think about it, what we did is we created a reusable component which doesn't need to know from where my data is coming. Anyone can pass the data by using this property to this particular component. So I'm not restricted to use this rooms list component only at certain places. I can use it anywhere I want because this rooms component only contains information about how to render things, not how to get the data or how to retrieve the data. In real world application, we call this relationship between these two component, rooms component and rooms list component, as parent and child. You can also call this relationship as smart component, dumb component. So this is for smart component, which knows from where to get the data and some action which needs to be performed. And this is your dumb component, which doesn't know anything. It just needs to know what to render. That's it. So parent child, smart component, dumb component. These are the things which you, uh, uh, if you come across these things, this is what we mean. In your real-time enterprise application, try to split your components to as smallest level as possible. Don't have a component with like thousands lines of HTML or thousands lines of TS. Try to split them as much as possible, generalize them, and try to have like small component for each logic. So here we knew that, okay, there is a rooms list which needs to be created. So what we did is we created another rooms list component, which will take care of rendering those things. Now, in real-time application, now let's talk about the term, right? Smart component, dumb component. In real-time applications, now your child component may need to do some action. For example, so let's say we have this rooms list. Now I want to give an action button at the end, and I want to say book this room or uh, mark it as sold, right? So this is something. So this hotel becomes not available. We are saying this particular component is child component or dumb component, so it cannot take action on its own. Simple example, real time scenario. Of course, if you have a kid, what kids do, right? They come to you and say, okay, I need this thing, and then you do it, right? And you don't give money to your kid and say, go ahead and buy it, until of course they become they become smart, right? I mean, they know how to deal with things. So same concept is applied here. So now, as my child component or my dumb component doesn't know or doesn't need to know how to do stuffs, what it can do in case it needs to perform some action. It can ask parent. It can ask the smart component to do stuff. This is where we need to pass the data back from child to parent component. How to achieve that? Of course, output, right? So we are saying input can get the data, output can give out the data. So let's create an output, and outputs are actually an event. So let's right now let's create an event called room selected. So we will click on this room. We'll say, okay, select this room, and this information will be passed to your parent, and your parent can do anything, whether this room needs to be booked, this room needs to be marked as sold, this room needs to be deleted, right? I mean, let's say now this room is used for some other purpose, so this room is not available anymore. So what we will do is we'll create an output decorator. We'll use an output decorator, and then we are saying the event name is room selected, or we can say selected room. And it needs to be an event. So there is a new event emitter class which is available in Angular core, which needs to be imported. So we can say new event emitter, and then we have to tell what kind of data we want to send back to parent. So here the kind of data we have is room list. If it needs to be multiple, of course you can put an array, but right now I want to just send the selected room. So done here. So now what we will do is we will add an action here, and I'll create an header, and I'll say this is select room. And inside TD, we will add a button. and let's autocomplete. So you can say button class, and btn primary is a Bootstrap class, and this is the function which we'll implement, select room. So let's go ahead and see, and this is the room object which it will get once we click on this particular room. So let's go back to TypeScript and add this function which is supposed to get, sorry, which is supposed to get a room list, and then once this room list or the room is selected, we want to emit this data back to parent. So this line of code, selected room.emit, will give this data back to the parent who has, remember, who has actually subscribed to this event. It's not something like, I mean, if I'm not subscribing to this event, this won't be available. So let's go ahead and see that part of the code. So here, this is our okay button. It was not closed. So now let's go back to the parent, which is this one, and let's implement the event. So we know the name, selected room. This is the event name, and I'll write a local function which selects the rooms. So we can say select room. And this is something which is not implemented right now. Let's go ahead and implement. So here, what I will do is first let's add a console.log. So I'll say selected room, which takes a room, and we print console.log room. Save this. Here, now as we are getting some data, we have to actually pass some information here. So here you have to pass something called as $event. This always remains $event. So this is an event which will be received from my child component. And here you can specify that, okay, this event which will be sending me the data of this type. So this room, sorry, this data will be type of room list. So far, so good. Let's see our build, which is completed. Let's see our application. Now we have the select button. You can see when you hover, it becomes blue, right? So let's go to console and let's delete and let's click on select. And you can see, okay, now you have this rooms component.ts line number 68. This is where this information is coming, right? So you have your amenities, check-in time, checkout time, and whichever row you select, you get that row specific data sent to your parent. So this is how your output works. Now, we can actually do something more with this. I can say, okay, this is selected room, which is type of room list. And as we are using strict mode, I'll just add this so we don't get the error. And now here, let's do it just before above the table. So I can say this div is sorry, and we will use star ng if. So we'll just display it in case selected rooms exist. And then we can say, okay, this selected room, or let's use JSON pipe, right? Just to see what information we have available. Let's go back and let's click on select. Is there which is not saved? Looks like. I think some, okay. Looks like something is not getting recompiled. Okay, it is not. So somehow, now it is done. Let's click on select. Ah, my bad. So we have to assign this value, right? So this dot selected room is equals to, And once we have assigned this value, now let's go ahead and click on selected room. You can see the information is getting changed based on what data you emit from your child component. So this is how you can communicate between two components, child and parent, or smart component, dumb component, using input and output. Now, how it is related to ngOnChanges event, because that's why we did this. We'll see that next. So far, we have seen the ngOnInt lifecycle look, and we also saw how we can do component communication using input and output. And we did that because we wanted to talk about ngOnChanges lifecycle hook, which is next. So let's go ahead and do that. And while talking about ngOnChanges, we will also talk about one very important concept, which is known as change detection. This is like a really important topic, even in interviews as well. A lot of questions may be asked related to change detection. So let's go ahead and go in depth and talk about how change detection works in Angular and how ngOnChanges helps us to actually improve the performance. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you see our app right now, what we have is we have a child component, which is, let me just close this. Yeah. We have a parent component called rooms component, and then we have a child component called rooms list. So this is, and then we have a top root level parent component, which is app component. Whenever we do some action, the data needs to be updated, right? The data or view needs to be updated if we talk about not the data. How that happens? So Angular does it via change detection. So it is actually internally handled by Angular, but there are multiple ways you can actually change detection for your component. So let's go ahead and talk about change detection first. I'll go to the app. So this is our app. And I'm going to enable okay, let's see. And we can go to panels. Yeah, here. So we have style, computed layout, where is rendering on properties. Let me just open it in another tab. And show rendering should be here. Down points. No. Computed layout should animation. Okay, let's open this in Chrome. And let's open DevTools. So you can press F12 or just right click and say inspect. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I was looking at. So there is a tab called rendering, which you can see, and let's click on paint flashing. This is the property which I was looking at, and let's click here. So some green borders you can see right now. What is this green borders? So these green borders are actually saying these are the DOM elements which are getting changed. Are we changing everything? The answer is no, we are not changing everything, but still, whenever you click on some or you perform some action, Angular detect there are some changes on your view and your view needs to be updated. This is by default which happens inside Angular. But there's components which doesn't need to be changed. For example, this table, right? Did we added or removed anything here? The answer is no, we did not, right? So this table should not change. Why it is getting changed? Even if I click on a toggle which is outside of like this is something which is available on our parent component, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. This is sorry, this is on rooms component. If wait, yeah, so this is on rooms component, and then it is also updating the rooms list component. How is that possible? I mean, I'm not changing anything, but it is getting updated. Consider like right now we just have two components. What in case you have a lot of components on your view? What will happen? So change detection will run for each and every component. Can we avoid that? The answer is yes, we can. So let's see how we can actually optimize this change detection strategy, which is default to detect changes for each component. Remember, the way it runs is, let me just go back to dev tools and I'll go to elements here. And there is Angular DevTools also, which is available now. You can actually see it here. So let's say down on tree. So this is your tree structure right now. Let me just zoom in. So this is our tree structure right now. So we have root, then we have rooms and rooms list. So in case someone performs action here, it will of course send an event to the parent, and parent will start running change detection for each and every component. So let's say I have rooms and then I have let's say employee, or let's say there is another view which is to add rooms type. So what will happen is the change detection will run for both, even though I'm changing only rooms or I am changing something in rooms. By using change detection strategy, you can actually optimize this behavior. Let's go ahead and see that. So first, I mean, there are some rules before you can actually go ahead and apply change detection strategy to your component. So here you can say change detection. This is the property, and there are two modes. By default, it's on its default. Let me just import change detection strategy first, so we will get this IntelliSense. So you have default, which is default when we don't change anything. So any event will cause the entire change detection to run for your application. And then there is on push. Before you go ahead and use on push, there are some requirements which you have to make, which you have to meet. On push change detection strategy can be only applied in case I am not modifying some data internally in this component. How you can achieve it? By using input and output. In future, you can also apply the same strategy in case you use some state management technique. For example, if you're using ngrx or if you're using any other state management library, in that case also you can move it to on push. Right now, the state management part is out of scope of this particular course. So here we are going to apply it on rooms list component because it uses input and output. So it doesn't rely or it doesn't change the data internally. It relies the data which is coming from outside. So it always knows that if in case the data is getting changed. So here, let's move on to on push, and to now to actually show you the difference, we have to do one more thing. Let's see that. So what we will do is we will write some small code to add a new record or to add a new room number. Let's go ahead and do that. Just a small button. So let's do it here. So this is div, and then we have button, and I'll call it as add room, and we will right now pass the static data. So I'll say this is add room. Let's go ahead and again spelling mistake. And let's go back to TS, and here we will add a new room. So we'll create a room first. So I'll say const room, which is type of room list, is equals to, and then we'll say let's see what is the properties. Room number 4, and then there are room type, there is amenities, there is price, there is photo. So we'll just copy the one from the existing property, and there's check-in time, and then you have checkout time, and then you have rating. Okay, so this is our new room data which is available. Let's copy the photos property here. Because all the properties are required as of now. So we have to pass each and every property. And after this, I'll say this dot room list dot push. So let me just do this room list dot push, and let's go back here and comment this out. So we are saying right now my change detection strategy is default. So it means any action is performed, just go ahead and run the change detection for everyone. Let's click on add room. See room list dot push, and then you have room list available here. So should work. Let's see. Let me just save this file again, because probably it is happening because it is not able to identify the change direction strategy. Okay, let's see if there is any error. Let's rooms component.ts, and what we have is this dot rooms list. So rooms list, we have, okay, we already have the record available here. 1, 2, 3, 4 is added twice, so it should work. Okay, why it is not getting added? Let's see. Let's go ahead and check that. So rooms list. Okay. So we forgot to remove this pipe slice, remember? So 0 to 3. So we can only display 3 records. So even though more records are available, and let's try to click on add room. So you can see it is working fine. I mean, whenever you click on add room, the record is getting added. Now, let's keep this change, this code as it is, and let's go ahead and apply change detection here, because this is really important. I mean, you might have understood now that, okay, why to use on push change strategy, because we are not modifying some data here, and the data is actually coming from outside. But there is one more important concept which we need to understand. So let's go ahead and see. Now you can see, actually I'm clicking on add room and nothing is happening. But let's see a magic. So I'll go to, of course, DevTools, and let's click add a breakpoint here. Click on add room. Okay, so you can see your room list right now here. Okay, somehow it is not able to show. Let's click add in the watch, and let's see what is available here. So you can see, okay, your data has F10 4 records here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's move on. But here you still have 3 records. Why so? Because now my component, which actually is on change direction strategy on push, there is one more requirement which we have to meet. Here, let's see what is happening here. So this room list property, which is getting binded to my child component, what we are doing right now, we are actually pushing and record into this particular array. So this is where you have to understand the concept of immutability. Whenever you are working with change detection strategy on push, the data which you are trying to assign should not be mutable. So it means when we apply dot push, what happens? We actually change the room list property. The concept of immutability says we should always return a new instance. Remember this because it's really important, because in future, if you try to use some state management technique and try to do the same stuff, you have to understand the concept of immutability, because entire state management thing works with immutability. So here we are saying, rather than actually modifying room list directly, what we need to do is we have to return a new object every time we modify this instance. It can be an object, it can be an array, whatever. But in case you are trying to modify it, return a new instance. How we can do that? So there are, I'll show you a syntax which is very useful. So you can say this dot room list now is equals to, I can say dot, three dots. It is called spread operator. So I'm saying this dot room list, which means keep the existing data and add the new record. Okay, so this spread operator will say, okay, this in this array, spread the previous data. So in case I have three records all present already, so add three records plus the new record. If I click on it again, what will happen? So it will have four records and the next record will be added, which is fifth record. Let's try to run this and see how it works. So let's click on add room. And of course, I will remove the breakpoints. And you can see now a new record is available. Click on add room again, a new record is available. So now the advantage of using on push, let's click on toggle. So here, what will happen is, now as my rooms list component is on change detection strategy on push, the component the change detection tree will check, okay, if this component is marked as on push, it means I have to only run the change direction in case something changes inside this component. So here, this property will make sure that we are not running the change detection for this particular component until and unless needed. But keep this requirement in your mind. First, of course, your component should not change the data internally. Second, in case you are assigning or passing some data, it should be it should actually come from the parent component, right? It should, or it should not. The property should be immutable. So it means whenever I'm assigning a new property or new value, it's the whatever your, let's say if you are using state management or like ngrx or ngxs, they always return a new object whenever I try to modify something. Same concept applies here. So in input property, what I did earlier was I tried to use dot push. What dot push did, it modified the room list property. So it actually mutated the existing object, but it should not do that. It should be immutable. It means whenever I'm trying to apply some or pass some data to my child component and I have change detection strategy on push, it means I have to apply a new instance or pass a new instance every time. So what we did, we changed this code from this push method to this new code where we are using spread operator to make sure, okay, the existing data is already available in array and the new record gets added. So this is related to change detection strategy on push. Now go ahead and let's go ahead and talk about ngOnChanges. So I'll close this and here. So ngOnChanges property or ngOnChanges lifecycle look can be applied on a component which has input property. Remember this, you cannot apply ngOnChanges lifecycle look anywhere else. You can only apply on component or a directive which has the input property. Right now our component rooms list component has input property. So let's see what it does and how it behaves. So I'm going to use on changes, and Let's implement interface. So you can see ngOnChanges get some property which is changes of type simple change. And let's see what simple change is. Simple changes, sorry. Simple change is also an interface. So here you can see simple change. So what it has is it has a property name and some metadata. So let's see what this metadata is. Simple change property. So it will give you, sorry, it will give you some information like previous value, next value. So let's see here. So you have previous value, current value, and whether it's a first change. And there is a is first change property as well, Boolean property as well. What we can achieve using this, let's go ahead and do that here. Right now, what we will do is we'll just write console.log to just figure out what's happening here. So what actually ngOnChanges does. Let's inspect. Let's go to console. So let's go to console and click on add room. And see here. So you have some data which says rooms, simple change. Current value is like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 records. Previous value was 1, 2, 3, 3 records. Is it a first change? You can also find that property. So it says first change is false. It means no, it is not a first change. It is because previously you can see there was one console log which is here at the top, which says the previous value you was like 3 records, and let me just refresh this. Right, so yeah, so you have current value 3, and then we have previous value undefined. Yeah, this is what I was looking at, because whenever your component is initialized, you will have, of course, previous value will be undefined, and then you have first change as true because this is the first time the value is getting changed, and then you have current value as 3 records. And when I change it, every time you change this, you will get the records available here. Now what is the use case, where you can actually use it? So let's say in case I want to modify some property after getting the input values, you can do it using ngOnChanges. So you can assign it inside ngOnChanges. But remember, ngOnChanges will only work in case you have input properties and your input properties gets updated, or you get a new value. Remember this, new value, not updated. So it's like whenever you get a new value, you will get the data inside ngOnChanges, and based on that, in case you want to write some logic, you want to log these values, you can go ahead and do that using ngOnChanges. How you can access the properties, so let's talk about that as well. Right now we have only one property called room list. I'll add one more property, and we'll say this is title, and I'll say this is a type string, and I'll say this is default value is blank. Let's go ahead and try to pass this value as well. I'll say this is rooms, and then we have title is equals to room list, and we want it to be in string, so I'll just use single quotes. So now it is string, and let's bind this value. This title is equals to, rather than doing this, we'll see title here, and we have rooms list available here, a room list available here, right? So just add, let's add s2. Okay, so we have room list, which is coming from outside. So now let's go ahead and try to change this value and see what we get. So I'll just try it another on click of this toggle button, right? So we already have this toggle button. I'll say this dot title. So we have to define a top title property here. So I'll just say, okay, this is the title equals to room list, and let's use this title property. Yeah, now rather than string, we'll just pass this title property here. And on toggle, I'll just change this to I'll say rather than room list, let's call it as rooms list. We just want to actually change the property and see what we get inside ngOnChanges. And let's inspect. And let's clear this console and let's click on toggle. And we have rooms list available here. So let's see what we get here. So you can see right now only the value which got changed is title, right? So whenever you will change your input value, that will come as property. So here you can always do so if changes dot, let's say title, which means the title is changed. Okay, index signature. So I'm saying if the title property has changed, so you can do something like, for example, I can say this dot title and changes dot title dot current value. Let's apply to what we can do. Let's try to do the substring or to uppercase. Let's do uppercase current value dot uppercase. You can see your property or value is updated to uppercase because of this. And why it worked? Because of course here we are assigning a new value, right? So we are saying this dot title equals to. So this is what we can do or achieve using ngOnChanges lifecycle look. Very useful in case you want to control what value needs to be updated whenever a new data is passed, or you want to run change direction manually. That is also possible using this. Probably we'll see once we talk about services, because we need to understand the services before we go ahead and use anything or any services available inside Angular. So this is it from ngOnChanges. So what are the concepts which we learned? Because we learned about input and output. We saw how you can pass data between two components, or how you can do component communication using input and output. Then we also learned about change direction strategy, which is really important. And then we learned about ngOnChanges. Just because of ngOnChanges, we had to actually learn these two concepts. Very important. Now, as we have learned about ngOnInt and ngOnChanges, and now let's move on to the next lifecycle look, which is ngDoCheck. Now, this lifecycle look is something which you will be hardly using, but you have to understand or you have to know about what doCheck does. So let's go ahead and see it in action. So here, I will just go ahead and add this on rooms component.ts. So here I'll say, okay, this is on sorry. doCheck. Yeah. So this is the interface which will be used for doCheck, and then we have to implement the interface. And just okay, there's something wrong. ngDoCheck. And this is the method which we need to implement. So on changes, I'll remove this, and okay. And here let's do console.log right now, console.log, and I'll say on changes is called. Okay. Not find name doCheck. Okay. So let's add it in. It should be imported from Angular core. So let's add it here, and let's see the build, and it's completed now. Let's go to the page. and let's inspect the element. Let's go to the DevTools, and here on console, you can say there is a message says onChanges is called. Now I'll just do one thing. I'll keep it open here, right? I'll remove everything and let's invoke some events. For example, add room. You can see onChanges is called. Let's click on toggle. You can see onChanges is called. Let's click on this select and you can see onChanges is called. So what this onChanges event is? So this onChanges event is something which will be executed every time you raise any event, irrespective of where this component is implemented or available. In case it is active, it will listen to any changes which has happened inside your entire application. Remember that. So this event or implementing this lifecycle hook is very costly. In case what can be the use cases for in last 4 years I have been writing Angular code and never saw any example or any use cases where I had to go ahead and implement ngOnChanges. But it can be useful in case you want to detect some changes which is not controlled by anywhere. So let's say you have some logout button where some logout button plays on some corner of your screen, and you want to make sure whenever that logout button is clicked, you should go ahead and detect changes, but where you're not sure. What you can do is you can have an implementation of ngOnChanges or not ngOnChanges, doCheck event or doCheck lifecycle loop. As there is an event which is raised, doCheck will be called, and you can handle your special scenario where, of course, that event is something which is not captured by anyone, will be captured by your doCheck lifecycle loop. So that's that can be one use case, but try to avoid it as much as possible. Also, another thing which you should keep in mind is you should not implement ngOnChanges and doCheck together on same component. The reason being, of course, both are going to do the same thing. What onChanges does, it will detect any changes to your input values. What changes on doCheck will do, it will detect any changes inside your application. So it will be like capture twice. So don't do that and try to avoid doCheck as much as possible. Not onChanges, doCheck as much as possible. Some like extreme use cases, if you get into it, even before doing that, just try to, in case you have some special scenario where you think that doCheck is the answer, you need to implement doCheck. I would suggest go ahead and check on Stack Overflow. Ask the question if what you're trying to do is correct, and then use it. Otherwise, don't. So this is ngDoCheck. In this video, we are going to discuss about ng AfterViewInit and ng AfterViewChildren, and we will also discuss about something known as ViewChild, and we will learn about some other stuffs like template ref and how you can dynamically load a component. So let's go ahead and get started. So far we have discussed about onChanges, OnInit, and doCheck. So to understand how you can actually use ng AfterViewInit, we have to first learn about ViewChild and how we can actually communicate or load a component using ViewChild, and what else we can do using ViewChild. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll start with a simple example. The first example, which is really useful. You will get into a lot of scenarios where this may be helpful for you. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component, and we will communicate to that component using ViewChild. So I'll call this component as, let's call it as header component. So let's say ngGC and header. Now, we have already seen an example where we are actually communicating with a component which has input property, and then the child component can send some data back using output. So using input and output. But this is another way. Let's say you have a component, but you don't want to actually make it reusable. I mean, you don't want to actually have input and output properties, because most of the time they will be individual component. But sometime, let's say you may need to load them uh, in another component. You may want to access them in another component and probably assign some property or call some function of this particular component. Or let's say you have any third-party component. This is really good use case for ViewChild as well. So let's say you have a very third-party component which you don't have much control, right? So it's like they have some component and then you can pass input and output properties, or let's say they have some component where they don't. Let's say you get an library, UI library, and where they have some component which is internal to them, so they don't want to actually make it reusable, but maybe you want access to that particular component. You are working within a team, like multiple projects working together, and it's a library, so they don't want to make it reusable, like using input and output, but you may want to actually access them. So what are the approach? What is the approach you will take? Of course, you can go ahead and talk to the team and ask them to make it reusable. But let's say they don't want to do that, right? I mean, it doesn't fit, uh, or it doesn't actually help in their use case. So let's see how we can actually do that. How we can actually access any component into other component which doesn't have input and output property. So let's create. So we have already this header component. Now what we will do is we'll create a property here. And remember, I'm not going to make it input property. Okay, so we have title, which is of type string. And I'll put this title here using interpolation syntax. So far, so good. I mean, you created a new component, you assigned a new property, and then we just added that into our interpolation syntax. So we just added that into our interpolation syntax. Sorry, we just added that using interpolation syntax. Now let's go to app-component.html and let's go to room-component.html. So we have this welcome to hotel name. What we want to do is we want to have an title here, and we want to use this header component. So let's see how we do that. So I'll just comment this out, and we will use app hotel header. Is that the component name? Oh, sorry, directive name? No. So this is the directive name, HINP header. And this is it. So we have placed this component. Let's see how it looks like on UI. Okay, so we don't have that particular H1 available here. So let's inspect. And here, let's open it here. So we have this header here, but I mean, we don't have any property, right? Because how to pass the title now? I mean, that component doesn't have an input property. It just have a property. But what in case I want to access it now? Let's see how we can achieve that using ViewChild. So here we will use ViewChild. It's a decorator, so ViewChild decorator, and then we need to pass some parameter, and we'll talk about that parameter as well. So here I'll go ahead and pass this component, which is header component. Right. So this is the component we want to access. And I'll call it as so this is a variable. I'm saying this is header component of type header component, and let's import this header component. Okay, we have already imported header component. Somehow editor is taking some time for some reason. Anyways, so what we did here, so using ViewChild, what we have done is we have created a new instance of this header component, and we can access this instance inside this component, inside the rooms component right now. So I can access any property, any method on this particular component, and I can achieve whatever I want to. But there is a catch. Let's do console dot log here. Okay, somehow my IntelliSense stopped working. Let me just check. So this dot header component has no initializer. Okay, we are using strict mode, so I'll just put this question mark to avoid this particular error, and it is compiled. Let's see the output. Let's see the output now. So we have let's go to console, and here rooms component and TS line number 36. Yeah, here. So you can see what we have available here is, let me just zoom in. We have undefined. I specifically said that using ViewChild, what we are doing is we are creating a new instance of this particular component. But why don't we have anything? If it's a component, I mean, it should give us some metadata information, right, about that particular instance. But we don't have here. So let's see why and how we can access it. So first thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to create or I'm going to implement AfterViewInit. So let's go ahead and do that. AfterViewInit. And we'll implement the interface, which is ng AfterViewInit. And let's use the same line which we have written here on line number 37, and let's paste it on line number 80. Is saved. So let's go ahead and see, and it is compiled successfully. And now let's go ahead and see. So on line number 36, sorry, now line number 37, as I added one more line, we don't have anything. We still have undefined. But at line number 80, we have the same instance, but we have now some metadata. So what is that metadata? It is giving me information about. It is giving me information about the header component. So I just said that it is going to create a new instance, and it has created, but this instance is actually available inside AfterViewInit, not inside ngOnInt. Why so? So let's discuss the difference here. Using ViewChild, you create a new instance, but there is one more property which you have to provide here. Let's do that, and we'll discuss about it. So there is a property called static true. By default, this static property is false. And what happens when we make it true? So let's go ahead and see both in action. Now, you can see now after making static to true, I started getting an instance at line number 37. And of course, I will get an instance at line number 80 as well because it's available. So what we achieve using static true. This is here where you have to understand the component lifecycle book properly. Let's go to the slide. So if you see this lifecycle look, ngOnChanges, ngOnInt, ngDoCheck, and then we have ContentInit, ContentChecked, and then we have AfterViewInit and AfterViewChecked, and then ngOnDestroy. This lifecycle will execute for each and every component. Now, I am right now inside rooms component. What I'm trying to load? I'm trying to load header component. So what will happen here? So let's go through it. First, the ngOnInt of your rooms component will be called, and then after doCheck, after ContentInit, after ContentChecked, after ViewInit, after ViewChecked, and ngOnDestroy. As I'm trying to load header component, the same lifecycle of header component will be called as well. Here we are saying static true, which has a very specific purpose that in case I'm saying this component has this property called with static true, it means this component is actually safe to be used inside onInit of its parent. Why so? I mean, why we should make it true and why should we make it false? This is here where I will talk about little bit. I'll talk a little bit about asynchronous programming. If let's say my header component has the same lifecycle look And inside ngOnInt lifecycle look, it has some asynchronous code. What will happen? In that case, of course, the execution will be blocked, and it is not. Sorry, we won't be confident that this particular instance will be available at the ngOnInt of my parent, because of course, I mean, at this particular time, header component is still executing its ngOnInt lifecycle loop, so it is still not initialized. So whenever you have some component which has, let's say, some asynchronous code which may delay or something, right? So which may delay creating or executing the ngOnInt lifecycle loop, make it static false. Do we need to do that? No. The answer is no. Static is false by default. That's why we were not getting that instance at line number 37 when we didn't add it static true property. In this case, header component does not contain any asynchronous code, so it is safe to be used. But still, whenever you are using ViewChild, that's why they removed it. So earlier, there was a lot of confusion. A lot of developers used to miss this property, and they used to try accessing it inside ngOnInt lifecycle, which used to cause an error, and developers used to blame the framework. So Angular team decided around Angular 9 that they will make it by default false. So they will make static by default false. So developers don't get an instance inside ngOnInt. In case they are sure that, okay, I am sure that, okay, this will not cause any issues, they can make it static true. So based on what you are trying to do, use this static property properly. In case you're not sure, just keep it default. So where you don't have to pass anything and you are safe to access this instance after ViewInit. Now let's come and talk about AfterViewInit, what we did there, right? And why it is available in AfterViewInit. So when we are saying static is false, of course, we are saying, okay, this is something which may cause delay and we are not sure that we want to use it inside ngOnInt. AfterViewInit is lifecycle. So ngOnInt is initialization of the component, like, so component is getting initialized. AfterViewInit is at this particular lifecycle loop, the component is saying all the view. So remember, so the component is saying that whatever view I have, that is also initialized. So if I'm trying to load any other component inside my component, it means that they are also ready. They are initialized as well. That's why we are saying AfterViewInit. So after view is totally initialized, I mean everything on my template is also initialized. It is safe to use any other component in your template, in your in your code base, right? In your TS file. So that's the ng AfterViewInit lifecycle. Now, the other lifecycle hook which is related to ng AfterViewInit is known as AfterViewChecked. So if you see here, it is known as AfterViewChecked. So to go to AfterViewChecked, let's do one more thing. Right now, we have just accessed the instance. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this static property from here and comment this out. And here, let's assign the property title. And I'll say this is okay. So we are saying, okay, this header component title is rooms view. And you can see the properties available here, rooms view. But I want to show you one more thing. So here you can see there is an error which says expression changed after it has been checked error. So this is one of the most what you can say, the most searched error related to Angular, and it has an actually link as well. So you can click on this link and it will tell you more about this error. It has actually a video as well from the Angular team. So let me tell you, you should not worry about this error. In case you get this error, this is totally fine. If you get this error on your development environment. Right now we are in dev environment. How you can verify if you are in dev environment? You can just click here 6 messages, and here, right? So in console, you will always see this message, Angular is running in development mode. When you create production build, you run in production build. If you get this error in production build, there is definitely something wrong with your error, with your code. But if you get this in your development mode, that's totally fine. And let me tell you why. Of course, you can go to the link and you can read more about it. But let me just tell you, as we are going through this particular topic, in development mode, Angular runs change detection twice. So that's why we get this error. So it says, okay, previous value was blank. Now current value is rooms view. So they run it twice. That's the reason we have this error. And why they do it? Because it's of course development environment. So they need to actually go ahead and recheck if something has changed. So don't worry about it. I mean, it's totally fine. And ng after, let's view checked. So we can actually go to this. Sorry, after view checked. Right. So you can see you probably will never use this particular lifecycle look. So it says a callback method that is invoked immediately after the default change director has completed one change check cycle for a component. But as we said, we will by default, I mean Angular will run this change direction twice. In your development mode, you will get this error even though we call this in after view checked. So it's like, now let me just talk a little bit about after what we have after view checked lifecycle look. So at this point, your Angular has already completed one lifecycle check already. So in case you want to let's say assign some property here, you can actually go ahead and do that here after your your change direction has completed. Or you want to modify something, you want to modify some values, you want to call some function, you can actually go ahead and do that here. But remember, in dev mode you will still get this error, so don't worry about it. This error is okay in case you get in dev mode, but if you are getting it in production mode, that's an issue. Yep. So this is it from AfterViewInit and after view checked. Is it? No, there is more. So let's go ahead and talk about those. What else we can achieve using ViewChild? Lifecycle looks. I mean, let's do one more thing. How about dynamic components? So let's say I'll just comment this out. Now I want to render this rooms component, but dynamically. I don't want to do it in template. So I'll just copy some template here. So we have this div. Then we have ngTemplate. I'll talk about what ngTemplate is. And then we have h1 tag, welcome user. Let's remove this as well. So we have just an ngTemplate with hashtag user and then ngTemplate. So first, let's try to understand what ngTemplate is. So ngTemplate is kind of like a tag. To understand it in like easy words. So ngTemplate is a tag which will never render anything. So ngTemplate itself won't render anything. So it's like it is not visible. I mean, so but it can help us to render some other template. So what some other template can be? It can be another component. So let's try that out. Here, what we are going to do is we are going to dynamically load the rooms component using ViewChild. So let's do that. So I'll say, okay, this is ViewChild, and then I need the access. So let's ViewChild and close this. Now, after this, I need the access to this particular ngTemplate tag. So this hashtag user has some specifics. I'll just talk about it. So we can use this here, and then we can use one property called read, and which we can pass view container ref. I'll call it as VCR, view container ref, which is type of view container ref. It is going to give me some reference by the name, if you can guess. So it is saying, okay, it will give me some reference. To what? Now let's talk about this user. So here, this hashtag user is something known as template reference. Once you define something with hash on any HTML tag, you can access that tag. So you can access that tag inside your TS file using ViewChild. It's not only with ng template. I can access any HTML tag. I can even access div. I can access even an input element. We'll talk about it. We'll see an example, right? Just to be sure that how it works. So here we are saying, give me the reference to this user tag, right? And this view container ref will actually help us to dynamically load a component. Let's do that. So here I am going to first say it implements onInit. And here I'll say this ngOnInit. And okay, so I'm getting some hint because I'm using some service from GitHub. So I'll write this code. So I'll say const component. As we want to, let's assign some value as well. Component ref is equals to, I can say this dot VCR dot. So there is a method. Okay. So you can use this dot view container ref dot create component, and then you can pass any component here directly. So I'll say, okay, I wanted to do is load rooms component, and let's import okay, somehow. So it has rooms slash rooms dot component. So this is the file, and then we need rooms component here. So at this point of time, you will see your component will be loaded. So let's save this and see if our code is compiled. Yes, it is. Let's go to HTML and cannot read properties of undefined. What with it? Okay, sorry. So we just So we just learned that whenever we use ViewChild, the static property is false. So what we need to do is here I need to use AfterViewInit, and here we can access this ng AfterViewInit, and now we will get the instance of the tag, and it should work now. So let's see. Let's go to the browser, and here it is. So you have your view which is loaded dynamically. You remember you didn't specify the rooms component inside your template. Inside your template, you just have an ng template, and you just gave a reference, a template reference, and then we loaded that component dynamically from our TypeScript file. So this is what you can achieve. You can just let's see the HTML DOM here. You have HINV rooms, which is loaded inside this particular div, and this is it. This is how you can actually load a component dynamically, just a single line of code. And in case you want to actually modify some properties using component ref, so I can just do component ref, and I can do instance dot, and you can access any property. So let's try to access any of the property which we have available here. And I'll say number of rooms. It is 10, right? So let's try to change it. It is getting used somewhere. Yeah, here. So I'll say it is number of rooms is equals to 50. And let's run it and see the output here, and you have 50 here. So done. You have actually loaded a component dynamically. You changed a property as well, and this is what we achieved using ViewChild. And we also learned about template ref. So let's try to actually access a div element using template reference. Let's see how we can do that. I'll just comment this out and we'll keep the code same here. Let's uncomment this, and here I'll create a div and I'll say hash any property name, let's say name. So we have this div with hashtag name. This name is actually template reference. Now I can access this inside my component using ViewChild. I'll say ViewChild, give the name. And now, as I'm sure that, okay, this div is actually available inside my template and it doesn't contain any code which will delay or cause any issue, I'll say, okay, this is static true. Right? So I'll say this is name, and you can, of course, you need to give some type. So you can give a type called element ref because it's an HTML element. And now we'll comment and use onInit, and let's see ngOnInit. Oh, sorry, not at the rate. ngOnInit, and then I can say this dot name dot inner. Let's try to access any property. Okay, somehow IntelliSense is not working here, but should give me native element. Let's see. Let's do console.log. So first, let's see what this dot name gives us. It should give us an element. So let's see if it is compiled. Yes, it is compiled. And let's see here. Yep. We have native so element ref, and yep. So native element is the property which we should be trying to access. So we have this dot native element, and then you can access any property. For example, I want to set in a text. I can say equals to Hilton hotels, right? And then I will just remove this console.log. And let's see. And we have hello world. Is there any issue? You can see it here. So you have Hilton Hotel available here. Let's put an h1 tag so it's visible. Right now it is not. Or it's okay, right? So we add even it's available. So yeah, that's what we wanted to verify. So we have this Hilton Hotel available here, and what we did, we accessed an element. Remember, so earlier it was like what we have done so far using ViewChild. So first we actually accessed an component instance using ViewChild. That was our uh, header component, right? So we actually accessed header component, created a new instance using TypeScript, using your TS file. We used ViewChild for that, then loaded it. Then we spoke about static property, what it does. Then we saw a second example where we used ViewContainer ref to dynamically load a component. That was the second example. Third example, what we did is we accessed an HTML element. We got the access of that HTML element using template reference, and then we assigned some value to that particular HTML element by using of course, the native property, right? So we used instance dot whatever property, not we used native. What was that property name? Yeah. So we use native element property dot the property which exists on HTML element. So here we know, okay, div has something called inner text, and we use that property to bind it. So these are three examples which we have seen using ViewChild, and we also saw that, okay, the instances will be available in case we are using static as false in after ViewInit lifecycle hook. So most of the time, after ViewInit lifecycle hook is good for anything which you want to do after your view is initialized. And view checked is it's optional. I mean, you will probably there will be hardly some instances where you will find it useful, but you can do everything which you want to do after view is initialized inside ng after ViewInit lifecycle hook. Now let's see one more example. I'll do one thing. So what I'm doing is I'm having multiple instances of this header component inside my rooms list. Let's see how it behaves. So we still have single here. We still have only one instance which is available and which has this rooms view property. Rest doesn't. So here let's try to understand. This view child property will always access the first instance which is available on your template. In case you want to access all the elements which is available on your component of type header component, you need to use ViewChildren. So name itself tells you what we are trying to achieve, right? So ViewChild in case I have one instance, ViewChildren in case I have more than one instance, right? Child, children. So let's try to do use ViewChildren. And the same, the one difference which we have here is ViewChildren static property is by default false, and it's false. You cannot change it because it is saying, okay, you are going to have access multiple instances and it cannot be available during ngOnInt. So here I'll pass header component, and here I'll say this is header children component, and we have to just do one more thing. Now query list. Let me just write this code and then we'll talk about it. Let me see if query list is imported from the correct path. Okay, it's still not. Let's try to. So we have this. Sorry. So we have this view children, and we are saying this is the property, and this is header children component. Children component, and we are saying this is type of query list of header component. What we are trying to do here. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, looks like my laptop is consuming a lot of resources. Okay, so now here, so what we did is we used ViewChildren to create instance of header component, and then we named it as header children component, and which is type of query list of header component. Let's try to just do console.log and see what happens here. And we know that we cannot access it inside ngOnInt, as we said, that is like static is false by default. We cannot do anything here. So I'll set this dot header children component dot. Now you can see it says for each. Why it is saying for each? Because let's do console.log and then we'll see what it contains and then we'll talk about the properties it has. Okay. So you can see what it has. It's a query list. It has a property called dirty. It means dirty means there is no nothing has changed inside this particular component. Then it has first and it has last. This is first instance and last instance. So in case you have like multiple components of same type and now you want to do something different with first instance and last instance, you can do that. For example, let's say you have multiple rows. Like let's say you created a component and you want to render them as rows. You want to take first row and show them as header, take last row, show them as footer, and whatever is in between you can actually treat it as your content. That's possible using first and last. You have also length property which tells you how many results are there, and then you have underscore results property which gives you all the result. So it means it is an array. So query list is something which has access to all properties which is available here. You can let's go ahead and see here, right? So I can just go ahead and say header child component dot last. Right? So I can access last component and then I can access the title property of last. So I'll say this is last title, just random string, right? And let's see the output. So it says, okay, this is your rooms view, which is first instance, which we have already changed using ViewChild. And this is your last title, which we changed using the last property. In case you want to do something with each and every row, you can actually do it by using for each loop. And what else? What else? What else? And we will see notify changes later. But yeah, I mean, this is like an array. So you will get all the methods, most of the methods, not all methods, which is available on your array. So you can see it has some, there is something called reset, but yeah, I mean, it's not what we need. So we have find, filter, and you can also call destroy to destroy any component. Okay. And you can also get any component using index in case you want to. Here you have get method as well. So this is what you can do using header children component. This is really useful in case you want to create your own, let's say, reusable component or your component where you want to create your drop downs, right? Where your users can pass the list of records and you can display them as you want, not the user want, right? So these are some examples. Angular material uses header view children at multiple places. You can check out the code base to understand it more. So this is it from ViewChild and ViewChildren. We also discuss about how you can use ViewChild, how you can use ViewChildren, and the lifecycle looks as well. In previous video, we saw how we can use ViewChild, and we also discussed about some scenarios where ViewChild is useful and ngAfterViewInit lifecycle hook as well. ngAfterViewInit hook as well. Now in this video, we are going to talk about ngAfterContentInit. But as I said, we'll be going through the lifecycle as well as some of the concepts. So here we are talking about after content. So it has to do something with content. But what content we are talking about? Here we are going to talk about a really important topic called content projection. So let's go ahead and talk about content projection and then we'll come to ngAfterContentInit and what it is and then how we can use it. So let's go back to the code base. And for this, what we will do is we will create a new component. So because we need to understand what content projection is. So I'm going to create few components, and then let's we'll talk about the content projection. So first component which I will create is, let's call it as container. So this is a container component, and why content projection is useful, let's talk about once we create this component. So let's say you have your application, right? But what you need is once you finalize your design system, you said, okay, my sidebar can be on left side, my footer can be on the lower side, my header will be on top of the page. But I don't want to actually give this functionality where user can decide. I mean, not the end user, but my developers. As a lead engineer, I want to actually take care of where the components will be rendered and in what sequence. This is where actually these are few scenarios where this is actually one scenario where content projection is useful. What else? So let's say you have created one component. As we said, components are, of course, your reusable HTML tags. So what we need is we want to give that reusable HTML tag, but what content should be placed inside that particular container or a particular component should be defined by user. Again, if I talk about user here, I'm talking about the developers. So your developers should be able to define that, okay, I want to put some, let's say h1 tag, or I want to put a break here, or I want to put a horizontal line here. That's something which is up to the developer. So these are two scenarios where content projection can be really useful. Let's go ahead and do that. So first, how we can achieve that. So to achieve the content projection, what you have to do is you have to place an HTML tag called ngContent. So let's do that. I'll say ngContent. And this is what we have. So we have ngContent, open, close. That's it. Nothing else. Let's take this component. Let's close this. So you might be wondering what is different here. I mean, we have been doing the same thing earlier as well, right? For example, rooms component, we have placed a room component, open and close, that's it. How this ngContent is going to help us. So let's see the view. It is as it is. Now, let's try to put some HTML contents here. So what I'm going to do is I'll place an h1 tag. I'll say this is from ngContent. Let's go ahead and see. And you can see you have this is from ngContent available here, the content which we placed inside an HTML tag. And if you see this, I mean, of course, this is how it looks like, hinv container, and then this h1, which is replaced by this ngContent which we have placed here. So it will not work with other tags. For example, if I try to do it here, for example, hinv rooms, we don't have any ngContainer here, so it doesn't know what to do with this. So let's go ahead and try this out and see. And you don't have anything here, right? So in rooms, you are not getting that particular h1 content which we have placed, but here we are able to get it because we have placed an ngContent. ngContent knows that, okay, so there will be some content which will be passed by the user. I mean, as a developer, I mean, you can be the same developer, right? You who is writing container and who is using that container. So this is what you can achieve using ngContent, but of course, this is not it. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more in detail. You can also do one more thing. As I said, you can provide the order in which you want to actually load your components. So let's say I can give, or I can create a container component which has like your dashboard, header, footer, sidebar placed accordingly, right? but you don't want to actually do it by yourself. I mean, containers should not have anything. So containers should define, okay, where goes what, that's it. There isn't me. Let's say what you can do is that container component is, let's say, is your reusable component, and now you are going to use that reusable component across multiple applications. So what you have to do is you have to just create the component and you have to just place them. That's it. That's what you have to do as an user, I mean, as a developer. So let's create few components here. Let's see what we can create. We can create an employee component. So of course, hotel will have employees. And we already have rooms. So we'll these are two. So let's say now what I want to do is I want to load, let's say, employees data first. Then I want to give an ngContent where people, where developers can add whatever content they want to. And at the end, I want to load rooms. So let's see how we can achieve using ngContent. So in ngContent, you can pass a property called select. In select, you have to pass the HTML tag. Remember this. So first, what I want to do is I want to actually load employee. Okay, so this is where I'm going to place employee. Then there is an ngContent, and at the end, what we want is we want to load rooms. So let's go back to rooms. Let's close this again. Take rooms, go to container, HTML, and let's replace this here. Now we are done with our container. Now let's go back to this main component.html, and now we have this container available here. So what I can do is I can place, so remember I'm placing rooms first, and let's put in employee second, and let's save this. We can just format, and let's go back to our page. So this is how it looks like. So you can see you have hello world, then you have rooms view, and let's see here. I need to comment this out, otherwise rooms data will be like displayed twice. And let's yeah, so we it's compiled now, you can see. So let's open the container. You have employee first, then we have, this is from ngContent because we placed an empty container. We are saying that okay, whatever doesn't match comes here. And then we have rooms, and we don't have the same sequence here. I mean, we don't have same sequence here. We are loading rooms first, employees second, and then at the end ngContent. Doesn't matter. I mean, because you have defined this is the sequence in which I want to actually load some content. And you have also defined these are the matching tags. So select, we are saying okay, select this particular HTML tag or select this particular component, right, which will be placed here. So this is how you can actually use containers. Now what else we can do? We are talking about ng after content init. Now what is the content for a component? So for this particular component, if you talk about container component, the content is something which will be loaded or which will be provided by the parent component. So that content also, whatever is loaded inside this container is the content. Now your components, so my container component can only access these components in case it want to inside a lifecycle called ng after content init, because at that moment the component knows that my contents are initialized. So who is giving the content? Right now it is parent component, like app component, which is giving the content. when container component will come to know that okay, all the contents are initialized within my component at the container, ng after content init. So let's go ahead and implement, and let's see what we can do using this. So I'll say implements after content init, and let's implement. So here I'll say ng after content init. But how to select the components? So here I want to actually select, let's say, uh, employee component. For example, let's add some properties here. So I'll say this is emp employee name, which is string and by default John. And let's display this employee name here. So we want to actually, let's say, access the employee component here, and then probably want to change some data or want to call some action or want to actually do something with employee component. Everything is possible. So how to access that particular component? First, you have to use something known as ViewChild. Okay, so you can say ViewChild, and then you can pass the component. So you can say, okay, this is employee component, and then you can give a name. Sorry, not ViewChild, content child. So we can give a property name. So I can say this is content, or we can just call it as employee, which is type of employee component. And let's import ViewChild, content child here. And now we have this particular property. Of course, this is strict mode, so we have to put this question mark, exclamation mark. And now let's try to access. And before we move ahead, you might have this question. So do we have static true or false available here? The answer is no. In content child, you can actually only access those everything which you have defining here inside the ng after content init. So there is no option of calling static true. The reason being, of course, because this component doesn't know what is supposed to be available here. It will be always passed by my parent component, and parent, it will take some time, right? So running through all the lifecycle, initializing its own content, then uh, going to child component, initializing that, and then coming to the content init lifecycle look. So it won't be available here. So we have to actually just go ahead and do whatever you want to do with this particular component or access this component here. So let's do console.log this.employee right now, and let's see our application. So here, just so you can see here, so you have access to line number ts. You can see the line number here, so which says okay, this is coming from container component, and then you have the emp name, access to emp name as well. Now, what I can do with this, so I can just do something like I can change this dot employee, and I can just access the, let's say, emp name equals to from John to Rick, and it will be changed here. So you have the updated value available. So you can actually dynamically, you can actually access any component at runtime. So it's not like something which is you can access any component which is loaded via content or ng content. Then you can access that component using content child, and then you can do whatever you want to do. So the preferred way is always, of course, using input and output. You can make as much, or you can, sorry, the preferred way is to use input and output, but in some cases this is really useful, ViewChild and ViewChildren, where you don't have much control on your component. You want to access those components inside your TypeScript file. You want to create the instance at that particular time, and then you want to assign some data, or you want to actually bind some data or call some function which is available on another component. So these are the some use cases where these two are really useful. Of course, both having different purposes, right? We saw what ViewChild does, and now we are talking about containers. So ng content, remember this tag. So in case you are not sure, okay, what will go here, you just want to provide a container where I can replace any text in future So you can actually add that inside the container. For example, one example which we can give is FAQs, right? So for what, in case you have a lot of clients, what you will be doing is, of course, the design will remain same. Probably the only thing will change is content. So what you can do is you can create a container component, uh, apply all the stylings you want to, and then just ask your designers to actually write the content for you. That's it. Or whoever is responsible for the content, they can provide the content. That's it, and that saves your time, right? So let's move on. And now ng after content in it, then there is a lifecycle loop called ng after content checked. So in case you want to actually make sure something needs to be done once one time your change section has executed, you can use that, but probably rarely used. So you will not find many scenarios where that will be used. Which leaves us to our last lifecycle loop, which is really important because whenever something is created, it needs to be destroyed. Of course, I mean everything. It's part of the life, right? So our component starts when it is initialized, and when it is destroyed, at that moment, our last lifecycle loop, which you can see at the bottom, is ngOnDestroy, which OnDestroy. I mean, it itself says when I am getting destroyed. So this is the event which will be called when your component gets destroyed. But when does our component gets destroyed? Very important question. Let's go ahead and figure that out. So here, let's take an example of this. So remember we had this hidden, right? So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to use ngIf on this. But what I will do is whenever I click on hide rooms, we will hide the entire room list. Remember what ngIf does? It removes the component from the DOM. So let's use it here. And let's implement OnDestroy. And I'll say this is console.log. OnDestroy is called. And let's go back to our code. So I'll clear the console, and let's click on toggle. So you have your component back. So this is the first time your component is actually loaded. Let's click on toggle again. And one second. So you have rooms component.ts, gif, hide rooms. Oh, sorry. I just implemented this OnDestroy at the wrong place because the component which is getting destroyed is not this one. It is the rooms list component. So save this, and we'll just remove the OnDestroy from here because otherwise it will give us an error that we have not implemented the interfaces properly. Yep. Let's see. So we have this toggle button. Now the component is loaded, and let's clear the console and click on toggle again. And you can see now it says OnDestroy is called and rooms list component, just to clear that, okay, this is the correct line where this code is available. So what is happening here? Why OnDestroy is getting called? So remember, so whenever the DOM element gets removed, whenever a component gets removed from your DOM, at that moment, the components OnDestroy lifecycle event will be called. Now, what you can achieve using ngOnDestroy? So it's getting destroyed, so it should be okay, right? I mean, it's okay. It's getting destroyed. but it's really useful in case you have some memory consuming code and you want to free the memory. This is the code, this is the lifecycle look where you can actually do that. Now, what is the scenario for Angular? So in Angular, we will be using something called subscription in upcoming sessions, in upcoming videos, and using those subscription, you can actually subscribe to some data. Now, once you subscribe to that data, that subscription become active. So somewhere you have to actually unsubscribe to those. That's where ngOnDestroy comes into the picture. Or you want to actually probably uh, let's say reset some data or do some logic when whenever your component is getting destroyed. You can go ahead and do that inside ngOnDestroy. For example, let's say you want to remove something from local storage or session storage whenever a component is getting destroyed. Yes, that's the lifecycle hook where you can hook into and call those code to clear your cache, clear your storage. Those are the things which can be done here. But most of the time, you will be using this lifecycle hook to unsubscribe to the data in future. So this is it about lifecycle hooks. Now let's move on to next topic. In this video, we are going to talk about dependency injection. So we will talk about what is dependency injection, and we will see what is DI providers. So DI stands for dependency injection in short. So let's go ahead and talk about dependency injection. So dependency, in case you are coming from some other technologies, you may have already used it. For example, .NET and Java uses dependency injection a lot. But in case you are not aware, that's absolutely fine. So what is a dependency here? So in Angular, a dependency can be a service, or sorry, not it can be a class actually. It can be class. So let's read it. So in Angular, a dependency can be a class or an object which you can access or you can inject inside a component or inside a service wherever you want to. It's actually a design pattern which is, as I said, widely used in other technologies. .NET, Java, they use it a lot. And in other technologies, you have to actually go ahead and do some configuration to actually achieve dependency injection. But Angular has the dependency injection built in, and this is one of the I would say one fun. So dependency injection is one of the feature which actually makes Angular what it is. It makes Angular really better, because this is one functionality, or you can say one feature which is not available with other frameworks, and it is really powerful. So we will of course go ahead and see what we can achieve using dependency injection. As you said, there are multiple types of providers. So you have class-based providers, then you have value providers, and we have factories. We'll talk about those. What are those? And we can also like, before we actually go ahead and talk about other DI providers, we'll start with class-based provider. So we'll start with class-based provider, then we'll see value provider, and we will see factory as well. So here, let's go ahead and see how you can create and consume a service. We will also talk about what service does, because that's important, right? Before you go ahead and use something, you have to be aware why it is used. So here, rooms component.ts. Let's go back to this component. So if we see it, the number of lines of code in my rooms component is already raised around 126. I mean, including the spaces. But yeah, I mean, more than 100 lines of code. And some of the code may be reusable, right? So not right now, but of course in longer term, some of the code which we have written inside room component can be reusable. So what we can do, of course, what we can do is we can create something reusable and we can move this code somewhere. What is that somewhere? So that somewhere is service. So what we can do is we can create a service. We can move all reusable code in that particular service. Generally, what you try to do is keep the code minimum inside your component and try to split that code into multiple services. I mean, services is something where you will be writing your business logic. So your business logic should go into your services. So don't try to write everything inside component. Always split them into services. Services are something which knows, okay, what it's supposed to do. For example, it's possible that you may do multiple things inside a component. For example, you can have a dashboard where you are accessing the data from, let's say, employees, you are accessing the data, rooms data, you are accessing the booking data. So what you will do? Write all the code inside your component? The answer is no, of course. What you can do is you can create multiple services based on what each service is supposed to do. For example, each service, one service for rooms, one service for booking, one service for employee, and then I can just use all those services inside the component. And the advantage is I can actually go ahead and use that service anywhere I want to, and I don't have to duplicate the code. So let's see how we can actually do or start creating a service and split the logic in this example. So what we'll do is we'll create a service for rooms. Now, for creating the services, it's up to you what folder structure you follow. Generally, what I do, I keep a folder called service or services, and I create my all services here. For example, any service related to rooms goes into this folder. Similarly, I mean, if I have to create a new service for employee, I'll create a services folder in employee and then move all the code base or add all the logic there. So let's go ahead and create our service. So we won't be doing it manually. We will be using Angular CLI. So you can type ng g generate as service and the name of your service. So here I want to create a service for rooms. So I'll say, okay, rooms. So my new file will be created inside this services folder. And here it is. So you have room service class created. So you can see, okay, it has a class and then provided in root. What is this provided in root? We will discuss about it. Let's ignore it as of right now. And what we will do here is we will move some logic from my rooms component to here. And then we will use this service rather than actually writing that code into room service. Let's see first this data, right? So we have actually this data which is coming. For example, in future, what we will do is we will get this data from our backend or from some API. So generally, the retrieval of any data should go into a service. So here I can create a method. I can say this is get rooms. Since this is rooms list. Array. And then I'll just return this dot room list. So nothing extraordinary right now because we don't have the APIs. We just want to understand how services works. So we got the rooms data, which is now part of my service. And rather than actually doing or getting all the data, I mean, inside the component, what we have done is we have moved that logic into a service. Now let's see how to use that particular service. As we said in Angular, we are going to use dependency injection. So what is a dependency injection? It's a design pattern, of course. We said it's a design pattern. So, but what it does. So using dependency injection approach, the dependency injection approach says you should not create an instance directly. So in general, if I have to create an instance of class, this is something which we'll do. We'll say, okay, this is room service, which is type of is equals to new room. Okay, so this is how you will create a new instance of a class. But when we say we need to use dependency injection, this is something which you should not. So rather than creating the instance manually, we need to rely on the dependency injection, which is already provided built in by Angular. We don't have to do anything else. So let's see how we can do that. So here I can inject a service. I can inject anything. I can inject a class. I mean, even you can inject a component, which you should not do until unless you think that's the last approach possible, which I don't think so. I've seen some developers doing that, but that's an anti-pattern, I would say. Should not inject a component. So here we have created a service, and now we want to use this particular service inside our component. So this is how you will be doing it. So you will say rooms, I mean the variable name service, which is type of rooms service. Now, once we do this, we have to also provide the access modifiers. Now, this is where a lot of developers get confused whether we should take it public or private. I would say always make it private. The thing is, if I make this particular service public, it can be accessed on the template, which is again an anti-pattern. A lot of developers does it. Should not access services directly from your template. Try to avoid it. So what I can do is I can mark this as private. It means, okay, I'm limiting this particular service to my template, to my TypeScript file itself, not anything else. So the instance will not leak onto my HTML or my template. Now to get the data, what we can do is we can say this dot rooms list is equals to, now we have to get it from service. So we'll say this dot rooms service dot get rooms. And let's go ahead and see the output. So let's go ahead and see the output. So here, of course, we have to click on toggle and you have your data back. The only difference is now this data is coming from your service, not from component itself. So component doesn't know how to get the data. Generally, your component should not know how to get the data or how to add the data or how to even do any business logic. That should not be the responsibility of your component. That should go into a service. So what is a service? A reusable class where you can actually put some business logic and then you can just access those inside your component. And this is how you will create a service. So let's go ahead and move on. You can also achieve component interaction using service. So in case you want to pass the data between two components, you can do that using service. Better example which we'll see is when we learn about RxJS. So right now, just be aware there are multiple techniques. So we have used input and output, ViewChild, ViewChildren, ViewChild, content child, and you also have some services as the another approach. So now we have to actually talk about, let's go into a little bit more detail into the services. Here, so provided in, we have root, and you have two more. You have root ini, and there is one called platform, which is not used, which gets internally used by the router service. As of now, there is no like concrete example which is available for using provided in platform. In case there is something comes up, we will add a new video. But right now we have two, provided in root and any. We are going to discuss about root right now, and any we will discuss once we go into routing, because there is a solid use case which we can use. Before actually we talk about this provided in root, we have to talk something about how this particular services gets resolved. Right, so we said dependency injection. So once we inject this particular service, Angular has to actually resolve these dependencies. How we do that? How Angular does that? So to understand it, let's talk a little bit about this diagram, which is known as dependency resolution. Here, whenever you inject a service, Angular needs to figure out where this particular service is provided. So right now, if you see this provided in is something which is known as root. So what does it denotes? In older days, I mean, before Angular 6, yeah, before Angular 6, what we used to do is whenever we used to create a service, we used to register that service here. So you can see this providers array is empty. We actually used to do it here. Then with Angular 6, Angular team came up with an approach where they said, when we create a service, we will say provided in root by default. So when we say provided in root, the service is actually registered here inside this app module. You don't have to do it manually now. Now, why it was done, which is of course again very really which is really important to understand. So a lot of time, what we developers used to do is they used to register a service, and over the time of over the time, probably after some sprint, developers used to actually stop using that particular service. For example, let's say I was doing some POC, the code made into master, and now I'm not using it after the next release because the POC is not needed anymore. But as this is already available in providers, it is getting bundled as part of your code, final code. So Angular said, once you create a service and say provided in root, we will take care of registering your services here in app module. Also, in case this particular service is never getting used, we will also remove this from the bundle once you create a production build. Win-win situation for both of us, right? And as framework and as well as the developers. Now, what else? What else provided in root does? Once you add a service using provided in root, you get a single instance of this particular service available across. Remember this. So what do you mean by singleton? Let's try to figure that out. So what I'm going to do right now is here, let's we know constructor, right? So we talked about constructor multiple times. So what it is, I mean, this is something which will get called whenever a new instance of your class is getting created. So here, what I will do is we'll say console.log and I'll say room service initialized. Why I'm doing it, let's go ahead and figure out. So let's say I use this particular service somewhere else, for example, in employee component, and say this is private, not employee, rooms service, and room service. So we injected this particular service here as well. Now let's go to our view and see what is happening here. So you can see room service is only room service initialized is getting called only once, not at other places, and it is from room service this one. I mean, if you even see, I mean, if I click on toggle, you will not see, okay, this service is not initialized again. Why so? Because there is only one single instance of this particular class or this room service which is available right now. So there is only one instance. Whenever you use provided in root, so it means I'm registering this particular service into my root module. If it gets used, of course, it will be part of your bundle. If it doesn't get used, it will be removed. But you are also getting a single instance of your service. Now let's go back and try to see what in case I need a separate instance. Valid use case, right? I mean, I don't want to use the same instance for multiple components. I want what I want is, so employees should have its own employee should have its own instance. So we can actually pass something known as providers, and then you can pass a service here. So I'm passing room service again here. So now let's see what happens. And you can see rooms service is actually initialized twice. One, of course, the global instance. Second is for employee. So who is using global instance right now? Rooms. And who is using the local instance? Employee. So employee has a different instance and your rooms has a different instance. So this is how you can actually create instance of your service in case you need to. Most of the time, I mean, singleton instance is more than enough, but there may be some use cases as per your application. For example, a real-time example which I can give is in one of the project I was part of, we wanted to actually take some JSON data and we wanted to put some controls on the UI. And remember, so every screen has that JSON data coming from the backend. So what we needed is every screen should have its own instance. So unfortunately, during testing, we've actually figured it out. It didn't made it to the production, but what we did is we removed this provider's property while migrating our code, because our code base was on Angular 5 and we wanted to migrate to Angular 7, I think, where this provided in concept came in. So we ended up removing everything and then just added provided in. So what happened is, now whenever I used to switch the URLs, I used to get more and more components being added onto my view. The reason being, it was a single instance which was available. So whenever I used to switch back to another page, I mean, all the JSON used to get added into the same array because it was a single instance. So make sure that you are sure that whether you want to create a single instance or not. So in case you don't want to create a single instance, go ahead and register your service inside that component and you're safe. So now we know about singleton instance and how you can make singleton instance. Now, one more thing, which is again, I think, important to understand during dependency injection. So how your services are getting resolved, right? So here, let's talk a little bit about it. So whenever a component or a service, right, it checks that, okay, there is something which is injected here. The service resolution starts from this particular component. So it's okay, it identified, okay, now this room service is actually injected here. First, the component will check with itself. Do I have an providers array available here? If it is available, the entire dependency resolution tree stops. If it doesn't identify that, okay, this particular service is not available here. In case I have a new module, remember, I can have a number of modules. We have not just done it as of now. We will be doing that while we move into routing. So let's say if, for example, rooms has its own module, it will go to the parent. So it will be module in that case. It will check with that module. Do you have this particular service? It says, okay, I don't have it. And then it goes to the parent of that particular module. So let's say right now we have component app component.html, which is our root component. It checks with this particular component. Do you have this particular instance? It says no. And at the end, it reaches to app module. And as all the services which you create are marked as provided in root, it comes here and it says, okay, I have found this particular service. What in case this particular service is not registered? I mean, we misprovided in root, or you never had this particular property. So there is possibility that you may not have this provided in property available in case someone migrated the code base. So what in this case? Now you'll get an error. So this error is again, you will find, of course, you will find a solution on Stack Overflow, probably on the first page. So whenever you get an error like something like this, which says no provider for room service. So here it is saying that I am not able to figure out where this particular service is registered. Remember, you may get this, of course, while working daily on your code base. It's possible. So here it is, of course, saying that, okay, this particular service was not available at app module. So what I did is I went one step above. So let's see. Let's go back to the this diagram. So it actually went to this app module, our app module. It didn't found this particular service here. Then where else it can look up? So remember, above app module, we also have something called main.ts. And we use something called platform browser here. So it goes to this platform browser and says, do you have this particular service by any chance? It says, no, I don't have it. After this, there is one more level, which is called null injector. which is actually specifically to use or check if this particular service is available or not. And once it reaches there, you get this particular error, null injector error. Makes sense, right? Null injector and null injector error. So you get this particular error says, okay, this particular service is not available. I'm not sure what you're trying to do, but it is not available. It is not registered. And let's go ahead and put it back. So I can go to room service and just put it back, and our application will compile again, and it works. So this is what this particular hierarchy means. So this is how your services gets resolved. So this now this is it from the dependency injection. We need to discuss one more thing before we end up with dependency injection, and then we will move on to our HTTP. So far, we have learned about dependency injection and how it is resolved. But there are a few more important things which you should understand, and which is known as resolution modifiers. So we are going to talk about 4 resolution modifiers which exist and which are really useful uh, based on your scenario. So we will also discuss about the scenarios where it can be utilized. So let's start with the first resolution modifier which is available, called self. Let's see a use case for this self decorator. So we are back to this code, and here we will go to this employee component because I think this is the best place where the self decorator scenario is best suited for. So remember, we discussed about how you can actually go ahead and add this provider's property on employee service because we want to have a separate instance for this particular service. And then we also discuss about the resolution, how your dependency gets resolved, right? I mean, it goes to your parent, and it keeps going till it finds the root. And if it is not available at the root, it will go to the null injector, and then we will get an error called null injector error, right? So this providers does not exist, which is, like, as I said, widely uh, widely searched error, which is available on internet. But yeah, let's go ahead and see how we can utilize the self decorator here. So in this scenario, in employee component, we are actually injecting the service at the component level, right? So we are sure that this particular service should be available here. That's the use case, and that's the expectation as well. So what we can do is, we can, by using @self decorator, which should be imported from Angular core. Remember this. By using this, we can by using this self decorator, now we are saying that this particular service should be available at this level. If this particular service is not available here, it means we should throw an exception. Now, when it can be useful. So in my one of my real-time project where I was working, so we wanted to actually create the forms by collecting some JSON data which was coming from backend. So what happened is, by mistake, while migrating our application from the lower version to the upper version, so the lower version was actually Angular 5, and we were migrating to Angular 7, and the provider's property came around Angular 6. So what we did is, by mistake, we removed that property. And what happened, but as we removed this property, whenever we used to actually revisit different forms, all the controls used to get added into the same service because it was a singleton service. And at one point, we realized that our form, one of the page or one of the form, is really slow. And then we realized that, okay, behind the scene, it has like 300 controls. So that was the use case. But in case we added this, we might have added this self decorator. It actually serves the purpose because it should tell us that, okay, now this particular service should be available here, should be registered here. If I use this self decorator, let's run this application first. So we'll do ngserve -o. So the application is here, and let's click. And let's keep it side by side because we want to see the error. So let's say if I add the self decorator and I remove this providers property. So now what will happen is we will start getting the same error which we have received earlier, which says, let's come back here and okay, looks like this employee component is not available. That's why I'll just add this employee component somewhere. Let's add it here. And now we have this no provider for room service, right? So we started getting this error. Now, actually here, as we added self decorator, now during or while resolving this particular instance, Angular will not go up. It will just try to see if it is available here. If it is not available here, it directly goes to the null injector error and it raises an error that this particular service is not available. So pretty useful in case you are aware that, okay, your service will only be registered at this particular level. Go ahead and use it. Now let's move on to the next decorator which we have, which was skip self. For that, we will take an example of this rooms component service because if you see, we are not registering the service here, right? We are not saying, okay, this service should be available at the component level. We are expecting this service to be available somewhere up. I mean, maybe his parent of room component, maybe app component or app module. So we are aware that, okay, this service will never exist at this level. So what we can do is we can ask the Angular to skip the check for this particular component by using skip self. That's the name, right? So name itself suggests skip self, skip myself from the entire dependency resolution tree which you are going to execute. Skip myself. Again, to give you an idea, should we use this? The answer is maybe, because Angular internally uses something known as Bloom filter to figure out where the service or the instance is available, and it is pretty fast already. You don't have to go ahead and use skip self, but it is useful with another attribute or another resolution modifier called optional. So let's go ahead and see now the next attribute which is available. We will see optional first, and then we will go to the host. To understand the optional one, what I have done is I have created a service called logger. So this is logger service, and it contains a method called log. And you can see what I have is I'll just add this provided in property here because I have removed it right now. So I have added this, created this new service, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this logger service. But what we need is we want to use this logger service only during dev environment. During production, actually, we don't want to use this logger service. But as we have seen, if we try to remove this provided in property, we will get an exception because we are saying if this particular service is not registered anywhere, go ahead and raise an error. Even though we use skip self or we use self, we are going to get this error. So this is what we can achieve using optional decorator. So let's go to app component.ts. We will actually inject this particular service here. So let's say private logger service, which is type of logger service, and let's uncomment this. So I'm going to call this log method, and let's see. And we have this app component.ngOnInt, right? So this is something which is logged at this line. Angular, you can see logger service.ts. But during production, let's say we don't want to inject this service. I mean, there are multiple ways. We will not talk about it right now. But in case, just to recreate the scenario where this particular service is not registered, what we can do is, let me just add optional later on, but we can actually go ahead and recreate this scenario where this service is not registered by removing this provided in root property. Right now, we will start getting an exception saying this service is not available, right? And no provider for logger service. This was expected. So what we can do is we can mark this service as optional. So let's go ahead and use optional decorator, not optional decorator. And now let's go ahead and see. And the error is gone. So we don't have that no provider for logger service anymore because this is optional. So in case Angular figures out there is an instance which is available, it's okay. If it doesn't, just go ahead and execute it. I'm using this ternary operator here because in case this particular service is not available, we will get an error. So let's see. So if I try to execute the log method, there, you can see cannot read properties of null. So to avoid this, I'm using this ternary operator, which will only execute in case logger service exists. Otherwise, it will just skip that. So this is optional. Now what we will do is we will go ahead and see the last decorator, which is available called roast. And for that, what we are going to do is we are going to take this container example, right? So what we have here is we have injected this room service here in my container. Now, how host is useful? Let's talk about that. So here, how many instances of room service which we have? Let's go ahead and see that. So we have one and two instances right now. What in case I want to have an separate instance for all the component which are part of container, like this container component. In that case, what I can do is I can just register this particular service here. First step. And then I can add the host decorator here. Now, all the component which is actually loaded inside this particular container will start using the instance which is available here. So to just recreate the scenario, we have employee and rooms, right? So what I can do is here remove this, and from here remove this because it was creating this second instance. If you understand, if you remember, right? And let's go ahead and see now. Okay, one more thing which we missed is this container, right? So we have done comment because we are not right now using container. So I'll just do this. I'll comment this employee and then I will just use the container. And let's go ahead and see. So now you have two instances. So one instance is actually, which is of course global one, and another one is actually which is created by the container component. Now the everything within container will start using the second instance which is created by container. Also, we are saying this is host component. So actually none of the component which is loaded inside container will go above this particular level to look for this particular service instance. So if I remove this and try to run, you will start getting this no provider for room service found in node injector. It will not go up. It will never go up and check with its parent. So this is what you can achieve using the host decorator. Remember, most of the decorators you are not going to use daily. Probably few use cases where it may be useful. Skip self, I have, as I said, it's not mandatory, but you can use it. It's as a flow filter is already pretty fast and you don't have to use it. Self is really useful. Do use it in case you are using providers on the component itself. Not to actually avoid that, because Bloom filters is already pretty powerful, but just to avoid the scenario which I mentioned, right? So sometime by mistake while refactoring the code, we remove it. If you have added self, it means, okay, I actually really wanted to have this component, this service registered at this component level. And in case someone new comes in and joins your team and he figures out, okay, this providers is probably not useful and removes it, he'll start getting an error, and probably he can read about self decorator and what it is. Of course, documentation is a better way, but just in case nothing is documented, right? So this is all about the resolution modifiers, and let's move on. In this video, we are going to talk about another type of service. So as you can see, there are actually three types of services which exist. So we have used the first type, which is class-based providers. So till now, whenever we used to do ngG service, we used to get a class with, of course, @ injectable decorator, and we used to inject it and then use it. Let's go ahead and see where value providers can be useful. Value providers are like, you can pass an object as a service, and you might be wondering where that can be useful. Why should I use object as a service? So let's go ahead and figure that out first. First, let's see the use case, and then we will create our service. So far, let's go back to our room service. This is the code we have. We have an constructor, and let me just remove this line. And we have a get rooms method, because this service does not do anything. I mean, this is an kind of, sorry. So this is like a static service, right? I mean, with mock data, and does nothing, right? So we have just some dummy data which is available, and then we are getting this data. But once you create a real-time application, your data is going to come from, of course, an API. And for an API, you need an endpoint. That's how APIs work, right? So what in that case? Let's see an example. In case I have to access an API endpoint, which will be used across my application, I mean in multiple services, what can I do? The first way, let me show you the simpler way which can be done. I can go to environment. I have already added this endpoints here. So what I have done is, in environment.ts, I have added a property called API endpoint, which is, of course, right now targets to localhost 8080 and some API slash v1. So v1 version 1 of our API. This API does not exist. And I have to add the same configuration in production, so my build will not fail, otherwise it will fail. So remember, in case you have multiple environment files, whenever you change into your environment.ts, make sure you make the same change into every environment.ts file which is available. For example, I can have one for staging, I can have one for UAT, and of course two are required, which is environment.ts and prod. We'll discuss this later on while deploying our production application, how we can change these settings. But right now, just remember, so whenever you add something, just make sure that it is added to all the environment files. And in case I want to access this API endpoint inside my service, how I can do that? Let's go to room service.ts, and I can import from dot//// until I reach to environment. And then I can say environment the environment file, and then I can just access the property, right? So environment, and then I can use this environment anywhere. So I can just say here console.log environment dot API endpoint, and let's save this and see. And you have this URL available, right? So here you can see room service line number 44, and we have this API endpoint which is available in our config file. But what we are talking about here is, we are saying this URL will be used at multiple services. What in that case? Just think about your import, right? I mean, it will be like everywhere I have to give entire path. How I can avoid this? So this is where the value providers comes really handy. We are going to see two examples. So first, let's see how we can actually deal with these objects. right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this as appconfig. So it will contain some services related to application configuration. So the first thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to create a service. So let's see how we create a value provider, right? I'm going to call it as a service because we are going to actually inject it. So I'll call it as appconfig.service.ts. If you're wondering why I'm typing it, because of course there is no command for it, you have to do it manually. So the first thing which we are going to do is we are going to create export constant, and I'll call it as app service. It depends. I mean, if you see, I'm using capital letters, but it's okay. Even though you don't use capital letters, that's absolutely fine because generally we have an habit of mentioning const as capitals, but it's not mandatory. So choose whatever you are comfortable with. And then what I have to do is I have to create a new injection token. So I'll say new injection token, and you can see I'm using something known as GitHub Copilot. That's why I'm getting this autocomplete. So I'm going to use it, and let's import injection token from Angular core. And then this is app config, right? This is actually an interface we are going to create. So let's go ahead and create that. I'll create an interface. Mm, let's call it as app config.interface.ts. And let's create an interface, and you can mention all the properties which belongs to your app configuration. I mean, so right now what we are going to do is I'm going to use API endpoint. This is the only property we have, but in case you have more, just go ahead and add all the properties here. Now, here I can just use the same interface which we have created, and let's import it. So this becomes my service. This is the service we are going to use, but we also need the data. So by value providers means I'm going to provide some value. Let's go ahead and create our value. So I'm going to create another constant, and I'm going to call it as app config, and let's provide the value. So I can say API endpoint because this is the property we have here, and then we have to provide the value. Now what we can do is we can import our environment.ts file here, and slash dot slash environment slash environment, and take the property which we need. So we are going to need environment dot API endpoint. And now I have to do it at only one place. I don't have to repeat this inside each and every service. So we don't have to do that. So now this is done. So we have our service ready. We have our service ready. We have our value ready. Now let's see how to register this particular service, because we have not done this, right? I mean, we don't have anything called here called provided in. So let's see how to do it. So we can go to app module, and you can see this providers here. This is where you can register your service. So you can say provide. Sorry, it will be an object. So I can say provide, and here I'm going to say provide this particular service, and I'm going to use a property called use value, and inside value I'm going to say this is the value, and let's import both. So I'll just done. So we have what we have done so far is we have created a value provider. We have registered that value provider. Now the next step is to use this provider. Let's do that. I'm going to go back to room service.ts, remove this, and now we need to access the URL from that particular service which we have created. So we know how to inject a service. So let's try that. Constructor is here, and our service name is app service config. So if I do this, and you can see I cannot, right? Even my intelligence says it is not something which can be recognized. What is this? So the way to use value providers is you have to use something known as inject decorator, and then you will pass your service here, app service config. So let's import. Now you can see it is giving me the path somehow. Let's change this. It should not be src. Uh, hmm. So we have our app service. We have to use @inject decorator, and now I can say private. So I'll call it as config, and here we don't have to use type any because we also know the type. So let's go back to the service. This is the type app config. So we can use this particular type here. So we get proper intelligence, right? I mean, even the typings. And again, this is now let's try to access the same API endpoint by using this particular service. So let's save this, go back to the code base and sorry, go back to the URL and let's see if it is compiled. It is compiled. So let's see. And we have room service initialized here. And this is your endpoint. So you can see line number 46. Now we are actually getting this value from a value provider rather than actually directly accessing environment dot a value from environment.ts. What we are doing is we have created an injection token, or we have created a value provider and then we are using it. So this is the way you should be doing that. Now let's talk about the second use case. So if you have while learning JavaScript, you might have seen some APIs, right? I mean, you may have seen Windows, we have local storage, session storage. What in case I want to use those inside Angular? Of course you can, because of course that's JavaScript, and Angular at the end gives you JavaScript as an output, right? And it's a front end, and every JavaScript code is a valid TypeScript code, so you can use that. But there are some ways. So there is a way to use it. So to do that, I'll take an example where we will use the local storage service. Yeah. So we'll see an example where we are going to use local storage service as an value provider inside Angular app. So to do that, we'll create a new file and we will call it as local storage dot token. Remember, any JavaScript API which you have seen can be used in this way. And I'll just copy some code. So here, what we are doing is we are creating an injection token. We are using provided in root here because I want to make sure that this particular service is tree shakeable. And if no one is using it, the code can be removed it. And I'm calling a factory function to return a new instance of local storage. That's what we are doing here. We don't have to register this service directly anywhere. So let's see how we can use it. So I'll go to app-component.ts and here let's see, we will inject, sorry, we will import from dot slash, okay, dot slash local storage token. And now we can use this into our constructor. So we need to use inject, right? And then we'll call local storage token, which is type of local storage, and you can also give type storage. So this is this is actually the type for your, let's see, yeah, this type for your storage API, which exists in browser. So actually, TypeScript already has type definition file for most of the web APIs or JavaScript based APIs which we use generally. It's called a file called lib.dom.ts because it's all related to DOM, right? So here we can use it in case you get any error while compiling, just move it to any. That's absolutely fine. And once this is done, let's go ahead and add something to local storage. So to do that, I'll just add one value. So let's add on ngOnInt, let's add this value into our local storage. So I'm adding a variable called name and the value is Hilton. Let's see. This value will be added once our app is loaded, right? Because it's on ngOnInt on our root component. Let's go ahead and see. So this is where you can verify local storage. So here you can go to your application and just see local storage, localhost 4200, right? So because our application is right now running on localhost 4200, you can see this value, name Hilton Hotel. Yep. So this is where your value will be available. Don't try to add anything which is secure to your local storage. This is just an example how you can use local storage. In similar way, you can also use session storage. So in case you want to use session storage inside your Angular application, rather than directly using it, try to create an injection token like this, which like the one which we have created for local storage. The only difference would be session storage, right? And even you can use other APIs, for example, window dot, for example, in case you want to use location, right? So rather than actually injecting location directly, which is or accessing location directly, which is possible. Yes, of course, it is possible. Try to use a token. So you can use location, menu bar, there are navigator, there are a lot of APIs which exist, right? I mean, you can use all those APIs as a token here rather than actually directly using inside your code base. In case you come across any existing code base which is not following this, try to refactor. I mean, you will learn something new. So this is it from value providers. In this video, we are going to talk about Angular HTTP and observables. This is really important to understand because in your enterprise applications, what you are going to do is most of the time you will be interacting with the APIs. So this is what we are going to learn here, how to interact with your APIs, how to handle the HTTP calls, and how to do different HTTP calls. So let's go ahead and see the agenda for this particular video. So we will of course go through the introduction. Then we will set up the HTTP client. We will use the HTTP client service, which will be used to make those API calls. We'll talk about RxJS, we'll talk about observables and streams. We'll see different HTTP methods which exist. We'll see some examples of RxJS operators, and then we'll see HTTP interceptors, and at the end we will see app. At the end we will see app initializer. So let's go ahead and see why this Angular HTTP is important. So in enterprise application, as I said, you will be interacting with APIs. In JavaScript, you might have used Ajax or Fetch. If you have never used it, that's absolutely fine. Those are the low-level APIs which is available inside your browser. HTTP client is the service which we are going to use to interact with our APIs. And HTTP client internally uses RxJS. So what is RxJS? Of course, we will see that. But let's go ahead and start with setting up our HTTP client. To use the functionality provided by HTTP client to interact with your APIs, we need to do some configuration. So let's go through those steps. The first step is we have to use something called HTTP client module. As soon as you see module, it means this is something which needs to be registered at your module level. HTTP client module generally should be registered at your root level because you are going to use HTTP calls across your application, right? So you just need to register it once, and that's absolutely fine. Until unless you are using services, even in that case, this will be taken care of. Okay, sorry, I just added it to declarations. Really sorry for that. Okay, so here it is. So we have HTTP client module registered, and we have imported it from Angular common HTTP. Remember this Angular common HTTP, because HTTP client module should be imported from here. In case you get a old code base, it's possible that there was another library called Angular slash HTTP. So if you are getting something from Angular HTTP, you are probably on the older version, and you should move to Angular Common HTTP, which was of course introduced in 2017. So you don't have to go ahead and still use that particular API. Remember, Angular slash common slash HTTP. This is from where you should be using it. So this is first step. Now we are done. We are done with setting up the HTTP client. Now let's go ahead and see how we can use HTTP client service. But before we move into uh, start using our HTTP client service, we need an API. And we don't have any API available as of now. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a mock API which I have created. You don't have to worry about this. We will share the code and you can just download it. This API is actually written in Nest.js and it is written using TypeScript. So I'll just do npm start here to start this particular API, and it will expose some API endpoints which we have already written. So you can go to rooms controller and you will be able to see API slash rooms. This is post, this is get, this is get by ID, and this is patch and delete. These are different APIs which is available, and we will be interacting with these APIs. So you can see these are the endpoints which we get: API slash rooms post, API slash rooms get. And now let's go back to our code base. Let's go back to our application. Right? And the first thing which we need in case you are setting up your HTTP HTTP API or your API server locally, you need to create one file which is known as proxy.conf.json. This is something which is available inside documentation. So I'll just guide you to the documentation, and in next time whenever you want to set it, you can just refer the documentation. So you can go to angular.io, which is of course the official documentation. Search for proxy. Okay, let me see. Okay, this is set up. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can go to the documentation and go to this ngserve command, and in ngserve you will find one property called proxy config. And you can just click here to it will take you to the page where all the information is available. So we can create a proxy.conf.json. This is first step which I have already done for us, and then you can just copy paste this. Our API also exists with slash API, right? So slash API slash slash API slash room. So we'll start with slash API, And this is where the API exists, localhost 3000. So you can verify from here this application main.ts and app.listen. So right now it is running on localhost 3000. And after this, there are few steps more which I have already done for us, but you can refer it from here. We have to actually add one more configuration. So we have to add one more configuration inside our angular.json. The serve command, this is the configuration for serve, and we have added this inside development. We have also added proxy config and path to our proxy.conf.json file. Once you do this, that's it, you're done, right? So this is to set up the proxy. And now let's go ahead and utilize the service, HTTP client service, to make our first API call. So room service, this is where we want to go, and we are going to use HTTP client service, which is available inside Angular. So we'll say private HTTP, and we'll say type of HTTP client. Let me just remove this, and we will import HTTP client from angular/common/HTTP. So this is imported. Now we have our HTTP client service available. Let's go ahead and make our first API call. So here, right now we are getting the data from, of course, service itself. We have hard coded this data. Let's remove this. Let's get rid of it. I'll do one small change. As my ID at the backend is a string, I'll change this room number to be string. And probably I have to change at one more place, which is this. Now, to get the data in from an API, we generally make a get call. So get calls can be accessed from the browser itself. So let's try to see if that works. So I can say localhost 3000/API/rooms. This is where our resources are available. And you can see we have 3 records available already. And this is our data. So here, rather than actually getting the data from this .room list, what we are going to do is we are going to call the HTTP get method. So there are multiple methods which exist. So we have get, post, put, delete, patch, and there are a few more, but we won't be using them a lot. So let's use, generally we call, like, whenever you start working with a new whenever you start working with a new framework, the first thing which you learn is CRUD operation, right? Create, read, update, delete. That's what we are going to do. This get method is read. So here I'll say this dot HTTP dot get. And you can see I'm getting intelligence, but I'm not going to use it right now. So I'll say HTTP get, and we need an API endpoint. Right now, as we have a proxy server available, we don't have to give entire path. So we don't have to mention localhost 3000/API/rooms. What we can do is we can mention /API/rooms. This is it, because of the proxy config which we have. So proxy will redirect this call /API/rooms to localhost 3000, which is available here, right? And now let's save this, and once we go back to our component, we will start getting an error here. So this code is commented right now, but let's uncomment, and we will start seeing an error. It says this dot rooms had some squiggly lines. Let's see what it says. It says type observable of object is missing following properties. So it is saying, okay, whatever data you are trying to actually assign it to room list is of something of type called observable. What is this observable? So let's see this first. What I will do is we'll just do a console.log to try to understand what this observables and everything is. And let's go to the console. And we can see this, right? So we have observable which says operator, and there are something called source, but there is no data. So let's try to understand what observable means. Angular uses a library called RxJS internally to work with data. And it is also used inside your HTTP service as well. Even there are a few other places like uh, we will be using it in forms, we will be using it in routing, so multiple places. So RxJS, let's see what is this. So this is the official web page here, rxjs.dev. So you can go ahead and see what RxJS is. So there is a small introduction which is written here. So it's a library. It's of course a library to work with event. It's a event-based program. Sorry, to work with event-based programs using observable sequence. So what do you mean by observable sequence? I mean, probably you might have never heard about observables. Because it's of course a different library, and generally we don't use those libraries. But RxJS is one of the powerful library which is available here and can be used with any framework. So it is not that it's only tightly coupled with Angular. It's used in React. It can be used in Vue. It can be used in Svelte, anywhere you want. So RxJS has a concept that whatever data you get is a stream of data, right? So what do you mean by stream? For example, you might have already used a lot of streaming services. So let's go to YouTube. Let's go to Netflix. Let's go to Amazon. What are those? They are your streaming services, like Amazon, of course. Amazon, not the shopping app, right? Amazon Prime. So what you get is you get a stream of data, right? I mean that they are streaming some data to your devices. Once we say stream, so it's like what happens when you want to access some streaming services. The first step is you subscribe to it, right? I mean, of course, you need to create an account, you subscribe, and then you can start getting those streams. The similar concept works inside RxJS. So once you want to get some data, the first thing which you have to do is you have to, of course, someone needs to publish the data. That's of course true, because of course if no one is publishing the data or no one is publishing the streams, you will not get anything. But as a user, as a developer, what you should be doing is you should be subscribing to the stream to get the data. It's a continuous stream. Generally, let me just try to explain you a common term which is used a lot called push versus pull architecture. Let's go back to our code base. I'm not going to write entire code, but yeah, just an example. So here, let's say if we are not using stream, what you will do is you will call, let's say, get data to get the data. In case, let's say we perform some operation, we add the data. So we add a new data. What you need to do is, in case I want to get the latest data, generally we do is call the get data again, right? This is something which we have been doing from long time, right? In JavaScript, we have been doing from long time. So whenever you modify the data, what you do is you get the data again. What you do is you pull the data. This is called pull based architecture. So every time you update something, just go ahead and pull the data. RxJS works on a push architecture. It says once you get the data, it is continuous stream of data. So in case you add some data, you add the data directly into the stream. And once this stream is updated, anyone who has actually subscribed to the stream will get the data. You don't have to call the get data function again to get the data. That's pull based architecture. Here we are saying whenever you update the stream, you will get the updated data. That's push based architecture. You are not doing yourself. Actually, stream is pushing the latest data to you. So hope you understood this, because this is really important to understand RxJS and streams. I'll just leave it here in case you want to refer this again. So what we are going to do is we are going to get our, of course, rooms data. First thing, in case I want to access this data, what I have to do is I have to go ahead and subscribe to it. And how we can subscribe using RxJS? it has a subscribe method. So you can do get rooms dot, let's see, subscribe, and here we can say this dot rooms list is equals to rooms, but we are getting an error again. I mean, why? Let's try to read the error. This is one of the most important skill you should learn in all the modern or the latest frameworks which we have available nowadays. The developer experience is really great. What you mean by developer experience? So it's all these things, right? Errors or messages while developing. So it guides you what the actual issue is. So it says that this room list is of type this room list array, but you are trying to assign it to an object. And of course, there is a mismatch in data type. What we can do here is we can go ahead and change in get rooms. We can actually ask our HTTP service to actually give me the data in this particular type. So I can use these generic syntax and I can say room list. So where is that room? Yeah, room list array. So we are saying whatever data I'm going to get, just transform that data into this particular object and then give it back to me. And you have your data available. And let's see what else we are missing. We are just missing one bracket. And let's save this and let's go back to our front end and let's click on toggle and you have the data. You just made your first HTTP GET call from an API using Angular. You can go to network and you can just go to fetch XHR and you will be able to see your request. So here we have our get request which returned us status code 200. You can go to preview to see the data which is written, and these are request headers and response headers. So this is your plain like JSON response and this is your formatted response. And it also tells you when it started and how much time it took. So it was completed around in 0.89 milliseconds. So it took, this is how much it took to actually download the content. It was waiting for 11.32 milliseconds to complete the call. But total, if you see here, 31.88 milliseconds. So this is absolutely fine. I mean, you should not, your API should respond within 1 second, and 31.88 millisecond is perfect. I mean, of course, it's a local database and it's a local API and we just have 3 records to fetch. But yeah, congratulations, you just made your first API call and you have rendered the data on your UI. So now we understand how to get the data from HTTP, but I'll focus again on RxJS because this is really important to understand. So we saw that, okay, RxJS is something which gives you stream of data and it is used for writing reactive programming. And we also discussed about pull versus push. What is the difference? And it gives you it gives you observables like stream of your data, which we can subscribe to. What we are going to see now is we are going to create a observable by using RxJS itself, not using HTTP, and see how it works. So let's go back to our code base and let's create an observable by our own. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create an stream. I'll call it as a stream is equals to new observable. See, observable is something which should come from RxJS. Okay, it is not imported. And we'll remove this right now. Okay. And now here in observe, we get an observer which we will call a method called next. So there are multiple methods which exist on your observable. So you can see you have unsubscribe, you have complete, you have error, you have remove and add. Here, what we are going to do is we are going to call next. What do you mean by next? So whenever you call a next on your observable, it will be emitting a new data. So whoever is subscribing to this stream will get this data. So let's say I'm saying the next data is user 1. And I can of course call it multiple times. So I can say, okay, this is observer dot next user 2 and next user 3. And I can also call observer dot complete. So whenever this, of course, every stream will finish somewhere. So I'm saying whenever this after this, just go ahead and complete the stream. So you can see I'm going to call complete method, and this is where my stream completes. We can also handle, so you can see it says observer dot we have one more method, error, right? So we can also handle the error in case what if error there is any error, right? So we can just say, okay, in case of error, just raise an exception and that's it. So we'll say this. I mean, we are not going to use it. We will see it later on whenever a stream raises an error, how to handle those. So we'll see that as well. So now this is our stream which we can subscribe to, which has an observer and which can raise or which can give you new stream every time you have you are calling this. Let's go to stream ngOnInt, and here I'll say this dot stream, and we will subscribe to this, right? So we'll subscribe and we'll say this is our data, and we'll call console.log and we'll see what the data is. Let's go back to our hotel inventory app. Let's go back to the console, and you can see you have user 1, user 2, user 3. After this, your stream gets completed, right? So we are calling complete. Let's try to call this again. So we are calling it multiple times. It is anyways happening multiple times right now. So you can see user 1, user 2, user 3, and again user 1, user 2, user 3 is getting rendered. So we are subscribing to this stream multiple times and we get the same data every time. And after this, your stream completes. Inside this subscribe also, you can get 3 values. So let's go ahead and see the definition, of course. So you have next value, you have error, and you have complete. 3 values. So you can actually write this as this is our next value. So okay, yeah. Survivor. So once we subscribe to this, we get three types of data. So you can see we get next, which is of course next value. So we can also do something like this. On complete, I am going to say just go ahead and complete. Sorry, we'll just print that this stream is completed. And in case you get error, you can also just say, okay, there is some error, right? So whatever stream, whatever the error is, you can just print it. Let me just format. So we have next, complete, and error. Let's go to our UI again, and you can see it says user 1, user 2, and this is where your stream completes. Then again user 1, user 2, user 3, and your stream completes. right? Uh, okay, this is at another place where it is getting called. So user room component. This is the one. Okay, because our rooms component is getting rendered twice, it is getting called twice. That's the thing. I think it has to do with this, right? So we have portal rooms here, and let's comment this one. So we will just use this, and it will be rendered only once. So you have user one, user two, three, and then it is completed, and then you have user one, user two, user three, and then your API, sorry, your stream completes. So this is what will happen. This is what we will be. We won't be using this syntax. We will be using this syntax a lot of times. Even not this syntax, we will see what is the standard way. This is just to make sure that you understand streams. So what we have as part of streams is there are two parts. One is, of course, your observable, which will be subscribed, right? Which your users can subscribe to. And internally, observable will have an observer, which will observe the data if there is a new value which is available. Now, where this is useful. So in case, let's say you are working with some real-time database, right? So whenever a new value is like pushed, because it's a push-based architecture, your observer will actually observe, okay, there is a new value. So what I have to do is I have to call next. Internally, this is what it will be doing. Internally, it will call next method. So whoever has subscribed to it gets the new value. Even in case it also has complete and error. So in case you get some error or your stream completes, that's it. If your stream completes, it will not going to give you anything. In case error is sent, it will capture that error and it will send it to you. You don't have to go ahead and create this by your own. You will be using some operators. Of course, we will go ahead and see that. This is just to let you know how observables internally work. And what you get once you subscribe to it. You get next, complete, and error. These three methods are given to you. Generally, what we do is we work with data, but you should also work with, try to handle the errors gracefully as well. I mean, your users should not see the error, right? Red lines in your, once your application is available. So we will see how we can also handle error in case we get it from the API. So this is all about observable streams, observable observer, and how you can create it manually by using observable class, which is available here. Right. So if you go to this RxJS observable, you will see this is a class, and it also has type. So right now, if you see, let me just show you here. So it says observable of unknown because we have not given any type. We can actually make it string because right now I'm working with string. So it will know, okay, this particular stream will have string of data. You can make it number in case you are working with number. But yeah, this is higher level API. You don't have to do it. You don't have to use it directly inside your code because most of the time you will be using HTTP and you will be getting the data from there, or um, you will directly work with streams by using other methods. So we will see those. Right now, this is what we have in RxJS, right? So, and observables. Now let's go ahead and move into other methods. Move on and see other operations. Right now we have done get operation and we discussed something about RxJS. Now we will try to do post operation, right? So we are done with read. Let's see create, and let's go back to our code. This is our service, and we will call add rooms, add room. Okay, we will pass one room, not rooms. And here we are going to do return this.http.post API/rooms and the room data which we have available, right? So our service is done. This is the sorry. Our service is done. So this is it. But you have to be aware whenever you are working with APIs, you should be aware of request format as well as response format. So let me just check what is the request and response format for this particular API. So we have this post. This is the create and create room, which requires room number, room type, amenities, everything apart from the room number, which will be created for us. And let's go ahead and see the service just to see what will be the response. So in create, this is just, of course, I'm not accessing any database. So, okay, I'm returning the room's entire list of data, which is added now. So let's see. So we have this our post. Generally, you get the latest record which is added, but it's up to you. I mean, it's a really bad practice to return all the data which is added, but this is just an example, right? So I'm just going to return all the data which is available after adding this record as well. And now let's go back, and this is our add room function. You remember we just wrote this here. We will call, we'll comment this, and we'll say this dot room service dot add room, and we will pass this room as the data. I'll comment out room number, which won't be passed here. Let's see if it gets any, it gives us any issue. Otherwise, this should be fine. And this dot room list, we will assign whatever data we are getting from this response to room list, right? So we let's go ahead and try to, let me just close other browsers, and we have our get data, right? So this is available. Get call succeeded, and we got our data from the API. We want to test add functionality. So let's click on add room. Let's go to network first, because this is where we will be able to see our request. Click on add room, and we got uh, 201. So if you see, we have 201 created. It means my API was successful. We also got the latest record, which is added here. You can see the ID is alphanumeric because it is generated using UUID, which will be unique ID, uh, and it's alphanumeric string. So let's see the payload. So this is the payload which we have sent to our API, and of course this is the response which we have received, and this is JSON response in case you want to see it, and you can also see other information, right? So your timing and everything. So this is it. This is how you make a post call. I mean, in case you get a single record, of course you have to try it. You have to go ahead and see, I mean, how to handle that data. But right now I'm returning all the record, including the current record. So I get everything which is available, and I can add more. So you can see, right? So you have this different records with different ID, the same record we added with different ID. Right now right now we have hard coded the data because we don't have any form. In future, we will replace this with a form. That's what we are going to do. So let's move on and make our next API call, which is now update. So let me just check quickly what is the update API looks like. Okay, so this is my update, and it takes the data and updates the data and gives me back. Okay, let's try to make an update call. And here, what we are going to do is, of course, again, I am going to hard code some data just to see how to make this call, right? And this also returns the entire records. Remember this. This also returns the entire record. In reality, you are not going to get this. You are not going to return entire data. Probably you will get the ID, right? So this is updated or not. That's it. So let's go ahead and add a button, and I'll call this as edit room, and let's implement this function. Okay, so edit room function, and as we said, we are going to just use the dummy data here as well. So I'll take it from this, and I'll say room number 3. So this data will be updated for room number 3. and we will call it as edit room. Again, in future, we will have a form from where we can edit this record. So let's see what we have at room number 3, which is private suite and 15,000. So I think we have a different, yeah. So we have different record here. So this will be updated with room number 3. Let's write the method. So I'll say this is edit room, which will get a room data and will return. So I'll say this dot http dot put, and again I'm returning the entire list. So I'm saying, okay, this is the type of response, and then edit will have the same API, and this is our data. Let's go ahead and save this. So let's see. Let's try to make an edit call. So we have. So we have our edit call here. So let's click on edit room, and we don't have any. Okay. 1 second. Did we call this particular API? I don't think so. No, we didn't, right? So we have to say this dot step not stp room service dot edit room, and then we'll subscribe to the data, and then we'll just bind it. I'll say this dot room list is equal to data because we are getting everything back. Let's save this and go back to the UI, see the data. So we have this one available. Click on edit, and okay, it gave some error. Let's see. Let's go to the network, and we have API rooms put 404 not found. Okay. Let's see for what we have for put here. Okay, we don't have put. Okay, but we have rooms post get patch and delete. Okay, this is, let's see if we can change get patch, which takes an ID, and let's see if we can make it put, and we need to pass an ID. Then let's run this again. So I'm restarting the server. So it uses put. It actually captures the put API as well. But we have, yeah, now we have put. So it says it is available on API slash room slash ID. So we have to pass the ID in the request itself. So let's go ahead and see how we do that. So we'll go to edit rooms, and this is where we have to pass room slash ID. So we'll say, okay, I am going to use this tick operator, and I'll say slash dollar, and here I'll say room or dot room number, which is the ID for us. And let's go ahead and see. Let's go to the browser and see the data or see the request which is being passed. Let's click on, let's go to the network. We are already on the network tab. Let's click on edit room and we have 200. Okay, yes, we made our put call as well. So we have this payload and you can see the data is updated as well, right? So we earlier it was something else. Now we have the same data which we had sent here available in our table. So you can see your payload, you can see your request. It says localhost 4000 API slash room slash 3. So this is how you can make a put call. So this is let's see the delete next. So I'll say delete, and if you see delete also requires the ID to be passed. So I am going to do is I'll say just ID, just type of string. You don't need to send the entire data to delete. So and delete also does not return anything. So you can see, okay, here right now it returns the ID. That's it, right? So it returns the data apart from this ID. As we said, this is a dummy API, so I'm returning all the data. But in reality, you will find that delete will never return anything. That's true. And let's call. Let's say this is delete room, and here we will say this dot delete room dot. Sorry, this dot your service room service delete room, and I'm getting the data back again. As I said, I'm giving the entire record, and let's try to delete this one with room number 3, room service delete. Okay, and let's try to assign this data here. So we have, let's see, API slash room slash ID. This is how our request looks like right now. API slash room slash ID. We don't have to pass any payload to delete. Go back, and we need, of course, and delete button available to call the delete. So I'll say, okay, this is delete room, and we will be calling this delete room function from here. And let's go ahead and see the data first, and let's click on delete room and done. So now we have learned about the delete function as well. Right now you can see it returns something, but in probably in real time, your real time application, it will just give you information about, okay, whether this data is deleted or not, or in case you have received some other error, right? That you might get. But delete generally just performs a single operation. Okay, just go ahead and remove this data, and that's it. And in case you are also taking care of your APIs, make sure you don't delete the data from database. Always prefer soft delete over hard delete. So soft delete, it means you have some flag which you just turn on. So probably you can just have a column called deleted and just mark it as yes, deleted yes, and that's it. So that's it from the CRUD operation. You now understand CRUD operation. We will see some of the RxJS operators next, and then we will wrap up the HTTP method by after completing few more videos like app initialization. Now, next, what we are going to do is we are going to explore one more API, which is really powerful. It gives you more information about your HTTP call, and it is known as request. So one thing, before we go ahead and implement this request API, I need an API which has a lot more data. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a dummy API which gives us around more than 4,000 records, and JSON placeholder is one of the dummy API which exists. It's a fake REST API, and it has a method called photos, which gives us 5,000 records, which will be sufficient, which actually suits the purpose for this particular example. So let's go ahead and do that. Before we move into this, I'll just make one more change. Let me just close all the files. And in rooms component, I'll just change the value of toggle because right now by default the rows are hidden, which we don't want to. So let's change hide rooms to true, and I think it should work. Yep. Let's write this API call as part of room service itself, and we will call it as get photos. This API is known as request. So the first thing which we have to do is we have to go ahead and create a request, HTTP request. So let's go ahead and see how we do that. So I'll create a constant request and is equals to, we'll say this dot, sorry, not this dot, we'll say new HTTP request, which you can see actually comes from here. HTTP request, which is coming from here. Let me just remove this. Yeah, which comes from angular/common/HTTP. And we are going to, so let's go ahead and see the payload. So we can actually pass several methods. We have get head post, sorry, get head JSON P options. But remember, this doesn't work for post because post is not here, right? And we will be calling get method, and this is the API which we are going to call. Sorry, let me just check JSON placeholder, and let me just copy the URL again. In case you are trying for yourself, you can also refer this JSON placeholder API for your project. So this is the API, and now it needs some. We need to pass some configuration here. So let's go ahead and see what are those configuration. So we are going to use report progress for this particular example. And now we are going to pass this HTTP request to our request method. So let's do return this.http request, and we are passing this particular request. And we need to create the interface as well because we need to provide the typing. We will do that, but I mean that's for you. You can try this out. You can just refer the metadata, or you can refer the properties from this particular URL, just a placeholder typecode.com/photos, and it gives you a response, so you know what type of response you have, and then you can create your interface based on it. So you have album ID, title, so all these parameters. Now, once this is done, let's go ahead and call this method inside room component.ts. I'm going to call this method. I'm going to call this method on ngOnInt. This is just an example, right? So in case you need to use this, you can. So let's see what are, as I said, this is going to give you more information about your HTTP request. So let's see what those information I'm talking about. So I'll say this dot room service dot get photos, and here I'm going to do subscribe, and let's see. The first thing which you should always do is just check what the data is or how your data looks like. So let's see. So I'm saying console.log data, and go to console, and this room number component.ts line number 66. Yep. And let's see the response. So remember earlier, whenever we subscribed to our data, what we got the data. That's it. But here, your rooms component is actually giving you more than this. It is giving you entire HTTP response, which has a lot of information, which has body, status code, status text. But one more thing, if you notice your HTTP call, which you made using HTTP request, and then we subscribe to it, it is actually printed multiple times. So let me just start from the top, right? So here we don't have anything, but we have to see for line number 66. So here, so first is here. So you can see it has some information. It says HTTP header response. So it says, okay, your request to the server is sent. This is what we get. This is what information we get here. Okay, and now this is also 66, and here it starts loading the data. So here you can see at this line, again, this is line number 66. So this is where it actually start loading the data. So it also gives you information how much data is loaded. So you can see here line number 66, again line number 66 here. Same, if you see object type 3 and how many bytes are loaded here again. And then finally, when you get the data, it gives you HTTP response. Why this is printed twice? Because we are loading it twice, right? So you can see here, it's the same component, a room component getting called twice. So you get same information again and again. Let's hide one. So we can go to app component dot html and let's hide this. And we will see get some sorry, we'll get small log to work with. And yeah, so now at the end we have this HTTP response. What you can achieve using this. So let's say if you have an API which takes some time to load data and you have a lot of records to display, for example, the same example, right? We have 5,000 records. So we don't want to actually we don't want to make user think that this is hanged, the application is hanged right now. Rather, you can display the user that, okay, this many bytes are downloaded, and you can probably show some loader, right? And based on that, your user, I mean, even your application will be interactive rather than actually just being there and user thinks that, okay, there is nothing which is happening. So let's see how we can read this information. Let's go to room component.ts. So this data is actually not the data, it's event. So if you see, there are multiple events which is being called. So I'll call this as event. And then here, what we can do is we can subscribe to multiple events. So I'll say, okay, let's use switch. Okay, looks like some, okay. Switch based on the event type. I'll say case. I'll first let's see HTTP event type which we have to import. HTTP event type is what is going to give you those information. So whether your request is sent, I mean, in case it's an upload event, if upload is in progress, if it is download, what is the response header, whether our request is actually sent to the server or not. In case there is some problem communicating with the server, you will get an error here. And let's go ahead and do that. So first, we are going to say, okay, so in case the request is sent, I'll say, okay, console.log request has been made. And of course, don't miss the break. And then case, I'll say this is HTTP response header. I'll say console. And here we are going to say request success. And then case, this is important. So we are saying, okay, case HTTP event download progress. And here, what you can read is, let's create a variable. I'll say this is console, total bytes. So this event is actually going to give us how many bytes are downloaded. So what we can achieve here is we can say this dot total bytes plus is equals to event. And if you try to access right now, you will get two properties, total and type. So total can be total can be null while you are downloading the data. So what we need is loaded. So we need to show how much data is loaded, and that's about this. And finally, we will handle the response. And now if I do console.log and let's do console.log again. So if we try to access event dot, you will see you will get many properties, and these are the properties which you generally get from an API. Let me show you here. So if you go to network and click on rooms, click on headers, and you have request headers, right? So sorry, not request headers, but yeah, this one. So you see, you get status code, you get the data, of course, which is part of your response. So you are going to get more information about what your response was, including the status code, including your body, including your headers, status, everything. So I'll say, let's try to access body, and let's see. And this is your photos, but this is not what we are interested into. We are interested in console.log right now. So let's go ahead and see. So we have, of course, this is our data. So this is 5,000 records which is available, and here we want to display the total bytes. So what I'm going to do is, here I'll say there is, let's place an H1 here. Sorry, so it is visible, and then I'll say this is total bytes loaded. Let's see. And you can see, of course, it is, my internet speed is real fast, so you can see this many bytes loaded. But we can go to network, and we can move to slow 3G, and let's reload. Right, so you can see, okay, it started from 0, and then it is loading the data. So I'll just go to no throttling again, and so it is too fast, of course. So to download this many 722 bytes, so it didn't took a lot of time. But yeah, this is what you can achieve using request API. It is really powerful. It gives you a lot of information, more information than what you generally get from your HTTP GET. So try to utilize this as much as possible. We already saw the use case where you can do that. The only thing is we had to utilize the JSON placeholder API because we don't have an existing API which gives us those many records. So yeah, that's it from the. Next, we are going to discuss and see some RxJS operators. As we said in past, RxJS is really powerful, and you should learn about RxJS in more detail. Though this is an introduction, though this is not an fully fledged RxJS course, but yes, we are trying to cover as much as possible so you understand the basics. And we will be covering RxJS as much as possible, which can be used in your production application. So once you start writing or once you start working on Angular application, you will be able to use enough RxJS operators as well as enough RxJS in your application. There are many operators which exist. There are, I think, there are more than 100 operators which exist. It's not possible to know all of them, and you even don't need all of them to be frank. You can always refer the RxJS operators on rxjs.dev, which is official website. And in case you are not sure which operator to use, they have a really nice operator decision tree where you can give some information about what you're trying to achieve, and they will give you an operator which we can use. You can see the documentation for operators here. As I said, there are more than 100. It's not possible to understand all of them, and probably you won't be using, or you never need all those 100 operators. You're going to almost use most of the time around 10 operators, from which we'll be using most of the from which we'll be covering most of them here. The first operator which we are going to use is share replay. Now, why we need RxJS operators? Remember, RxJS gives you a stream of data, and that stream of data cannot be modified. It can be modified only within a stream or before it is subscribed. So how to modify those data? So that's where operators come really handy. So here I'll give you an example of how we can use share replay operator, and then we will also see some examples of operator where you can modify the data while the stream within the stream and then give it back. So To see this example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make two changes. Here I'm going to uncomment this again. So we get the request twice. I have made one more change in container component. Remember we had this host decorator here on the service, and this providers. I have commented this and I have removed this as well, just to make sure that you are following the same, because if I don't remove it, I mean we are going to end up with multiple instances of a service, and of course it will make two different calls. So let's go ahead and talk about this share replay service. So here you can see rooms is being called twice, photos is again being called twice. It's the same data, right? So why we need to make two calls? What we can do better here. Probably we can cache whenever first call is made, and then we don't have to make another call, right? That's look like a perfect solution. Yes, that's what share replay does. Share replay can help you to cache the request, so you don't have to make your call again. It's very useful in case you have some master data, which you don't need to download again and again, right? Whenever you are your user visits the page, and in case you are making the same call at multiple places, which is possible. It's not something which you should avoid. It is something which you should avoid, but it's possible that it may happen that you are calling the same API again and again to get some data. So let's see how we can use RxJS share replay operator to cache this request and make our application a little bit faster. So I'm going to make some changes into room service. I'm going to use a different approach. Generally, I prefer this in case I don't have any, I don't need a function. So I'm going to use get rooms, but I'm going to use a dollar. I'll talk about what this rooms dollar does. And then I'll call this get rooms API. And remember, as I said, we cannot go ahead and modify the stream after we subscribe to it. A stream can be modified inside a function. That function is known as pipe. So this pipe is where you can do anything with your data. And right now we are going to call a share replay operator with share replay 1. So we are going to repeat or replay the last one record which we have received. And this is done. This is the method. Now let me talk about this get rooms dollar, what we are doing. This is a property. So we are saying this is a property, and this dollar is to denote that this is a stream. So generally, whenever you work with streams, try to use this approach, try to use this syntax. And so you don't need ngOnInt, or you don't have to call anything inside ngOnInt. We'll see an example where we can actually avoid subscription as well. So once you get comfortable with this, it will be easy to understand that code as well. So here we have a property get rooms, and then we are saying, okay, this is a stream which we get here. And so far nothing has changed. We're still getting two request, right? So rooms. Now let's go to rooms component.ts here. And rather than get rooms, we are going to access get rooms property. And let's go ahead and see. Then we are now getting rooms request only once, but of course we have the data available multiple times because we are caching the first request, so we don't have to go ahead and make another call. This is something which is really important to understand, because of course you may have an application where multiple calls are being made unnecessarily, even though the data never changes. Use share replay and then you are done. In this video, we are going to discuss about one pipe which we had left while talking about built-in pipes. Remember, we said we are going to use a sync pipe while working with HTTP. And that's what we are going to explore here. That's why we are back on this particular topic. We are going to see how we can utilize a sync pipe and what's the purpose of using a sync pipe. So this is going to be a little bit longer theories plus examples. So let's go back to our code. So here, right now, the code which we have written, you can see everywhere we are doing .subscribe, right? So we are subscribing our stream everywhere. Now there is a downside to this. There is a downside, yes, to subscribe the streams. Let's try to relate this streams to your streaming services. When you subscribe to, let's say, Netflix or Amazon Prime, Once you subscribe, let's say you subscribe to Netflix and you wanted to actually cancel that subscription next month, and you actually forgot to cancel your subscription. What happens? You pay the price. Same thing is applicable here. But here, what is the price we are paying? The price is actually performance. So whenever you subscribe to a stream, the streams are active. The standard way is whenever you subscribe to stream, you should unsubscribe to it. How we can unsubscribe to it? Remember we discussed about ngOnDestroy, and we said ngOnDestroy is an event where we can go ahead and release the resources. We can actually we can release anything which we have in memory. So this is where we can unsubscribe to it. But most of the places we don't need to subscribe manually. It's not impossible. I mean, it's not even totally impossible to remove all the subscribe methods. It's not. But yes, there are places, there are things, there are like operators by using which you can do that. And especially in case you want to just read the data, you can go ahead and avoid the streams. Sorry, you can go ahead and avoid the subscription, manual subscription. For example, of course, this one, or we had the photos one as well, right? So, I mean, of course, here we are diving deep that, okay, we want to handle this event, this event, this event, but yeah, even in this case, right? So we can just avoid the subscription because we just wanted to access the data. So async pipe makes it possible to manage the subscription for us. What in case I have to do it myself? So this is how the code will look like, and you will see this code in a lot of places in your application, or maybe if you get hired to work on any application, probably the chances are high that you will see this code. Generally, we get an subscription object, which is type of subscription, which comes from RxJS. So you can see, okay, I'll just do this one. Right, so subscription, which comes from RxJS, you can see this, and we will ask this. We will use this variable to hold the subscription for us, and then I will use ngOnDestroy, and you will find that some code which looks like this. So if this dot subscription, it means there are any active subscription, go ahead and unsubscribe to it. So this is the code which you can find at many places, and this is the way you can actually unsubscribe to an active subscription as well. Why in ngOnDestroy? We are saying whenever this component gets destroyed, just go ahead and destroy the subscription also, because we don't need it. We don't need it to be available in the memory. And in case I want to avoid this, which I said totally, I mean, there is a service. I'll share the code. There is an actually, uh, there is a service which you can use at all the places to actually achieve this, or write your code in a simpler way. But yeah, I mean, I'll share that in future, because that service you can utilize in your real-time application here. But right now, let's say I don't want to actually subscribe it manually here. How we can do that? So I will remove this, and let's use this stream. So I'm going to comment this line because I'll keep it here, but I'll just comment this. Now, remember the earlier code which we wrote for share replay? I'm going to use the same approach here. So I'm going to say this is this is rooms. I'm going to say this is a room stream, and this is equals to this method. So I'm going to say, okay, this is room stream, and actually this data is coming from your no subscribe method. Let's see. Once this is done, of course, let's go back to the UI, and we will see, okay, there is no data which is available inside my table. Let's go to component, and let's try to read what is available here. How we can do that? So we can use, I'll just remove some headers here, and Whenever we have a stream, we have to use the async pipe, and then I'm using JSON to display that data. So async pipe, what it will do is it will unwrap that object and it will give you the data. So remember earlier, previously, what we used to do is we used to subscribe to get that data out and then read the data. Here, what is happening is we are passing the entire stream to async pipe, which will unwrap means it will unsubscribe to that particular data and give the data back to us. Once your ngOnDestroy is called, async pipe will also take care of unsubscribing to that object. So you don't have to go ahead and write this code where you say, okay, this is equals to this subscription is equals to this, and then unsubscribe in ngOnDestroy. So you don't have to write this code by yourself. Now let's go ahead and see how we can use it. So I'll just copy this, I'll comment. Now we know how my data looks like. And here we are passing this rooms data. Let's see. Where is the table? Header. Here. Now I can say this room stream pipe async here. Is it room or rooms? And we will also say ng if rooms pipe async. So in case some rooms is available, go ahead and display this. And it says a room list of, okay. So rooms can also, sorry, this async pipe can also return null. So that's what it is telling us right now that, okay, if it is null, I mean, I'm not able to assign this to an array or null. The thing which we can do is we can say, okay, this is type of, sorry, not here. This is type of this or null, and this error will be gone. So now we are checking if rooms data exists, then only use, but there is a downside to it. So I'll talk about that as well. But right now we have our data, which is absolutely fine, right? We are getting the data. But here, right now, we are checking this in rooms async, and here also we are doing the same. The downside of doing such or writing this code is we have to, your async pipe has to subscribe it multiple times. Can we do it at once? Yes, that's possible. You can do something like this. So you can say rooms async as room, and then you can just pass, sorry, let's do it, make it rooms, and we can pass it here only once. So we have to subscribe only once. Let's go ahead and verify our UI, and it works. No error, and everything is as, looks the same as it was earlier. So try to avoid multiple async pipe on the same stream. Rather do this. So you can, rather than actually doing multiple async pipes, you can just say, okay, as this, and then you can just use that data, unwrapped data down below. So this is how async pipe works. Why we discuss about it? Because the next operator which we are going to use depends upon sync pipe. So let's go ahead and see that. Now back to our RxJS operators, and right now we are going to talk about the another operator called catch error. And this is why we learned about async pipe. So let's see how we can actually handle the errors in our code base. So far we have written the code, all the happy flow, no exception. That's fine, right? I mean, most of the time you will get the happy flow, but we have to handle the exceptions as well. So here, let's try to introduce an error. How we can do that? I can just change the API, right? So I can say API/room, and let's see. And we have okay, somehow application still works, but get rooms. Oh, okay, sorry. Here we are not using the get rooms now. So we will get 404. We generated an error. Now, how to handle these exceptions? Right now we are saying, okay, we have a stream, and whenever like that stream gives you the data, just go ahead and display them. Let's see an example where we can also handle the exception. So you can handle the exception inside service as well as in your component. The best thing would be to use something like ngRx, which is like an advanced topic, which is not part of this. But yeah, let me show you how we can handle exception here. So this stream, as I said, we cannot modify the stream after we subscribe to it, but we can modify it by using pipe. So we will apply the pipe, and here I'm going to say catch error. This is the ngRx function which we have, and we will handle the exception here. But it says, okay, there is some problem. So it says error is declared, but right now we are not using its value. Let's try to use the value, and to do that, what we will do is we will say right now, let's do console.log, and we'll say error. And it says array of void. Okay. So it accepts room list parameter, right? So we can say, okay, do this, capture the error, and return of this. I'll explain what we are doing here. Let's format, and we have an extra error. Okay. So we are handling, we are saying, okay, this is log the error and then just return the empty array. So let's go ahead and see. Okay, so nothing here. Let's see the console, and we have the error, which is HTTP line number. Let's see, line number 68. Yeah. So line number 68, we have error, HTTP error response, and it says, okay, this is the message, right? So this is the actual message which we have. Now what we need is let's say we want to display this particular message. We want to show, okay, this is the actual error which we have received. How we can do that? I'm going to use another type which is available in RxJS, which is both observable and observer. So I'm going to create an error stream, and I'm going to say this is type of subject, and it is, sorry, just type of subject, and which is type of string. Sorry. And as this is not initialized, I'm going to say, okay, this is negation operator, which will avoid that particular error. Now let's see what is this particular subject is. As you can see, it is coming from RxJS, of course, and it is subject is actually base class for all the different uh, streams which you get. So it's a like what you can say. It's a base class, right? For all the type of streams which you get, this is the base class. So you can actually create a subject, and then there are different types of subjects which also exist. Internally, Angular also uses subject at a lot of places. So here, what we have done is we have created this subject, and now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, this dot error dot, I'm going to call a method called next. Remember, we said whenever when we saw an example of observer, we said there are three methods which exist: next, complete, and error. So we are going to say next error, and whenever we get the new error value, we are going to subscribe to this. So we are going to say here this dot. We don't have to. Let's see. Let's do this dot error stream dot as observable. So this is my subject. This get error, or let's make it, I'll keep it get error as of now. I'm saying I'm going to subscribe to this. So this is this active stream. Whenever there is an error which is raised, I'm going to push this error. You generally should not write this code inside your component, because there is a drawback. Whenever next gets called, your change detection is going to run again. So that's a drawback. But of course, you should learn about this, how to do exception handling as well. You can move this to your service, you can move it to another common place wherever you want to. But yeah, now we have this error which is available, and now let's go ahead and see. So I'm going to save this and going to subscribe to this error just above this, and here I'll say h1 and get error pipe sync. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take message out of it, right? So we don't need to display the entire error. So let's see how the UI looks like. And okay, there is some error, cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, probably I'm missing something. Let's see. Okay, new subject. This is how it should be actually. We have to create a new subject of type string, and this should fix the issue. Now we have, of course, everything's working fine. Looks like everything is working fine, but you can see you have error code available here. So it says your error message HTTP failure response for this blah blah blah, which is available now. So what we are doing is whenever there is an exception, now we are handling that error. We are handling that error, and then we are subscribing to that error as well. We are saying, okay, in case we get the data, that's absolutely fine. But in case I get the error, just go ahead and display the error as well. You can customize this error based on your requirement. Now let's go ahead and fix the URL, and our data will be back. Now we don't have any error, so nothing, no error will be subscribed to, right? So this is how you can use catch error. And yes, just make sure that, okay, you are not writing this code in your component. This is just an example. You can do it inside service. We will see an example where we do the component interaction using service, where we are going to see different types of subject which exist, and probably we will move this code outside. So this is it from Hello. So far, we have seen two operators, share replay and catch error, and we also saw an example how you can use a sync pipe, which is really great. You should focus more on using a sync pipe as much as possible. Let's now see an example of map operator. We are going to see some other map operator as well, because there are few different, like you will find there is switch map, merge map, and there are a few operators like that. So but here we are going to just talk about map operator. So let's go ahead and see how we can actually use map operator to work with our stream and modify it. And by the way, this is the first operator which we are going to use, which will modify the data, right? Yeah. This is the first operator which we are going to use, which will modify the data. So far, we have seen catch error, which was able to catch the error, and we saw share replay, which was able to cache the data, right? So let's see how we can modify the stream by using share replay. No, sorry, by using how we can modify the stream by using map operator. And to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to subscribe to the same streams, okay? And I'll call this as room count, and I'm saying, okay, this is stream, and here I'm going to subscribe. So I'll say this dot room, room service dot get rooms. So this is our stream, and then we can use pipe. And now in map, using map operator, so we'll just use map, and okay, this is coming from RxJS. We'll say rooms, and we will take the number of rooms which is available inside this. And now if you see this type, the important thing is see the types. Here it is array of rooms, and here it is count, which means number of rooms which are available inside this particular array. So we are actually modifying the stream, and we are just returning the number of records, or you can see rooms.length, which is number of records, number of rooms which is available in this particular stream. But we are not subscribing it manually. We are still in the stream. We modified the stream and said, okay, it was like room of numbers which was coming inside the pipe, and then we took only the count as, and we gave that count as a stream. So here now I can just go ahead and use this in our template, and let's put it here. And let's do one thing. Let's put it in H1, and we'll see number of rooms is sync. And let's save this as well, because otherwise this variable won't be identified because the file is not saved. Let's see if it is compiled. Yes, it is compiled. Let's go to the browser, and you can see it says number of rooms 3. So this is how you can utilize map operator, and uh, without subscribing to the stream, you can just get the data whatever you need from the existing stream. So this is the map operator, and now we will move on to the next topic. In this video, we are going to talk about several things. First, we will see how we can add the extra headers to our HTTP request. And then we will see how we can actually intercept those requests. That's where the concept of HTTP interceptor will come. And then at the end, we will see app initializer. So first, let's go ahead and talk about modifying the header information. So we are back to our code base. In your enterprise application, there might be scenarios where you may need to pass some extra information in the header. Which header? We are talking about HTTP request header. So we will first learn how to do that. So let's go to our service, and let's try to add some extra headers to our this calls, right? So we have get call, we have post call. How we can pass that? So if you see the signature of every HTTP request which we have, I mean get, post, put, everything, you will find that there is something called HTTP headers which we can pass, which takes a key value pair. Similarly, you will find it for post as well, and post, delete, everything. So let's see how we can create an HTTP header, and then we'll try to pass it. So first, let's create the header. I'll call it as header, and it will be new HTTP headers, right? So as we know, it takes key and value pair. So few common headers which we see: content type. You have let's say forms data. No, that's not a header. Or you can pass token, right? So token is a common use case. Here we are going to pass, let's say, token, for example, and it will take, this is the value. So alphanumeric, let's say our token is some alphanumeric random value. And then here I can just say pass this headers to here. So we now let's verify inside our browser that if that particular header which we have sent is received or not. Let's go back to our network tab, and let's reload this. It's compiled, and this is the request which we are planning to see, in which we have added that particular header information, which is named as token. Let's see. So this is response header. This is not what we are looking at. We are looking at request header, and let's see if we have. Okay, there is one thing. There's one mistake which I made. If you, I mean, we are not calling this method anymore. So if I have to do this, I have to actually pass this header information here, right? Inside this call. So I'll do one thing. I'll cut this. I'll paste it here, and then we'll pass this header information into this dot headers, and let's remove it. And let's remove this as well. Okay, so this is the HTTP method which we are calling. Let's go ahead and verify our build, which is compiled. Application is compiled. Now let's go back to our code base and let's try to see request header now. So we have this token which is available. Now this token can be received from at your API. So in case, let's say you are working together with some backend developer, he says, listen, for this particular API call, I'm going to need some token. This is the token which you have to pass with every request. So this is how you are going to do it. So you will, let's go back to the code and then let's talk about it. So this is how you will create a new header, and then you will pass that header into your request. So this dot headers which we have passed here, and you can of course pass multiple. And let's see. Mhm. So you can call append method and then you can add multiple. So that's how you can do it. You can also see there is a method to get the headers you have has to actually see if this particular header exists or not. So you can just copy the same header. Let's say let's try to add a room and see if it works. And we have this information passed or not. So we can pass headers and we will pass this dot headers in add API as well. Let's go back to the code and let's add a room. And this is our rooms API, and we will be able to see token here as well. Right. So this is how you will be adding header information. Now, once we know this, how to add header information, let's talk about another use case. So let's say you get a token, and now the requirement is you have to actually go ahead and add this token to every request. Do you think what I'm doing is correct or is the most inefficient way? Of course, the answer is no, right? I mean, what I'm doing is I'm duplicating the code, which is, of course, I shouldn't be doing that. So what we can do? So this is where the concept of HTTP interceptors come in. HTTP interceptors is not only made for this, but there are bigger use case for HTTP interceptors. HTTP interceptors, I mean, you may have actually heard about interceptors. Let's come back and talk about interceptors first before we talk about HTTP interceptors. What do you mean by interceptor? You might have seen some movies, right, where someone says, okay, your call is being intercepted. What do you mean by that? So actually there is sender and receiver. So client is my receiver and server is my sender, right? If you see, I mean, your server is responding to each and every request, right? And your client is also making a request to, so it goes from your client to server and server to client. Now there is someone in between who is listening to what is happening, what data is going, what data is coming. That is interceptor. So similar way, HTTP interceptor is a service which will sit between your HTTP call, which is being made from your client, which is your browser, to the server. And in case also your server responds, it can also listen to your request. That's HTTP interceptor here. What can be the use case? I mean, there are a lot of things which you can do using HTTP interceptor. One is, of course, you can add this common headers inside interceptor, so you don't have to add it everywhere. What else? What other use cases can be? In case you want to, let's say, add date timestamp to each and every request. Yeah, you can do that. You can do using HTTP interceptor. What else? Let's say you want to handle the scenario where your token is expired. Yes, HTTP interceptor is the way to go. And you can add multiple HTTP interceptor. It's not like you can only add one HTTP interceptor. The only thing is it will be called in the sequence they are registered. So let's go ahead and create our first HTTP interceptor to see how it works. And to do that, I'm going to use a command. So of course, ngg interceptor. And I'm going to call it as, let's say, request interceptor. So and we have this two classes created, and you have this request interceptor which implements HTTP interceptor. That's why it is called HTTP interceptor. Remember, HTTP interceptor can modify your request as well as it can modify your responses as well in case you want to. Now HTTP interceptor has actually an function which we need to implement, which is called intercept. And this is really important. Next.handle. This line actually sends the request to your server. If you don't call this method, nothing will happen. So let's try to first do one thing. I'll just do console.log, and we will just log our request. Right. So request interceptor, and then we'll pass the request with us. Once you're done with this, I mean, right now this interceptor will not do anything because it is not registered. Let's go ahead and register the interceptor. So we will do it here, and this is how you are going to register it. So you will say provide. So we are going to say provide this. Use value, which will be HTTP interceptors. So let me talk about this in a little bit time. Sorry. We'll talk about this, what we are doing here. So we are saying provide use value this, and then we will say multi true. And let's go ahead and verify first. So our build is successful. Let's go back to our application and console because we want to change see the request, and request success. Request has been made, and let's see if there is anything from interceptor. Okay, somehow it is not. Provide request interceptor, which is our class. Use value this multi true. Okay, let's see. Our app is getting updated. The build was successful and nothing changed. Okay, somehow it says nothing changed. Okay, let's see. Room service has been initialized. Okay, let's not use existing value, I think. Okay. Oh, sorry. What so I have just done the opposite of it. So we have to provide HTTP interceptor as a service, and then we have to say use class, which is our request interceptor. So I just switched the values somehow. And let's talk about this. And let's verify again in case it is working fine or not. And we should be able to see now request. Here it is. So you can see request interceptor line number 16, and it has everything. So right now API/rooms is called, and we have context, body, header, and there should be one for photos, and there should be one for where is the rooms API. This is the rooms one, right? So you have rooms one and as well as the photos one. So both the requests are captured here. In case we want to add room, you will see when the request is handled here. So you can see body, context, headers, and in headers you will be able to see the token because right now we have one header which is added here. So these are the information. I mean this gives you complete HTTP information. I mean which is being sent from your client machine to your server machine. Now let's come back to this and talk about this provide and use class. So here, this HTTP interceptor is nothing but a token. So remember we created an injection token and this HTTP interceptor also is also the same. So here what we are saying is we are saying I have created a new HTTP interceptor by implementing the interface HTTP interceptor. Go ahead and add this HTTP interceptor into list of interceptors which already exist. And you might be wondering which interceptor exists. Yes, so Angular internally adds a lot of interceptors. The reason being, if you see this information right now, are we preparing this information? No, we are not. This is something which Angular is doing by itself. So of course it has some list of interceptors which is internally implemented, and then we are adding our own. So it will be executed in sequence. So once every interceptor is executed, then this will be executed. If we add one more after this, in that case, first this request interceptor will be executed, and after that the next interceptor will be executed. It will always be sequential. Remember that in case you end up adding multiple interceptors. So remember the sequence. Now here we have the information which is needed, and now we understand what HTTP interceptor does for us. Now let's go ahead and utilize that, right? So here what we are going to do is let's first add the header information, right? So right now we have added the header information inside the service. We cannot do it for each and every API call. So let's remove it from here. So I'll just comment this out. I'll remove this from here. Similarly, I'll remove from add. And let's come here. So first thing, you cannot directly modify the request. You cannot modify the original request. So let me just rephrase it because it may cause confusion. So you cannot modify the original request. You can clone it and then modify. So I'll say, okay, this is new request, const new request is equals to, I'll say request.clone. And here I can pass headers, which will be, I'll say new HTTP headers. And now let's copy the key and value from here. So I'll say this is token and this is the value. And the one thing which we have to do is now we have to pass this request, not the original request. Remember that. So it happens a lot of times that I end up just passing the same request and then I see, okay, why the modified values are not there. So it's absolutely fine. Everyone makes that mistake. So, and let's format using prettier. And now let's verify the application again. So we have network tab. Let's go to photos, and photos should also have this token. So you can see the token is available here. Did we add it to photos? No, we did not. Who is adding it? The interceptor is adding it. Similarly, in the rooms, you will find the token available here. You will just, let's add a room, and we will find that, okay, it is also added here. You have inside room. We call delete room, and inside delete room also you will notice that token is available. So now with each and every request, the token will be appended or added to the request. You can do, of course, more things. For example, let's say if you want to handle or you want to create some use cases only for get request, not for post request, you can do that because this request information, you can see it has a lot of information. So you can say request.method, and let's do it for post only, right? We will add this information, header information, only for post. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, okay, if request is dot method is post, go ahead and add this token and make a request. Otherwise, make the original request. Let's format and right. So let's verify. Now our get request should not have this token. Let's go to photos and no, we don't have it. For rooms, we don't have it. Let's execute a post request by adding rooms, and now we have it. So these are the things which you can achieve using HTTP interceptor. Right now we are only handling the request. Remember this. You can see I'm not handling the response. I'll show you one use case in while working with probably routing and forms, how you can also handle the response. So yeah, that's it from the HTTP interceptor. Now next thing which we are going to talk about is we will see app initializer. So let's do that next. Next we are going to do last topic from HTTP intercept. From HTTP, and we are going to discuss about app initializers. Now, what and where you are going to use it. So this is a little bit advanced topic as I'm trying to cover everything which you can. I'm trying to cap. I'm trying to cover everything which you can utilize in your production application. So you should not get any uh, sudden things. Okay, this is something which I'm not aware of. So this app initializer is something which is really useful. It's kind of again a service which will help you to load the data before your app gets initialized. And now you might be wondering, what is the use case when I need the data before app is initialized? For example, let's say you have some configuration. You need to load that configuration before your app is initialized, and then you need to save that data into your service and then use it. How you are going to do it? I'm talking about before your app is initialized. I mean, before you get your first page. This is where App Initializer can help you. App Initializer can plug in your service and it will call that particular service before your app is initialized. And you can do anything where whatever you want into that service. You can make an HTTP call, get the data from your any API, or you can just load a config file from your local disk, right? I mean, for example, if you have saved some file in your assets and you want to, like, based on your configuration, you want to load that asset file or config file, that's possible. So let's take an example where we will be using a config file and we will load that config file and we will make that data available before our app is initialized. To do that, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a service. So I'm going to say nggs and I'm going to call it as a init service, initialize. And I'll add some code here and we'll talk about it. So I'm going to make an HTTP call. And we'll create a property which is type of any. And let's add this tab operator. So what we are going to do is we are going to load this config.json file, which we don't have right now. Let's create in assets config.json and let's add some properties. So let's say API version and some normal properties, right? So let's say it has these two properties as of now. Now this service needs to be called before my application is initialized, so I can make the HTTP call, get the data, and do whatever I want to. I mean, I can just go ahead and use this service anywhere, and the data will be available. Now let's see how to use it. So that's a little bit change in the syntax. So we are going to create a function. We'll call it as init factory. And we'll pass our service here. So we'll say, okay, this is init service, which is type of init service, which we have. And then we are going to say return a function. This is a really important part. So we are going to return a function which says init service.init method, which is the method which we have here. So this method will make an API call or HTTP call, load the JSON file, and save this into this particular property. Now, once this is done, we have to register it. To register, we are going to say provide app initializer. because that's the service where we want to actually plug in this particular method. Then we can say use factory, as we have factory available. And then we have to provide dependency. Dependency will be the number of the services which you provide here. It's possible that you can call multiple. That's possible. Yes. And you have to say multi-true, because app initializer is again an object where we are going to add our service. Now this is done. Let's go ahead and verify if this works or not. And how we can verify? I'm just going to the network tab and config.json is loaded. Yes, that's loaded. Let's try to read the property. Now to see if this property is available or not, we can inject the service in here. So I'll say this is private. And this dot, I'll just do, we'll just do console.log here. Service.config. And let's verify. And we have this data available, app component.ts line number 24, and this is available, and this is loaded even before your app is initialized. So yep, this is how you can do it. Common use cases, maybe let's say you have a config.json file where you have environment APIs based on your environment, and you want to load that and then make API call. Yes, that's how you can do it. So this is the last topic from HTTP, and now we will continue with router. So far, we have learned about the basics of Angular. And one thing you may notice is we don't have so much of UI right now available. We said we are going to create a project based on hotel inventory, but we just have like a table, and we saw some functionality where we can add details, and that's it. Right? We can edit, but we don't have forms, and even we don't have URLs where we can click and move to different views. So this is what we are going to start right now. We are going to start with Angular router. So in this video, we will talk about the introduction, of course, and then we'll see how to set up router. We will also see some services which is provided by router itself. So we have activated router service. We'll talk about feature module, and we'll see how we can do feature module routing as well. We'll talk about nested route, child routes, lazy loading, route guards. We'll also see, if you remember in last session, in last video, we didn't cover how you can communicate between multiple components using services. So that's what will be covered in this part as well. We'll see how we can do that, and we'll also see Angular material. So let's go ahead and get started. So let's see what Angular router is. So it provides the functionality to add routes. I mean, what is the routes, right? So first we have to actually go ahead and understand what the route is. So let me show you a page, and I'll go to angular.io. So the documentation, right? So here you can click on features, you can click on routes. These are different, you can click on features, you can click on docs, you can click on resources. So these are different routes which are available on this page. So using Angular router, we will be able to configure all this on the front end itself. So we don't have to do this on backend. It provides this SPA functionality, single page application. So if you see, we are still on the same page, right? If you click on blog, it redirects to another page. So this is different, but this is single page application. So where you can click on any, let's say we can click on docs, click on any of the URLs overview. You can see URL is getting changed, but there is no request to the server. So everything is happening on your front end, which means it's a single page application where everything is known to your application in advance. So it doesn't need to take any data from the backend apart from the HTTP calls which we'll be making. We can also configure nested routes. So what is the nested route? So you can see, if I click here, you can see guide is the main route, and then in guides we have different. I mean, this is not the child. Yeah. So you can see guide is the parent route, and then you have different child routes available inside this. So if I go to get started, you will find, okay, what is Angular, developer guides. But yeah, I mean, everything is getting loaded inside the same route. So we'll see how we can also configure something like this where we can replace some part of view. So that will be covered as well. So let's go ahead and see how we can set up router. So let's go back to the code. Sorry. So this is our code, and we don't have any routing functionality as of now. And let's go ahead and add that. So we'll be adding it inside app module. Let's see what needs to be done. Let's go back to the slides. So what we have to do is we have to first go ahead and import router module. So router module is the module which will provide us all the functionality required for or required to use the routing functionality which Angular has. So let's add. So I'll not do it here. So we already have something called app routing module. Remember when we created this application, there was a question using ng-new. So there was a question, do you want to configure routing module? And we said yes. So that's the purpose. So we can keep our code in different modules. So here, this app routing module is to configure any routes which we want to configure. So we already have this. So you can see we already have router module imported, and then we have exported it. So my app module knows about this. So you can see app routing module is already added here. So this step is automated now. Then we have for root module. So let's see for root function. So here it is for root. So you will be configuring for root only once. Remember this, you should not configure for root multiple times. It's singleton service, so in case you do, it will probably override the previous routes which we have added. So this is taken care. For route is also available, and then we will talk about default route, dynamic route, and wildcard route. So let's go ahead and see first how we can configure the routes. So what we are going to do is we are going to create multiple URLs as we saw on angular.io, where you can click on guide, we can click on docs, we can click on features, and it moves to different UIs. So let's see how many components which we have right now. So we have this employee rooms and container. Let's say we have three. So let's see how we can configure a route. So to configure a route, you have to pass two things. So first is you have to provide a path. So we will say, okay, this is path, and you can give any friendly URL name you want to. For example, if I want employees component to be rendered when I click on a URL called /employee, localhost 3000, localhost 4200 /employee, I can do something like this. So I can say employee. And when I click this, just go ahead and give me employee component. So first is configured. We will similarly do it for others. So let's say path, and we'll say rooms. And when I do this, I want this rooms component to be rendered. And the last one, is I want this to be, let's call it as container as of now. And when I do this, I want component, but one second. Okay, container component will not render anything by default, so I'll just remove it. I'll keep this two. So we have two routes available right now, so employee and rooms. And let's try to see if our application works. And let's say rooms. I entered the incorrect URL. And it doesn't, right? It goes back to whatever we had. So let's see. So there should be an error. Let's see. Okay, right now, okay, that error is because, okay, this route is Okay. So when we are clicking on slash room, so you can see, okay, there in UI, you can see the URL, but nothing happens, right? I mean, so it should only display the content related to rooms, or when I say slash employee, it should only display the content related to employee, because we are missing one important thing. When we configure routing, we have to place, so I'll just remove this. I mean, I'll just comment all this out here. And container, let's remove this, let's remove this, and let's remove this as well. So here we have to place something known as router outlet. I'll come back and we'll talk about this, what this router outlet does. And let's see. So we have so slash employee, and it says employee works, and then there is John, because this is what it is available on employee component. That's it. Let's try with rooms. And you should be able to see all the details related to rooms. It works. I mean, sorry. Uh, so it works. I mean, so we have rooms related data when we click on rooms. We have employee related view, or we can say employee related data when we click on employee. So we have configured our route. But do you think this is usable? The answer is no, of course, right? I mean, generally we don't do that. We don't ask users to go ahead and click on this URL, so you will go to rooms, or click on this URL, so you will go to employees. We don't do that. We generally have a nice navigation available. Or whenever you do localhost 4200, let's see this. So 4200 and nothing happens. There is nothing available on my route. So generally what we do is, for this, we set up a default URL. So what we will do is, let's set up a default URL. Then we will see how we can work on the anchor links or the URLs, and then we will add Angular material. So let's go back to the code, and let's do first thing first. We will add the default URL. So what I want is, or as a user, as a developer, what I want is, I mean, whenever a user comes on to my page, let's say he enters www.abc.com, or right now localhost 4000, the user should be redirected to rooms. So how we can do that? So we can say path and redirect to slash rooms, and path match full. So it will match the entire path. That's what this path match full means. You can also provide regex expression in case you need to. Most of the application don't need that, so don't overcomplicate things. So here we are saying, okay, whenever a user comes on my web page and there is nothing after that slash 4200, so the path is empty, redirect to the rooms which is already configured, and make sure that you are matching full path. So let's see. And now we are redirected to rooms. Let's go ahead and verify it again. 4200, and we are redirected to rooms. So this is how the default URL works. Now let's see how we can actually add some navigation. So first, what we will do is, we will add some anchor links, and then we'll see how we can ease this process by using Angular Material or any other UI library of your choice. So I'll add anchor. Now you may have used href. Don't use href here. So let me show you what happens in case we use href. So of course we can do href is equals to rooms, and I can say rooms. And similarly, I can say employee. So there's two anchor links which are available. And let's see. Let's click on employee, and it works. Let's click on rooms. Then why I'm saying not to use href? Do you saw any odd behavior as we discussed about? Click on employee, and you can see the entire page is getting reloaded. This is not an SPA. This is multi-page application. This is something which happens in MPA, multi-page applications. So to avoid this, what you should be doing is, rather than using href, Angular provides a property. So you can say router link is equals to, and let's see. click on employee and it works. Click on rooms, it works. But did you saw there is no page reload? So it means page is not getting reloaded. It's a single page application. On the same page, the views are being changed. Now coming back to our this router outlet. We need to discuss it. Otherwise, how you will understand that how this works. So whenever you click on any URL, what happens in case I just keep this router link and remove this outlet? Let's see, and nothing is getting loaded. So there is no error. You can see cannot read out. This is something which is related to earlier view, but there is nothing which is getting rendered. Click on rooms, click on employee. URL changes, but there is nothing to render. So let's add back this router outlet and we'll talk about it. So whenever there is any URL or you have some provided some route which is configured, the thing is Angular looks for, let's go back to this. So Angular looks for this router outlet on your view. If this router outlet is available, whatever component which you have configured here. So let's go back to the configuration again. So here you have added some configuration, right? So load this component, load this component. So Angular will add this component just after this router outlet. Remember this. So you have rooms added just after this router outlet. In case this router outlet does not exist, Angular, won't be able to add this because there is no router outlet. So same in case I click employee, it will just remove the existing component and add this employee component. This is how this works. This router functionality works. So make sure, when you start, it will happen that you will miss router outlet a lot. Even it happened with me, and I still do that. Whenever I'm doing a live coding, I miss it generally. Not generally, but occasionally. Not, it doesn't happen a lot, but yes, it happens. So in case your router is not working, router functionality is not working, just check if you have router outlet available or not, and that's it. It will be taken care of. Now, what we have done, we have added the routing functionality, we have added the routes, we have added anchor links to shuffle between it, we have added the default route, we have even, yeah, that's it. So now what we will do is, now of course this URL, this navigation doesn't look nice, right? Of course I'm not going to use this application if I have to. How does UI looks like? So what we can do is, let's go ahead and add material next. Now in this video, we will be adding Angular material to our application, and we will also add a navigation, nice navigation using Angular material itself. So the page is material.angular.io. This is the web page where you can read everything about Angular material. So it's a UI component library. Similar to, remember, we tried to add Angular Bootstrap. So this is some similar, but it uses the material CSS. So material, or you can say it uses material design. So material design is of course something which is created and maintained by Google itself. So they have created a component library on top of it. You can see it has a lot of components. You can go to components. It provides CDK as well in case you want to build your own components, which Angular already has, and it has a guide. So let's go ahead and add this. The first thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the server because it will add some configurations to angular.json and I have to anyways restart it. So let's go ahead and get started. So it says there are some guide for Angular, and then there are some steps which we have to do. So the easiest thing to or easiest way to install Angular material is just to run this command. So let's do that. So ng add angular/material. So it says Angular Material 13.1.1 will be installed. I would say yes, because that's what I'm looking at. I'm using Angular 13. and it will ask you to choose themes. So the themes are same, which is available here. So you can see it has purple and green, pink and blue, deep purple and amber, and you can choose whatever you like. So let's go with indigo and pink, which is the default one. Okay. You want to use Angular typography? We are not going to use it, but let's add it. Do we need animation? Yes, we need animation because a lot of Angular material component uses animation. You can disable them if you want to. I mean, in case you are using some older browser, we have seen the animation doesn't work properly on i11. In case you are supporting it, if you're not supporting it, you're lucky. Now, Angular has itself dropped the support for i11, and most of the uh, most of the applications out there doesn't support i11 anymore. And now it is added. Let's go ahead and see the changes. So it adds this CSS. You can see the CSS is added here, and it will add some styles. It added some meta tags here, and link, which is to you load material icons, and it will also add browser animation because we said we want to use we want to support animation. So this browser animation module is added, and that's it. Let's go ahead and run our application and see how it looks like. Remember, we have not added the navigation as of now. We'll do that next once we see the changes on our application. Okay, so probably the changes are not that visible, but you can see the font is changed because, of course, the Angular material has a different font, right? Now, click on employee, rooms, everything works. Let's inspect, and there is no console error apart from one, which we have already discussed about this error. Now, let's go ahead and add the navigation as we discussed about. So we'll go back to the guide section here. Let's see. And in guide, there is something known as schematics. I'm showing you because you should keep this in mind that whenever you want to refer it next time, just refer the docs. So you can see the step is available here. And in case you want to install CDK, which we don't need as of now, what we want to do is we want to create a navigation. So for creating a navigation, there is a navigation schematic which is available. It means it's a command which will generate the entire navigation page for us, and we can just use it. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do it here. So I'll say this is navigation. So I'll call it as this is a app navigation. And this is done. So we have this app nav, or we could have just said navigation. That's also fine. But yeah, so we have this component available here. Let me just close this, and it has some already code which is available. So we can see, okay, this is available here as well, and some breakpoint observer. I mean, this is something which you may have to do by your own in case you don't use the schematic. So let's see how it looks like. So what I'm going to do is, you can see, yeah, you can see it has some mat list with some href. We will be replacing these hrefs with router link, and this is where the content goes. You can see it says add content here. So let's replace and make this component available here. Let's comment this out. Let's comment this. And let's see our view. Let's see our application. So you can see it has some menu, link 1, link 2, which of course doesn't work right now because there is nothing which is configured. But you can see also this is responsive. So you don't have to actually go ahead and make this responsive. You don't have to write any extra CSS. This is all taken care of. So a responsive navigation bar created for us without even writing a single line of code. Yes, this is what Angular material does. Or this is how you can actually utilize the schematics which is available by Angular material. So let's add some, let's make this navigation work. So here, let's go back and we said here, we'll add router link. And as we already know the routes, we don't have to actually go ahead and move it in box. So I can say, okay, this is rooms. And this is router link is equals to, I'll say this is employee. And we'll say this is employee. Remove this. And now we want to add a component here, router outlet. And let's see our application. It works, right? So you can now navigate to rooms, so you can navigate to employees, and everything works fine. So this is how you can add Angular material to our application or any application, and you can also configure the routes, and you can also add navigation without making much of an effort. So you can see it is responsive. It will work for mobile. So you can just click on mobile here and it will work. So you can move to whatever URL or whatever routes you have configured. So this is it from this particular video. So far what we have done is we have configured the route. We also saw how we can set default route for our application. But let's see, there is one problem with whatever we have done so far, and we will see how we can fix it. So here, let's say if I try to enter a route which does not exist, and this is where the problem is. You can see blank page. And now if I go to the console log, let's see something interesting there. So in console, you will see an error which says cannot match any routes with this particular URL. So let me just zoom in. And of course, this URL does not exist, but we should not give a blank page, right? What we generally do in real-time applications, you might have visited a lot of applications, you might have used it a lot of web apps. What you generally do? Yes, the answer is 404 pages, right? In case you guess that, you are absolutely right. So the solution is to add a 404 route. How we can do that using Angular? So this is where we are going to do. So this is where we are going to do a wildcard route example, or we are going to see an wildcard route example. So let's go back to our code and let's open the configuration file. If you remember, it was app routing module, and we had added this default route. Now let's go ahead and add a wildcard route, which we'll take care of and we'll talk about it. Let's first add it. So how to add wildcard route? You have to say path, and you will say double star, which is let's write this and talk about it. Yeah. So the path double star says any route which does not match to any of these will be captured by this. And what we are doing is we are redirecting to rooms. Do we need to? The answer is no, we don't. So let's create a 404 page and let's redirect the users to 404 page. So let's add a component and we'll say ngGC and we'll say this is not found. You can show whatever you want to. Probably I've seen a lot of inventive ways to actually show not found page. There are a different application which uses some SVG is like some skull logo. It depends, right? So whatever your use case is. So here we are adding not found page, and let's go back to component, and I'll set this, or we can set the resource you are looking for does not exist, right? So we can show this, and what we can do is we can just wrap it inside a div, and let's do just add some CSS here, h1, and we'll say this is font size and font color. So color for 2, and we'll say this is red. Let's see. Let's go back to our application and let's try to enter URL. But again, sorry, right now it will be redirected to rooms because we said it should be redirected to rooms here. But what we want to do is we want to redirect to, of course, not found page. So we can say component, and we'll say not found component. Let's save. And let's try to enter URL which does not exist. And here we are, the resource you are looking for does not exist. I think there is some problem with CSS, which is not taking the color. Probably it should be font color if I'm not wrong. There is nothing called font color. That's strange. H1 selected. Okay, there is something wrong, but yeah. Anyways, this is not what we want to do. So yeah, so now what we have is we have a 404 page which is available for us by using the wildcard route match. So this is how we can handle those scenarios. And let's see what's next. So now we will talk about how we can create dynamic URLs. That is interesting, right? So what in case I want to redirect a user to, let's say, room/ID, right? So you might have seen some e-commerce applications, right? Let's take an example of e-commerce application. Let's open one. So let's go to Amazon, and let's click on, let's see any product. So I'll say OnePlus 9 Pro. And when you click on this, you can see there are some parameters which is added after this, right? If you see this one, it has like SK OnePlus, whatever your product name is. And after that, you will see here, you have keyword OnePlus 9 Pro equals to this, a lot of parameters which is added in the URL. But in case we want to create some URL where we can pass some, let's say in our case, a room ID, and it opens a new page, right? I mean, it redirects to a new page. Let's see how we can do that, how we can configure a URL like that. So this is where we will be discussing about the concept of dynamic routes. We'll see how we can create dynamic routes. So the first thing which we'll do is we'll go to rooms. Let's see the UI first. Sorry. So let's go to the UI first, and we'll go to rooms. And remember, we added the select button. So what we will do is on click of the select button, we will redirect the user to another view where we can see the information about this particular page. As we move forward, we will actually change this button to book now. And so users can, not users, but let's say it's a hotel inventory management. So the hotel receptionist or anyone can book the hotel from this particular button. So they know which particular room number is this, and then they can just enter the information related to the user, and that's it. I mean, the guest, and that's it. So let's go back, and what we will do is I'll create a new component here. So let's go to open and integrate terminal. Remember one thing, I mean, I'm creating the components which are related inside the same folder. For example, right now I'm going to create a room booking folder, which is of course related to room. So I'm keeping this inside this folder. So I'll say this is ngGC, and I'll say this is rooms hyphen booking. Now we have this component available, and so now we have this component available. Now what we have to do is we have to redirect whenever we click on that particular select button on this component. So, but that particular ID will be, of course, it will be dynamic. We don't know the ID by default. I mean, in advance. So let's see how we can do this. So I'll say path rooms. Of course, rooms will remain same because that's the main URL, main endpoint slash, and you can put colon ID. And let's see what the purpose of that particular component, colon ID is soon here. And then we'll say component, and we'll say this is rooms booking. Let's add this to module, and this is this. So room slash ID and then rooms booking component. Let's test this right now. And is there any missing thing? Yes, there's a comma missing here. Let's close this, and now let's try to test this first. How we can test it? I can just enter whatever I want to after room slash, and you can say it says rooms booking works, and from where it is coming here. So it means my route is working fine. I mean, I can enter whatever I want to after this, and it will just redirect me to rooms booking works. Now what we have to do is we have to make a link from this rooms list, right? So whenever we click on this particular button, select room, we should be redirected to that particular component. How we can do that? Let's see. So there are multiple ways. I can just use router link. Remember, we right now on select room, we used to actually send the data back to the component. So what we will do is we'll just comment this out, and we'll use button now, and with router link. Right now, the router link value will be dynamic. So I'll put a box is equals to, and then here I can say rooms. So I can say slash rooms, and the next value is the ID which we want to pass. So we already have that particular ID, which is room.id, if you remember. So here room, and why we don't have ID? Anyways, we will say room.id, and let's close button, and we'll say book room. Okay, somehow it says rooms does not have ID. Is it possible? Room number. Okay, sorry. So we have room number, and I'll also add a class. So let's add the class btn primary. Let's use the same one. So let's go back to our rooms. Now we have this book room button available here. Let's click on one of them, and you can see room/1. So you have the values available here. So let's go back again and click on rooms book, and we have the ID as 2 available here. So now we have configured a dynamic route. So now we can actually navigate between that. But let me show you one more thing. I'm removing the slash here, and it has a purpose. So let me show you, because this is something which you may face in your real-time application. So you can see now what is happening here. Now I'm not redirected to rooms booking page. Remember, I'm redirected to 404. The resource you are looking for does not exist. Why? Let's see the URL. Found the issue? Yes, rooms is twice. Why so? Why it was working before? So whenever you say slash, it means the route should start from here. By default, the routing functionality works in a way that it will always append the previous URL, which is already, or sorry, previous, you can say the parameters, the route parameters, which is already available. That's the reason it was like so doing room/rooms, because we said we don't have slash, right? So it will say, okay, the earlier parameter is rooms here, right? So it has a rooms. If I click on this, it is saying just go ahead and add these two parameters to the URL. When we put slash, it is saying just start from here. So whatever the URL is, I want to redirect to rooms/id. So this is the difference. Remember, really keep this in your mind, or you can just revisit the video again in case you get this error in future. So now we have configured dynamic URL. We are now able to redirect to the component as well. What next? What next? What do you think? What should be the next step for us? Yes, you guessed it right. We need to get the ID, right? So whatever ID we are passing, in case we want to book this particular room, we need this ID. We need to read the 1 or 2, whatever value which is available into the parameter. So let's see how we can do that. For that, we'll go back to rooms component, and let's say what we will do here is we'll put the ID. I'll just do ID right now, and let's see how we'll read this ID. I'll go back to the slides, and we will talk about a service called activated route service, because this is what we are going to use. Remember, so what activated route service does? So it allows you to read the router data, whatever router data which is available inside your application. You can also access the snapshot data. So we'll talk about what snapshot and the other data is, and then you can also access data from route config. We will see all these examples, but let's do first. What we want to do is we have right now the value which we are talking about is it is available inside our route, right? So we want to read this one. So I'll say private. This is a service and it is available by default by and provided by Angular router. So you don't have to do anything else. We have already imported the router module, so we don't need to register anything extra. So I'll say this router, which is activated route, right? So we have injected this service, and this should come from Angular/router. Remember this. And now here we'll say this dot router dot. So there are multiple parameters which we have, and the one which we need is we need params. And then in params, see this. So it's also an observable. Yes. So router data is an observable. So we can say subscribe, and let's see. I'll say let's say params, and see if there is an extra closing. Yes. And console.log params. Right now we'll just do this. Let's see what we get here. So console, and we have this, right? So we if let's zoom in. So we have ID and 1. So it gives you key value, but from where this particular ID is coming from, right? We are not saying this just go ahead and read ID. Let's go back to our code base and let's go to the configuration. This is the ID. So Angular knows that, okay, this particular key, whatever I'm passing here, is actually defined as ID. You can name it whatever you want. It doesn't need to be ID. I mean, you can just say room ID. Let's try that, right? So we can say room ID, and let's see here. So you will get it as room ID, not ID. So keep it whatever you want to. Should be, I mean, it should describe itself, right? I mean, here we are talking about room, so room ID does make sense. I mean, even room/ID does make sense, but just not to get confused, you can just keep it whatever you like. Now we know the key. Now let's try to retrieve the values. How to get it? So here you can say params dot get. Okay. There are multiple ways, so we can do this one. Let's try with params dot. No, this is not the one. Yep. So params of room ID. And let's see, we need to, of course, do a console.log. So let's do one thing. So I'll say, remember we already said we'll be using a variable called ID, and this is number. So I'll say this dot ID is equals to param of room ID. So let's see, and we will save this as well, the template one. Okay, it has no initializer, so I'll say this is default to 0. And you have one available here. So you can see the value which is available inside our route is now we are able to capture it. So let's go back, click on rooms, click on room 2, and the value 2 is available here. So this is how you can actually go ahead and access whatever dynamic parameter you define inside your URL. But let me show you one more thing here. So here you remember we always we said while talking about RxJS, you should not subscribe. Remember, while talking about observables, we said we should not subscribe. It will lead to memory leakage. So how we can actually make sure that, I mean, how we can avoid this particular subscription? So there are ways, of course. The way is using the RxJS operators. So here, what we can do is we can actually do something like this. So I can say this dot ID is equals to, I'll say this dot router dot let me show you snapshot as well. Sorry, we actually wanted to discuss about this as well. So params snapshot dot params of room ID, and let's see snapshots, and then we'll come back to the subscription. So let's go to rooms and click on one. Let's go back to rooms and click on two. So you might be wondering, okay, if I'm able to get the data using snapshot, why should I go ahead and use subscription? So remember, snapshots will never update the data in case you are changing the value being in the same view. So whenever a new value is emitted by anyone, that value will never be captured. Right now, we are actually we are navigating to another view. So it knows, okay, we are coming from another view and I need to update or take this data from snapshot. So this will never receive a new value in case it is already in the view. Remember this, because in case in future we'll talk about child components, and if you try to access using snapshot, you may get into issues, right? Where the value will never be updated. So this is snapshot, but this is not what we are looking at. So I'll say this dot ID. I'll create one here. Let's create ID stream is equals to, right, which is type of observable of number, because we know what this is going to be number. And put this here, and let's see. So we'll say this dot ID, which is stream, is equals to this dot router dot params dot. Now we will use pipe because we don't want to subscribe. And here we will use something known as, there are multiple operators we can use. We can just use map, right? So let's go with map. I mean, this is the easiest one, right? So we can say map, and you can see the ID. It says it will be type of number because it knows the type. And let's move and use this ID pipe async, right? So what we have done here, so we said now we are not going to subscribe manually. We can just do this. Let's try to avoid this, and let's do this ID is equals to this, and I'll comment this one. It's format, and let's see the application. So you have the value when available here. Click on rooms and values 2, click on here and values 3. So we are still able to get the value, the param value, by using async pipe. We are not subscribing anymore. And we also saw how we can get the data from params using the activated route service. And what else? What else? Here, let's talk about. So here, let's talk about one more thing. So right now we are using this params property, right? But there is one problem with params property. What in case we have multiple values available as part of your query, your parameters, right? What in that case, what you will do? Of course, you can say params of another value. But there is another API which is also available, which is more preferred than this params. So let's try to use that particular parameter or particular property. So I'll just uncomment this. And rather than params, we will use something known as param map. Same, it also emits the observable, but let's see what is the difference. What is the difference here? So I'll say params, and to get the value, here you can use params dot. And now let's see this. So it has some methods like get all, has, keys. So you can, before even accessing the values, before even accessing the values, you can see if this particular key exists or not, right? So it is really useful in case you want to retrieve multiple information and other information is probably, let's say, optional, right? So you can just check if this particular key exists by using has, and then you can access the value. So here you can say get, and then you have to provide the key. Again, the key will be room ID. So this is how you will be writing it. But as we already have this code, what we will do is we will replace this using this one. So you can say param map, and here I'll say params dot get room ID. And let's comment this out. We don't need it anymore. We just wanted it for reference. And let's go back to our UI. And we still have this working code available. So you can see the values, whatever value we change, we are getting that value available here. So this is a prefer param map because it is like more clean UI rather than actually just getting the value like this, which may throw an exception in case the key does not exist. Here you can actually go ahead and check if this key exists and get the value. So this is from the dynamic routes, and let's move ahead. So before we go ahead and utilize more services related to routing or more functionality related to routing, we are going to have some more views. And for that, what we are going to do is we are going to jump right now on into forms. So what we will do is we will create some views using forms, and we will combine both together. I mean forms plus routing, so we get a complete picture how our application looks like. So we are going to start with template driven forms. So let me tell you this first. Angular has two types of forms: template driven forms, and it also has reactive forms. For me personally, I prefer reactive forms, but it's not like they one is bad, one is good. It's not like that. They both are powerful. It's just based on your use case, what you prefer, or based on what flavor you prefer, right? So we will go through both. We will create forms using template driven forms as well as reactive forms, and you can choose while working on your application which suits your team, which suits your application. So let's start with template driven forms first. So what the agenda is, we will set up template driven forms. We will see how we can add validation. We'll see how we can submit and reset forms. We will see some examples. If you remember, we saw pipes and we saw directives. So here we will see how we can use custom or how we can write a custom pipe, how we can write a custom validator, and how we can also write a custom directive. So validator part, it's related to forms, how we can validate forms. So let's see and let's go ahead and see how we can actually set up a template driven form and how we can create our first template driven form. But what we will create? So remember we performed some CRUD operation, right? And we took an example of adding a room. So let's do that. Let's create a template driven form for adding a room. So first thing, we already have some functionality available. So let's close all this. Rooms. We have rooms list, and if you remember, we had this add button somewhere, add room. So what we need to do is we need to take this add room functionality out and put it in a different component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it as a new component. So let's say open an integrate terminal. And here we'll say ngGC, and let's call it as rooms add. Right? So it will be used to add a new room. That's what we are planning. We are trying to do. And let's see. So we got our component, and let's go to the slides, right? Let's go to the slides and let's see what are the steps which needs to be performed. So first we have to add forms module to module, and then we have template driven forms. So that's next step. So how we'll create the forms, we'll come back to this. First let's do the first step. So first import forms module to module. Right now we have one module, so let's go ahead and add this to this module and into imports array, as it's a module, remember. And let's format with prettier and add forms module, and it is auto imported for me, so from Angular/forms, and this is what we wanted to do. Now let's go ahead and create our form. So to create our forms, we will be using HTML forms. So we will be writing HTML form. You don't have to do something extra here. I mean, if you know HTML, you know how to create a form in HTML. That's what is needed to create a form in template driven forms. So let's first see what are the values which is required to add a book room. And for that, we already have this add room functionality. So we need room type, we need amenities, we need price, we need photos, and check-in time, checkout time, rating. Right. So these are the things which we need. So let's go ahead and add a form for this. So I'm going to add form. Right. So this is sorry, not from, form. Right. So this is how we create a HTML form. Nothing fancy here. And let's add some divs. Let's see how many fields we had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll add 7 divs. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I will add one more for submit button. So 8. That's it. And now here I'm going to use some Bootstrap classes. So Bootstrap has something called form group. So let's use form group. So for all the divs, we can use form group. What it will do, it will just add some space. So that's what it is going to do. Except the last one, because that will be our submit button. So that we already gap. So form group, and now we need controls. We need our controls to be added. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have room type. So I'll say input, and we have to say type. So input type will be text, and name. Let's give a name, which will be what, room type. And here we are going to use a class of type form control. And let's format the document. So what we will do is we will create a route for adding a room. And let's go ahead and do that here. So here I'll just add path. We'll say it's rooms slash add, and component is rooms add component. And once done here, we need to add this into our routes, our navigation bar. So let's go to navbar, go to HTML, and here we will add route link to rooms/add, and we'll say add room. Let's verify this functionality first. Let's say add room, and we have this input text available here. So first step is done. We added a forms module. We just created an input field. We added a route. That's it. And now let's complete our form. So let's go to rooms/add, and let's add the other inputs. Now, before we actually move ahead and talk more about forms, why we create forms? Remember, in case you have an enterprise application, there will be some use cases where you have to collect user input. So that's the reason you will be using forms mostly. For example, let's say you have some filters which you need to show. You need to collect some user input in forms of feedbacks. You need to collect user profile information. That these are some cases where you may need forms. It's not mandatory, right? You can still have an entire application without forms. What are the use cases? Like the applications where you just need to display the data. For example, you have internal revenue system, and so what you will end up with, so some charts and all those things, but still you may need some filters as well. So that those are the scenarios where you will be using forms. And let's move now, and let's add other controls. So I'll say this is, and we can add one more thing. We can add placeholder so we know what we are supposed to enter, right? So I'll say this is room type, and let's see. So you have nice placeholder available here. So it depends. So a lot of applications uses label, but a lot of mobile first applications does not use label. They use placeholder. So it's up to uh, your design system how you want to proceed with it. So, and what we will do is, let's see if I can add. Okay, let's take CSS later, and let's see what else we have here. Amenities, prices, photos. So amenities. So it will be, let's say this will be text as well. And this will be amenities, and placeholder will be just add amenities. Let's add to let me just here so I can just refer quickly. So I'll say this is input type. This is price. So I have to say type is number. Price. I'll say this is placeholder. Room price per night. Right? So because most of the prices are per night, then we have photos, and this should be text and placeholder photos, and we can say provide link, right? So this is done, and we need check-in and check-out time. So this is date time, right? So we can actually use date time, and let's say check-in time and placeholder, because all the hotels actually have a check-in check-out policy, right? So you have to check in by 3. I mean, it can be part of policy, but let's try to keep it minimum. So I'll say this is check-in time and check-out time And this will be date time as well. And I'll say this is placeholder. And this say checkout time. And this is rating. So it will be again number, rating, and the placeholder. I'll say rating. You can in future actually replace this with some rating component in case you come across some component library which has rating system or rating component. You can use it. And here I'll say button. Okay, so we'll have a submit button available here. So you have button primary, submit. Let's go ahead and verify our forms. Okay, this looks nice. I think this is something which is missing. Form input class, form control, form group. Okay, so I think the spaces are missing. Let me verify. Class form group. Okay, this is correct. Somehow form control. This is strange. Okay, so now we have this form available, but let's see. We are still not able to do one thing. What's that? So we need to collect this information and send it to our backend. That is something which is missing. How we'll do that? So to achieve that, we need some two-way data binding, which needs to be available. How we do two-way data binding? So Angular forms provide it by default. So in case you want to do two-way data binding, we will discuss about what two-way data binding is. But let's see it in picture, and then we'll do that. So first thing, we need a model. The model which we are talking about is we need a interface which tells us how my room information is going to look like. So to do that, I'll create a room which is type of, let's see, room list, I think, is equals to, yeah, this is the, so remember ID, room number we have made anyway is optional. So let's add some other things. So I'll say room type. This will be the default values which we are adding right now, amenities and check-in time, checkout time. And then we have photos, uh, we have price, and then we have rating. So these are the default values. Whenever we are supposed to enter some values into the form, these will be the default values which will be available. Now we need to connect this model, like this represents our form's fields, right? So now we need to connect this model to our form. So we can pass the information from template to my TS file and vice versa. Even if I change something in my TypeScript file, it should reflect back into my form. So these are that's what we are supposed to do here. So let's see how we can do that. We have already added forms module into our module. So it unblocks or it gives you some functionality. What is those functionality? It gives you functionality to achieve two-way data binding. How? We have to use something known as ng model. So remember this. So you have to say ng model is equals to room, which is my property, dot your sorry, room, which is my model dot property name. So here we are supposed to get room type, right? So this is done here. Let's add for others. So I'll say room type. This will be amenities. This will be price. This will be photos. This will be check-in time. This will be checkout time. Sorry. And this will be rating. Now we added this. Now what? What next? How we can verify that two-way data binding is working fine? Let's see that. So what we can do is, as room is my property, which is supposed to update whenever I enter some value here, I can just do something like this: room pipe JSON. Let's see. And you can see it has room type, amenities, check-in time, checkout time, photos, price, rating, everything is available. Let's add something in room type. You can see the value is getting changed. It means now I have the power of two-way data binding available with me. So whenever I make some changes here, it will be reflected back into my TS file. So let's add a valid room type, and then we will add, we will provide a submit button, or we will add the functionality to actually send this data to our backend, which we have already done. So here we have a submit button, right? But how to submit this form? Let's go ahead and do that. We can see ng submit is equals to a function which will actually add this data or send this data to our backend. So I can say this is add room function, which we will implement, which we don't have right now. And let's go ahead and do this. So I'll say add room. Do we need to pass some information to this form? Of course, no, because we already have all the information available as part of this model. Because whatever value we enter is updated into this property. So we can just do something like this. So I can go to room_component.ts. We need to get the reference to our service, which is, where is the constructor? Yep, this one. So I'll say room service. I don't want to, I can just avoid skip self and all those things because we already discussed about it. And then in add room, we can do this dot room service dot add room, where we can pass this dot room, and we'll subscribe. We'll say this is data, and we'll say if let's do something like if data dot okay. So right now we are sorry, we are actually giving all the data back, so we can just do something like this. I'll just do console.log. Oh, let's do one better. So what we can do is, I'll say success message, which is type of string, is equals to this, and we can add a div here, and we can add a class. Um, strap. Let me see which class we can use. Right, we can use alert here. So you can say alert success, right? And then we will set this message. I'll say this dot message success message is equals to, let's see what, room edit successfully. This is what we needed. And let me just format. So everything is visible here. So now we have add room functionality. We injected the service. We added a success message which will display in case our room is added or not. Let's go ahead and verify. So here I'll say room type is economy. Amenities is we have Wi-Fi, AC, and price is, let's say, 5,000. Photos provide link. We'll, let's say, leave it right now, and this is 23. Let's make it 10 uh, and 23. Let's provide rating for, let's do submit, and it says rooms added successfully, but why should we trust it, right? So let's go ahead and verify in the console, and let's go to the network tab, and let's add another one, right? Economy, and this is deluxe room, and we will say 6,000, and let's click on submit, and rooms is added. You can see you have two extra values available: room type, amenities, and everything. And this is it. So what we have done is we just created our first template driven form. We attached, or we added the functionality to send the data to the backend. The only thing is the spaces are not working properly, but we will fix those, not an issue. And you can say that rooms added successfully was already there, which doesn't look good. So we will see how we can actually avoid that as well. We should get it once the submit button is enabled, or sorry, once the form is submitted. And also, if you notice, there is no validation. So we can just empty, we can just enter an empty forms. I mean, I can just avoid all values, click on submit, and still we are able to add the room. You can see price is null, rating is null, and there are no amenities. So let's go ahead and add validation next time. Then we will see some more functionality related to our template driven forms. Let's go ahead and add some validations to this form because we haven't done that, right? And just we can just submit a blank form as of now. To add validation in template driven forms, we have to use the HTML5 validations. So in case you are not aware of what HTML5 validations are, let me just go back to yeah. So as we said, we will be using HTML5 forms and HTML5 validators. So there are multiple validators which exist. So let's go ahead and see them first. So the first, and I think most of the time you will be using this validator, which is known as required. So let's go ahead and see how we can add that. So to add a required validator, you have to just say required. That's it. That's you are done. So you have added a required validator, and now this field becomes required. But let's go ahead and verify. Does it look like it is required? Of course, no, because we have to add some extra checks. We'll talk about it. Let's go back to the code. Let's add the fields right now. So we'll say, okay, right now required, this is required, this is also required, this is required, right? So all the form fields are required right now. But we can still go ahead and submit the button. Now let's see how we can actually, we can still go ahead and see the submit button. So let's see how we can actually disable this control until unless we have received all the values and valid values. Let's go back. So to actually get the status of my form, whether this form is valid or not, we need to get an instance of this form. How we can do that, right? I mean, we have talked about classes. To create an instance of a class, we do object equals to new and then whatever class name is, and it will give you instance. But what about this? I mean, this is the form. How you will get the instance? So remember, we discussed about something known as template variable, right? So we said hash and some name and then equals to a hash some name, and then it gives you the instance of that particular HTML control, right? We discussed it for div. So here also we can actually use this way. So I can say this is rooms form is equals to, you have to say ng form. Remember this ng form, and now you get an instance of this form to yourself. Now how we can verify? So let's let's remove this and use rooms form here, and let's see what we get. Let's see what we have here. So console, and we have some errors because this JSON has a lot of properties. So right now, what the property which we need is rooms form. We need errors. Double RS. Yeah, we need errors property. Let's go ahead and see. So it says null. Why so? Mhm. So we have rooms form. Okay, so the property which we need is valid. So it has two properties. All the forms, all HTML forms has all these properties. So it's not like it is available only for Angular. No, it's not. It is available in normal HTML as well. You can actually access these properties via JavaScript in case you want to, if you're writing a normal JavaScript or TypeScript code. So let's talk about all these properties which we are going to see. So valid will tell us whether this form is valid or not. Let's verify. So it says false. So the current form is not valid. So this is how we are going to figure out whether to submit or not, whether we need to enable the submit button or not enable this submit button. So let's talk about few other properties which we are going to use. So here I'll just copy paste right now and then we'll replace. So we are going to talk about something known as pristine. Then we'll talk about something known as dirty, valid, invalid, and we also have something known as value, not values. Let's see what we get here. So we have true, false, false, true, and then this is your form's value, right? Whatever you enter here will be available here. You don't have to necessarily take the value from form.value. You can also get it from your, of course, the model which you have created. So here, let's go ahead and see what these values are. False, true, right? Let's see. So this is pristine, this is dirty, this is valid, and this is invalid. So what are these values? So pristine and dirty are real good use cases. I'll talk about it. Let's talk about valid and invalid, right? So they are like opposite of each other. So if any of your control has some validation error, it means your form is not valid. So valid will be false. As soon as all the form control becomes error free, it means they don't break any validation rule which you have provided. It means they are valid, which will be true, and invalid will become false. So here, if you see currently, it says valid is false and invalid is true, which is true, right? So let's see how we can actually disable this first. Let's handle this use case where how we can disable this particular submit button. Before I go ahead and do that, let me tell you one thing very clear. In case you have some validations, don't just add those validations at your front end. Your back end should also have those same validation, because what you are going to do is end of the day, there will be an API call. And if someone figures out how to make your API calls and without passing the data, he'll be able to break your system. So make sure that you add validation at both the places, not only at front end. So here you can we can use a property called invalid. So we'll be using disabled, and we'll say rooms form dot. So we want it to be disabled in case uh, our form is invalid. So let's say, so it should be disabled in case our form is invalid. So let's enter all the values and let's see. And now our form becomes valid, right? You can see this. So if I remove this value, it means my form becomes invalid again. So submit button becomes disabled. So this is how the required validator works. And these are the values. These are the properties which you can access by using this particular form. So pristine, dirty, invalid, valid, and value as well. So now here also let's do check. So I'll say this star ng if is equals to, we can say success message is not equals to blank. So, and let's see now. So the success bar should be only available after the submit button is clicked, and in case we have some message, otherwise it won't be enabled or it won't be displayed on the page. So now what we have done is we have taken care of two cases which we discussed about. Now let's go ahead and add more validators. The next validator which we are going to talk about is we'll see min length and max length. So what is the use cases for min length and max length? So in case, let's say you want amenities, right? So for example, let's say amenities. So you want that amenities should be like minimum 5 characters and maximum 200 characters. So in this case, what we can do is you can use min and max. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we already have required. So I'll say min length is equals to 5, and we'll say max length is let's make it 20 as of now. Let's enter room. Let's enter amenities, but let's not enter 5 characters. And let's enter photos. What you can see, the form is still invalid, right? So, but the problem is here, it actually introduces to us to another issue. We are not able to display the errors based on what the actual error is. We should, right now, we should display the message saying, okay, this particular value or the amenities which you are trying to enter is, it should be minimum 5 characters, but it is not. The users will, of course, will be confused what's going on here. We should display the messages. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. So this message is actually right now, or this error is actually available right now with the control. So here what we need is the access to control. How we can do that? Yes, let's go ahead and see. So to get the access to this control, we can say hash and whatever property name you want to set it. So let's say this is amenities, right? So I'll say this amenities, it's a room amenities because it will conflict with another variable. Room amenities is equals to, you have to say ng model. Remember this. And now let's go ahead and see. I'll place another div here, and we'll say amenities dot errors as JSON. Let's go ahead and see. So it says right now the error is required to, but let's enter something, right? So now you can see it says min length, required length is 5, actual length is 1. If I try to enter more than 20 character, I won't be able to do it because it is supported by the browsers. So it says, okay, maximum length has reached 50 characters, sorry, 20 characters, and we cannot enter more than 20. So it has stopped. I mean, right now I'm still typing, but I'm not able to actually enter the values. And if I go below 5, it will again give me the same error. Let's see how we can display this as a message, right? So here we can use, so here I'll just say first star ng if if it has errors, right? You can also do errors dot which type of error we are talking about. So here, let's say if we talk about min length, right? So I'll say, okay, if the errors, okay, so it says it should be access less this min length and strange. It is possibly null. Yeah. So I'm trying to access the, let's say I'm saying if it is min length error. So what we can do is we can say, and we'll just add a class, right? So class alert, I think that's, what was this? Success, right? So it should be alert, if I'm not wrong, danger, and let's say amenities should be 5 chars minimum, or should be minimum 5 chars. So this is the information we want to show. Let's go ahead and see. Let's enter 1 character, and you have the message available here. It says, I mean, it should be 5 characters. And as soon as we go beyond 5 characters, the error is gone. But yeah, so this is how you can display the errors on control level. So we have this, and of course, you can also say errors of required, and then you can also say, okay, this amenities is required, this room type is required, all on your control level. That is also possible. So we saw min length and max length. What next? What's next? So we have the min and max as well. I'm not sure if it still works, but let's see. So it's a min, which is 1, and max, which is 5. Let's see. This is okay. I'll not do it here. Let's do it for rating, right? I mean, I don't want anyone to rate me less than 1. A lot of services, a lot of business do that, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I won't be able to actually go beyond 5. I'm just still pressing the up key, but I'm not able to go. So let's go ahead and say I'll say 0, and let's enter all the other details and photos. But we are still not able to submit. As soon as we move to 1, because this is the minimum required, we are able to proceed. So we cannot go up beyond 5. I don't want anyone to rate me more than 5, because that's the max. So this is how you can do with min and max. So we learned about required, min length, max length. Then we talked about min and max. What else? What other validators which we have in HTML5? So we also have a validator for email. So email, of course, you can mark any property as email and it will be considered as an email. So let's try. Right now we don't have anything for email, but just for an example, right? So we just make it email. I think email is enough. Let's see. And let's display all the errors. Otherwise we won't be able to figure out, right, which kind of error is this. So you can see it says, okay, min length, max length. And then now it says it's there is this particular text, whatever you have entered, it's not an email. So if I go ahead and say @ now we have actually a valid email. That's as per the HTML5 validator. This is an actual valid HTML, valid email. So this is email. And what other? So there is also something known as format. So format takes regex. So you can actually use. Okay. Sorry, it's not. So the next validator which we're going to talk about, it's known as pattern. So pattern is something where you can provide a regular expression. For example, I don't know what this regex is. Thanks to our GitHub Copilot, which gave me this regex for some reason. So let's see what this pattern is. So here I can just provide this pattern, a regular expression, and my text, whatever I enter, will be actually validated against this pattern. So this is regular expression. Let's see. So it says, okay, required pattern is this. I'm not sure what required pattern is. It starts from A to Z and then there are number. So 1, 2, 3. Then there is plus at the rate. Okay, and I still don't understand what this pattern is. Probably we can search for this regular expression and see. But yeah, you can provide any regular expression as a pattern and this will be validated. So we learned about required, min length, max length, min max. We talked about email, we talked about pattern. So these are different validators which we can use while working with template driven while working with template driven forms, and all these are built-in validators. You don't have to do anything extra to use them. So this is it from the required validator part. What we covered is we also saw how we can validate your entire form, how we can validate your specific control, and how we can actually show errors based on specific controls as well. So that's it. In this video, we are going to talk about few things. We talked about valid, invalid, but we didn't touch pristine and dirty. So let's talk about these two states because they are really important to understand. And to show you an example, let me just open the sorry. Yeah, let me just open the view, and you can see here right now this required true error is already there, right? So one second, let's go back to our code base and this errors. So if I do something like this, div star ng if errors dot required, and here let's say please provide the amenities, and let's see the output. So you can see this error message is available here. Of course, I mean, we have not provided the class, but yeah, this error message is available here. But as a user, I haven't actually touched the control or I haven't entered anything. So using pristine, you can actually avoid something like this. So you can do here. Remember, this property is available on form as well as control. So I'm going to use it on the control. So I can say if dot pristine, so let's say dirty, and this two. So I'm combining these two properties, but let's see what we are going to achieve using this, right? So you can see I don't have the error when the view was available at the first time. So I'm providing the ability to enter some text before I go ahead and show the error. So in case I remove it, I delete the entire thing, I will get this error, which is really valid, right? I mean, as I have entered something and then I removed it, I should show this particular error message. So how does pristine and dirty helps? So let me talk about these two properties. So pristine always means fresh state to your form control. It means no one has actually touched your form. So let me just refresh this page. And you can see the pristine value is true. Why I'm saying this is a pristine? Because of course we have actually logged pristine first. So pristine is fresh state. As soon as I interact with any control inside this form, let's do that, it becomes false. And it will be false. Remember, valid invalid can change the state. I mean, a form which was valid can become invalid in case I remove some values or delete some values from some control. But a form which becomes pristine to dirty will never come back. until unless you reset it. The thing is, we are about to go ahead and see how we can reset our form. That's why we are talking about dirty and pristine. So remember, pristine means fresh state. I have, as a user, no one has actually touched anything. No one has entered anything inside the controls provided. Once you do interact with it, it becomes dirty. So these states are actually really important in case you want to understand or you want to see if user has interacted with your form or not. You may actually have, let's say, form where you want to collect some feedback, but you really want feedback. So sometime you may get a requirement that, okay, users should not be able to move out from this form unless they provide some feedback. So how you can do that? So based on this state, so if it's pristine or dirty, so let's say user entered something and then he decided to move out, you can just restrict him. Okay, you have some unsaved changes, or let's say it is a really important form, right? You have stepper control. For example, in case you are from India, you might have filed your taxes. So at each and every steps, it asks you to save the data. What in case you don't save the data? So it will give you some alert, right? So something like that can be implemented using this form control values. So pristine or dirty. Now, as we understand pristine and dirty, now let's move back. Let's go ahead and talk about how to reset the form, right? If you see this right now, we have, let's say, ngOnInt 55 AC, and let's say this is 5,000. This is anything, and you might be wondering why this is not date time, because the date time control is actually broken on, I think this is Chromium browser. So I'll replace this with material date picker. We will do that. We'll do that together. So just wait. Right now it's the default date, right? And then we can do. I have to remove one thing. Remember, we added email. Sorry, we added pattern. Yeah. Let's remove the pattern so we can actually go ahead and save the data. So we say, okay, this is economy. I think I have Wi-Fi and then AC, and let's say this is 5K. This is random data, and let's say this is 3-star. Let's save. So room added successfully. Now this room got added, but what about the data? The data is still there. Don't you think this is wrong? Yes, it is wrong. I mean, we should reset the form. So I can, as a user, I can enter new data, right? It may be possible if we still show this data, the user may actually just duplicate the data by wondering, okay, why this still data is still available here. So let's see how we can reset the state of this form. So to do that, we can say here, let's go back. So I want to reset the state after the operation is completed, right? So I can do something like this here. So I can, let's remove. And then we can get the access to this form control. How we can do that? So we can actually pass this rooms form as a variable here. And now here we will get this rooms form, which will be type of ng form. And let's see if I am accessing the current, control container. Yep. So after this, I can say rooms form dot reset. So let's see how it behaves, and let's save both. So I'll say this is deluxe, amenities, Wi-Fi, TV, AC, and then this is 6K, some random data, 4-star, and save. Now you can see your room is added successfully, and now your entire data is actually resetted, right? So now we have a fresh state. You can see also the most important thing to understand here is once you reset your form, you set your form state back to the pristine. That's why it became true. Otherwise, it will never become true. So this is how you can actually reset the state of form as well. And there are a few more methods. So you can also do reset form, and here you can actually pass the default data. So I can just do here, I can just copy this and I can say, okay, once you reset the form, just go ahead and treat this as default data. So let's see. I'll say this is deluxe, or you can say this is double room, amenities, Wi-Fi, AC, 2 beds, and let's say this is 5500, and let's say this is 4-star, right? Submit, and now you have a reset state as well, of course, because you can see pristine became true, and you have this default data which you provided. So these are two methods which we can use to reset your forms using template driven forms. So remember how we do this. So we are passing this ng form as a reference to our TypeScript file, and then we are saying, okay, this form is actually type of ng form, because remember this ng form is like extended, or you can say it's a top level form group which will be available, so under which all the control will be available. And then after you have added successfully, you can just go ahead and call the reset form, and your state is resetted now. So this is from this is how you can actually handle the states and how you can reset your form. So next thing which we are going to talk about is custom directive with forms. You might be wondering where the pipe part went. So pipe part will be actually covered in reactive form because it's almost same. So I don't want to actually repeat it again. So that's why we moved it there. And right now let's see how we can actually add a custom directive with forms. And what we are trying to do is we'll be creating a directive which can modify the behavior of an element. So what are the use cases? So let's see. Let's see that, right? So we will talk about them. So for this, what we are going to do is, as we are going to need a login form in future, we will create another form. We will not touch this form as of now. We'll keep it as it is. And let's create another component. We will call it as login component. So I'll say ngGC login. And we will be using template driven forms. And so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll say form div, and we'll say class form group. So I think form group is not working because of some conflicts with Angular material. So let's see. And we will add some controls. So let's say this is input. Type is text. Form control name ng model, and I'll say this is email. Let's say type is also email because we are going to treat username as email. I mean, provide your user name. So we are not going to implement any API for this. We will actually just mock, and that's it. So we'll just mock this entire service with some dummy data, and we'll move. So here it is password, email, and I'll say this is password. Provide, enter your password, enter your password. Right, so we are done. Now we just need to create the model. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to create, this is username, which is type of string, is equals to blank. And this will be password, which is again type of string. Let's call this as email. So because we have already, we have used it as email. So let's do that. And then we need a button. So button, and we will create a login button. So let's go ahead and write some logic here. Login, and we'll say if this dot email is equals to admin at gmail.com, and this dot password is equals to the best password in the world, admin, right? So username and password is admin. And let's see. And after this, we have to go ahead and let's right now use an alert. We have to actually go ahead and implement this with some other functionality of routing. We will come back to that later. Right now, let's just do this. And here, we will add a route. We will redirect. Let's say this is path. So the path is login and component is login component. And now here we will redirect the users to login. So we added a new component and let's add a comma here. So yeah, it's perfect. So we added a component, login component. We created a form for login and we now change the route. So by default, it will go to login. Let's see. So I'll remove this and here we are, right? So provide username and password and this login button. So right now, of course, the admin and password does not match, so it will not show you an alert, but let's try that out. Of course, we wrote some logic, so let's verify. Admin@gmail.com and password is admin. And yep, login successful. Hooray, we created our login page, right? I mean, of course, you can design it in a better way. I'm not that great into great using CSS, but yeah, I mean, you can you can design as per your knowledge. So here, what we are going to do is we are going to create an directive which can modify this element. So we will try to modify this input element and we'll see how we can actually work with directives because we have not seen how to create a custom directive, right? So we saw inbuilt directives so far. So let's go ahead and create a new component. I'll just go ahead and say ngg. To create a new directive, you can say ngg directive d, and we'll call this component directive as hover directive. So what we want to achieve is whenever we hover above this particular elements, it may change the background color, right? So a minimum example to give you a real-time feel of how you can actually write a directive which can modify your element. Of course, in real-time application, you will get more advanced use cases, but uh, I mean, this is one of the examples which can help you when you will plan to actually write some of the directives like this. So not done. Now we can go to our directive here. So let's go ahead and create a folder. So, or let it be, we'll do that later. So when we talked about directive, we said directives are, sorry, when we talked about directive, we said directives are similar to component, but they will never have one thing, which is template. So here, let's see how we can actually get an access to the element, which is, of course, this hover directive, right? So this hover directive will be kind of an helper method to your element where you can apply it. So let's see how we can do that. So here, we will say we are supposed to use host listener, but we will do that later on. But let's try to do first thing first. We'll say, let's apply some color. So I'm saying by default, your whenever we try to, let's say when we apply this particular directive, we are not talking about right now how to use host listener. I mean, host listener is something which we'll talk about. So let's not get confused. So right now we are just trying to see once we apply this particular directive, it should change the background color to red, right? So here, what we can do is we can implement OnInit lifecycle loop. The reason we can actually use ngOnInit or all the lifecycle loops is, as we said, directives is similar to what your components are, apart from just template, but it can still go ahead and use all the lifecycle loops as well. So here, now what we need is we need this color to be applied to the element which is available outside, right? It's, I mean, how we can do that. So let's see. So here, we will see, we will provide, we will inject element, which is type of element ref. And let's do a console.log here and see what this element is. On init. Why? Okay. So let me just add this. So what we have done so far, we have just injected element ref and we have just done a console.log. Now let's go ahead and apply this particular directive. How to apply it? So we can go to the component. This input element is where I want to apply it. Just add it like this, hi and v hover, and let's apply it here as well. So we can use directives. It's a reusable thing. So let's inspect. Let's go to console, and here is the interesting thing which we want to discuss about. So you can see native element. It gives you access to the native element. So to simplify this, I mean, of course, we can see that okay, it is referring to the login component. You can see the context. So it says okay, it is coming from something called login component. So to simplify it, let's go ahead and say this element dot native element, and let's see what we get. So here you can see you are actually getting this input element. How you can actually just go ahead and see. I mean, you can just click on it and see, okay, this is the email and this is the password. So we are actually getting the reference to the element on which you are applying the directive. So this element ref will give the access to the element. Now you can actually go ahead and do whatever you want to with this particular element. Let's do this. So I can say this dot element dot native element, and I can just go ahead and do dot style dot color is equal to this dot color. Let's see. But okay, nothing happened because of course color is not a property. So I can say background color. Uh, let's see. Okay, so it was small g. So now you can see I just changed the background color of this particular input control by using the style property directly. But you can of course do better. You can actually go ahead and do it using the document object, right? So you can go ahead and do using that. So let me show you an example. So I can say this dot document. Sorry. Or let me use the class. Actually, there is a class which is available. So let's grab that class. I can just go to angular.io. It's document, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, that's the API which I wanted. So you can actually just inject this private document, which will be type of document. Let's see. It's an injection token. Okay. It's an injection token. So I can do something like this, at the rate inject. Now using this document. So let's talk about this document object which we are talking about. So remember in web, so let's say if I inspect this, I mean, this is normal HTML. If I try to access this document, right? So it gives me access to the entire page. I mean, whatever control which is available here. So you can see I get access to HTML, head, body, everything. And by using document dot get element by ID, these are some APIs which is available here. So I can just go ahead and say I can get access to any element which is available here. For example, let's say this AIO shell, right? So this is one of the element. If I do this, okay, this is not ID. Okay, sorry. This is an tag. This is not an ID. Let's search for something which is an ID and class this. Okay, there is nothing. There's no ID. So let's try to do this mat toolbar by using document dot get element by tag name, and I can just put the tag name here, and you can see I can get the access to this HTML element. So this is a web API. So this document is actually a wrapper around the same. And by using this, we can actually just simplify this. So you can say this dot document dot you can say get element by ID. So not get element by ID, but I can just do, let's see what we can use here. Create element, very selected. Let's see if I can pass element here. Let's see what it takes. So it says HTML of type or HTML element as well. So let's see. Probably this is not the one also we are looking for. Okay, there are a few more properties I'm looking for. One, let's see. Style sheet, replace, very selective, prepend plugins. Okay, on. Something related to class, get element by class name. When child contains cookies, create element. Okay, let's see. Document. So let's go ahead and see this. I mean, using multiple ways. So there are something which we can do set. We can actually do it using the DOM, or we can actually, I mean, this way, style.color or background color, which we had seen. So background color, and let's see the application again now. Yeah, but there is another way as well, another way possible. Let's see that. So there is another API which is available, and we can also use that API to simplify this, which is known as renderer 2. So I can just do renderer, or just name it renderer, and you'll see renderer 2. Why renderer 2? Because there is already API called renderer. So renderer 2 is something which you can use, and we can actually simplify this by using renderer API. So you can say renderer dot, and now you get method access to all the methods. There are set style, set property. So this is something which is property, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Sorry, this is the style. So you can say set style, and the first parameter which we have to pass is the element. So we can pass the element, and then the second parameter would be the property which we want to change, and the third parameter will be the actual value. So I can say, okay, this dot color, and let's see, we will achieve the same thing. So we have now same available, the background color available as red. So this is the simple API, a simple example, right? How you can actually change the behavior of your DOM element by using the element ref and the renderer. What in case we want to actually do something based on the event which will happen on your parent control? A simple example can be, let's say, whenever you hover above your rows, right? So you have a table, and whenever you hover above your rows, you should probably change or highlight that particular row. So common example, right? So how you can do that? So I'll just take an example of here, host listener. So host listeners are actually used to listen to any event which is happening on your parent component, the component where this particular directive is applied. So let's see what we can do here. So here I'll just copy the same and I'll say, okay, whenever we hover, change the background color to green. So on mouse enter, my background color will be changed to green. Let's go ahead and verify. And you can see on hover, let's refresh it again and refresh it again. And on hover, the background color is changed to green. Similarly, we can listen to mouse leave event. So we can say, okay, on mouse leave, just go ahead and make this to white. So as soon as I leave, it becomes white. So you can see I can actually go ahead and do that as well by using the host listener. So host listener will listen to any event which is happening on the component where this particular directive is applied. What else? So you can also pass the properties, input properties to your directives as well as output properties, because as I said, it's same, right? I mean, the only difference is it doesn't have a template to deal with. So here, let's try to convert this color. So now the user or developer can decide which color to pass. So I'll say, okay, this is now input, which is of type color, and by default it's red in case someone does not pass it. If I pass it, so let's say this is input, sorry, this is color. We can actually just avoid this box property. I can say color equals to, and because this is going to be a string only. So I can say, okay, for this, just use color is equals to green. And for this, use steel blue, another my one of my favorite colors. So let's see. And here it is. So you can see, let's refresh it again. So now we are able to pass the default color to your directive by using the by making the input as input property. What else we can achieve? I'll show you one more thing which can be done. So is it possible that I can just combine my input properties with my selector as well? How? Let's do that. So there are multiple ways. You can actually just do by using this. So you can keep your input name same as your selector, and let's change this. And once it is done here, we will go to this, and now I'll say H green and same here. So I'll say, okay, this is equals to steel blue. Let's see if it works. You can see still works, right? So we are now what we have done is now we are not using any extra variable. So we are using the same variable name to actually capture the color as well by using the same input property as of my selector property. This is something which can be achieved. So, or I mean, there is another hack, but I will not tell you because that's what you can say. That's a linting error in most of the application. That's a linting error. You should not do it. But yeah. So this is another example how you can actually deal with directives. So what we did here is we created a directive. We applied the directive to our components, and we discuss about element ref renderer to the APIs which we can use to change the behavior of your DOM. Then we discuss about host listener, how you can actually listen to any event which is happening on your component where your directive is applied. So directives are some what directive is. It's a helper function for your components or for any DOM element. So in this video, we will see how we can utilize the custom directives to create a custom validator for your components. This uh, technique can be applied on any template driven forms. So let's go ahead and do that. So first we will create a directive. So I'll create folder and let's create an email validator. So as we said, our username is email. So if we detect a text called test in the email, we will say, okay, this user is not a valid user. So let's see, I'll call it as email validator. And then we have to create, sorry. ngd, and I'll call this as email validator. Hmm. So how to add this? So remember, so in case you are trying to implement a custom validator for your template driven forms, you have to implement something known as a validator. Vali- One second. It should be, it's a class, so it should be extend. If I'm There are two things. So let me just tell you. So there is an interface validator which will be used for our use case. There is a class called validators which we will use with reactive forms. So let's implement validator and see what we need to do. So we have to add something like this. I'll just copy this and then we'll talk about it. So here you can see I'm adding a providers and we are saying provide ng validators, use existing, where you will provide this class and then you will say multi-true. What is the purpose? We'll talk about it. And this validator class actually gives you a validate method which has signature like this. So it gives you control validation errors. So this is the interface, right? So this is the function which is provided by interface. Let's talk from top to bottom what we have done. Angular already has like all the built-in validators, right? Which we have seen, email, required, and patterns, everything. In case we want to actually add our own validator, we have to actually let Angular know that we are adding our own validator by using an injection token. Remember, we did it for HTTP interceptor. We added our HTTP interceptor as part of the Angular's interceptor queue. So similarly here, what we are doing is we are adding our validator into all the existing validator which exist. And for that, we are saying whenever I try to use this particular selector, you have to go ahead and add this particular class as part of the validators which exist. That's why we are saying multi-true, because it's not object, it's an array. It's an array of all the validators which exist. Now here, you can see it returns whether null or validation errors. Validation errors is type of key and value. So here we can do something like this. This abstract control actually gives you the value of the control. This is base class for most of the classes related to forms. Remember this one thing. There is no difference between template driven and reactive forms, right? Because the APIs are same. So the core APIs are same. It's the only way the flavor changes, right? I mean, what we have seen till now is template driven form where we did everything on HTML. We will see reactive form and you will know the difference. But right here, we'll do something like this. We'll say control. And as this is a input control. So I'll say, okay, if this control dot value. Now you can see I'm not able to get anything after this. Why so? So if you see the value is type of any. If I need or if you want the typings, I will suggest doing this. So you can actually do create control dot value. As we know that we are going to get string, just typecast it as string. And now we can do something like this. Value dot. Now you can see I'll say, okay, if it includes the word test, I will return. So this is how you will return an email validator. So you'll say email validator and then it's key value. So I can say email valid email true, right? And sorry, let's say invalid email true. And if there is no error, it means we can return null. So you can see the typing error is gone here. And let's apply this validator now to email and see if we get the error we are looking at. So now let's go back to login component, apply this to this one, and we will take hashtag email equals to ng model, right? So we have seen how to get the access to this particular control. And now here we can do div email.errors and pipe JSON. Let's go ahead and verify the code. Now we have this. I'll type test@gmail.com. Let's see. There is some errors. Cannot assign value variable email template. Variables are read only. Where I'm trying to assign a value. Email.errors and email. It's probably the name. Okay, let's stop the server and start again. Probably I changed some variable and it crashed. Let's verify it again. So I'm saying email control because probably I said email. That's why it crashed. But let's verify. Yeah. So now we have null. So it means it's valid. So I'll say test@gmail.com and you can see invalid email true. So we have the validation error available here. And what we just did is we added our custom validation to this particular control by using a custom directive. And now you can just go ahead and add this validator. It is reusable, right? So you can actually go ahead and use this custom directive anywhere you want within your application. And this is it from the custom writing your own validator using custom directive. Now we are back to the routing part. Remember I said we will create some views using template driven forms and then we'll be back to the routing. And the place where we left is router service. So let's go ahead and see an example how we can actually use router service and a small example. So far, we have done some navigation, right? So we have used router link to navigate to whatever view we want to. But in case we want to do it programmatically, it means, let's say we have some logic and after that logic is satisfied, we want to navigate to some other view. That's why we created login component. So remember, we just added this alert login successful. But in case I want to redirect to rooms after we are logged in, how we will do that? So Angular has a service called router. So let's go ahead and see. We'll use route, which is type of router. And it comes from Angular/router. So you can see this. And now let's see how we can navigate. There are many methods which this particular API exposes. So I'll say route dot, and we will be using navigate. So in navigate, you can just pass the URL where you want to redirect. So I can say I want to redirect to rooms. And the thing is, you can pass the commands as well. So for example, if I want to say room/add, I can do something like this. Let's try this out. We already have a URL called room/add. So let's provide admin at gmail.com and this will be admin, right? So and let's click on login and you can see we are redirected to rooms/add. So this is how you can do it programmatically. There is another API called navigate by URL as well. So you can see in this case, you can just give the URL. So you can say it will be /rooms/add. And let's see. Let's remove this and go back to the login page. And now we are back to the room/add. So only thing is the difference is between navigate by URL and navigate by URL will take the list of commands. So whatever you are passing inside. So let's go back to navigate. So here we are passing the list of actions, or you can say commands, and navigate method will create the entire URL for us. In navigate by URL, we are saying, okay, this is the URL, just go ahead and redirect. So that's the difference. So this is about router service. We will see more about router service soon, but not right now. In this video, we are going to talk about feature module and routing. So remember, So far, remember, so far what we have done is we have single module, right? So we just have an app module which is available inside our code, and that's it. But over the period of time, the app module becomes like a huge code base that it really becomes difficult to manage it. So that's where the concept of feature module comes in. So feature module, the concept of feature module is you should actually wrap all the features together in a single module. For example, if they are related. Sorry, I just missed that part. So if they are related. So for example, rooms. So what I can do is I can create another module, move everything related to rooms inside that particular component, inside that particular module. The advantage is in case I want to use that particular module or some logic from that particular module, it becomes really easy to share those things. Also, in future, in case we want to lazy load that particular module, which we'll talk about lazy load, so don't worry about what lazy load is right now, but in case we want to do that, it really becomes easy to achieve lazy loading if you already have feature module. I always suggest whenever you are working on some application, try to create your components and wrap it together using feature modules, or you can say modules. There is also a concept called SCAM, which says single component and module, which prefers that you should have, for every component you should have a module. That's also a very good thing to do. I mean, in case you have a large application with like thousands of component, where it really becomes difficult to actually see where this particular component will be used, and then we end up with like huge code base with a single module with thousands of components inside it, and all the components being loaded by default, increasing your entire application size. So always start with like, think about, okay, if I'm creating this component, where this component should fit in. Does it need a module, separate module? Just go ahead and do that. In case it is already related to some feature, just go ahead and add that particular component into that feature module. So let's start by actually breaking our rooms component. Because remember, in most of the application, let's say if you get assigned to any project, this may be a problem that some feature is already created but everything is registered inside app module. So the first way I'm going to show you is how you will fix the scenario where you have some such concept, right, where you have everything available into app module. For just example, our rooms. Right now, everything related to rooms is actually registered into app module. We can actually remove that feature and create another module for rooms, right? So let's go ahead and start with that. So here we already have rooms folder. What I need to do is I need to create a module. How you will create a module is ngGM for module, and then just give rooms. And I'll pass a flat equals to uh, true. Otherwise, it will create a folder, which we don't want to. We want that rooms module should be available here. So we got our rooms module. We also wanted one more thing. We wanted that rooms should have a routing module as well. Similar to what we have outside here, app routing module. So we want that rooms also should have a routing module. And we will say flat true. And let's see. Mhm. So there is a flag to actually override. I'm just looking for that particular flag, force. So I'll say hyphen force. So it will overwrite the existing file. So we will have uh, rooms module, routing, flat true, unknown option. Okay, sorry. This is hyphen flat equals to true, and then we have hyphen force. Merge conflicted, rooms module. Let's see. Okay, let's delete this file right now. Hmm. Okay, so what we get is rooms module and rooms routing module, similar to app module and app routing module. But remember this, we'll talk about this part for child. Let's hold on. First, let's talk about this rooms module. Now, what we have to do is we have to move everything related to rooms out of app module to here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have rooms list component. Let's do that. And what else we have? Employee, rooms booking, rooms add. So, and let's remove this code. So you can see just by creating another component, I have removed like almost 10 lines of code from here, from your app module. So now this is step one. So now let's go ahead and add all this here. So all these components are added here. And our application will break right now. So let's go ahead and see what is happening here. And let's try to click on add rooms. You can see nothing is getting loaded, and you may get some exceptions. So native element, but it's okay. But you can see, I mean, there's nothing which is getting loaded because, of course, there is a lot of errors, a lot of compilation errors. So let's go ahead and try to fix those. I mean, the one thing about refactoring, I'm also trying to show you how to refactor the code base. You are probably, I mean, it's a good thing. You should always revisit your code base. So I'm just trying to tell you how you I generally go ahead and refactor the code base. So now we have a lot of errors. Don't be scared. Whenever you see such errors, don't be scared. I mean, it's absolutely fine. That's the first step. If you are scared, I mean, of course, you will end up like you will roll back the code base and you will be in the same mess as you were earlier. So now let's kind of close this and let's try to see what needs to be done more, right? So we have moved all the components here now, right? So we have all the components here, and now as we have created just a feature module, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and register this rooms module into this app module. So what we have done is we have removed some code from your app module, and then we created another module. And as we want that module to be available everywhere, we have just registered that module here, rooms module. So let's go ahead and compile this code again. So what you can do is you can actually put some of your reusable code inside a module, and then you can just use that module wherever you want to. In case, let's say you have a component to show a table, right? And what you can do is that table is getting used like uh, at many places. So what you can do is you can just create that particular component with table and a module, and then you can just use that module everywhere where you want to. Now let's go ahead and see the errors. So there are multiple errors. So it says rooms add component, no directive found for ng form. Now, once you create a module, there are few things which you have to keep in your mind. Now, this components which are available here, they are using some specific modules. For example, this error, which says, okay, there's no directive found with export as ng form, it means we are using form functionality here, but that form functionality is not available. How you can do that? We have already learned about it. So what we have to do is we have to go ahead and add into imports. We have to say forms module. So you will see each error gone one by one. So now the first error will be gone. So it will be recompiled, failed to recompile. And now there is another error. It says this header component is not part of this module. Now we are using this header component in rooms component.html. This is uh, really good use case for a reusable module. As rooms component, this header component can be used at multiple places. We cannot just register it inside the main module, app module. Otherwise, it won't be available for other modules which is created, for example, rooms. So what we can do is, in such cases, the same example which I was giving, a reusable table which can be used. So here, what I can do is I can just go to header. I can say open an integrated terminal and create a module here. So I'll say this is header hyphen flat. But I don't need a routing module here because this is just a reusable component. It does not contain any component which can be accessed by route. The reason I created inside room is there are components which can be accessed by route, by URLs. So we will also move the logic related to the URLs inside its own module to avoid writing so much code inside your app module. Now let's register this header component here. Now once we do this, you will start getting an error. So the thing is, one component can be registered as part of only one module. Remember this, keep in your mind. So here, this header component is actually, if I do this, sorry, if I do here, I register this header module, and let's add this header module here. So the thing is, your imports or your modules can be added into multiple places, right? And that's the whole you can say that's the whole core about creating the module. So you can actually reuse things around your entire application into multiple modules. But I cannot register, or I cannot actually import. Sorry, I cannot register a component multiple times. So if I have added declarations header component into declarations array here, I cannot add it into here. So if I do this, that's an error. So here, let's remove this hover header component from here, right? So header component is removed, and now it's only available at one place. But let's see if it fixes our issues. So I'll just compile it again. It will not. So the answer is it will not. So we'll see how we can fix that. So now let's let it give us the error first. Now it says, okay, this header is still not found. The reason being, in case if you are using a component outside of its module. So this header component is actually used inside rooms module. So you have to also add it to exports. It means I'm exporting this particular component, so anyone outside this module can also access to this particular element. Remember this, whenever you are creating reusable components, this is the thing which you should do. You should always add it to exports array so it can be accessed outside, otherwise it won't be available. Now let's go ahead and see our output, and it is compiled successfully. So let's see if our application works. Rooms worked, add rooms worked, employee worked, login worked. Let's try the functionality. Okay, looks like something is broken, but okay. It says includes test. This is right. So it is giving us error. What was the admin? It was admin, right? And now it works as well. So entire functionality is working again. What we have done here is we created actually two feature module. One to show the scenario where we will not have any routing module. We will have a component which is reusable and can be accessed outside of its own module. So it's not going to be used inside its own module here, right? Header module. And then we saw another example where we created a rooms module. We moved all the components which is related to rooms module inside its own module. And that's it. And then we also added the modules which is required here. For example, it was using the forms functionality, it was using the header component. So we added both the modules to make it successful. Always read the errors. Remember, whenever you are refactoring the code, always read the errors. What is that? All the errors are readable, so you know what is going wrong. Now let's go ahead and let's move ahead and also try to move this rooms related routes to its own module. So we already have this module available. We'll remove it from here. So you can see how easily we are able to remove a lot of code from our app module and app routing module. And we will add it here. So rooms component, rooms add component, and booking component. Once done, you will see a difference that in app routing module, we always use for root. And whenever you have a feature module with routing, it will always use for feature, sorry, for child. The reason being, your for root is like, it's a singleton service. So you are adding all the routes inside a singleton service. So we are saying for root, it means these are the routes which are available globally, and all other routes is part of your feature modules. They can be accessed from within your feature or once they are registered. So here we have three routes which are available, and the way it works is routing module is actually registered here. You can see imports in, we have added rooms routing module. So now this routes are also registered, but there is a catch. There is a catch. Let's see. We have added rooms module here. Let's go ahead and see if our application works. It will break. So just to give you an idea. So you can see if I try to access employee, it works. If I try to access rooms, it says resource you are looking for does not exist. Same for add room. What's happening here? The routes exist, yes, but why we are getting 404? Let's go back, revisit the basics. Remember when we were talking about this routings, right? We talked about this wildcard. We said it will go sequentially from top to bottom. Let's go to app module and try to figure out why it is happening. So all the import statements are also executed sequentially. So you can see it goes to app routing module first. Goes to app routing module, it says okay, employee login, this default route, and then star. It says okay, the any other route is not available here right now. So how to fix it? So in case you have feature modules with its own routing, you should always register this. Sorry, you should always register your feature modules before app routing module. Just remember this, because of course when you start learning Angular, you will get this error. You will get okay, why my routes are not working. That this might be one of the reason that you are getting 404 pages. Let's go back, and that's it. Everything back to normal, and your functionality works. So this is how you can create a feature module, and also how you can create a feature module with its own routing module. So remember, right now what we just did is we refactored a code base to make it more what you can say flexible, more extensible. So in case anyone wants to actually make changes to related to rooms, they know that they have to just make changes inside this particular folder. That's the whole idea about creating this small feature modules, right? People know where to make the changes. They don't have to touch the entire application. They don't have to make changes into app module every time. That's a really bad structure. In case you get into some code base where everything is added into app module, of course the first thing which you should suggest is to refactor that code base by splitting them into different feature modules. The advantage is, of course, the code is more maintainable, and we can also do lazy loading, which we will see later on. Now in this video, we will see how we can do nested routes and we can load child routes. So let's try to understand what we mean by nested routes, right? So we can load another route inside an existing route. That's nested routes, and it can have some child routes as well. So let's go ahead and try to figure out scenario. So here, so you have this book room, right? So right now, if I click on this book room, it is going to another view altogether, right? So all the existing view is lost. So what in case you get a requirement that when you click on this book room, the another view should open below this particular table. So you can just fill out all the details and complete the booking. You don't have the form, of course, we will add the form later on, but let's try to build this scenario using the nested routes concept. So let's go back to our code. Let's see where the routing exists. So our routes are here. So what we want is this room/add should be loaded on below, sorry, not on, but below this particular table. So how we can do that? So here you can use something known as children property, and you can move this route inside this children property. So this is step one. once we have done this, let's see, right? Still, I mean, it is getting loaded on another view because we are referring to the wrong view altogether. So this is the path which we needed, room/id. Now let's go ahead and see. Yeah, you can see when we click on this, it goes to this room/1, but it says the resource you are looking for does not exist. This is strange because we said room/id is already configured and it should go to rooms booking component, but this is not happening. So now we have to do one more thing. We have to go ahead and tell where to actually load this rooms booking component by placing another router outlet. So let's see how it behaves now. So let's go to rooms. Let's click on book room. Let's see what's different here. Okay, so now as we are already inside rooms, so we have to remove this. Okay, let's see rooms. So because it's child, right? So it's child route. So we have to okay remove this slash as well. Now let's click on rooms and click on book room. You can see this component is actually getting loaded here. Let's put some more content here. So I'll say booking. So this is H1 booking room. So it is visible, right? So you can see, so booking room 2, click on any room you want to book and it will be displayed just below the table, wherever you have placed the router outlet. So remember two steps which is needed in case you want to do nested routing. So why it is nested routing? Because you can see this is already available inside a router outlet and then we are loading another router outlet here. So let's try to understand this template, right? So here we can see this is our first app, and then you have the sidebar, and we have first router outlet here, and then there is another router outlet which is available here. So it is nested, right? So what you so understand the nesting. It's one thing, same thing again available inside the same thing. So router outlet again available inside router outlet. That's nesting, and as it is getting loaded as part of this existing component, it's part as it is treated as a children routes. So you can see this is children, and then we are saying when we click on room/id, so we don't have to specify room/id again here. We can just say :room ID, and that particular component will be loaded wherever we place this particular router outlet. So if I place it above here, so you can see booking room, this one, right? So whatever room you select, it will be loaded here. So this is how you can achieve nested routes and children routes. You can play more. I mean, you can actually experiment by creating more child component and see how we can load them. You can load multiple. So it's not like only this will be loaded. You can actually add multiple here. I can just do one second. I can, where is that routing? Yeah, I can also move this one, right? Sorry, inside this array, and I can remove this and I can say slash. So now it is also child component. So the only thing is actually add room is available here. So if you try to click, so let's go to room and let's click on add room. You can see let's do it on this one. Let me just do this, and here on rooms component.html, on add room, this one, right? So on add room, let's do router link. So we'll say this is router link, and I'll say this is room/add. Let's verify if it is correct. Rooms, okay, it's rooms/add. And let's try to add a room. Let's click on add room, and it says room/room/add. The reason being because we are already here. Okay, let's say as we are already inside child, probably that is the issue. And here it is. All right, so we click on add room and booking, and what is there inside room add, rooms add. Okay, this is the form, room/add. Where is this form gone? Booking. Okay. Okay, this is good that we came across this issue here. So the thing is, right now, if I say room/room ID or I say room/add, this slash add can also match to this. The reason being, it's like it just uses that. Okay, I can say room/any placeholder and this will be called. So to avoid this, just make sure that you place add this before, and then you have dynamic routes after this. Oh, that's a really good thing that we actually came across this issue, because this is also one of the reason where a lot of developers get stuck. So what we have done is we are saying that add is first, so it will match to add. But if we place this one, I mean, it's a wildcard, right? I mean, it's a placeholder. So if I keep this first, it will also match to room/add, and it will always go to booking component. That was the thing. Now, if I click on book room, you can see I'm going to this. If I click on add room, I can see the add room functionality available on this view itself. So this is how you can play around with multiple children components. You can add a number of children components in case you want to display them on the same view. You don't want to redirect to somewhere else. So this is how you can do it. And let's move. So far, we have seen how Angular routing can help us to create several routes. And in last video, we also learned about how you can create modules. So as discussed, modules are something where we can actually wrap all the functionality related to a feature into its own module, right? In its own Angular module. But once your application grows, there will be many modules. And so the application size will grow as well. And one point of time, you will probably end up with huge main bundle size. So this is where we will talk a little bit about the build which we create for deploying on production. So far we have been using a command called ngServe, which is used to run this application locally and debug it. Now we will use another command to create a production build, which can be used to deploy your application on production. So to do that, I'm going to run a command called ngbuild, and you can say -c equals to production. Now what this command will do is it will build your application with production mode. So this whatever files which will be generated, it will be minified and it can be deployed on your production server. So let's see, it will take some time to generate the bundles. You will get several files, and we will talk about one main file which is called main.js. So here you can see you have main.js, which is around 476.91 KB. Right now, our application is really small. I mean, it contains an app modules, a few components, and one module. Consider it like a huge enterprise application. Consider now in future you will end up with a huge enterprise application. You will probably have hundreds of modules. You will have thousands of components. Even not that big. Let's say in range of 100, right? So this bundle size will increase, and this main.js is the file size which will be served to your customers. Now, 476 KB is, it's okay, right? I mean, it will be pretty fast on your 4G network. But what in case you have this bundle size in MBs? And that's where the problem comes in. Now you will have a big bundle which needs to be loaded whenever your user comes to your portal. So they have to wait. They have to wait based on how much speed they have, right? How much the bandwidth they have. What you can do is using Angular router, you can also split the code. Let's go back to our application. So if you see here, the functionality related to rooms. Do we think, this rooms functionality should be available by default to the users? The answer is no, right? Of course, we have to actually go ahead and add more functionality uh, to our login screen, and that will be the first page which will be served to our customer. So without login, they cannot even use this rooms functionality, even employee functionality. So it doesn't make sense to actually give all this views with your main.js bundles. All this code is something which is useless at that time. Probably your user just comes to login page and goes away, and this code will never be used. So this is where actually Angular router can Angular router can help us to split our code based on several routes. It has some advantages. Of course, uh, this code will never be downloaded in case your user never comes to this particular route. And once the user visits this, it will be downloaded only once. So it's not like, if I just go to another route, this all code will be removed and then will be added back once we come back to this route. That's a no. So, but there are few requirements which we have to fulfill to achieve this. What are those requirements? Remember, whenever you are trying to create a module as lazy loaded module, or you are trying to separate that code from all entire application, the first thing which you should think about is what are the things which needs to be reusable. If it's reusable, probably you have to rethink about your architecture. Let's say there is one component which is reusable from rooms. In that case, I will remove that from the rooms component. I will put it somewhere else, which is where we will put reusables. So I can use it inside rooms and other places as well. Never do something like this where you have rooms module lazy loaded and then there is one component which is being used somewhere else. In that case, you have to go ahead and import rooms module in that particular module, which will fail the purpose of having a lazy loaded module. So a lazy loaded module should be isolated. It should not talk to anyone else. It should know everything about itself, and once loaded, it should be able to perform all the functionality. And your application should not know about this module unless it is requested. So here we are talking about this code will be downloaded based on user interaction. So once I interact with this rooms module or rooms URL, the code will be downloaded. So let's go ahead and see what are the prerequisite. So first thing is, now as we have chosen the rooms module to be lazy loaded, the first thing is no one should know about rooms module. Remember last time what we did is we created a feature module for this rooms module and then we added here. So first step, remove this. Now no one knows about rooms module and it should not work, right? If I recompile the application, you can see there are a lot of errors because of course this rooms module is gone. No one knows about rooms module anymore. Now what's next? Now here in app routing module, we will add one part. Remember, we have already fulfilled one particular step. We have already isolated everything related to rooms module in its own module. So we are not sharing anything outside rooms module, right? So just keep that in your mind whenever you are designing this lazy loaded module for your application. Just keep this in mind. Here I'll say path rooms. You might be wondering why we are doing here, and we'll talk about it. So rooms, and then you have to use a property called load children. And here we'll say we will be using an import statement. So let me just talk about this. And okay, something is missing. What? Oh, sorry, scrolling. Okay. So what we have done here is we have added a path rooms and we are saying load children and then some import statement. We'll come back to this. Let's go back and make some changes to your rooms routing module. Here we will remove this path. We need to put it blank. And let's go back. Let's go back and talk about this. So now we, rather than actually directly importing the rooms module into app module, so what we are doing is we are trying to lazy load it. So the lazy loading means now we are providing the path inside the routes array because of course this is your, you remember app routing module, right? The main routing module. So now my app routing module knows that there is a path called rooms, and whenever someone tries to access rooms, what I have to do is I have to go ahead and download this particular rooms module. Remember, this is the module which we created earlier. So I have to go ahead and download this rooms module, which has a Angular module called rooms module, right? So this is this import statement is something which is native into to the browser. So at runtime, remember, I'm not talking about the compile time. Compile time is when we are actually building our code, right? At runtime, it will, whenever we click on rooms, it will go ahead and download all the code which is related, which is available here inside this rooms folder. And make sure that you are not using anything outside rooms module, right? So here we have we did this. We can do similar thing for employee. That's something which you can try. What you can do is you can create another module for employee and then try to lazy load that module. You have to just create a routing module and then you have to create a Angular module. That's those are two things which we have to do. And then you can, in similar fashion, you can download the employee module. In case you are not able to do it, just raise an issue and we will help you. Now, this is also done. We have removed this because why we left this path blank? Because we have already defined this path here. So when this particular module gets downloaded and it goes to its default URL, I mean the first URL, so it will check, okay, this is the component which I have to download. So rooms is my default route. I don't have to do anything. And then we have this children, which we already configured last time. Now let's go ahead and verify the application. So two things we will verify. There are two things which we will verify. First, let's verify the build. Let's see if there is any difference in the files which got generated earlier, right? So earlier we got 4 files. Now let's see after making these changes, how many files we get and how it impacts the bundle size as well. So you can see it says there are some initial chunk files and there is something which is lazy chunk files. So you can see now we have another module which is of 11 KB and it will be downloaded separately once I interact with that particular route. Let's go ahead and run the application now. And meanwhile, let's see if we are missing something here. And okay. So let's verify how if our lazy loaded module or lazy loaded functionality which we did is working fine or not. How we can verify? Of course, in build we can see there was a different bundle altogether, but we can actually verify it from here. So you can go to the sources, you can go to webpack dot and go to src app, and here you can see okay. So here you can see we are actually using room service somewhere. So one file is already downloaded because we are using it outside, probably in app module or somewhere else. But let's see the main functionality. Let's click on rooms. Now you can see all the files apart from services are downloaded as I clicked on this rooms. And now I can just go ahead and visit any other URL that won't impact these files. So this is how you can verify what are the files which are downloaded lazily, right? I mean, apart from services, everything is being lazy loaded right now. And it will be available as well inside your network tab. So let me just remove it and let's refresh. Let's go to employees and let's refresh this page. And let's clear. And let's click on rooms. So you can see src app rooms module. So this is something which is telling you that okay, this all the file this code is actually being loaded separately. And when it is happening, when I click on rooms. So this is how lazy loading works. And you should, as I said, there are many things which goes behind whether this module needs to be lazy loaded or not. Few things we already discussed. One more thing which we need to make sure is you should, I mean, it's not like in if this is a functionality which is available, we should go ahead and we should go ahead and implement lazy loading for all the modules. It's not. Lazy loading is useful for the modules which are really big and which you think won't be used frequently by your end users. Remember, not developers. Developers can just go ahead and add in anything, right? Because it's based on the business requirement, I would say. So whenever you are implementing this, you should go ahead and ask business that okay, what will be the frequency, how many users we are expecting this views to be used by. It's okay in case you don't implement lazy loading at first. That's absolutely fine. I mean, it's okay because you don't know your user behavior, right? As you know your user behavior, you can actually go ahead and implement lazy loading. But at least have feature modules in place. And there will be, of course, there will be many modules which you will realize even while developing that, okay, these modules are not probably going to be used more frequently. For example, let's say you have uh, user profile section. How many times do you think your users are actually going to use the profile section? Probably once in a month. That's rare, right? I mean, in case they have to update some mobile number or email ID, which is really rare. So those are the modules. Or let's say you have some kind of reports which will be let's say which are month end report. So you know, okay, this reports will be actually will be downloaded only in a month, only once in a month. So you know that okay, this frequency will be really less. So you can go ahead and configure lazy loaded module. So it's like whenever you are thinking about lazy loaded modules, it's your developer mind as well as the business needs or the business idea which you get, how frequently it is going to be used. So keep all those things in mind before you go ahead and implement lazy loaded module for your code base. So this is it from lazy loaded module. Try it for employee. If you don't, if you're not able to do it, just let us know. Now we are supposed to actually, now we are going to actually discuss about route cuts, but we will hold this topic for few more things which we will cover, and then we'll come back to the route cuts. So I'm going to show you a few more things related to the lazy loading. Right now, what we have done is we already had an Angular module, right? What we did is the approach we took is we created the all components, we created everything inside rooms, and then we added a module, then we did a refactor, and finally we ended up module which was lazy loaded. What in case I want to start from the day one? I have the requirement, right? So I spoke to my business team. They're saying, okay, this is something probably won't be used a lot, but we need this functionality, or probably this functionality is really huge. And in case if we include it in your main module, it is going to bump our bundle size. So you decide that, okay, we will lazy load it so the bundle size is less and it will be loaded faster for the users. And you want to start with the lazy loaded module from the day one. Let's try to do that. So what we will do is we will create a module. So let's create a booking module, which will show all the bookings which can be done, which will be done using the rooms module, right? So this is rooms booking, but I mean, it's a separate module. So this will be used to see all the previous bookings which are made. and we need to we need to make sure that it is lazy loaded. So what you can do is there is a command to do that. So I can say ngg module. I can say a module name. So I can say booking, which is my module name. I can say hyphen route is equals to booking, and hyphen routing to make sure that there is a routing module which is created. So let's go ahead and enter and see what happens. Module option required. Module option required when hyphen module is equals to booking. Let's see. Or I think, let's see. So specified module booking does not exist. Okay. Okay, so there was a problem with the command. Now, let me just talk about this particular module. So what this module is, so it is asking me where should I go ahead and register this particular lazy loaded module. Right now we have two modules, rooms module as well as app module. So we have to provide the module where we need to go ahead and create a lazy loaded route like this. So right now what I need is I want to create it with app module. So it will now go ahead and create. You can see it created a path here. So you can see booking, load children, import, booking module and booking module. So if I go to booking module now, you will find several things. You will find a module, you will find a component and all the related files as well as booking routing module as well. All this by using a single command. So you don't have to go ahead and do whatever we did earlier, right? So go ahead and create component, then add a module, and then do this. No, you can just do it with a single command. Also, I'll show one more command which we can use. So let's say, is there any other screen we want to create? Okay, so let's say I want to create a filter functionality, right? So where we can search for like search functionality. So we want to search for rooms. And what we want to do is we want to create a module first and then we want to add components, and we don't want to lazy load this. Remember, this one we wanted to lazy load, this one we don't want to lazy load. So what we can do is we can create first the module. So I can say ngGM and I can say search. So it will create a module first, right? So now we have the module. Now I want to create a component. So what I can do is I can just go ahead and say ngGC search. Now this will create a search component inside the search folder. So you can see it created the files inside search folder, as well as one more thing, search module will register this search component. So this is all done automatically. You don't have to do it manually. The only reason I went through the path where I did everything manually is probably you won't be writing the code from the scratch in your application. You should know how to refactor the application or how to revisit the code, right? I mean, what's wrong, what's right in your code base. Otherwise, you will be lost. So that was the whole purpose of actually doing that exercise. In case you are creating new code, this is the way you should be doing it. So first create the module and then create the component. In case it needs to be lazy loaded from the day one, just go ahead and use this command and that's it. And you can define which module I want to actually register it. I could have given it as rooms as well. Remember this. So in case I'm going to actually access this from the rooms module, I can do that. So I can actually lazy load any other module inside rooms. That's also possible. Probably we'll try one exercise with that as well. Now we have our booking module and this is lazy loaded as well. So now I can just go ahead and add app navigation, and we can say this is bookings, and what was the route? Booking. And let's revisit the application, and let's go to sources, webpack /src app, and you can see we don't have anything related to booking. Let's click on bookings, and now you have everything related to booking. So this is another command, another way to do it. And we will of course go ahead and add a form where we can see all the bookings in upcoming videos, right? So we will be using Angular material table. We'll show you an example of how you can utilize Angular material table to do that. So yeah, that's another way to implement lazy loading. Well, so while discussing dependency injection, if you remember, we left one thing. I mean, we said we will be discussing about it once we go through the lazy loading. So let's go back and do that. So we discussed about provider types. We saw root, right? We said, okay, in case it is root, you can actually go ahead and add, use this particular, sorry, you can use that particular service as a singleton service across your application. Now, we will talk about the other type of provider type, which is any. Now, you might be wondering where this any is useful. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about it. There are multiple use cases, and I wrote a blog post on the same. So I'll be trying to cover the same example here, but let's figure out what is the use case for using any. So here, let's say we have a service. Like what we will do is we'll create a service. We will call it as a config service. We already have app config, so let's create another service. And for that, I'll be creating a services folder. So this is like a reusable kind of services. And let's open the integrated terminal. I'll say ngGS, and I'll say this is what should we name it? Config. Let's call it as config service. I don't think so we have anything called config service as of now. And here, so we have this config service. Let's go ahead and change this to any. And one thing which we will be doing is we will be let's do console.log, and let's see how many instances gets created. So we know that whenever a service is configured with provided in root, we get a singleton instance. And in case you want to create multiple instances, you can just go ahead and use providers property as we saw earlier. Now using provided in any, let's see what happens. So I'm going to use this service inside the rooms component. We'll just inject it as of now. And so this is private config service, which is type of config service. And let's go back to the application. Let's see if it is compiled. Yeah. Now let's go to console, and this is where we want to see an interesting thing. So here, let's use config service as at one place other, or is it okay? Okay, let's do Control F5. Let's click on rooms, and here I'll see. Let's see if we have this room service initialized config service, right? So config service initialized, and we will be using the same config service inside app component the same way. I mean, we are not going to use it, we'll just inject it and see how it behaves. Constructor, this, and let's see if we have any other module. It's okay. Okay, those two modules are enough, more than enough. Let's go back to the UI. And now you can see here it says config service initialized. So we have config service.ts line number 9. It means one instance of config service is created right now. and we cannot see any other instances which are available. Okay, to do one more thing, I'll just clear this and let's see the messages. So we have this config service initialized. So now why actually moved away from rooms? Because on click of rooms, I mean, it is supposed to create another instance. So let me tell you why. We have not done providers property. We have not added a providers property. Why should it create a new instance? So let's go ahead and talk about how any plays an important role here. So we have config service initialized here. Let's go ahead and click on rooms, and you will find that here config service is initialized again. One instance, two instance. Why so? So when we say this providers, sorry. So when we use this providers at provided in as any, it will create one instance for the entire code base where there is nothing lazy loaded, right? And it will create separate instances for each lazy loaded module in case it is getting used. For example, it is getting used in rooms, so it will create another instance for rooms module. If we go ahead and inject it inside, let's say we have another module called header. If we inject another instance in header, it will not create another instance because it is not lazy loaded. But let's go ahead and inject. Let's try to inject it and see, right? So how many instances we end up with. So here we have, copy this header. So as per expectation, header should use the global instance which is available, which will be created. And we'll create one for booking because booking is lazy loaded. So let's see. Now rooms has so one is global instance config service initialized, then rooms has another instance config service initialized 2, and now let's click on bookings, and once we click on bookings, booking has another config service initialized. So we have how many instances right now? 3 instances, two separate instances used by two different lazy loaded modules, as we said provided is any, and one which is global instance which is available everywhere. What can be the good use case? So let me just give you an interesting use case which I actually wrote a blog post on, and it is actually used in one of my friend's book which was launched. Let me just talk. Which was launched last year. Yeah, it was launched last year. It is a book based on Angular IV. So it's a little bit advanced right now. You are on basic, so I'll suggest once you have the basic idea or a little bit idea about Angular, how it works, then just go ahead and purchase that book. So it's on Angular IV, which I actually proofread. So let's go ahead and talk about the use case which I was talking about. So here, what we will do is I'll create another. So we already have service, and I will create one injection token. I'll say this is config, or let's call it as route config. So this interface, this will be the interface, and we'll say this is export interface route config, and we'll say this is title, this type of string. So we have just single property, and let's create our injection token. So I'll say this is route config dot service dot ps, and here we'll say export const route config, which is equals to new injection token, which will be type of this particular interface. And I'll say this is route config. And what is this? Route config refers to what is being used as a type. an injection token, which is type of route config. Okay, let's see what I'm missing here. This route config, which is looks like this is something which already exists in Angular core, and let's import the interface /route config, and we'll say this is the interface which we are looking at, and this should be fine. Route config token. Great. So we created our token and now we have an interface. Let's see how actually it helps in case we are using provided in as any. I'll use this route config token in app module. We know how to do that, right? So we already have an example here. So I'll just add provide, and we'll use value, which will be let's go back to app module, and we'll say which will be having, so we know the type. So we have this title, which is home. And we will be using this route config token. Let's go ahead and use it inside the config service. So now we know how to do that. So we'll say inject and config route config token, bit config token and route config, right? So we'll just import this as well, and let's print the value. I think this is our extra console.log. This .config token. Let's verify this functionality as of now. So we have this service which is now injected in. So what we did is we created a config service and we created a token. We provided a value to this particular token. We said title is home, and then we use this particular thing in service, and we are just actually logging the top token value. Let's see what we have done so far. And there is something unexpected, which is app_module.ts line number 68. Let's see, probably I just missed a comma. Then let's go ahead and see. So what we have here. So config service right now has few instances, right? So we have this config service initialized, and then we have title home. You must be wondering what we have done. I mean, this is something which we have already done again. Why I am covering this thing again? I mean, we know how to use injection tokens, but there is a difference when you use provided in any. Here, let's try to pass this value to rooms module. And what we will do is providers, and I'll say title is room. So remember, right now we are saying there's another, we are just changing the title. Let's go ahead and see. So we have title available as home available here, right? Let's go to room and let's see what is the title available right now. So we have title as room. It changed. Let's switch back to any and let me show you what will be the value in case we use any. We use root. So let's go back to the rooms, config service and change this to root. And here it is. So you will still get for rooms, even for rooms, we are getting the value as home. Let me show you. I mean, I'm probably, let's move into another module so we can see the value. So we have this home, of course, which makes sense. Click on rooms. We will still end up with home. Why so? Because when we say root, it's a singleton instance which will be available. When we are saying any, it will create a new instance for that particular service. So we ended up with the new value which we registered into the module. Otherwise, we will just get the previous value as which was added into app module. Remember this. This is a really interesting thing which landed in Angular 9, and it's really useful. So a lot of developers don't know this functionality which is available, but can be really useful in case you want to actually go ahead and pass some other configuration, which or you want to override some configuration inside any of your lazy loaded module. Very interesting use case. So as I said, my friend has also covered it in very much detailed way in his book, and you can also go through that use case as well. So this is it about any. I'll just change back to any because that was the purpose of having this particular service, and we are done. So now we will end up with, whenever we click on rooms, we will end up with configuration as title room. You can pass any configuration for separate, or you can just override the configuration for your lazy loaded module using any. So we saw both the example using just a service, how it behaves, and then we added injection token to show you how it behaves in case we pass an injection token. Let's go ahead and talk about route guards. So as per name suggests, right? It's guards. What you understand by guards? So you have many type of guards, and you might have seen in your real time or real life as well, right? So let's say ATMs, they have guards. Banks, they have guards. What they are trying to do? They are trying to secure something. Of course, in that case, it's money. So what route guards do? So it means these guards are actually trying to secure route. But how? So there are multiple guards which are available and they do different stuff. So we will go through one by one, and we will talk about resolve guard at the end. And before we talk about resolve guard, we will create our booking form finally, and we will fix the date picker issue which we have in our um earlier form, right? If you remember, we created our rooms add rooms form, and we said, okay, this date time doesn't work. Then we will be using the Angular material date picker. So we will fix that as well. So let's see how route guard behaves. But before we go ahead and talk about how route guard works, we need to understand one thing. We need to understand the routing event. How does your route works, right? So we have not seen this. We have seen, okay, how to configure your route, how to uh, do your default route, how to do your wildcard route, but in which sequence they are called? I mean, what happens when you click on a route? So let's go ahead and talk about that. And to do that, we will be subscribing, or we will be using the router service which we have already used, but we'll be using some different properties. Let's go ahead and see that. So here I'll say private. I'll say this is route and this is router. Let's call it as a router, right? That makes sense. I mean, and now on ngOnInt lifecycle look, I'll say this dot router dot events dot, and it's an observable, so I'll be subscribing to it, and then we'll say this is event and here we'll just do console.log event. And let's go to our UI. Let's see if it's compiled. Yes, it's compiled, and I think there is some debugger which is available. So let's move on. Let me just disable the debugger, and let's go to console. And here we want to So here you can see line number 34. So let's go ahead and see how it starts, right? So when in this case, the navigation happened, if you remember, let me just do this one thing. I'll just remove this and let's go back to employee, right? So we have the only route guards or route events are locked. So there are multiple events which gets fired when you click or in case a navigation happens. So here you can see it starts from navigation start. And if you see, there are few parameters which your navigation start has. So it has a URL, it has a unique ID generated for each and every navigation event which happens. These IDs are really helpful in case you are getting some issue during navigation. A common use case or a common issue which we generally get during navigation is by the time the first navigation gets completed, you are trying to navigate again. So you can only figure that out based on the ID. So navigation started, then it tries to recognize the route. So it says, okay, now this route is recognized. So I have to, there are some states which is available. So remember snapshot, that's part of this. You can see router state snapshot. So you have URL after redirects. Then we get guard check start, and this is where the route guards come into picture. So it says, okay, now I'll go ahead and check whatever guards you have implemented. So this is where it will start. Then it will say, okay, now let me go ahead and activate the child where we have seen the childs. So if you go to rooms, click on add room. So this is child, right? So it will go ahead and check if this child, it will go ahead and start activating this child routes. Then activation starts. It will say, okay, now everything is figured out. Now I can go ahead and activate this particular routing or route. Now here, all the guards have checked, all guards check have ended. So it says, okay, now it's fine. Everything is okay. All guards said, so all the guards which we have implemented, they are saying it is okay to allow this particular user to enter into this particular route. Guards check in, right? So nowadays when you try to enter into bank or ATM, what they do, they check your temperature, they try to see if you have any symptoms, right? So and then they allow you. So that's where guards check end. Then it says, okay, now let me just resolve this particular route, right? So it will try to resolve this particular route where we are redirecting to room/add. And then it says, okay, now this is also fine, resolve ended. Then it will call activation ended, and then it will say, okay, now child activation also ended. And navigation, finally it says, okay, now everything is fine, let me just end the navigation. And the last event which we have is scroll event. Scroll event is something which you can use in case, let's say you click on a URL and now you want to scroll your this horizontal bar, right, somewhere, or top, bottom, wherever you want to, you can just go ahead and subscribe to the scroll event as well. So this is related to your router events, how they are called in sequence. And now we will go ahead and talk about the route guards. While working with router events, it is also possible to listen to a specific event. As we saw, there were multiple events which were getting fired, right? But in case I want to, let's say, show a loader when navigation start and show up and remove the loader when navigation ends, how you will be able to do that? So we can actually achieve that by using something like this. So I'll just rewrite this code, or let me just keep it here so you can refer this while revisiting the code. And let's try to listen to the specific event, navigation start, navigation, and that's it. So we'll say this dot router dot events dot. Now, as we said, we need to listen to specific events. So I don't want to go ahead and listen to all the events and then filter out. We will be using RxJS. Remember, little bit difficult, but with some practice, you will figure out how to use RxJS. So here I'll be using pipe, and inside pipe, I'll be using filter operator. So let's see if it is, yeah, it is from RxJS. And in filter, I'll say this event, which is instance of, I'll say navigation start. Right, so I'm just listening to the navigation start event, and then I can subscribe. And here, let's say console, sorry, I'll say this is navigation start, and we can remove this, I think. Let's see. And we can say console.log. And now you can actually write a code here to show a loader. Navigation started. Right, and then I can just use another event where I'll say navigation end, and I'll say navigation completed. Let's go ahead and see if it works. Right, so let's inspect, go to console, and let's go to default route first. Right, so we can just remove all the comments which we have, and let's click on employee, and you can see navigation started, navigation completed. So we are listening to only these two events. So this is how you can filter out the other events in case you don't want to listen to them. So just to give you an idea how you can actually achieve this as well. So now we understand how the routing event works and how we can listen to specific events in case we want to. So now let's move on to the route guards. So we discussed what guards are, what route guards are, and let's see what these different guards do. Right, so as you know, in banks also there are different guards. In case there is a guard who is like standing in front of your bank, there if there are some lockers or some lockers in bank, they have different guard available, right, to secure that area. So similarly, router has different guards for different areas to secure. So let's start with can activate. And for can activate, we actually have a very nice use case already. Let me show you. So remember, we already have this login page, but is this login page useful? The answer is no. This is useless. I mean, this is like some guard who is standing in front of bank, but he is not checking anyone. He is just letting everyone go. So it's pretty useless, right? So here, what we can do is the can activate guard. Let's relate to can activate guard. So can activate guards guard actually tries to see if I'm sorry, if I am as a user, of course, at the end as the end user is a valid entity to access this particular route or not. Can I activate? Can I activate this particular route? That's what can activate is all about. It means that guard is actually checking if no one has fever, right? I mean, that's what they are supposed to do in days of corona. So they're supposed to check your temperature and everything. So if you have a fever, they are supposed to let you go. And the same thing will same thing can activate will do for us here. So in case we are logged in, we should be able to access the different routes which we have. In case we are not logged in, we are not supposed to do that. So based on some conditions, you can secure your route. Let's go ahead and create guards. How we can do that? So I'll just what we will do is, as we are supposed to write few other guards as well, I'll create a new folder. I'll just call it as guards. And let's go to terminal, and you can see ngg guard. So ngg, and I'll say this is login guard, as we are supposed to check if the user is logged in or not. I mean, it can be anything, right? It can be your scenario. So we have can activate. We will be using can activate child, but we will be using it for rooms, so we'll not add this. And can activate, we will use it for another form which we are supposed to create. And can load, we will use this one. So we can select which of these router guards you want to implement. Wondering why resolve guard is not there? We'll talk about it. Don't think about it right now. So we are supposed to, we chose two guards which we need to implement. Can load, we will talk about it later, but as it is supposed to be part of this particular file, I just added it here. So now let's see. So what we have, it's a interface. It's an interface which has a function called canActivate. It gives you some data. We will see what we can do with this particular data, and it returns some parameters. Let's talk about this later on. So here, by default, this route guard returns true. It means this is the useless guard which we have. So he's just letting everyone go without checking the fuel. So, but let's see how to apply this guard, right? At least let's understand how to actually put that guard in front of the bank. So here, in your routing configuration, you can just go to route configuration and you can choose what are the different areas which we want to secure. So we want to secure employee, we want to secure booking, we want to secure rooms, right? And we don't want to secure login. If we secure the login, game over, right? I mean, no one will be able to access login. So here you can use canActivate property, and it's an array. It's an array. Remember this. It means I can just add n number of guards. So let's say I have a login guard, I have a role guard. For example, there are different types of roles which are assigned to access your locus, right? As in, let's say someone from admin, I'm not supposed to access the locus, but someone from the accounting, I'm supposed to access the login, access the locker. So those are the criteria which you can put. You can create another guard and just add it afterwards. So here we just have one. So I'll say login guard. That's it. I'll just apply this to all the places which we have, which we wanted to secure. So I'll say this, you get a guard, you also get a guard. But as we said, right now, everyone will have access to everything, right? Now let's go back and change that true to false. And here it is. We don't have access to anything, and let's go to login. We should be able to access login because we said, okay, this is something which is not secured as of now. I mean, there is no guard in front of login. So it works, but what in case, I mean, here, so it doesn't work for anything else. And even if I try to do this, we'll be redirected to login, but you saw, right? I mean, we were on employee route, I think, and then we got kicked out and there was an empty page. We'll see how we can actually handle that scenario as well. But let's do first thing first. So what we need to do here is we want to actually write the code. Sorry, we want to write the code. So once we are logged in and we or the end user is logged in and it's a valid user, that particular user should be able to access the routes. So we can redirect to wherever we want to. For example, let's say we will redirect to rooms, right? Let's see. Let's put that logic first. So in login, what we will do is we'll create another service. I'll call this service as login service. And here I'm going to put a flag which says is logged in and which is type of Boolean and false. And then I am going to put a method login where we will just copy the logic which we have already available. So I'll say this is email and password. So I'll say email, which is string, and password, which is also string. But rather than doing navigate here, right? So we'll just keep the navigation part here. I'll say this dot is logged in is equals to true. So I'm just setting up the flag that okay, this particular user is logged in now. And as this is a singleton instance, everyone using this particular service will get the latest value for is logged in. You can do it in multiple ways. Do you want to use some behavior subject? Go ahead and do that. But let's try to keep it Boolean as of now. And if this is not logged in, or we can just do something like this, right? So if set this and return this dot is logged in. So if it is not true, of course, it will return the default value, which is false. And now let's go back to our login code and here say private login service, which is type of login service. And we will just check if this dot login service dot login, and we will pass this dot email and this dot password. Let's see if there are extra. So if this is true, we should be able to navigate to rooms/add. Let's try to go back, go to rooms, right? We don't want to go to rooms/add. So, but still it will not work, right? So let's try that out. The reason being, we have not made changes to our guard. Our guard still returns false. So I'll say this is admin@gmail.com and this is admin, right? So nothing works. You can see here navigation started, but there was a guard which said, okay, you're not supposed to come here, just go back. And that's where we will just write the code to our guard. Now, how you can use login service here. So remember, this is a service, right? So it also has a constructor. And then you can say private login service, which is type of login service. So now we have access to login service here. Let me just close this. And rather than returning false, what I can do is return this dot login service dot is login. So remember, it can be observable as well, because it can return observable, or it can return URL tree. It can also return a promise, which we are not using anymore, and also it can return a Boolean, which we are using right now. It's a Boolean value. So now let's go ahead and verify the functionality. So I'll say, okay, this is admin and password is admin, and let's click, and here it is. We are on rooms page. Let's click on employee. Let's click on add room, and everything works fine, right? So because now your guard is saying, okay, I checked you, you don't have fear. Let's just go into the bank. And similarly here, our login service is saying, yes, you are logged in. Just go ahead and enter and access the URLs you want to. So this is one way, but let's try to do one thing. Let's refresh this page. Remember, now it's a blank page. We are not even on login page. The reason being, once we refresh, of course, you lose the state of your application. In that case, your logged in state becomes false. But your guard does not know where to redirect to you. So it says, okay, I'm not sure where you want to redirect to you, because you have already passed. You are already past the login. The routes, right? So you have already checked the routes, and you failed the guards. You failed the guard state, or you failed the guard check. Now where to redirect to you? So this is where you can do something like this. So you can say return if logged in. Then I can say, okay, return true, or you can use the router service. So let's inject private router. So you can say this dot router dot navigate, and I can say just go ahead and navigate this user to login. Let's see now. And here it is. So we are on login page, but you might be saying, okay, that was by default. Why you're lying? I'm not. Let me show you. So let's go ahead and say login, and same thing. We will refresh, and we are on login. So we fixed that particular issue as well. So this is from can activate guard. Let's go back. Sorry, no. Now let's go ahead and discuss about can activate child. So it has something to do with child, as it says. And luckily for us, we have already seen some example how you can use the children property in your route, right? So we did it for rooms. Let's go back to the code. So here we have rooms, and then let's go to the routing, and we have these two paths. So now what we want to apply is we want to say, in case this logged in user is admin, I should be able to access children. Otherwise, I should not be able to access children. Possible, right? As I said, I mean, even in banks, you can have a guard who is responsible for checking what kind of role someone has who is trying to access this particular locker. If you are a teller, of course you can get the access. if you have if you are a user, you should get the access to the locker. But if you are someone who is not authorized to access the locker, you can get into the bank. So you pass the can activate guard, but you should not be able to enter into the locker room. That's what we are supposed to do here. So here we will be creating another folder. We'll call it as guards, and this is related to rooms. So I'll just close others here, and let's close this as well because there were too many files which were open. And let's go to integrated terminal and ngg, and I'll say this is room guard. This is related to room. So in case in future we want to add more, we can. And the only guard which we want here is we want can activate child, and that's it. Right now it's true, but let's go ahead and apply this guard. So here you can say can activate child. Again, this is an array, so you can have a number of guards applied here, and you can say room guard, right? So everything great so far, and we should be able to access once we are logged in. So I'll say this is admin, and we should be able to access rooms and add rooms. We should be able to access book, room, and works fine. Now let's break it. So to break it, we have to say return false. Let's provide admin, and click on employee, click on rooms, add room. Now we don't have access. Click on book room, we don't have access. And it says navigation started, but it never ended because of course the guards kicked us out. Let's now fix it. So we can go to login. And now we are supposed to have two types of login. So one is user logged in, user login, and one is admin. So I'll just add, I'll say this is admin, and which is Boolean, and which is false by default. And if someone uses this, so I'll say this is admin, which is true. And I'll say else, or sorry, not else, if else I can just use if, right? Yeah. I'll say this is user I can say, okay, this is logged in is true now, but is admin is false. So now my login service knows who is admin, who is not. Let's go ahead and use this into our guard. So we can use constructor private login service, this type of login service, and then here I can say if return this dot login service dot is admin. So if this is true, return true. That's it. In case you want to add some extra check, go ahead and do that. Let's figure out admin first. Add room, yes, works. Select room, select book room, works. Let's refresh this page. So we will go back to login now, and now you will use user at the rate gmail.com, and we will use user, right? And let's click on add room. We don't have access to it. Select books, and we don't have access to it either. So this is how you can prevent the access to child routes. The next card we are going to talk about is not can deactivate, but we'll talk about can load, and then we'll come back to can deactivate and resolve guard. So why? I mean, in can deactivate, we need a form. So we will go to the another topic, which is reactive form, which is pending right now. And we'll create a form, and then we'll come back to can deactivate because the scenario is related and I don't want to skip that. Let's see can load. we already have an issue which is related to where we can apply can load. So let's go ahead and refresh this page. So we'll be redirected to login. And let's go to sources. And let's see what is the code which is loaded right now. So you can see, you can go to apps and rooms module. Is this possible? Let me just refresh again. So yeah, rooms is gone, right? So we don't have rooms available here, which is okay, right? I mean, we said we already tested this. Then you might be wondering why I'm talking about this rooms again, which is lazy loaded. We know that it is not supposed to be loaded. Let's go ahead and click on rooms. Saw this? Rooms is loaded. Are we redirected to rooms? The answer is no, but still have access to this particular route. The reason being, we are not redirected because of can activate guard. So we are not able to activate this particular route, but it is loading the code because it doesn't know what to do in case I'm not authorized to access this particular route. This is where can load. This is where can load route guard comes into the picture. So this is where the can load guard comes into the picture. So it is saying that can I load this particular route? It is only applicable for lazy loaded route. Remember this. So I can apply this can load guard. So I can just go to guards and I can apply the same. So I can just say if logged in, right? And let's apply the guard here. So this is rooms. I can say can load, and then I can pass the guard. And you might have a question again. I'll come back to that point. But let's go ahead and verify this one. So I'll go to Webpack, src app, rooms not available. Let's click on rooms and still not loaded because now it knows that, okay, in case if I'm not logged in, I'm not supposed to do anything. I'm not supposed to allow access to this particular, I am not supposed to load this particular lazy loaded module. So that's what we are restricting here. Now let's come back to this point. You might be wondering that for can activate and can load both, I am applying login guard. I mean, I can just go ahead and have can activate child here as well. And I can have, we don't have child, but in case we had, right? So we can also apply resolve guard here. The thing is, whenever it tries to actually apply or run particular guard, it checks for which property. So here, even though we are passing login guard for both, in this case, it knows that I have to go ahead and activate this can load function. In this case, it knows that I have to go ahead and implement, call can activate method. That's all. So that's absolutely fine. So don't get confused here that I have to go ahead and create multiple guards for multiple use cases, even though the code is same. No, you don't have to. Before we go ahead and explore the other route guards which we had, we'll go ahead and create a form. So we already have something called booking, which we want to create. So we want to create a booking form where users can book a room, right? So as someone who is working in that hotel, you should be able to book a room, and that will be the form which will be created. So we will be using another approach called reactive forms. We already saw a template driven form, and here in reactive form as well, we'll go through we'll do step by step. We'll set up reactive form, then we'll talk about, we'll see how to create a form. Then we'll also see how to create add controls dynamically. Then we'll talk about the built-in validators. We'll talk about submit and reset form. We'll talk about how you can listen to the changes on a form, which will be, of course, using template-driven form. We'll also talk about patch value, set value, which is really important. Important question in case you are giving an interview. We'll talk about few RxJS operators, and then we'll also add a custom validation. So let's go ahead and start with setting up your reactive form. The first thing which we need to do is we need to create or import a reactive forms module. We'll be doing it for booking, and for booking we already have a module, separate module. So what we'll do is we'll add a reactive forms module here. And remember, in template driven form, what we saw is we created the in template driven form, what we saw is we created entire form using HTML, right? In template driven form, you will see another approach. We will see that all the forms will be created using using TypeScript, and we will just be rendering those forms which is already created. So now first step is done, reactive forms module added. Now let's go ahead and see what else. So we'll create reactive form using TypeScript, and this is a good approach in case you want to have like more control on the TypeScript side of your form. And in case, sorry, the APIs are same as I said, but you will be using something like form group, form control, form directives. So let's go ahead and do that. So here, let's first see how our form looks like. It means we have to have a model. So here I have created a model which will show you how my how the form looks like. So let's paste it here. So we'll be having booking ID which will be auto generated. So we can remove this. We will have a room ID, of course, because we will book a specific room. Then we will have email, we will have check-in date, checkout date, we will have booking status, which will be generated, or we can send it. So booking amount, booking date. We will have a mobile number, guest name, guest address, city, state, country, and zip code. And we'll also have guest count, which will be type of number. And in case it is number of guests are more than one, right? So we have to have that guest list. So we can say guest list and some random thing, right? Some random object. So let's go ahead and add. Let me just add this into my backend because I have not done that. And it's a guest list, which will be the array. Okay, so I'm not creating an interface here, but it's absolutely fine. But yeah, I know these are the fields which we are supposed to have. So let's go ahead and see how we can create this form using reactive forms. So the first thing which we need is sorry. The first thing which we'll do is we will do one thing. I'll remove this can activate card from here. I don't want to actually log in every time. And let's do it here as well. And we'll put it back. Thing is, here I need let it be. We can keep this. Let's do it for booking. So booking component, the first thing which we need is we need a form. So how we'll create a form? So there is a class called form group where you can actually go ahead and add multiple controls. We will see some other variation as well. What in case I don't want to actually have entire form, we need a single control. We'll see an example of such. So here I'll call this as booking form, which is type of form group. So this is the first class which we are using, form group, and we are saying, okay, this booking form, let's use this so we don't have the error available here. And then we got our form, so it's an empty form. What else you will do after you got your form? You will add controls. How you will add controls? So let's go ahead and see that. So there is a class called form builder. The name itself suggests that, okay, this is something which will be used to build the form. Let's go back to our slides here. Yeah. So we will go through form control later on for another example. But here, so we can use form group to group multiple forms, multiple controls, and we will be using form builder to build complex forms. So it can be used to add multiple controls to that particular form. So now let's go ahead and do the step 2. So we want to use form builder. So I'll use this is a service, remember. So form builder is a service. So we are injecting it. We'll say, okay, this form is form builder. And then we can say this dot your booking form is equals to fb dot group. We are grouping the form. There are multiple ways we will talk about how we can create a control, because this form builder allows us to add multiple things. So you can see it says there is a group which is widely used. You can say there is a star in front of it. It means it is widely used. And then we have array and control. We'll see all the examples. Don't worry about it. So right now we are saying, okay, there is a group. And now in this form group, we can add multiple controls. So let's go ahead and add. So we'll say room ID. So let's replace this semicolons with comma. And I'll copy this and then we'll talk about it. Oh, okay. And we will add this guest list later. So we have this one form group closed here. We'll just remove this 2 commas with single comma. Okay. Let's format this. And somehow this is not closed. Okay. Let's remove this now. So format document. So we got the form and now we have added some controls. First step, let's go ahead and verify if this we are talking about, we are saying that this is a form, but is it really a form? Let's go ahead and see that. How we can verify if it is a form? The simplest way is to go ahead and check the properties which are available generally on forms. So remember pristine, dirty, values. So let's try this one. So booking form dot value pipe JSON. And then we'll also talk about pristine and dirty. And now let's go back to the UI. And of course, these routes are not supposed to work, but bookings will. And you can see in values, we are getting all the values or all the properties which we have defined. And all the values are by default empty string, right? So let's talk about this first. So this is a shortcut to this one. So you can actually use new form control and provide a default value. So either use this syntax or this syntax. I generally use this syntax because I love to tell them, okay, this is a form control, and because of typing, right? So otherwise you can just go ahead and use this particular syntax as well. So now we have all the controls defined. So what we did so far is we created we added the reactive forms module. We created the form using reactive way by using form group, form builder. Now the next thing which we have to do is now we have to go ahead and render this form. Remember, as I said, the form is already created and this is the proof, right? So form.value, it means the form is created. Pristine, dirty, it gives us the values as well. So it means the form is ready. Now the next thing which we have to do is just go ahead and render it. Now let's go ahead and bind this form to our HTML, right? So how to create a form? Of course, we have to use form tag. There is no other option. The next thing is you have to define that, okay, now this form is already created. So we have to somehow tell the HTML that, okay, you don't have to create a new form. If you don't, I mean, it will create a new form, right? So the way to do is you have to use a directive called form group. And now this form group directive is the booking form which we have already created. So this line of code will tell the Angular compiler, okay, look, we have already created this form. Just go ahead and bind this form to this booking form, which is already created and which has this controls. So step one done. We said that. Now let's go ahead and apply a div. But here we will be doing something. So here we will be doing a different thing. We will be using materials control. So we can go to components, and we can go to form. Right. So there are multiple ways to add your form input text. So let's go ahead and see what needs to be done. So here, the following element are designed to work inside a mat form field. So we have uh, input, we have text area, and let's see the code here. So we have mat form field, mat label, select button, we have text area, and then there should be an input as well. So we use mat input here. So for input, we'll be referring this, but this mat input can be wrapped inside the form field. So we have to actually combine both the APIs, and we can see it here, HTML, right? So we have this mat form field class, and we will copy the CSS as well from here. So let's do that. I'll just copy one, and then we will repeat it for others. So here, now we are getting some error. We'll just remove this. Let's get rid of this div now, because here mat form field is what we are looking at. So I'll just say format document and just ignore about the error. We'll fix those. We'll copy the CSS from here, and so they have some error states. Okay, we'll remove this. We'll not make this much complicated. I'll remove this one. Form control is what we need. Mat label is what we need. Mat error. Okay, mat hint. Okay, I'll remove mat hint. Mat error. Okay, good. And now let's talk about this. So here, what the APIs which we are going to use is mat input and mat form. So let's go to the form field control, and let's see what we need to do. So we need to import this mat form field module. Let's go ahead and add it. So now mat form field error should be gone. Then we have label and input. So let's take input second. And now all the errors related to input should be gone. And then we had label. So let's go to okay, looks like label is part of this particular API, so we don't have to do anything. And that's it. Now here in form field, we will say this first property. Let's see what is the first control, which is room ID. So I'll say, okay, this is text, and I'll say this form control is room ID. Room ID is something which is available here. So apart from this, so room ID is okay, this is string, so I have to say this. Okay, sorry. So here we will be using form control name, and let's see, form control name room ID. It should work. And now let's go ahead and comment this mat error for time being. Okay, so what we have done is we are saying this is room ID, and let's see how it looks like. So it says, okay, we have this room ID placeholder. I'll say this is room ID. And let's enter something here. So you can see room ID is actually which is getting mapped here, but there is some problem with CSS. Let's see what is this. We did apply it the CSS example full width. Where is that example full width? And okay, we have not applied the form. So let's do that as well. So I think it should be input. It should be applied here. So this is class. Example form. So we applied the CSS as well. Now let's see. So let's go to bookings, and still not the thing which we wanted. So it says width is 100%, but someone is actually stopping it from. Okay, so this is 100%. The stave is 100%. This is 100%. Okay, this is not 100%. So mat form field infix. Let's see. Width. Okay, no, this is. Okay, this is also says its width is 100%. Someone is actually stopping it. Let's try to do this. Let's add it in global CSS. Okay, still not what we wanted it to be. So let's remove this, and let's remove this classes as well. And let's remove this appearance as well. Okay. So we have this form field. Okay, somehow it is not even applying the material CSS. So let's go ahead and see. So we have the styles available here, and let's go to angular.json, indigo pink. I'll just remove this bootstrap one for time being, and let's restart the server. Probably they, as we are using both, it is actually causing a conflict. So let's save this. Okay, let's hope it works now. Okay. So I was right. So it was just due to the conflict because we are using both uh, Angular Material as well as Bootstrap CSS. So now you can see it has room ID, and this is how your actually material component, sorry, material control should look like. Uh, I'm sure other forms is broken now because we were using Bootstrap, but we can actually replace everything with material control. We'll do that. We'll do I mean, you can try it as a practice for other controls, but here we'll be using the just the material form. So let's go ahead and add other controls. So I'll just keep this, but I'll just okay, let's do it for mat form field, and then we need an input control, right? So we'll just add this, and then we'll replay just do it multiple times. We have a lot of controls, so let's do copy paste as of now, and then we'll see which control to use, right? We'll just need to figure that out. So this was the first one. Let's open the model. So we have These many controls, and let's put it here. Somehow I think not everything was copied. Let's see. Okay, room after room ID. So we need guest email. So the next one is type is email, guest email, and we'll say provide an email. Hmm. Did we have name? Okay, sorry. So name should be the first one, right? So we'll use text and select. And we'll move this before email. Now we can have other things, which is mobile number. So it's okay, this is mobile. And then we have check in date. So we'll say, okay, this is form control name, check in date. But interesting. So check in date and checkout date, right? We need control. I mean, date picker control. So we'll use date picker. Booking status, so we will see it later. Booking amount, and type is number because it's an amount, booking amount. Booking date, it will be again date picker. Mobile number we already did, and then we have guest address, city. Let's do it later because I can see I think this can be another form as well. So we'll see that. I mean, we can how we can actually put this entire thing as a different property, as an address. So let's see that later on. Let's wrap it by commenting the other controls. As we are going to need it, so we'll just keep it here. And let's see our form. Okay, unexpected tag. Oh, looks like I commented the form as well. No, okay, it's here, but something which is not closed properly. Yes, here it is. Okay, so now we have room ID, guest name, email, mobile number, booking amount. So these are few properties which we have. Let's enter. So we can see, okay, guest name is something which is getting updated here. Email is getting updated here. Mobile number is getting updated here. And then we have booking amount, which is also getting updated just to verify the form. I mean, if everything is fine or not. So done. So all these properties are actually mapped to its respective controls, right? By using something called form control name, which maps this input control to the control which is already defined. Next step, we need date pickers. Let's take it from here. So we have something called date picker available here, and which gives us some nice date picker. So let's go ahead and see the API. So it says, okay, you have to add this. You have to add date picker module. So let's do that. And do we need to do anything else? The answer is okay, no. Let's see the here. Okay, no. So we don't have to do anything. We can just use mat. There are two things. We also have range. Do we need range? The answer is yes. We can actually provide start date end date by using the range control. But let's see. We will use the date picker. So we have two different properties. So here mat date picker. So let's see how to use it. We already have this mat form field. I'll just comment the first one, mat form field from here to here. Okay. Mhm. Let's copy this and move this commented thing to here. Okay. So we have mat date picker, which is picker. What we need to do is we need to map the control. So we will be using here form control name is equals to we have check-in date, and let's format this and let's verify. Okay, so it says mat date picker sent is in a known property of input. So we added mat date picker module here, and it is not saved. So you can see there was a white dot line. It means it was not saved. And let's see the form now. And there is again some error. Okay, so it says mat date picker no provider found for date adapter. Interesting, because yes, we need to set something and it is already provided in the documentation. There is nothing, this error is not wrong because we have this, you can see here, internationalization trouble, no provider for data adapter. So you can see it is already given in the documentation. So it says no, not provided for all injectable date picker. It's choosing a date implementation. So you can use multiple date implementation which is available. And what we will do is we will use native one. So I can just use mat native date, this one module. Okay, I think this is not part of this. So let's see from where it is. It's part of core. Let's see if it fixes our issue. And bookings, yep. So you can see it has nice date picker and which you can choose, and it shows you allows you to access a calendar, right? So or date picker. So you have available this choose a date. We can actually change this and say this is check-in date, right? So here now label will be changed to check-in date, and you can see when you click on this, the label goes above. It's a mobile first approach, right? So whenever you are using material, it's a mobile first approach. So now we have check-in date, check, and all other controls which are available. So we also added a date picker. So we can just go ahead and create all other controls. What we'll do is we'll add all other controls, and then we'll see how our form behaves, and then we'll add more controls. So I have created the forms. I have created the form. I have added few more fields. For example, we have now check-in date, checkout date, booking date, booking amount, mobile number, and email and guest name, and room ID, which is right now a text box, but we will change it. We will do something like where we click on rooms and then book rooms, and the ID is actually retrieved from the URL, which we already know how to do that. So here, let's do something, right? So we already have few more fields where we have address, city, state, country, zip code, and we'll talk about guest count later on. So what we will do is we will try to cover as much a scenario as possible here. So for the second step, we will add this address information in our second form. If you're wondering what is second form, so we'll do nesting, form nesting, which is one feature which is available inside the Angular forms, which we can do. So this form right now, as we know that this is a form, can have a nested form controls. So we will create another form group inside this existing form. But before that, let's go ahead and talk about few more things. Let's go ahead and see how to submit your form. Okay, so we'll see how we can submit the form, and then we'll be back with some few more things. For example, how to add this nested form control. Then we'll talk about how you to add controls dynamically, and then we'll talk about built-in validators. So let's go back to booking component.html. And to submit the form, we have to use the same event which we had used earlier. If you remember, in template-driven form, we used ng submit. So we'll say, okay, this is ng submit equals to, and I'll say this is add booking, right? So here, let's see. This is, and then we'll do console.log to see what is the value which we're getting. So if you might be wondering how to get this values right now. So you can do something called this.booking form.value, and let's verify it, right? So one thing which I want to show you here is, let's say if I enter a wrong format here, right? So as this is already date picker, I mean, you can see the validation error is already there, and this is how actually Angular Materials shows validation errors. It becomes red. So just to let you know in case. So let's go ahead and see. So before we can submit, we need a button as well. So let's add a button which we missed, and we will be using Angular Material button now. And to do that, let's go to material docs, right? So on material.angular.io, we have a lot of components. There is a button component as well, and we will use this primary button. So we can just go to example and see the code, and let's copy this primary button and put it here, which I will put inside another div. And as we are using material button, we need to add also the API. So we will say import mat button module, which right now is used inside this one, booking module. In case I'm using it in other forms, you can also add it to app module. Let's go ahead and see this compilation is done. Let's see the form, and we have this button available here. So everything works, even the CSS works, and we'll say book room. Let's go ahead and see in console. Let's clear everything. Let's click on book room, and you can see you have all the properties. Right now it's empty because we have not submitted anything. Let's click, let's provide the room number, guest name, provide an email, mobile number, booking amount, and then we will have check-in date, checkout date, and booking date, book room. And you can see you have all the information which you have submitted. So you have booking amount, you have booking date, check-in date, checkout date. There should be guest name, email, mobile number, and room ID. So everything is available. But there is a catch. What in case? So let me show you what is the catch here. So here you can also do something like this. So you can actually say that okay, your default value is 2, and you want this. See the API. So form state. Okay, so so you can submit form state which looks like this. Hmm. We don't have any typings here, so that's what the problem is. And you can say value and a disable state. Let's see what happens in this case. So your form control will be disabled. So you can see the value 2 is available here, but the state of this control is disabled. So or you can I mean, you cannot type anything here, so it won't allow you. Let's now submit that form and see the catch. Okay, so can you see something is missing here? Let's zoom in. Any property which you think is missing? Yes, the answer is room ID. You cannot see room ID available anywhere, even in the object. Even it's in form, we are not able to get this particular value, which was available earlier. This is one thing which is not available when we try to access the value property. So try to use another property of form which is known as get raw value. So get raw value will also give you the values of the control which are in disabled state. So let's clear it. Let's enter the email, mobile, booking amount, so checking date, checkout date, and booking date, and click on book room. And now you can see room ID is available as well. So remember, when you submit this submit form and you want to get the data out of that particular form, try to rely on get raw value to get the correct values rather than just dot values. So this is one thing which we wanted to show you. Now let's move on and let's add the next part. As we said, we will be nesting the form. What we mean by that? So here you can see I have a lot of controls, right? So what we want to do is we want to do something like this. So we want to have another form control which says address, and then this address contains the values, or you can say the form controls, and yep. So this is how we want it our form to look like. So there will be an address object which will hold I can say this is, let's remove this guest, right? So we can say, okay, this is state, country, zip code, and here we can actually break this into two, address line 1, because most of the I think booking form has like address line 1, address line 2, address line 3. So we want this form to look like this, and let's verify if this form is created in such a way. You can see address, and yes, it is right. So you have address, and then address contains all this object. It says address line, okay, I have to mention one, address line 2, city, state, country, and zip code. Let's see how to render this particular form on our UI right now. So the first thing which we need is I'm going to wrap it inside a div. And let's add a accordion control. So here we have something known as, let's see, there, form field expansion panel. So Angular material contains something known as expansion panel, which we can use. So we will be using this API. And let's go ahead and add this. Right, so we added Met expansion panel, and now we want something like this, right? So where we can click and it will just open all the addresses which we have. So let's see the code, and this is 2 buttons, and these are the form controls, right? So we will, okay, let's see. Okay, this is the expanded and collapsal button. We just don't need that anyways. So we need from here mat expansion panel, accordion. And let's see, I'll just put it as it is, and we'll close the accordion. And we are also using mat icon, so let's add that as well. So mat icon module, and this is it. Let's see how our form looks like right now. So you have this personal data. So let's replace all this object right now, right away. So we will say this is address, and here we want to add mat panel description. We'll remove this, or let's remove this mat panel description. So we just have a title, right? So cool, looks good. And then we will add the other properties inside this. So let's start doing that. And we will take let's see where is the div gone, because that's really important here. Okay, so I'll move this mat accordion inside the div. I'll just tell you why I did this. Let's first create the form. Okay, so we have this address information available here, and let's copy this mat form field. Hmm. I think the closing of is missing. And let's try to use this address line 1 as form control name here, and placeholder is address line 1. So let's format it again. Okay, so what we have done is right now this mat form field anyways does not mix right now, it's not used, but this is the one which we added right now. So we are saying at this address line 1 is the form control we are looking at. But here let's see something which is available here. Cannot find control with name address line 1. And you might be wondering, I mean, this control is available here, but can you see if I type anything here, it is not getting reflected into this particular control. And there is also an error which says I cannot find this control with address line 1. But you might be wondering, okay, I mean, this particular control does exist here, but how it is not available. So this is where we have to understand one thing. This is another form within a form. So to access this particular controls, the first thing which we have to do is, that's the reason I placed this there. You have to use form group name. Remember, we have already used form group here, and there can be only one form group on a single, there can be only one form group on a page. So this form group is available. Now, anything which you want to add inside a form can be nested form and another form, right? So it's okay. I can create another form using this fb.group, and that can be another form altogether. But if I'm adding it inside a form, same form, it can be form group name now. So we'll say, okay, this form group name is equals to address. And we are saying any control which will be available inside this particular div will be related to the address. And you can see the error is gone. You will not see any error. Let's enter the address, and you can see it is getting applied to this address line 1 property. Similarly, we can add address line 2, city, state, country, and zip code, all those controls. So now your form looks little bit better, right? I mean, it looks much better, I would say. We can actually also move this section, the entire section, into another accordion or expansion panel, and it will look really nice. So we will have list information displayed while submitting the form. So what we will do is we will add all these controls. Let's go ahead and do that. So we have address line 2. This is address line 2. And what was next? City, state, country. So we'll say this is city. Country, and the final is zip code. So let's see. Yep, zip code. Or we could have just said zip. It's absolutely fine. Or we can say pin. Let's see the form. So we have there's no error. It means we added all the controls successfully. And now let's submit this all together. So I'll say, okay, this is test. Booking amount, check-in date, check-out date, date, address line 1, address line 2, city, state. Right, and let's click on book room, and now you have all this data available. Let's see the address one, right? So you can see the address line 1, 2, city, pin code, everything is available inside an properly formatted address property, right? So you don't have to do anything. So yep, this is how you can add nested control, and this is how you can do submit. Let's move on to the next, where we will see how to add controls dynamically to your form. Now let's go ahead and see one amazing feature which is provided by the Angular forms. We will be adding and removing controls dynamically, and you will see how many number of lines of code we have to write to achieve this, because it's not that much as we end up generally doing in regular forms. In case you have created a dynamic form in past using jQuery, you will understand the pain, or you will understand how easy it is to actually do that. I mean, sorry for using the term easy, because I've been doing it from a long time. Maybe it's easy for me, but yeah, you will understand at least the basic difference in the API, both Angular and other other framework has to offer. So let's go ahead and do that. What will be the scenario? What we are going to do here? So we will add a functionality where now, while booking, of course, it's possible, right? You can have a number of guests. You can have more, I mean, 3, 4, whatever number of guests you want to. So we will provide a functionality where you can just click on a button which says add guest, and it will add more controls as you go, right? So here, rather than guest count, I'll say this will be guests, which will be this .fb.array. So we are saying now the control which we are supposed to provide will be array of controls, not the group. So it won't be a nested form, but it will be a nested form, array of a form. So here we can do something like this. So you can pass like 1, 2, 3, something like this, right? So you can pass a number of values here, or we can also pass this dot fp dot group, sorry, not control. And here I can say, okay, this is the guest name. So let's add the controls. So we have guest name. What we generally what are the information we generally take? So we take name, age, right? So I'll say this is new form control. Remember, you can just use whatever way you like. You can also mix both, but follow one. I generally use this form control to get the intelligence part running. So yeah, so we get guest name, we get age. What else? I think this two is enough. Let's see as of now. So let's verify this on form. So there is no error, but you can see guest has this array, right? So if you have guest name and age, it means this array of a control has actually 2 controls available within it, and we can have we can add n number of it. Let's do one thing. Let's add a button first. So remember one thing, this div is there for a reason. So I'm not going to add this new controls inside this as they don't belong there. They belong to this form, right? So this booking form. So I have to add it inside this form, right? So I'll just do it after this particular div. And here I'll copy this button, and I'll say this is add guest, and this will be type of button, because remember, if I don't give a type, it will also submit the form, which we don't want to. We can have only one submit button within a form, and on click of this button I want to add guest. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll write this functionality first. So let's add guest, and here you can do something like this. What we can do is we can create a getter property here. So I'll say this is guests is equals to this dot booking form dot get. You can see this. You can actually access any controls by using this API, which is available inside Angular reactive forms. So we can say booking form dot get guests, which is referring to this, and we will typecast it as form array. We will tell that, okay, this is an array, this is not a single control, or this is not a nested form. So once this is done, we can do something like this. So we can say this dot guests dot add Okay, let's see the set controls, set validators, status test. Okay, so we can say controls dot push. Okay, so we will be using this controls dot push to push a new control. So we can actually do something like this. So as this is what we can either push a control or we can push a group. So right now it's not, of course, it's not the control which we are looking at. We are looking at a group. So let's save this and let's verify the functionality first. Okay, there is some error. Let's see what is this. Cannot read property of undefined of get. Let's see why. This dot cause this. What I'm doing here. And we have to say return. Okay, sorry, I had written somehow a wrong syntax for getter, which strange why I did that. So we have getter on guest. So now let's go ahead and see. Get from HTTP. No, we don't want this get from HTTP. We want to use getter. Let's go to booking, and we have this add guest available here, right? So right now, of course, we have not added this or we have not rendered this particular form group, or sorry, form array onto our view. So we can click here on add guest. Okay, something happened. Add guest, why it is not doing anything? On click, we have add guest. Let's see if it is doing something strange. No. Guest dot controls dot push. My bad. Actually, we need to add it to this array. So guest dot push, because we don't want to go inside the controls. Let's see if it works. Let's click on add guest, and you can see we are able to add the guests. So still they are not rendered, but yes, we are able to actually add those controls dynamically, right? So this is something which we are doing. We are actually adding these controls with a single line of code. Remember this. So if you count this as a line, say, another line, so 2 lines of code, right? So we are doing it in 2 lines of code. Now let's go ahead and do the next part. Let's go ahead and add it on your form, right? So we need to render this on your on the form at the end. So again, we'll start it with a div, and here we will do something like form array name, because we have already sorry, we don't have this as a form group. We have it's an array. So we will say, okay, this is the guests array which we are looking at, and now here we have to go ahead and add multiple. So I'll just let me just write this code and then we'll talk about this. So here not the guest form, but we'll say booking form. Let's write this and then we'll talk about it. Or it's not, we already have this guests dot controls. Okay, and let's do this form control name. I will say this is div, and let's remove this. And here we wanted another div where we will use form group name is equals to I. Let me just complete this code and then we'll talk about what I have done. And Control X, remove this extra controls. And let's see if we have matching divs. So this div closes here, this div closes here, this div does not close anywhere. So we need to close this div, and okay, now it's look fine. It looks fine. And here we will put form. So what is the first property which we have inside guest? So it's a guest name. Form control name is guest name, and we will use this. And similarly, we will place another form field which is of type age, and sorry, which is age and which is of type number. And let's go ahead and see it. So you got guest name here. Let's enter something, and looks like there is an error. So it says, okay, cannot find controls with path guests I and guest name. Let's go ahead and see what it is referring to. So we have a form array name guests, and we are saying within each control, go ahead and loop over this. Then we have form group name, and this is where the problem is. We have to put it in box. We'll talk about that as well. Let's enter, and done, right? So we have our form working right now. Let's click on add guest, and you can see you have another form control, which is, again, you can see the value available here. Click on again another guest, right? And you can just see it is in working state. So we created the form, of course, we created this controls dynamically, but we need to discuss about this, what we have done here. I mean, this is really important to understand. This we know that, okay, we are referring to that, okay, this guest is in one of the form array, which is available inside the form. That's why we did this. What is this logic? What is this magic? So let's go ahead and talk about it. Let's go to the booking component. So here, what we have is, so what we are doing here first. So let's try to understand this. So we are saying, now this array, this is an array. How we deal with array in Angular? We have seen that, okay, in case I want to access an array of controls, array of values, generally we end up doing or end up writing ng for. So this is the same thing which we are doing here. So we are using ng for. We are saying, go ahead and loop over each and every control which is available inside this array, guest array. Then this part is clear. And then we are using the index value for next line of code, which is available here. So form group name. So remember, let's try to understand the structure. So we have a form group, the main form group. Then we have form array. And then inside that form array, we also have a form group. So technically, I have to go ahead and use a form group name again here. But do we have a form group name? The answer is no. Right? We don't have a form group name. We are actually just adding a form group here. It doesn't contain a name. So I had to create a form control name dynamically. So I'm saying, okay, this I will help me to control that form group name dynamically, because form group name should be unique. So it starts from 0, 1, 2. So that's how this line will help. Now, once we know that, okay, this is form group name, each row will have its own unique name. The next thing which is pending is your controls. Then we are just placing these controls inside this particular mat form field, and that's it. We are done. So this is what this code is. So similarly, in case you want to add it in your case, of course, you have to do the same line. Nothing will change. So once this is done, let's go ahead and see. We have this control. Let's put it inside the same accordion, right? So let's try to do that. And I'll remove this commented code now. We don't need it. So this is our mat accordion, mat expansion panel. Let's put it on top of form array name. And sorry. And then we had some closing mat expansion panel and accordion. So we'll put it here. So this added, this ends here, this ends here. Okay. And rather than address, we'll say guests. Let's see. Done. So we have guests, and you can add a number of guests. So within this accordion also, right? So you can create multiple panels if you want to. That it should be guest 1, guest 2, guest 3, something like that. We can do that as well. So try it by your own. Otherwise, we will add an example. So here we will say guest. Whenever you click on guest, it will say guest 1, guest 2, guest 3, something like that. So we are done adding the dynamic controls as well. We will talk about one more API, which is very useful in case you want to add some extra fields. So let's take an example. Let's say there is an optional field to add a passport. Okay. So let's add a form. Let's add a button here on top. And we'll say this is add passport. And let's implement this function. So we only want to add passport in case we click on this button, right? It's optional. So what we can do is we can just add this dot. Let's see the API first. So we have something known as add control and remove control in case you want to remove that particular control. So here we can say this dot your form name. So this is booking form dot add control, and as it says control, so we'll be adding one control. So we can say, okay, this control name is passport, and we can choose to have a default value, right? So let's go ahead and see. So of course it's not available here right now. Let's click on the button, and for that we have to save this form. And let's see. So we click on add passport, and you can see a new form control called passport is available here. So this is just in case we need some extra information, right? So you can actually do that by using the add control API which exists. You can remove the same using remove control, but let's see how to bind it, because what in case this control does not exist, right? So here let's see how we can add it. So I'll just add one mat form field, and we'll say this is passport, and we'll say this is the control name is passport, and placeholder name is passport number. But if I try to add this right now, let's see. So if you try to add this right now, we'll get an exception because currently this form control does not exist. Right, so it does not exist, and it will throw an exception. If you click on the passport and now enter, as there was already an error, it will not work. How to handle this scenario? So we can use ngIf, right? So we can say ngIf. We can say, okay, this dot, sorry, not this, booking form dot control dot sorry Okay, let's see which API we have. Contains set value, get value. Dot as control, I think. So here we can just check get and put the control name. So we can use this get method to get access to any control. So in case this particular control exists, then go ahead and show this, otherwise don't. So let's see if it works. And now we don't have any error. Click on add passport, provide the passport information, it works. So this is how you can handle such scenarios where you want to add a control dynamically and you want to render it. Adding is okay, right? We saw that, okay, we can just add it, but how to render it? So you have to go ahead and check first whether the control exists. If it exists, go ahead and then add the control, otherwise don't. So using this code. You can also remove, I can say delete passport. And here we can call the other API, remove control. So first I have to check whether the control exists. So I can say if this dot booking form dot get the control name passport, then go ahead and remove the control. So let's see. And we have to save the form as well. Okay, it is saved. So we have add passport, delete passport, and the functionality works as expected, right? So you can see it's not like it's only getting deleted from UI, right? It's getting actually deleted from the form. So add form, add passport, delete passport, and we are done. One more thing, as we are already talking about directive form, dynamic forms. Here also, right? We have multiple guests, and we can add as many as we want. But what in case you want to delete a record? So we added one extra. What can you do right now? Nothing you can do. You probably have to reset the form. So let's see. Let's cover this scenario as well. So to remove a control from the list of controls, we need the specific index from where we want to delete the control. Remember this. Keep this in your mind. So what we will do is we need access to this form group. So we need access to this I actually. So I have to add this button inside this div. So here we'll add one more div, which will say button, and I'll say remove guest. So this is remove guest button, which we have added. And let's implement. And we are passing this I. We are passing the index from where we want to remove the control. So here we can go to remove guest and here. So we can just do this dot guest dot remove at. So we can pass the index which we are receiving in this function. So we are saying I, which is of type number, and we'll pass this index here, and the control will be removed from the array. So every row, so here we'll see every row will have a remove guest button. So as we add one more, and it remembers from which index it is removing the control, right? So if I remove, let's add some text here. And if I remove this one, it remembers that I had removed the first one. So it will not change the values. Remember this. And you can add as many as you want, and then remove as many as you want. You can remove all and then add more. So this is how you can actually do dynamic stuffs with this particular API. So what we learned about the form array. We learned about how you can add multiple controls dynamically using form array. Then we also learned about how you can add controls dynamically using add control, and then you can remove them using remove control. And then similarly, we saw how you can remove controls from an array. One more thing, you might be wondering that, okay, this code and this code look same. Yes, they do look same. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and export this. So we can just go ahead and say refactor, and we can say, uh, let's create a method. Let's create a function. So I'll call this function as add guest. Okay, and let's see. Okay, somehow it got added inside this for some reason. Okay, something wrong here. I think add guest function already exists, and I just named it the same. So we'll say refactor accept to inner function in method. No, I want to actually extract it in a function. Let's write it, not problem. Add guest control, and here we'll just use this code, and we'll say return, not retry, return, and here we can add this dot add guest control. And similarly, we can, let's format. We can use the same line, this dot add guest control here. Let's verify. So we have, we don't have any errors. The guest is available here. Let's add and see if the value is available here. And it is, and let's click on multiple guests, and that's it. So we don't have code duplication as well now in this particular code base. Now what we will do next is we will add some validation. Right now there is no validation. We completed our form. We wanted, we added all the controls which we needed to create a booking form. And let's go ahead and add validation now, because you can see I can just go ahead and submit without anything, and you can see it's all empty values all over there. Now we will add the validation to our form, but right now we don't have any validation. So let's see how we can add validation to reactive forms. We have already learned it for template driven forms. Remember, we can just use HTML5 validation. So in case of in case of reactive forms, let's see how to do it. So it is actually a second parameter which is available here. You can see the typings. So it says the second parameter is validator or options. You can actually pass it something like this. You can say validators, and then there is a class called validators. Remember, validator was an interface which we used in previous video while talking about adding a custom validation to a template driven form. Here we are talking about validators class which comes from Angular/forms, and it has all the validations, built-in validations which we have seen in HTML5 validation. So you have min, max, required, everything. So let's see how to use them. So here we are saying, okay, validators dot required, and similarly you can also add it here in similar fashion. You can say, okay, validators dot required, and I'm using two validations here, which is validators dot required, and then we are also using email. Else, what else we can apply? You can also play with min max. So let's check. We can have guest name as validators dot required, and then we can also have min length of 5. And let's go ahead and see our form. So here you can see a star. So at some places or some properties, you will be able to see a class available here. Sorry, a star available here. It's actually, you don't have to do anything with Angular material. Whenever you add validation, you will get this star when it's default behavior, and it tells you that okay, this form is not valid right now, and it's easy to figure out the validation error as well, right? We added it for guest name and email, and for room ID, right? So which is already true, and you can add more validators as you want. So the validators or different type of validators which we have is min max required true. So I mean, I'm sure you know the others because they are same as we discussed about while working with template driven forms. Let's see required true. So for required true, it's like, let's say if you have a checkbox, right? So let's actually add a checkbox, and we will go to material and we'll see how checkbox can be used. So here, see, so we have a different API for match checkbox. Let's add this. Remember why the reason I always I'm referring to the documentation is to make you an habit of referring to the documentation whenever you are working with any UI control, because there are chances that in some like in next release they can add something extra, and if you get into some issues, you will be able to easily figure out that issue by using the documentation. So now we have this checkbox available. Let's go ahead and add a checkbox. So we will say match checkbox, and rather than using this, let's add a property first, and we'll say this is TNC, right? So terms and conditions, which is new form control, and we'll pass false, and then we'll pass required true. So before you can proceed with the form, you have to submit or select this TNC. So we will place it after this match checkbox. We will not use ng model. So we will not use ng model, but we will use form control name as we saw, and we will say this is TNC terms and conditions. Let's see. So you can see you have this checkbox available here now. So we have to check this box to proceed with, to proceed with submitting the form. But we have not added that check as of now. Let's go ahead and do that. So we now add some validations, but our form is still, we will be able to submit our form. So let's use the same approach we used earlier. So we'll say disabled, and then you can say this is booking. Okay, somehow typing is not working for this. Dot, keep it disabled in case the form is invalid. The same controls or same properties are available here. So now you can see the book room is invalid. Let's provide all the values. Mobile number. I mean, these are not required values, so we'll just move on to TNC, and okay, guest name should be 5 character, and you can see the button becomes valid, and you can click it now. So we have some validations in place, and we have added a required true validator as well. And now you can play around with other validations. So you have in max email, we already added. We have pattern in case you want to have a control where you have some regex. You can also apply the pattern property as well. So these are few built-in validators, and now let's move on to creating our own validator. So far we learned how to submit the forms, right? We also added the validation. Now how about reset, right? So we have not seen that scenario. So as of now, we know how to do reset. We already learned about it. If you remember, we did it for template driven forms. So let's go back to the code and see how we can do it. So we will go to our add booking method, and here you can do something like this. So this dot booking form dot, you can call reset. So you can see you can pass all the values. So it's value is optional. So by default, it will just make everything to null, which we don't want to. So you can provide the values for each and every control which we have available here. So let's do that here. So remember, we are providing the values, not the control value, right? So we can just have the default values for each and every control. And this is guest name. Here we will just remove this and put a curly bracket. Here we can just pass an empty array. We don't want anything to be available. And in TNC, we can just say false. So let's go ahead and verify. So we are using reset method. Let's provide the values. So we can say, okay, this is Tom. We need 5 characters. So let me just enter my name. Okay, I just spelled my name wrong. Okay. And we'll just use the values which are required, right? And let's do that. Let's save it. And you can see now the values are actually, it's back to the original state. So we have like default values available here right now, right? So whatever we pass, so you can see TNC. Let's say TNC is false. Guests, as we said, it's an empty array. Address, again we pass some default values, and this is how you can reset the form. One thing which we have not seen so far is what is missing. What do you think? So we have not seen how to validate the controls. Sorry, how to show the errors on control level. Remember, this is one thing which we did it with template-driven form. Here, for example, the guest name is required, but it also has a limit, right? So it has a max min length property, which says it should be at least 5 characters. So let's go ahead and see how we can actually add those validation messages here. So now let's see how we can add control level validation. We already have some code available here. So we'll uncomment and we will talk about it. So let's see. Angular material also has something known as mat error. So if I go to material.angular.io and components, and let's see, it's part of form field, and you can see it's, and there should be an example, this one, form field with error messages, and it has something called mat error, so which we are going to use to show the error. So you can see it says not a valid email. So here let's do it. Let's copy this and move it to guest name, right? So we have check that it should be minimum 5 characters, and how the way you can do it is, let's copy this. So it has API. So this booking form has an API where you can check has error method. So here, let me just remove this because we just needed one validation. We don't need both. And has error, which is min length. Let's format. And we can let our users know that, okay, in case it has a min length error, we can say, please guest name should be 5 characters, should be minimum 5 characters. Right, so let's go ahead and test this, and then we'll add few more validation. And guest name. So let's see. Okay, somehow it's not available. Is that not saved? Let's see. Probably it has to do with booking form dot errors. Okay. My bad. So you can see here, we are actually looking at the booking form, which is not true because this min length is available with this particular control. And let's see how we can do that. So we can do something like this. So booking form dot get, and you have to say the control name, so which is guest name, and then we can use has error. So we will use as it can be null. Let's see. All right. So we can actually do something like, let's print this dot errors. Let's put question mark. So in case it's not null, and that's it. Let's see. So it says object right now, and the reason being it's actually an object. So let's see. We'll just do JSON because it's right now required true, and you can see now it has min length error. So MIL small, and we should now have this error message. You can see guest name should be minimum 5 characters. So we are able to display the error based on your current control. Remember this. So I'll remove this one, comment this one. So you can, what you can do, you can just use a booking form to get the control, and then use has error method and check if it has this specific error. And that's it. That's what you need to do. So now if I try to move, and if I enter less than 5 characters, I know the exact error that, okay, guest name should be minimum 5 characters. So I have to enter one more character. Now, you might be wondering, okay, this is okay. I mean, this is my top level control. What in case I want to validate this address line 1, address line 2? How to mention the errors based on the control? So let's go ahead and do that as well. And we will do it for errors. So here, let's first add the validation. So we will add validators required, and let's add it to few more controls. So we have city, and let's add it to state. So few more controls which are required now. And you can see, okay, the validation is already applied, so that's not an issue. Now let's go back and see how we can show that error. So we'll be using mat error. And let's go to the address. So address line 1 here. We will add mat error here, and we will say, now you have to actually combine this. So you have to say address get address dot address line 1 and has error, let's say required, and we can say address line 1 is required. Let's see. Oops, this is my official. So you can see it says, so you can see it says address line 1 is required, right? So we just added this this validation. So remember, for top level, it's booking or whatever form name you have dot get and the control name. For nested form, you have booking form dot get your form group name dot your control name, and then whatever error you are looking at. Now, how about the inner, array, right? So for array, now we do have your form group name, but we also have form array name. So let's see. We will add for guest name. Let's go ahead and add this guest name, and we'll say this is validators. Let's copy this. So we have this guest name as required, and let's see if it is required. And yes, it is required. Now let's go ahead and add the validation. So here we can let's copy this mat error thing again. Mat error, come back inside form, and this is mat form field where we want to add this error. So here now it will be a little bit different. So now, because this is an array, so the thing is you have to pass it like this. So first is your form array name, comma, and repeat. So path, for array, it's first is your guest. So this will be string, then form group name, which is I, and the third one will be your control. So which is guest name, which is again string. Let's format this. So we have guest I and guest name, and then has required. Let's see. Go to guests, and you can see right now, of course, we just copied the same. So we can say guest name is required. And let's try to enter, delete it, and move on, and you can see the guest name is required. So this is how you can actually display the control level validation based on what field you are trying to validate. So we started with the top level controls, then we went to the nested form, and then finally we went to the array. So this is from the this is it from the validation part, built-in validation part. So we learned about how you can reset your form and how you can go ahead and add the control level validation. Now we are going to talk about two important APIs which is available with Angular reactive forms, which is known as patch value and set value. So first, let's understand where it is useful. So right now we have this form. Let's say what in case we have this form values coming from some API. How to bind that value here? So let's try to do that first. So let's say we have get booking data. This is a method. So we can achieve it by using two APIs. The first is patch and second is set. First is set and the second is patch. So we'll talk about both. So let's see how set behaves, set value, and then we'll see what patch values can do for us. So here we can use this dot booking form dot set value. So this is the API, and it takes. So if you see this, the API. So it says values and it says key and value, right? So remember this key. So key is the form control name which we have, and then this is values, and then you can pass some other values which we'll see, which we don't want to see right now. But yeah, so here you can pass the default values. Let's say it's coming from backend, right? So check-in date. Right now it will fail, but let's see. And let's call this after our form is created. So this is where we will call this at get booking data inside ngOnInt, remember. So I'm just calling it after our, okay, sorry, wrong place. So we need to call it after our form is created inside ngOnInt. So here our form is created and then we are calling get booking data. Now let's go ahead and see. So we have all these default values, right, available here because we provided all the, remember, we provide all the values, but here you see, yeah, that's fine. We don't have, yeah, we have an error here. So must apply a value for form control at index 0. This is what I wanted to show you. But let me just do one thing. Let me just remove any of the property. See this error, must apply a value for control with name checkout date. And why so? The thing is, whenever we use set value property or set a value API, it expects us to pass all the values for all the control which it has. Keep this in mind. Set value, we need to pass the value for each and every control. Patch value, it makes it a little bit loose. So in patch value, you are allowed to skip some of the controls. So now you can see we don't have the error anymore and everything works, right? So if I just provide guest name, it will work. And we already have this value which is provided or set using the patch value method. So this is the difference. Otherwise, there is no difference between set value and patch value. Set value makes a little bit strict that you have to go ahead and pass every value for each and every control. Patch value makes it a little bit flexible. So I don't have to pass everything. So form API also allows us to listen to the form value changes in real time. So how it is possible? So you can use a value changes property, which is a stream. Remember, we have already discussed about stream. So which is a stream and which looks for any changes which is happening in real time on your form. So let's go ahead and see how we can actually utilize this API. So here, after my form is done, we can actually use booking form dot value changes. As this is a stream, we are subscribing to it and it will give us the data in real time. Let's see. So console.log data. And let's remove this and enter the value. So you can see as soon as I enter a value, it is actually giving me the data, mobile number. And now we have this mobile number available. So it will be called for each key press, remember. So if I enter 5, now let's enter 0, 0, 0, right? So for each and every value which is getting changed, you can capture that value in real time using value changes. But isn't it an overhead? I mean, why should I need to know the value changes which is happening in real time? But remember, it means in case I have an validation or custom validation, it will be triggered for each key press. Sometimes it becomes a little bit, it can give you performance issues sometime. In case we have a small form, doesn't matter. But in case you have a lot of controls and every control has some validation which is getting triggered, it may make your form a little bit slower. Let me tell you, Angular is really fast. So probably you will never get to see this issue, but just in case. So how we can avoid it? So let me introduce you to another property which exists on your form controls, which lets you control the behavior, how your form values will be changed. So right now, values get changed on each key press. That's a default behavior. To change the current behavior, you can do something like this. So here we have this validators.required validators.email, right? So here we can change this to validators. So we will say, okay, this is value, and there is a property called updated on. One second. Form control. Let me say see where we have used form control, so we can add control. Yeah. So we have validators and update on. Sorry, not updated on. So update on. Move this, and we'll say update on blur, and we need to change this to an object. That's why I prefer using new form control rather than this, but yeah, it's okay. We will do update on. This is okay, this is okay, and this is done. And we have this as an extra. Let's see. Uh, then we can remove this, and yeah, let me just format. So here with this, we are passing an object which has two values, update on, and then we have validators. So now for email, and let's add it for some other control as well. Let's add it for mobile number. So I can just do something like this. I can right. So I'm saying this will be updated on blur. So blur is an event which will be called once you move out of the control. So let's see. Let's remove this. Let's enter mobile number. So you can see no values is being captured in real time. So as soon as I press the keys, it's not happening. Press the tab or move out of this control, you will see the values being changed. For others, it will be same. I mean, we have not changed the behavior for entire form. Can we do that? Yes, we can. You can also pass this value here as the last option after your form is created, and you can pass the same properties. So you can say update update on blur, and then in case you have some validations which we will use, you can do that. So let's test it now. Let's enter booking amount, and you can see it is not getting called. As soon as I move out of this particular control, it is getting called. So this is for template driven form. This is how you can be change the behavior based on how your user interact. So there are three values which it has. So you have blur, change, and submit. Change is by default. Submit is really useful in case you don't have any errors or any validations, or you want to show the validations once your form is submitted. So you can move to submit. So in that case, let's try to understand how it impacts, right? So for change, let's say you have 10 controls where average users enter 5 keys. So 10 into 5, 50 times your change event will be called. In case we move on to blur, it is number of controls, right? So if you have 5 controls and 10 controls, and let it be any your users enters any number of times or any number of values, only 10 times your changes will be called on the control value changes. Submit only once. You might be wondering, I mean, is it possible to control the same for template driven forms? Yes, it is. I just wanted to wait till this time to let you know that, okay, this is possible for template driven forms as well. And to do that, we will go to rooms, add here. So we can use ng model options here, where you can pass the properties. So you can say update on, and you can say, okay, this will be blur. So this is how you can control it for your template driven forms. So remember ng model options, and you can see here. So it has three properties. It has name, standalone, and update on. So update on is referring to these three values, which is change, blur, and submit. So you can set it for or set it to anything you like. Yeah. So this is how you can control. So this is how you can listen to the control value changes, and this is how you can also control how you want to listen to those changes. So this is it from value changes. Now we can talk about a few RxJS operators which we can combine with value changes, and we'll discuss about few map operators which exist in RxJS, and we'll try to understand each one of them because it's really useful in case you are working with RxJS in some big project. So let's go ahead and do that. The thing is, now we need to connect to a real-time API, and what we will do is we will use the JSON placeholder API which we used in past, because we want to post this data, and in JSON placeholder actually you can post anything you like. So let's not JSON view, JSON placeholder, and we'll use post API, and let's see. So we can call /post, and that's it. So here, let's go ahead and create a booking service first. So I'm going to say ngGS and booking service. And we'll use our HTTP service, and we also need to register HTTP module. So let's do that. HTTP HTTP client module, and let's save this. And here we will use the HTTP service, HTTP client, and we will say book room, which has booking data. So right now I don't we will not create the interface, so let's do it as any, which we should not, but yeah, I mean this is anyways dummy APIs, right? So we can say this dot http dot post, and we will replace this with placeholder, JSON placeholder slash posts, and we'll pass this booking data here, and let's remove the subscribe, and let's return whatever we get. And next we will inject this particular method. Where is this component? Yeah. So it's a private room booking service, or just call it as booking service. And we will do it here. So we'll say this dot booking service dot book room, and we'll subscribe to the changes. So we'll say this is data, and we will listen, and we'll remove this reset as of now because we want to see different scenarios. So this is one place, and this is on submit, right? So I'll just do console.log data, which we'll be using in some time, but let's go ahead and control so update this right now. And so to see the example of how this map operator works, different map operator works, we will be calling our submit method here. Let's see. So I'll say this dot config our booking service dot bookroom, and we'll pass the data here. So you can see actually what we are doing is we are subscribing, or let's do okay. So what we are doing here is we are subscribing the bookroom method within subscription, which is not a good practice, but we want to actually see the different behavior which we have while using the map operator. So this is not the way we are going to use it. So how we are supposed to do that? So here, let's rewrite this, and we will be using it, doing it via the map operators. So we can do this dot booking form dot value changes dot pipe, and we will be using the different map operators. So let's start with merge map. And in merge map, we'll say, okay, this is data, and then we will be calling this dot bookroom. Let's comment this out, and let's see the behavior right now. And let's remove this, and let's go to the network tab, because it will give us clear idea how the merge map operator works. So remember, we have right now the form will be like value changes will be called when we move out of the control, because we have said this updated on blur. So let's remove this as well, and say rather than blur, I'll go back to update on. Okay. Just remove this. Okay, so now as we have moved on the default behavior, which is change, let's see how it behaves. So network booking amount, and okay, see what's wrong here. Okay, we have not subscribed, so let's do that, and let's subscribe to this data, and we'll just do console dot log data. Let's see now, because as we discussed, I mean, of course we need to subscribe it, otherwise nothing will be called. So let's remove this network tab, and let's enter the guest name, and you can see post requests being made in parallel. So you can see it doesn't care. So now trying to understand different merge operators. So first is merge map. So in this case, merge map does not care about the sequence. So it will try to post the data, or you can say subscribe to the stream as soon as the data is provided. Sequence does not matter, merge map. Let's move on to the other operator. So we have merge map, which says, okay, I don't care about the sequence. As soon as I get the data, or a stream is emitted, I will just go ahead and pass this stream to whoever has subscribed. Now next, which we will use switch map. Let's see how switch map behaves. Clear. Network tab. Can you see something which is different? So let me just explain this behavior now. So you can see there are a lot of requests which are being cancelled. What is happening here? So in case of this switch map will wait. Sorry, switch map will cancel any existing request if it receives a new data. So let's say if you care about that whoever has subscribed to your stream should get the latest data only, and should previous data or previous stream which is raised should be cancelled, you switch map operator is the way to go. Now let's talk about the last one, which is exhaust map. Let's enter. You can see I entered multiple characters. Exhaust map cares about the sequence. So it says until and unless the previous request is not completed, I will not subscribe to any latest changes. So it takes its time to complete the previous one. So you can see it has, so here you will see the data. Now, let's talk about request header response. And right, so you have your data available here. So it says, okay, until unless the previous request is not completed, I'm not going to call anything else. So this API is, I think it was never called, but you can see here. So this API started here. It says 204. Okay, so these are two APIs which are called. You can see the first API request, and you will be able to see the values: request header, response header, payload, where you have all the data. So we entered the guest name, and then it waited until unless this request was completed to make the second request. So you can see the rest of the values actually went into second request. So in case you care that, okay, the previous request which you made should be completed before I can make a new request, this exhaust map is your operator which you are looking at. So we discussed about three map operators which are really useful. As I said, you don't have to use all the operators, like more than 100 operators which exist. You have to remember list 10 operators which we have already used in this particular in this particular course. And if you use all these operators, if you master all these operators, it's more than enough. And once you move or once you get more scenarios, you can actually explore more operators, but you don't have to start like learning 100 operators on day one. Now we will talk about how to write custom validation for reactive forms. So we will learn how we can add validation for control, and we'll also see how we can add validation for form level, which is a little bit interesting because you may get this issue, and I'll talk about few scenarios where actually this is useful. But before we do that, let me just before we do that, remember last time we got some issue and we had to disable Bootstrap. So what I have done is we have just added this. We have actually enabled this import, which seems to fix the issue where both Angular material and Bootstrap seems to work. So if you see, this is the form and this is the table, right? So both works. We'll also do one more thing. We will do a little bit cleanup because if you see, I mean, on all the pages we have a lot of junk data, for example this, which we use just to show you, right, how the data looks like. So let's go ahead and clear those first, and then we'll move ahead. So I'll just keep it here. It's not like I'm going to remove it, so you can always refer these values. And gone. And let's do one more thing. Let's clear this as well. We'll just keep the table. That's it. So this is our rooms component. So let's get rid of this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. And let's keep this, and we will use btn success. Let's remove, sorry. We'll keep rooms list. Div, the reason being, okay. And we'll disable these buttons too. Let's see. Room is missing. Following property rooms list. Okay. And it looks a little bit better, right? I mean, now we don't have a lot of junk data which is available here right now. And let's comment this one too. I'm just doing it because you should know that what are the changes which we have done, and that's it. So now we can click on book room, and this is the book room component which is available here. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and add few custom decorators. Oh, sorry, not custom. Sorry. Let's go ahead and add some custom validations to this reactive form, and let's see what are the different ways in which we can do that. So let's start with a simple validator where what we will do is we will validate a control. Let's say example guest name. Same scenario which we'll take. Remember in we wrote a custom validator where we said okay, in case there's a test in name, go ahead and reject this particular value. So it should show the validation that okay, the name is invalid. Same we'll do it for guest. So we'll add a validation but using the custom reactive so we'll add a validation where we'll say, okay, in case this name contains value as test, we will just give a validation error. How to do that? So I generally try to follow the same approach, which is followed by validators class. So let's go back to the booking and booking component. And remember, we have already used some validation, right? So we have added the built-in validation right now, which uses this validators.require validators.email. If you see the implementation of validators class, it's a class with some static methods. So we'll try to follow the same approach. And to do that, let's go ahead and add a folder. We'll call it as validators. And let's create a class. So say ngGenerate if it has a class. I'm using this is okay. Let me just show talk about this as well. I have added an extension called NX console, which lets you do that. So I'll just say this class name is custom validator, and project name is fine. This is the folder where I want to do it, and that's it. Run. And we have this class created. And here we will add some static methods. So let's add some validators. We will be adding all the validators in this particular file. So I'll say this is a validate name. And so let's talk about this now. So we have a validate name function, and it takes a parameter called abstract control. So what is this abstract control is? So abstract control is base class for everything: form group, form control, form array. So it's a base class. So it has all the information which your all form control, form group can have, and you can get the value by using control.value. So this will give you the value which is entered into the control, right? So let's try to validate name. So first thing which we'll do is I'll say const value is equals to control.value as a string, because if you see, the value is actually type of any, and I need some as we know that okay, this name is going to be string, so we are typecasting it as a string, and we'll say if value dot includes test, and it's the same. So if remember, we can return an object in case there is an error. So I can say validate, not this one, I can say return invalid name true, and if this is not the scenario, return null. So once you return null, it means there are no validation error. And let's see how to apply this validator now. So we can go to our component and we want to apply this to name. So let's see where the name is. This is where, and you can add your validator in this list of array. So you can say, okay, this is custom validator dot validate name. And let's go ahead and see, save this, and here, let's go to the name, guess name, right? So we will enable this to see the list of errors which we have. And let's go ahead and say login. Let's select the room, and here we are, and let's enter a name which has like test. So you can see invalid name true. So now this is the simple validator which we also wrote for template driven forms. So where we are just checking if this particular text exists in this particular control, just go ahead and give this in validation message. So now the next validator which we will write is something where we can pass some value. So it's like, let's see here, right? So you have min length and we wanted to pass how much the length should be. So we'll try to write a similar validator, and what we will do is, let's say in case we want to restrict the special characters in guest name. I mean, of course, it's not possible. Guest name should not contain special characters, but in case someone enters it, right? Or let's say mobile number. So in case someone enters anything apart from plus, how's that? No, I mean, let's not take that scenario, but because it should be number, I mean, we can go ahead and directly use the pattern, so it doesn't make sense. But yeah, let's see guest name. Let's take guest name, and what we want to do is we want to pass some characters which should not be allowed. So it happens, right? So perfect scenario for your passwords. Let's say you have a password control and you want to you don't want to allow some specific special characters, and you want to write the custom validator for that. So what we can do is let's write one. I'll say this is static validate special char, right? So we are saying, okay, let's see. So we are saying, okay, this value, but you might be wondering right now, it seems similar to this. So what we are missing? So let me just show you what we are missing here. So rather than passing this abstract control here, this will change. We will return control like this, and here we will and we'll pass a character here. So we'll say, okay, this is character, which is type of string, and we will check for this character if this character is available. Okay, so let's see what we are doing. So rather than actually passing the object directly, we are returning the function. So it's a function inside a function, right? So this is the main function which will take the parameter, and then it will return a function which will return either invalid special character or return null. And to use this, there's only small syntax change if you see. So rather than passing this control here, we just moved it inside here. So let's try to use this, and we'll apply it on the same guest name. You can say custom validator dot validate special char. Let's say we are not supposed to use stuff. Okay, so we'll pass star, and if it so if this if someone enters a star into this particular guest name, it will be invalid name. So let's enter to do that. So we are entering the right name, I mean a valid name, but we entered a star. So it says, okay, this is an invalid special character. So you should not use star. So this is how you can do that. You can of course implement your own whatever you want to pass. I mean, so whatever character you want to pass. Now, third scenario which we will talk about is for form. So where this type of validation is, sorry, where this type of validation will source. So let's say you have two controls, right, which you want to validate. For example, password, confirm password. Here also we have an example. We have this check-in date and checkout date. Right now, I can just go ahead and say that my check-in date is 20th and checkout date is 10th, which is not possible, right? So what in case we want to write a validator which validates this, which validates, okay, this check-in date cannot be greater than checkout date, right? So let's try to write a validator for this, how we can do it. Let's go back to our validator class. So we'll say this is static. We'll say validate date. But rather than actually passing abstract control, right now I know that this is a form group. And here we will get the values for both. So we'll say, okay, give me the control called check-in date. And why this is giving an issue? Okay. So I'm saying, give me the value of check-in date and checkout date. Let's verify the names. I mean, because this object name should match. So we have check-in date, checkout date. D is capital in both the cases. Yeah, looks fine. But let's put the logic to actually calculate the date. So I'll say this is new. I'm just typecasting it to date. And this is new date. And we'll take difference between two dates. Okay, first we need the timing. Check-in date, checkout date. Let me just typecast it to any right now so we can see this diff days is less than equals to 0. I'll say this is invalid date, and otherwise let's return null. let's verify this logic, right? So what we will do is we will just do a console.log for all the values to see if this is what we are expecting. Diff days, diff time, and let's use it. So what we have done is we wrote a validate date function which takes form group, and we are checking getting the two values, check-in date and checkout date, from this, and then we are calculating the difference. Let's go ahead and apply this on bookingComponent.ts. And what I want to do is I want to call this particular method once my update on value is blur, and I want to call validators and which is custom validator dot validate date. Okay, let's inspect, and we'll add a breakpoint so we can see what is the value which we are getting right now. So I can say here also to search a file, you can, let me show you some shortcut as well. So you can press Control P on your keyboard, and then you can just start entering the file name. So I need custom validator.ts, and let's add some validation, sorry, breakpoints here. Let's choose check-in date, which is already there. Let's choose checkout date, and let's see. So we have check-in date as this Monday, Feb 20th, 2020, and then we have checkout date, which is right now Jan 18th. Let's say the difference 708 days, and if diff days is less than equals to 0, then invalid, otherwise valid. So right now the form is valid. Let's provide a date. So this is 18th, right? So let's select check-in date after January. So let's see now. So we have check-in date, checkout date, and then diff days should be minus right now. So okay, somehow it is 21. How come? Check-in date minus checkout date. Okay, let's try to select 10th. So Jan 10th, Jan 18th. Because we are doing absolute, that's why it is. Okay, probably something wrong. Let's see. Okay, so we were right. I think this it is happening because of this math.absolute. Let's go ahead and remove this math.absolute because it is returning us positive value. And in case we need the diff in minus, we should, let's try this out. And let's disable and run it. And let's enable. Now let's provide a date. So we'll just select 2020 Jan 18th. So right now, okay, this is not a number. That's okay. And let's select a previous date. And diff days is 18th and 10th. Okay, so it should be checkout date minus check-in date if I'm not wrong. Let's try this out. So if I put this date on 26th, I think we should now get a minus value. Yeah, so we just need to now change the position. So I can say check out date minus check-in date, and we are through. So now we have added a validator which validates to date, right? And this is something which you can also take and apply to password and confirm password. So let's apply Jan 10th, and if I try to check out early, and let's apply give all the values, valid values, mobile number. Let's see, just want to give the valid values, so, or required values. Right, so even though we have provided all the valid values for required fields, there is still a problem with the form validation because the date condition is not satisfied. We cannot check out early. So let's go ahead and see this first. So here I can apply booking. Let me just close others. So you can right click here and say close others. Booking form dot invalid, and we will do one thing. So right now it's really hard to figure out right where the problem is, because uh, we are saying okay, this date does not match, but we are not displaying any errors. So it will be really confusing for our users to figure out the actual error. So what we can do, of course, we can add a control level validation. So let's do that. Let's try to see how we can apply this to a control level. I mean, how we can actually apply this error to a control level uh, property. Right now, this error is actually available on form. It's not available on the control. So what we will do is we will add here. So we can do something like this. So we already have access to the control. So if you see, this is control check-in date and checkout date. So here we can add something like this. Get dot set error, and we can say uh, invalidate true, and of course it can be null, so just put it here. And now this error will be added to your control. Let's go ahead and try to figure out if it's true. So we will go to checkout date, check-in date, checkout date. This is our checkout date, and we will use the same approach to print the errors. Booking date, checkout date. Here it is. So we'll take checkout date dot errors, checkout date, and let's see if this particular control is applied to the checkout date or not. So let's select a date, 2020 Jan, and I'll say 18th, and checkout date is 10th. So you can see it has an invalid date error which is applied to the control right now. So this is how you can actually also show meaningful messages to your end user, so they know okay what we are doing wrong. Now let's go ahead and print fill in all the valid properties, and let's try to submit this form. And DNC, and looks like there is one more validation error which is not satisfied. Which one? Okay, which property is that? Guest name. And here it is. So now this book room is valid. We submitted it. Let's see. And this is your guest email data, which is available here. ID is 101, mobile, and so remember right now we are actually sending this data to a dummy API, right? So which we wrote which we took it from JSON placeholder. So we are just sending this data back. That's it. And this is it. So this is how you can add custom validator to your reactive form. We covered all the scenarios which we can think of, and which is useful in case you are writing the validators for your application. So this is it from the custom validator part. So I can talk about one route guards which we had left. We actually have two left. We will come to resolve guard, but let's see. Let's talk about can deactivate guard. Sorry. So can deactivate guard is something where we are saying that, okay, now you have entered the route, but can you exit the route? So we are trying to see if user is actually uh, authorized to exit the route, right? So here, example can be, let's say you entered into a theater, but can you exit the theater? Probably you need some authentication to exit. So you are blocked until unless, let's say, movie finishes or you have interval. So to generate or to have a real-time scenario here, what we will do is we already have a booking form. So what we'll do is, in case there is some information, or let's say our form is in dirty state, it means as a user, I came and I made some changes into my form. And if I try to exit, we should display some message, let's say saying, you're not authorized to actually, or you have some pending changes. You can display a pop-up saying you have some pending changes. Do you really want to exit? Some kind of message, right? So we will be trying to generate the same scenario. So let's see with can deactivate, the one thing is you can do it for a routed component. So if you see, our booking is actually one of the routed component which is available here. So I'll just change the path a little bit. Okay. I'll make it as booking slash room ID. So we are booking for a specific room. Okay. And here on rooms, we had a route. So if you see, we said, okay, this should redirect to booking component, and it's another booking component, right? So actually we never did anything here. So what we'll do is we'll remove this. Okay, so we removed this particular route. We have booking slash our room ID. Let's go back to the rooms list component here. And here we will say redirect to booking slash room number. Let's verify this change and then we'll proceed. And to do that, we have to log in. Let's see. And let's click on book room. So we are here, booking slash one, right? So we are getting the book room ID for which we want to book. So this is first step. We are here. Next step, we will try to get this ID here with this room ID. Let's go back to our booking TS and how we can get that data. So by using activated route, we have seen that. We'll say this is private and this is route, activated route. And we can do something like this here. So we can say const room ID, and we can say, okay, from param, just get me the room ID. And now I can pass this room ID here. As we are inside the ngOnInt, we don't need to do this dot room ID. Let's verify this behavior. Click on this, and we have this two and this two, but you might be wondering, okay, that was the default one. Let's try to use it for three. Okay, it's still two. Let's see what is wrong here. Room ID. This is reset. I think get booking data. Yeah. Remember we hard coded this. Get booking data. Where is this function? Yeah. I'll remove this because we don't want this default value for room ID. So it's empty, room ID. And let's go back to rooms. Let's log in again. Let's click on room. Okay, somehow this value is not available. Let's see why so. We can debug. Let's go to src app booking and booking component. And this is the line number. So let's see what's wrong here. Click and F10 room ID is null. Okay, cool. Param ID, it says it's room ID available, but params.get room. Okay, I capital. Okay, cool. So the code was correct. The only problem is the uppercase and lowercase. So let's fix that. And we will say, okay, this is room ID. Remember, the key should match. Let's refresh this page now. And let's see. And now we have the ID. Okay, great. Let's move. Okay, I'll probably close this and open it again. And let's click on this and works, right? So we have room ID 3 and now we are booking for a specific room. So this is the second step. So first we fix the route. Second, we are saying, okay, we wanted to book it for specific room. We are here. And now we want to add the guard to make sure that in case there are some unsaved changes on this form, we should send a message. We should show a message to the user that, okay, there are some unsaved changes. So let's see if we can use some material control to do that. So I think material has something for us. Material, Angular material. So we can use this. Let's see. Yeah, we can use this mat dialog to show an dialog saying you have some unsaved changes. But let's do it later. First, let's add a guard. Here we will create a guard, and I'll say this is ngGG, and this is booking guard. And what we need is we just need can deactivate, and that's it. So you can see in can deactivate, we are getting one extra parameter. So we have something known as component. So this is the routed component. So we will pass this booking component as one of the parameter here, which is unknown, and same here. So let's go ahead and see what we can achieve using this. So now we can put and check. So I can say in case this component dot the property, which is booking form dot if it is dirty. So if it is dirty, so go ahead and sorry. Yeah, so if it is dirty, we should not allow the user to exit. If it is pristine, we should allow user to exit. So I'll just go ahead and say pristine. And let's verify by applying this card. So we will apply this can deactivate to this booking guard. So this and pass the booking guard. Again, it's an array, so you can pass multiple. Let's verify this functionality so far. And then we'll add the dialog. So we have this. Let's try to click somewhere else. We are not able to redirect, right? So you can see I cannot. Let's try again with login. You might be wondering, okay, probably because the state has reset, we are not able to, but let's log in and see, right? So we have 3. Let's enter something. Let's try to move and we are not able to do it. Let's reset this form. So I'll refresh. So it's in pristine state. Let's try to move. So let's see. We are able to redirect. This is it. So it means our guard is working perfectly fine. Let's put the dialog now. So here, let's see some example. Open dialog. Okay. Cancel. Let's see the code. And open dialog. We can pass some example dialog here. Or let's not do this. I think there is another control where we can just directly pass the message. Where is that? Divider date picker chips. No, not chips. Expansion. Let me just go to the default page. I think there should be slider buttons. Okay. No, we are not looking for chips. We are looking for progress bar. If okay. Stripper, tabs, toolbar, tooltip. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is not. Let's see, there should be a way to this and pass some data. Okay, so we will be using this one. We'll be using dialog to show that okay, we'll show the message that okay, you have some unsaved changes. This is what we are going to do here. Now let's go back to the booking card, and here let's use import the API. Mat dialog module, and let's go to the example. So it says, okay, you have to pass an component. So let's create a component. Okay. Okay, we can use snack bar. Okay, this will be the easiest one. So snack bar is something where you can display a message like this. So let's say here, right? So we can display a message. It's a simple API and then dialog because we don't need to create a component. But we will add this. Try to use dialog module if you can, if you want to try this out. And here in the thing is you can just inject a mat snake bar into your service. So let's do that. We'll do a constructor and then inject the snack bar. And here we can do before we return this message, right? So we'll say if component is pristine, return this. else what we are going to do is we are going to return false anyways, but we will open this dot snackbar dot from template open. We can open and then we can say, okay, you have unsaved changes, and that's it. Let's verify this one. Click so admin, and click on booking room, and let's do this and try to move. Okay, let's see what's wrong. Huh. So circular dependency for booking guard. Okay, so how is that a circular dependency? Book module. So it says booking guard is no provider for mat snake bar. Okay, let's see the API. So in case we want to, we have to provide something. So mhm. So we had to actually just add mat snack bar module into app module as well somehow to make sure that it works. So now let's go ahead and verify this functionality. So you can see, let me just refresh this page. So we go to login, admin, and then we logged in. Click on book room, go to employee, works, go back, book employee. Now let's make this form dirty. Let's try to move, and you can see you have some unsaved changes. So we are not able to redirect, but we are also displaying this message that you have some unsaved changes, and you can just discard, complete the form, and then once your form is in pristine state, you can just go ahead and redirect or move from this particular URL. So this is how you can use can deactivate card. This was a real-time example which I can give you. Sorry, this was a real-time example which I can give you. You can find uh, more real-time use cases in your application as you go, but you don't have to. Probably you will not get this scenario. I mean, once you start the application. So yeah, this is it. So now next what we are going to do is we are going to discuss about how you can use form control. You might be wondering, okay, we already saw form group and we also saw form control. Now why we are talking about form control again? So we'll see that example and we will apply that with a pipe. So we will write our own custom pipe. Let's talk about the scenario where we are going to use it. So on this page, right? So if you see this on this page, what we will do is we will add a text box here, which will be like kind of filter where we can enter the room price and it will filter the values based on that room price. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So this is our rooms page. Let's go to the rooms component here. So if you remember, this values is actually coming from this particular service. So we are calling room service, and from here we are getting this all these values. So what we will do is we will apply a filter, something like this. So let's try that out. Let's write the code first. So we are going to use reactive form here. So we will add reactive forms module first, and let's create a form control, because we just need a single control. And to do that, what we will do is we'll create, we'll call it as a search or price filter. Sorry, which is type of, or which is equals to new form control. Remember this, we are saying new form control and we are passing default value as 0. Let's render this here. We will say this is div, and we will provide our input type, which will be number, class, which we'll say is form control, place holder, we will say this is price. And here, as we don't have form group, we will be using something known as form control is equals to the price filter. And let's do this. So we'll just put price filter here to see if whatever value we enter is getting applied or not. So let's go ahead and test that first, and then we'll apply the filter. So we'll say, okay, this is admin, and so you can see this value, right? This value is getting changed. So as I have right now, it's a control, right? So control will have all the properties, pristine, dirty, all those properties. What we are interested about is value. So value is getting changed. That's it. The first step which we have done is, okay, we are able to apply, or sorry, we are able to get the values from this particular control. Step one done. Now the next step which we want to do is we want to apply this value filter to this rooms list. How we should do that? So here, what we will do is we will create another property called price filter. So let's see how we can do that. Rooms list HTML, and we will apply, we'll pass that value here somewhere with a new pipe which we will create. So let's go ahead and create that pipe, and so we can say ng pipe, and we'll say this is filter. So I'm creating kind of a filter, but remember, never do that. No, never do that on a real-time application. Always go ahead and uh, do filter sorting at your backend end. I mean, at your API level. Just don't do it at your front end. I mean, this is just an example. And now we can say, okay, this pipe will have multiple parameters. So first parameter is something which will have the list of rooms. So I'll say this is rooms, and which will be of type. So let's see the type here, room list. Right, so we'll say, okay, this is the array, and the second parameter would be price, which is type of number. Let's, and here we will return, we'll say, okay, this rooms dot filter where price is less than this price, or sorry, where rooms dot price is, so if we enter 5,000, so yeah, it looks correct. And then we can apply this filter pipe. So let's see this rooms list. We'll do one thing. I'll just avoid this change direction strategy on push. And then we can apply this pipe filter, and we have to pass a value. So let's pass 1000 right now. Room of rooms. Let's see. Unknown was not assignable. Let's see. Let's fix this issue. So it says unknown. Okay. So here, if you remember, we are actually passing unknown here. So we'll say, okay, this will return an array. And we can remove this an empty array in case this is not satisfied. So let's go ahead and test this because it should work. I mean, we are passing hard coding these values, right? So let's go ahead and see our UI, and we will say admin. And you can see it only displays the values which is less than 1000, less than equals to 1000. Right now we are not passing this value. So let's go ahead and now fix that. So this value will be our filter. So we will take another input and we'll say this is price, which is equals to 0. And we will use this price here. And let's verify again. So, and okay, so there is nothing which is less than 0. So I think our filter logic is wrong. We should do this. Right. So I want to filter everything which is above this particular value. So yeah, this looks correct. And now let's pass this filter, which is now a new, sorry, not filter, but price, which is the new property which we have added, is equals to price filter dot value. Let's see. And let's enter 500. So you can see now I can see only values which is greater than 500. Let's enter 5000. Now we can see only values which is greater than 5000. So which is 15. There is only one record which is available. So this is how you can combine form control with a filter. So this is a real-time example which I can give you, and you can utilize it in case of you want to just create some filters on your page. You don't want to have a form basically. So in that case, just utilize the form control. That's it. You don't need to create a form group. So this is the flexibility which reactive forms gives you. And then we applied, we added it with a pipe, custom pipe, where we wrote a logic that whatever price we provide, it will filter out all the room price which is greater than this price which is provided. So this is it from reactive forms, and let's move on. Now let's go ahead and talk about the last card which we had left, and we said, okay, this card is a little bit different from the existing cards. We saw that, okay, can activate, can deactivate, can activate child, and can load cards are related to the routes. But what about resolve guard, and why it was not available when we tried to create a guard, and it was not available in the list of options which we had. So resolve guard is actually related to data fetching. Okay, just I said data fetching, but it's not data fetching, it's data prefetching. So might be wondering, what is data prefetching? Generally, what we do is whenever we want to display some records or display some data, what we do, we go to the component and then we make a service call to get the data. That's what we generally do. But what in case, let's say we have a requirement that, okay, this user should not go to this particular view unless the data is available. In case something goes wrong, there is no point actually redirecting the user to that particular view. So this is a scenario where resolve guard can help you. So resolve guard can help you prefetch the data. Let me show you an example. We need some records for this, and we will be using, let's do one thing. We'll create another component, and we need some data. So we don't have some dummy data available right now. We need like more than 1,000 records. Or let's see how many records this JSON placeholder got. So it has comments, which has like 500 records. Okay, let's see. Let's use this comments API. And to do that, what we will be doing is we will be creating another component. And let's do, so let's say ngGm, and this is post, sorry, comment. I'll use -- route is equals to comment and -- routing. And I want to use app module. I want to register this in app module. So this will be lazy loaded, of course. And we got this component. And now what we will do is we'll create a service for this. And let's verify the routing. So we have our route available here. And okay, everything is good. Now let's go ahead and create the service. ngGS, and then this is comment service. We are going to need HTTP client module here, as we are going to make an HTTP call. In service, let's inject, so it's a private HTTP client, and we'll call get comments this dot HTTP dot get, and return. This is the API, so we'll use this. Done. And let's do one thing. I'll just go to this, and let's create a table. And the class is table, and then we will have tr where we will put our headers. So we'll have a bunch of th. I'll say this is let comment of comments. This is the property which we are going to use, and then we'll use some tds. Okay, let's see how many properties which we got. Post id name 1345. So let's go ahead and create an interface. I'll call this as comment dot ts, and let's create export interface. We have id, which is of type number, post id, which is again type of number, I is capital yes. We have name, which is string. We have email, which is again string, and then we have a body, which is again string. Let's go to service and say, okay, this HTTP get should return the comment array. And this comment, remember, there is somehow there is an comment API which exists inside TypeScript itself. So let's name it as comments, just to avoid this issue, which I faced in one of my project actually. And let's go to component, and here we will use the service. So let's say private, let's close this, and we'll say this is comment service, this type of comment service, and then we can just say this is comments is equals to this dot comment service dot get comments. Okay, so now we can use it here with a sync pipe, and let's use comment dot id post id, then we add name. So okay, comment dot name, and then we have email, and let's not put body here, and let's apply the same id post id name email. It says okay, so we are missing 5 async, and let's format this format, and let's add a navigation here, and we will not apply any guard, and this is comment. Let's go ahead and see. So we have comments available here, and it says this is not available, comment is not available. Why so? Okay, I made a spelling mistake somehow. Comment. Okay, so let's see one thing. Let's see a behavior here. So you can see when I click on comments, there is an empty page and then the data is getting loaded. So what in case I don't want to show an empty page? So this is also one scenario where you can actually use it, that okay, when my view is loaded, it should be loaded with data, not without data. But remember, keep one thing in your mind. You can use resolve guard with a use case where your data will not change after it is loaded. Okay, so now let's try to fix this issue by using the resolve guard. So we will create a new folder here. We'll call it as guard. Let's go to integrate terminal. I'll say G, and this is comment guard. So let's, and you can see I don't have any option, so I have to at least choose one. So we'll use can activate, but we'll remove it, and then let's remove this one, and we need resolve guard. So this is, I think this is the one. Yep, resolve guard, and we have to define what kind of data this resolve guard will return. So we will say okay, this will return the comments array, and here there's an extra. Okay, so you can see right now what I'm saying is it will return value of observable of type comments or promise of comments or comments. So we are saying this resolve interface is which is coming from here. Okay, so resolve of type T. So which type of data you want to return? So comments of array, and this is it. Now let's go ahead and apply this comment guard and see how it is. So you can see I'm just calling the same comment service which we were calling from the component earlier. So let's go and apply this guard first. So how we can do that? We can go to the guard and we can say resolve. Now resolve, the way resolve works is it is a key value pair. So you can say comments, this is the key, and then you can say okay, this is the comment resolver. Why it is not available? Comments comment guard. Okay, great. So now this will be returning the comments data, and let's see how we can actually access this. So this is the key, remember this. And to access this data, now we can go to component. And here, let's use, what do you think, which service will be used here? Remember when we spoke about router, we spoke about a service called activated route. We said anything related to data, you should use the activated route service. So here we will of course use the same. And first try to see if this data is available. So what we'll do is activated route dot sorry, we'll say data dot subscribe, and let's see what we get here. And we comment this out, or let it be as of now. Let's see. And we can see this comment component.ts line number 19, which is actually giving us, sorry, which is also giving us this key. So you can see it has a key comments, and then it has 500 records. So let's try to access data dot we can do something like this. And let's see. So now we will get the 500 records rather than that, which I just missed the console.log. And here it is. So we have all the 500 records available, and we have this data prefetched. It's not like we are actually navigating to the route and then getting the data. No, we are prefetching the data. So here we can also do something like this. Let's try to use it as a stream. So I can say this comments stream is this dot activated route dot uh, data, and then we can use pipe operator, and here we can do pipe map data, and we can use pluck to get the comments. Let's see, let's try this out. Let's see if this is the correct use case. Okay, no, we can apply pluck here. Sorry, this is not the way to use it. So we can just use this pluck operator here, and then we can define what key we want to access. This is it. So we can say, okay, this comment is, we are getting this comment from activated route data.pipe, and then we are plucking this particular key from the stream. And we can remove this now. We don't need it. I was just writing it to show you in case you want to subscribe how you can actually do that. Let's see the stream now. So rather than comments, I'll be using comment and see if it works. So let's save this and save this. Okay, now let's go ahead and move from comments, move from any other route to comments, you can see there is some delay, but actually data is getting loaded without any blank page. So because the data is already prefaced, it just need to render it. Generally, the approach we take is we land it on the UI, and now you have to wait until your ngOnInt lifecycle event will be called, and then it will go ahead and call your service and load the data. Now what we are doing is we are just using the activated route data to plug this data which is already provided into your route. So we already added this into our resolve guard. So we are saying, okay, before you before you navigate to this route, go ahead and prefetch this data. So this data should be available before my user will navigate to this. So this is another use case for using the prefetch, or you can say resolve guard. So I am keeping the same both the ways. Feel free to use whatever fits your scenario. I have also this code available in case you don't think that this is something which you need. Generally, we should not use this. Let me show you a better way to do this. You can actually do something like this. You can provide the type. So you can say, okay, this will be my comment. Comments, which will be type of comments array. So I think this should work. No overload matches this call so. Create an anonymous function. Data comments, and comments is type of this array. Let's see if it works. No, somehow. Strange. This is the best way we can do this. Let me just remove it. So we can say data, and here you can typecast here. So you can actually create a create a property comments, which is type of comments array is equals to this, and then you can say that this dot comments is equals to data of type this. So this is how you can do it, and you will get the typing after this. So in case these are three ways. Here we call the method to get the data after we landed on the view. This is using the resolve method, and we use the string. We have not used the subscribe method. We have not manually subscribed, which we did here, but choose one which fits your scenario. Now in this video, we are going to talk about how you can do global error handling. We have seen how we can do error handling for HTTP service, but what in case we want to do it at global level? Okay, so let's go ahead and try that out. So Angular provides you a class. Yeah, it's a class. Sorry. So Angular provides you a service which is already available called error and handler. So what you can do is you can actually extend that particular service, and you can provide your own your own implementation. So here, let's go ahead and do that. So I'll create a class here called error handler service.ts, and we'll create this class, export class, and we'll call it as global error handler, which extends error handler. And now you can just call the handle error method. So let's see. This must have an override. Okay, let's see. So we have error handler, implements error handler, and handle error, which does something. So I'm just wondering what's wrong here. There should be. Okay, you looks correct to me. Okay, sorry, implements. Implements error handler, and then it's a actually you can see it's a class, but you can also implement it because it provides a single method which is just like method definition, not the implementation. So I can just go ahead and implement it, and then we are just doing console.log right now. Now to handle this, to register this, you can of course go ahead and see how we can do it. So you have to go ahead and add it into providers like this. So let's copy this. And let's go to our app module because we want to actually handle the error at global level. And we'll say, okay, this is provide error handler, and then this is our global error handler class. Now we need to introduce some error. Let's do that. Let's verify if it is working fine right now. So, okay, nothing, no issue. So what we will do is we will go to this comment API, comment service, and then we will just make some mistake here, right? So this API does not exist and it will throw an exception. Now you can see there is an error handler line number 5, which says HTTP error response, and this says, okay, this API does not exist, right? Or the status code is 404. It means it is not able to go ahead and catch this particular API or go ahead and access this particular API. So it says, okay, it does not exist. And we are able to handle this exception at global level by using our new global error handler class. And you can do more, right? I mean, it's not in our example, we are just using the console.log, but you can actually send it to your backend, or you can actually send it to your whatever APIs which you have, and you can save this error somewhere. So whenever you are revisiting your like error logs to see if there is some problem which your users are facing, because there are some edge cases, right? We generally miss out. So just go ahead and add error handler class and log all the errors until unless your application becomes stable, and then you can remove it. Let's talk a little bit about testing. Of course, whenever you are working on some application, you need to also write unit test cases. That's the developer's job. But there are many types of testing which is done. So we have unit test cases or unit testing, which is written by developers. And then you also have something known as integration test or end-to-end test, which is generally done by the testers. So the tools are a little bit different. So for example, for end-to-end tests, you can use something known as Cypress, or there are other tools like Playwright, which is also available. You can use, and a lot of older applications used to have a protector. So protector is discontinued now. Angular team decided to drop maintaining it. So they are not maintaining it anymore, and they have also dropped creating an end-to-end application with Angular CLI. So before Angular 12, they whenever you used to create a new application, there used to be a end-to-end application as well, which used to be created, but now it is not created anymore. So you have to go ahead and add any compatible end-to-end test suite to your application. So Cypress is preferred, which is used by many large organizations, many large projects, as well as many large organizations. It is open source project. There are some paid features which is like dashboard, which probably you will not need that much, but yeah, it's an open source project, so you can go ahead and use it for free. So let's see what we are going to cover here. So we are going to talk about unit test. That's it. So we will introduce you to tests. and then we'll talk about how you can write your first test, and then we'll see how we can test a component and how we can test a service. Let's go ahead and do that. So Angular by default gives the setup for unit tests. So remember this karma.conf.js, and we said while going through the project structure, we said this is the file which will be used by your task runner. That's it. But we never discussed more about it. So Angular uses Karma plus Jasmine to write the test case. So you can actually do ng test. You can run this command, and it will run all the test file which is available here, which ends with .spec.ts. Of course, right now if we execute it, you will get a lot of errors. So let's see. So it's starting the Chrome browser. This is how it looks like. There are many type of reports, reporter which we have available right now. This is HTML reporter which uses Chrome, and it will open everything in Chrome, and it will show you how many tests are getting passed, how many tests are getting failed. So let's go ahead and see that. So it says incomplete, no specs found somehow, because there are some errors, right? So you can see there are some errors which is making this. So let's see what this error is. It says expected to argument. Right now, what we will do is we will just remove this, and let's see. So at least we get the feel, right? How your UI looks like once you run the ng test, and how your report looks like. Sorry. Testing is a whole topic altogether. So it says because there are different tools which are available. So we are not going to go into that much detail here. We will introduce you to the testing. And let's see, probably there are no errors. You can see right now. So there it says there is 32 specs, which out of which 21 is failed. So you can see spec list. The green ones, let me just zoom in. So this green ones is successful, and this red ones, of course, it shows that this is a failure. So this is how you can figure out, okay, which test is getting passed, which test is getting failed. So here in comment service should be created. So you can see, okay, it's not, it is giving me error right now. So you can just click on the test as well to see what's going wrong. So it says, okay, it says no provider for HTTP client. So while testing, we are not providing the HTTP client module. So that's the problem. So we can fix it. So let's see. Let's try to do that. So here in comment service, service.spec, we can do test configure testing module, and then we can say import HTTP client testing module. So there is something known as HTTP client HTTP testing. Where's that gone? HTML HTTP client module, HTTP client. Okay, let's try to pass HTTP client module right now and see. Because this HTTP client, of course, exists inside HTTP client module. So, okay, let's see spec list. Okay, it's still getting failed. And let's see failures. And now you can see there are 20 failures. So earlier there was 21 failures. So probably let's go to spec list and see comment. So you can see comment service created passed. But I mean, this is just to show you how the report looks like and how you can see what is the error. You can just click on this line and it will tell you that, okay, this is the actual error and why this particular test is getting failed. So let's go ahead and try to write a little bit of test cases for a component and a service. See how we can write a sample test case using Jasmine. So the idea is to give you, sorry. So the thing is, it will give you a little bit idea how you can actually write Jasmine test cases. And let's create a test file. So I'll say this is test.spec.ts. So here, generally what you do is you write a describe block where you will describe that what you are trying to test. And to do this, I'll create a file as well. So I'll say this is test.ts. So let's see if there is another test.ts. Yes. So I'll say this is test service.ts. So the first thing is you will write that, okay, let's add a class which is uh, calculator class, and then we will have some functions which will say one is add, then we have subtract and multiply. Okay, so these are few implementations which we have inside this calculator class. Let's go ahead and see how we can test it. So the first thing is we need to import what we are trying to test. So we'll say, okay, we are trying to test service. So I'll say, okay, this is describe, and we'll say this is test service, and we'll say, okay, this is where we are writing the code. So your tests should look like a story. So we are saying, okay, we want to test so in describe, we are saying, okay, we are trying to test this particular service. And then you will write the steps, what you are trying to achieve. So first is, of course, I will say should add two numbers, right? So this is one of the tasks or one of the test case for our this particular service. So I can say, okay, const service is equals to new uh, test service, which will take it, sorry, import it from here. What was the name? Calculator, sorry. Right, so we created a new calculator service, and then we can do something like this. So we can say expect. So we have to write our expectation that what this test case should do. So we are saying that, okay, whenever we run this test case, just go ahead and add this two number, and the answer should be 4. That's our expectation. So similarly, I can just do it for should subtract two numbers, and then we can say, okay, this is subtract, and we'll say answer should be 0. Let's go ahead and run this. So we can just do insert test, and it will go ahead and run all the test case because this file matches the format, which is .spec.ts, and it will open it in browser. So a lot of projects also use something known as Jest for testing, which is a little bit faster, but right now it's not compatible with Angular 13. That's one of the issues. Okay. So we are seeing now there are 34 specs. Let's go to spec list and let's see calculator one. Sorry, we set test service, right? Yeah. So you can see these two tests are getting passed. So should add two numbers and should subtract two numbers. It's getting passed. So this is how you actually will be writing the test. Start with describe block, and then you will be writing the story that, okay, what now this should do. So it should add two numbers. It should subtract two numbers. So this is a sample test case. And see how we can test a service. So here, let's try to do a service. Let's try to test this shared data service, right? So we already have a spec file available here, and there is something known as configure testing module, which we don't need right now, but let's see what we can achieve using this. So here, we'll say it should emit the message. Basically, what we are going to do here is we are going to test the send message, right? So if you remember in shared data service, we said send message, which actually emits a new message, right? So sorry, so which emits a new message. So we will check this. So here we will do this dot our service dot set message. Okay, and once we do this, the expectation is we should get a hello message in this stream. So we will do something simple right now. So we can say message dot subscribe, and then we can say expect this message to be hello. So sorry, this will be service dot message stream, and then we'll say message to be hello. And now let's stop this. Let's disconnect the test. We will also see something ng test hyphen hyphen code coverage. Let me tell you about this as well. While testing, you can also test how much code is being covered by your test cases. So there is no hard rule, I would say. I mean, it depends upon how much code you think is worth testing. Sometime, of course, we set a hard target that we should go for 100% test code coverage, or we can go to 80% code coverage. I think it's a false alarm. I would say most of the time you may get a false alarm. The thing is, you should concentrate on what logic is worth testing. I mean, do you think this should be tested? If it is not, I think it's okay to skip. So here, let's see what is wrong. I think there is an extra bracket here. So message, then it should close here, and then we have the outer one and closed. Let's see. So it's completed. Now tests are running, and you can see the one which we are looking at is shared. Let's go to the spec list first. Shared. So you can see shared data service, and it says this was successful. So should emit the message. It means what our expectation was that whenever we send this set message, whenever we call this set message, it should go ahead and the message, whoever has subscribed to the message should get this hello message, and that's what we tested, and it worked. So here you can see the code coverage is of course right now pretty bad. So we have statements which is covered at 43%, lines 38% of 38.9% of lines are covered, and then we have functions which is like 34% covered. So now let's go ahead and see an example of a component. So we already have some components which is getting failed, right? So let's see rooms component. So should create. Now let's see how we can actually fix this particular test case. And you can click on error and see what is the error. So it says, okay, the thing is you need to provide an injection token. Okay, let's see how we can work with this. There are a few errors. So let's see. Let's go to, what was this? Room, not room service, but which component was this? Room. Was it rooms component? Let's go back. I think it was rooms component. So let's go back to rooms component.spec.ts. Okay. So we have this. It says, okay, we have not provided the config service, because remember you have to go ahead and provide all the services which your component is using right now. So it uses room service, it uses config services, it uses shared service. So we can go to we can go to this, and here we can add providers. So we can say, okay, providers array, and let's add all those providers which are being used. So we have room service, we have config service, and we have a shared data service. And let's import each one of these. And let's see. Now let's see what's the error we are getting right now. It says also activated route is not provided, and HTTP client. We'll see some the errors will be gone one by one. So it means we need to imports HTTP client module. Let's see HTTP. I think that was testing as well, and HTTP. We can use the testing module rather than actually original module. We can say, okay, I want to use the testing module, not the original one. So once this is done, let's see, and let's refresh. So now we will see less number of errors here. So it says now let's talk. Let's see HTTP error. It's gone, right? So we don't have HTTP error any more. Then it says, okay, this one comment component. We don't need this. So let's go to the spec list, look for rooms component, and let's go to should create and see the errors. So now the problem is it says room service which uses injection token. So we have to provide the injection token. Now let's see how we can do that. So rooms service, and this is the injection token which is being used. So we can actually mock this. We can do something like this here. We can say, okay, provide app service config, and then we can say use value. So let's see what this app config is. So it has API endpoint. So we can go back to our component.spec.ts and say, okay, this is API endpoint is this is dummy value. So you can provide any dummy value you want to. And now let's see. Okay, it keeps getting disconnected. Let's rerun. And let's go to spec list, rooms, component should create, and let's see the error now. So we have now the thing is config service also uses a injection token. So let's see. So config service, it uses injection token called route config token. Let's provide the same. So we can say provide route config token, and we need the value. So write title. So here we can go back. Let's and say use value. Title is rooms, and let's see. So now this injection token should be also resolved. So you can pass values like this. You can also replace this services as well. So you can create an empty service. Let me show you that example as well. Let's refresh this. It says it disconnected again. Let's go to spec list, rooms component should create, and let's see what is the error now. So it says cannot set properties of undefined setting title. So now it is trying to call the methods which is available here. So you can see it says here. So these are the methods which are being called. So it is trying to now execute all those methods. So here it says after ViewInit line number 130. So line number 130 is this. So it says header component dot title rooms view, which is a valid failure. If you remember, what we did is we have removed header component from here. So it doesn't exist anymore. So it was a valid test case, valid failure, which got captured. So we can actually do something like this, right? So we can actually enable this header component. So we can put one header component and see if it works, right? So I can say HINV header, and you will find now another error being replaced, being rendered. So let's refresh. So as soon as your like uh, earlier we were getting some error because the services which we provided were not correct. So now we provided all the services, all everything, and it is trying to execute ngOnInt and it is trying to execute ngAfterViewInit. So it will start calling all the lifecycle hooks. So looks like there is some issue with this. Anyways, so we can do one thing. As we know that this is not the scenario, this won't be available anyways. We'll replace this, comment this out. And let's see. Hmm. So now we should get a different error. Okay, it's completed. So you can see should create. So now your component is initialized. Now you can go ahead and check for the methods, right? So we can add another, let's say, uh, method. So let's, for example, let's try with toggle. So I'll say it should toggle. So what we need to do is we have to say component.toggle and expect. What should we expect? So we should expect hide rooms, right? So we can say here we can set component dot hide rooms is equals to false, and once we call toggle, we should it should become true. That's what the expectation is. So let's go ahead and see if it works. It again failed the connection. That's why people use jest, and or we can also use the reporter as your command prompt. That's also fine. And let's see. So now rooms has uh, rooms should toggle, right? So you can see should toggle is also completed. It means now this test is also passed. So similarly, you can call different methods and see if they are getting completed or not. In services as well, we saw an example how we can work with observables. So you can just call the method and see if this observable is emitted or not. So this is just a basic understanding of testing, because as I mentioned, testing is a huge topic in itself, and there are some courses which are, we can probably go ahead and create another course covering all those scenarios. So this is it from this particular course. In this video, we will see how we can deploy our application on Netlify. So there are many providers, many cloud providers where you can actually go ahead and deploy your front-end application. Netlify being one, it's really simple to use. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. Right. So first thing which we need to do is we need to push this code on GitHub. We have not done that. Let's do it. So I'll go ahead and create an account, a repository. First thing which you have to do is you have to create your account. That's the step one. And now I can go to my repositories and I can create a new repository from here. And here I am going to name it as hotel inventory. Let me just zoom in. Yeah, so hotel inventory, this is the and let's see, I'll keep everything as it is. Let's see if we have right now I have made this repository public, but we'll move it to private, as Netlify will charge me for deploying an repository which is private. So I'll just use it public right now. And once this is done, I need to actually push the existing code base. So I'll do this here. Create this as a branch. This is final code. And git. I'll commit this changes, git commit, and we'll say first let's add all, make sure that all files are added. And then we'll add a commit. And we'll say this is final code. And let's move back to the master. Okay, so this somehow this change was left. Git commit, add names changes, and let's move back to the main branch. And as we already have the code available, so or repository available on my local machine, we'll be using this command. So let's add. Then we need to do is push. Actually, this command was to change the branch name to main, but we already were using the branch name as main. And now let's push this code. And let's refresh this. And done, right? So we have this repository available. Now let's go back to Netlify. Sorry, let's go to Netlify. Netlify login. I already have my account available. In case you don't have it, just go ahead and create one. So I'll just log in. And in package.json, I'm going to add a command which will be build prod. So to build the prod bundle, we have already seen the command. So we used ng uh, build -c is equals to production. So this command will be used. So I'll just add git commit -m add prod build. Okay, somehow this file was not staged properly. Okay, so let's see if latest changes are available. And this, okay, I have to push. Okay, so I have pushed all the changes here, and now it should be available. So add prod build, the latest commit is available here. Let's go to the Netlify, and what we can do is we can go ahead and say, add new site, import an existing project from GitHub, and it will, I'm already authorized. So, and let's find this repository, hotel inventory. Select, and the branch to deploy is main. Okay, and it says, okay, if you are using something else, I mean if you're using monorepo, this base directory is useful. Right now it's not. I mean, we are just having a single project. Then we need to provide this prod build command here. So I'll say npm run build prod, and publish directory is something which you can get from angular.json. So if you go to the production, build, and here configuration production, you will find what is that? Okay, somehow it is not available here, but generally when you create a production build, the file goes to dist slash your application name. So this dist slash your hotel inventory amp. So this is where my files will be available. So I want to publish this directory, and let's click on deploy site. And now your deployment has started, and let's see, it is building. You can see the log here. So it will start uh, deploying the application. It says it is using Node version 16, which is now uh, available, and somehow I already have I also have package log file available. I can remove this if I want to. We'll remove it, and Netlify also has this great functionality where you can actually play a game until unless your code is getting deployed, right? So this is like card match. You can play. Let's see. It is taking some time. If it doesn't work, we can actually yeah, it's done. So build command from Netlify app npm run build prod, which it is actually generating the bundle right now. And once this is done, you will be able to see a link. Okay, so it says preview deploy, and you can see this is the master code, right? I mean, we don't have anything available in our master code. So this is how it looks like. I mean, this is the default page which we had. So now all our changes are actually in this final code folder. So what we can do is we can actually raise a PR. So I'll just do one thing. I'll just push this branch. So you can see it says, okay, you have to push this particular branch. I mean, so I'm pushing this branch right now. Let's go to the GitHub and let's raise a pull request. So it goes to the final code to the to main. Let's create a pull request. And the only thing which we have to do is now it will fail. So you can see right now we did nothing. So whenever you will raise a pull request, it will auto deploy. It will auto deploy your changes on Netlify. So this is what CI/CD means, right? So you should be able to do continuous integration and deployment. So you don't have to wait till your code is merged into the main branch to see the latest changes. Here we are saying, okay, as soon as you open the pull request, it will deploy, it will merge and give you a temporary URL. So right now it is failing because we don't have the build command, uh, which is available here. So if you remember, we made that change in master. So we can actually go ahead and add that particular command here, and then we'll push it again to make it work. And then we'll see how your temporary URL looks like. Right, so I will say this is git add and build command. Okay, somehow git add is not working right now. So let's trace changes from here and let's push. And as soon as we do push, let's go back to our branch and it will try to build this code again, right? So it started the build again. And once this is done, it will, you can see this is the deploy preview processing. So it will give you a link. Once you click on this details link, it will open the page. It will open the application, which will be having a temporary URL. So Netlify gives random generated URL to every application. So this is our random generated URL for this application, but our preview branches will have a different URL. So let's see, it will take few seconds to complete this deployment. And once done, we can see this code is available. I mean, the latest changes are available here. I mean, once we merge it, right? So once we merge the code back to the main. We'll not merge this PR, so you can go ahead and see the difference between your master code, main code, which was just like a startup, or you can say starter template using Angular CLI, and the final changes. So you can see, click on deploy URL, and this is the application which we created, right? So we have this booking form available, we have this login which was available earlier, right? So admin, and we can to admin, and you can see you have your view available here. You can just click on send message, which is available here, rooms, where this message is available also. So you can say deploy preview condensing. So this is your preview branch. So this is how you can actually set up your CI/CD for using Netlify. Go ahead and deploy your application. Netlify is free for open source. I mean, right now I'm just going to make this as private, so you can go ahead and get the access to this code later on. So in this video, we will see how you can also utilize GitHub Action to build your application. So remember, we are just talking about building because we already have CI/CD available with your Netlify. So GitHub Actions is something which can help you to automate the stuff. So here, what we are going to automate is on every pull request, a new build should be, or your build should be done, right? So uh, here we can just go to Node.js. We'll use Node.js to build our application, and it gives you a nice template. So it says, okay, which branch to on push to this branch, build, on pull request, go ahead and build, which server to use. So we are saying, okay, we will be using Ubuntu. Which node version to use? We will be using only 16 because we don't want to utilize much of resources. Remember, for open source net, this GitHub Actions is free. I have the pro license, so it gives me some 3000 minutes, if I'm not wrong, 3000 minutes worth of build time for free. And then we have this uses, so it uses some GitHub Actions to check out my code. So checkout is some term which we use in GitHub, in Git, to copy the code and make our own version. So we check out this code, and then we use this node version, which is 16. And then we are caching the NPM version. And here we are running npm CI. npm CI is something which will install all the node packages. So we already have, let's go ahead and check if we have this package lock file available. Yes, it is available. So we can use npm CI. If npm package lock is not available, you can just do npm install. And then we are saying that in case the build command is available, just go ahead and build. So we do have the build command, which is build prod. So we'll copy this command and we'll put it here, npm run build, and we'll remove if --- if present because we know that it is available. And we'll call it as build.yml, and we'll start a commit. We will create a new branch because we want to see how GitHub Actions triggers the changes, right? And we'll say, okay, added GitHub action to build, and let's propose a new file, and let's create a pull request. On pull request, it will start building your code, right? So here, let's go ahead and see. Now you can see there is a new step which is added here, Node.js CI, and you can click on details to see what is happening here. So it starting a new job, and it is setting up your job, and it is executing all the step which we mentioned in that YML file. So you don't have to become like a DevOps expert to do this. GitHub Action make it really easy for us. So we just need to choose right template and then give the right commands to execute or to build your code base. You can also run your tests on CI. So if you want to run the test, you can just say npm run test, and that will run your test on your CI. So you can verify all the changes before you go ahead and merge your code. Remember, Netlify is good. It will check if your build is completed and it will give you a deploy URL. But what in case we want to do more? We want to run the tests. We want to run the end-to-end tests. So GitHub Actions can help you with those. You can just go ahead and run that, give those commands in sequence, and it will run all those. Right now, it is building the project. It is saying, okay, I'm running this command ng build -c equals to production. If this is completed, I mean, it will just complete the step, and then it will give us green signal that your code is good to merged. That's it. So this is how you can use GitHub Actions as well. Very useful in case you are like working on your side project and you want to make sure that everything goes fine before you merge changes, or you are collaborating on a project with someone else. And of course, every time you cannot go ahead and verify everything, right? So in case you have tests, you can actually go ahead and verify it using GitHub Actions, and it's free for open source projects. So go ahead and utilize it.